Chapter 1. The Divine Agent and the Solitary Maiden of the Mo Mang Palace. Within the confines of the third-floor office of the Sunshine Mental Hospital, a youth with white hair and yitung sat before his doctor, his head slightly raised, eyes gleaming with excitement. In contrast, Lin Qiye sat beside him, his face etched with concern. Name: Lin Xiaobai. Age: 17 this year. Birthday: October 13th. Your medical records indicate that 10 years ago, you and Lin Qiye climbed to the rooftop to gaze at the moon, during which you beheld an angel, while you saw a white-haired maiden dancing upon the moon. She had hair dyed blue, azurine, adorned in a deep blue jacket and white shorts, wielding a sword resembling a staff, and she was undeniably the second most adorable girl in the world, Lin Xiaobai corrected earnestly. Dr. Li sighed softly, noting in Lin Xiaobai's file, symptoms of fantasy continued to persist. After completing his entry, he looked up with a polite smile and inquired, "I am somewhat curious, who might be the first?" Delisa. A bead of cold sweat began to form at Lin Qiye's temple. He desperately gestured to Lin Xiaobai, "If you do not respond properly, you shall not be discharged today." Dr. Li then asked, "Do you know how far the moon is from the Earth?" 300,000 kilometers? It is 400,000. Lin Qiye interjected. Lin Xiaobai responded, "Thus, I later understood, that was merely my fantasy." Dr. Li nodded, striking through symptoms of fantasy continued to persist, and scrutinizing the case further, he continued, "After that, you began to hear the maiden speaking to you in your mind, and you relayed to the other patients that she had been lonely for hundreds of years?" Lin Xiaobai replied earnestly, 500 years. This is a tale you have reiterated since your admission to the hospital. And there is one phrase you have consistently shared with them. What might that be? Lin Xiaobai straightened his back slightly, speaking with reverence. "Do you acknowledge that the god of justice, Focalors, is unparalleled in fairness and possesses a beauty unmatched?" The Focalors he referred to was, in fact, Furina, though that foolish maiden deemed it too socially mortifying, coupled with her own role as Focalors, thus leading to this line. Upon hearing Lin Xiaobai's words, Lin Qiye rubbed his forehead. "However, you ceased repeating that phrase a month ago. Why is that?" "Because I completed my task." "No, I mean because I have recovered, and I wish to be discharged to find Qiye. I long to climb rooftops with him and gaze at the moon as we did in our childhood." "Still gaze?" "I meant to say, to attend school together and care for mother." A look of deep emotion crossed Lin Qiye's face as he hastily interjected, "Dr. Li, Xiaobai's condition has indeed changed significantly over the past month. You must understand, at that time, he would seek out individuals daily to utter that phrase. Yet in this past month, there's been none of that. Moreover, Lin Xiaobai has often assisted with tasks in the hospital. The nurses have all praised him highly. Dr. Li perused the evaluations from his colleagues. Indeed, he mused. For the past decade, there has been no display of aggression. Apart from a somewhat proud demeanor and certain delusional tendencies, he is truly a likable and kind-hearted individual. With that, Dr. Li finally closed the case file. Now, do not be overly anxious. He has passed the final review for discharge and can be taken home now. Remember to bring him back for weekly checkups." Lin Qiye promptly rose to his feet. "Thank you, Dr. Li." Lin Xiaobai also stood, extending his hand towards the doctor. "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Li." As they exited the doctor's office, a voice of sarcasm echoed in Lin Xiaobai's mind. Hearing the doctor ask like that nearly frightened me to death. "Oh, is Fufu afraid that I won't be discharged and will remain in the psychiatric hospital indefinitely?" "I'm not afraid at all. You can develop followers for me in the mental institution. Once my devotees in the realm of water are plentiful, my power shall be restored." Oh. Listening to the bright laughter of the girl in his mind, Lin Xiaobai couldn't help but smile foolishly. In his previous life, he had been a player of the Mia game. On a rainy night, he had saved a little girl and was subsequently transported to the god-slaying world by a runaway truck, becoming an orphan without parents. He was taken in by Lin Qiye's aunt, thus becoming a childhood friend of Qiye. On the day Lin Qiye caught the attention of the seraph, Lin Xiaobai activated his system, linking him to the Tevat world and becoming the spokesperson for the water deity, Furina. That very night, when Lin Xiaobai arrived in this new world, Furina, feeling lonely and exhausted, curled up in her room, silently crying while hugging her knees. As she wept, without warning, images of another world invaded her mind, revealing two spirited little boys tumbling down from the rooftop. Later, one of the boys, who bore a striking resemblance to her, informed her that by cultivating followers of Focalors in this world, he could assist her in restoring her divine power. A month prior, after Lin Xiaobai had proclaimed to a patient, "Do you acknowledge the justice god Focalors, whose fairness is unparalleled and beauty unmatched?" Furina's divine power was indeed restored. It turned out that the entity merely masquerading as a deity could wield elemental forces without the need for a vision. Furina felt immense gratitude towards Lin Xiaobai. Over the span of 10 years, Furina had witnessed Lin Xiaobai's growth firsthand. Every morning, her first task upon rising from the Moma Palace was to check if Lin Xiaobai was awake, engaging in conversations with him within her mind. After Lin Xiaobai assumed her role, the once lonely girl had not shed a single tear. The 5 centuries spent safeguarding Fontaine seemed to become much more enjoyable. She often joked that given her age and having watched him grow, she could very well be his mother. Yet Lin Xiaobai would always retort, "I certainly do not want maternal love to become distorted." Furina could not comprehend what was meant by distortion of maternal love. How could a mother's love ever be anything but pure? She simply cherished Lin Xiaobai dearly. As they stepped out of the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, feeling the refreshing breeze envelop him, Lin Xiaobai spread his arms wide. "Wow, Lin Xiaobai, am finally discharged." Lin Qiye stood nearby, observing the overly enthusiastic Lin Xiaobai, and helplessly remarked, "And has already completed the enrollment procedures for you at number 2 high school. We can attend school together next week." Lin Xiaobai did not respond to Lin Qiye, but turned around, squinting as he inquired, "Lin Qiye, do you not acknowledge that the god of justice, Focalors, is unrivaled in fairness and unparalleled in beauty?" Lin Qiye replied, "I do not concede to that." Lin Xiaobai, exasperated, exclaimed, "Lin Qiye, you deceive me. You have forsaken our god of justice." Lin Qiye shook his head and corrected him once more. "However, the true god of justice is indeed Themis. Xiaobai, now that you've been discharged from the hospital, it would be prudent not to constantly mention Furcalos otherwise. Dr. Li might confine you again." In Lin Kai's perception, had Lin Xiaobai referred to the god of justice recognized by the general populace, he might have remained silent. Yet, it was precisely because Xiaobai incessantly championed the so-called doctrines of Furcalos that he had spent more time in the psychiatric hospital than Lin Qiye himself. Thus, to a certain extent, Lin Qiye held a critical view of Furcalos, and unless something extraordinary occurred, it would be challenging to alter his perspective. Observing Lin Kai's reaction, Xiaobai sighed internally. For 10 years, Lin Qiye has persistently doubted the existence of Furcalos, even instinctively correcting me to refer to the god of justice as Themis whenever I mention Furcalos. But that is of no consequence. The phantom will soon arrive, and at that moment, this simpleton will be illuminated by the glory of Furcalos. He shall regard Furcalos with newfound respect. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiaobai chose not to argue, but instead smiled and said, "It's all right. Lin Qiye, one day, you shall believe." Chapter 2. Vowing to meet Furina online friends. Upon returning home, before even opening the door, Lin Xiaobai enthusiastically shouted from outside, "Mom, Imbuk." Upon hearing this, his aunt, busy in the kitchen, trembled slightly with a knife in her hand. Opening the door to find Lin Xiaobai beaming with a silly grin, she reddened around the eyes and enveloped him in an embrace. "Xiaobai, you're back. Come in. Mom, this is the nutritional supplement I bought for you on the way. Remember to take it daily." "Silly child, I'm quite well. I don't need any supplements." His aunt, who had taken Lin Xiaobai in, was lovingly referred to as Mom by him. Initially, Lin Xiaobai had some reluctance, wishing to address her in the same manner as Lin Qiye. However, her meticulous care had completely melted his heart, and thus the name stuck. At that moment, Yang Jin also rushed out from his room, giving Lin Xiaobai a big hug. "Bro, welcome home." Lin Xiaobai reciprocated the embrace, grinning widely as he pulled Yang Jin into the room to share the teachings of the water god. During dinner, the family gathered around the small dining table. Though crowded, the atmosphere was warm and joyful. His aunt continued to serve dishes to the 3 brothers. "Xiaobai, Qiye, I've completed the enrollment procedures for number 2 high school. You'll be able to start in a week." You two will be in the same class. Remember to foster good relationships with your classmates and look out for one another. Xiaobai, I have already informed your homeroom teacher about your special circumstances, so do not harbor any worries in your heart. Just attend school as usual, Lin Xiaobai said, picking up a piece of lean meat from his bowl to feed Xiao Heilai, all the while smiling. Rest assured, Mom, not only will I attend school normally, but I also aim to gain admission to a prestigious university and support you in the future. Lin Qiye cast a gloomy glance at Lin Xiaobai, pondering, how is that exactly what I wanted to say? Me too. Auntie both Xiaobai and I will strive hard, he added. Auntie's face glowed with emotion. With your intentions, I am already very satisfied. Do not think too much, just focus on your studies. Yang Jin, in a somewhat adolescent manner, raised his hand. I also want to learn from my two elder brothers. First, let's aim for a good high school. The three brothers exchanged smiles. After dinner, they engaged in conversation with Annie for quite a while until bedtime, at which point Xiaobai and Qiye returned to their respective rooms. Upon entering his room, Xiaobai sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes. The surrounding images began to swirl, and in the next moment, he found himself standing in the corridor of the Divine Hospital. There were 7 rooms in total. Lin Xiaobai proceeded directly to the last room, gazing at the golden plaque on the door, which bore the exquisite inscription, Genshin Activate. As he pushed open the door, it felt akin to opening a portal to another world. Beyond the door lay a lush expanse of prairie. A gentle breeze wafted from within, dispersing the faint mist in the corridor and refreshing the air. As he stepped inside, the original 7th room vanished entirely, as if it had never existed in the Divine Hospital. On the prairie, 7 statues of the 7 gods and a grand villa towered above, resembling the scene from the Genshin game within no discernible difference. The statue of the water god emitted a faint, shimmering aquamarine glow. Approaching the statue of the water god, a soft blue data panel materialized in the air before him. Host, Lin Xiaobai. Realm, Zhan. Divine Ruins, Dance of the Sinners. Offering level, Level 1. Offering experience, 200500. God-slaying experience, 0500. This was Lin Xiaobai's system panel, invisible to Furina. The offering level, akin to that in the Genshin game, was divided into 10 tiers. Each level unlocked significant enhancements for Lin Xiaobai. For instance, upon reaching level 1, he transitioned directly from an ordinary person to the Zhan realm. As for offering experience, it was the faith power collected for the deity he represented. The collection methods were straightforward. First, by uttering that particular adolescent phrase. If the other party responded with yes, the collection was deemed successful. Secondly, if an individual was genuinely captivated by the power of the water god, experience could be garnered repeatedly without requiring a response. Regarding god-slaying experience, it was obtained simply by defeating enemies. The stronger the foe, the more experience acquired. Once the experience reached 500 points, the system shop would open for a limited time. When the offering level of the statue reached level 10, Xiaobai would be able to summon the deity into this world. Contemplating this, Lin Xiaobai communicated in his mind to Furina. Although you cannot see the panel, I have been studying the system for a decade. Once the statue reaches level 10, we will finally meet online. Furina sat in her chamber within the Mang Palace, adorably puffing her cheeks. If it took you 10 years to reach the first level, does that not mean the 10th will take a century? Lin Xiaobai responded with an enigmatic smile. Hee, can you guess why I began preparing for my discharge a month ago? As Lin Xiaobai emerged from the room, he readied himself to return to reality, only to be met by a thunderous and heavy knocking at the entrance of the Divine Mental Hospital. Xiaobai was well aware that it was Lin Qiye entering the dream. It seemed Qiye would be knocking throughout the night. Did he not tire from such early awakenings? Contemplating this, Xiaobai donned a serious expression, clasped his hands behind his back, and traversed the path to the hospital's entrance. In a voice both rugged and imbued with a divine tone, he articulated each word distinctly. Please depart. The hospital shall not open its doors tonight. Lin Qiye had never held much hope for entry. However, to his astonishment, a voice from within replied, momentarily rendering him speechless. For reasons unknown, he felt a peculiar familiarity with this voice. May I inquire who you are? He asked, a hint of trepidation lacing his tone. Kelly, the voice within responded, now steadier. Though Lin Qiye found it peculiar, he refrained from further questioning. He offered a slight bow at the door, stating, "Since the doors cannot open tonight, Lin Qiye shall return another day." The two brothers awakened almost simultaneously from their dreams. Lin Xiaobai, clutching a pillow between his legs, bid Funning a good night before comfortably drifting into slumber. On the other side, the unfortunate Lin Qiye lay on his back, his eyes wide open, unable to find sleep. His mind buzzed with thoughts. Kelly, who is she? Why is she in the dreamlike realm of the mental hospital? I'm sorry, but there is no content provided for me to edit or translate. Please provide the text you would like me to work on. Chapter 3. Behold the Water God. 1 week later, outside the gate of Tsanan Second High School. Wow, who is this handsome blind gentleman? A new alumnus, perhaps? And the one beside him. Although he appears rather simple-minded, he is undeniably both charming and adorable, right? Both of these individuals are remarkably handsome. Oh, how I wish to get to know them. Our school has suddenly welcomed 2 such dashing boys. I particularly fancy the one next to the blind gentleman. Wait, what? Is he approaching us? As expected, the 2 strikingly attractive brothers instantly captured the attention of the female students at the school. However, the conspicuous Xiaobai, upon overhearing the girls' chatter, elegantly walked over, his expression turning earnest. "Excuse me, could you kindly direct me to class 2 of year 2? Lin Qiye swiftly interjected, interrupting Xiaobai's endeavor. Lin Xiaobai. Lin Qiye, you are the greatest obstacle in my mission to spread the doctrine of the Water God. After the bewildered girls provided directions, Lin Qiye quickly pulled Xiaobai away. Upon entering the classroom, all eyes immediately focused on them. Although Qiye and Xiaobai could support each other at school, their aunt remained concerned. She had visited just yesterday to distribute eggs to class 2 of year 2, pleading with them to take care of her nephews. Dear classmates, I implore you to assist me. My nephew and son will be transferring here tomorrow. One has impaired vision, while the other is somewhat muddled in his thoughts. I kindly ask for your extra attention toward them. Please do not fear my son, despite his confusion and unique perspectives. He has always been a kind-hearted child who would never harm you. No. The aunt does not consider herself pitiful. On the contrary, they are her pride. With her heartfelt request, the loyal Wang Xiao and Li Yifei immediately stepped forward. After a round of pleasantries, they guided the 2 brothers to seats by the window in the back row. Class monitor Jiang Qian observed Lin Xiaobai's cheerful demeanor and remarked, Lin Xiaobai, you seem truly optimistic. Jiang Qian's comment stemmed from her awareness, gleaned from the aunt, of Lin Xiaobai's unusual mental state. She aimed to bridge the gap and foster a closer connection, thus enabling better care for this student with intellectual challenges. Of course, had Lin Xiaobai been privy to Jiang Qian's intentions, he would have first expressed his gratitude and then overturned the table. Though I have just emerged from a psychiatric hospital, I do not possess intellectual disabilities. During class, contemplating the imminent challenge of the evening study session, Lin Xiaobai discreetly assessed his skills. Lonely Heart Salon invites guests of the Lonely Heart Salon to battle, and based on the user's current attributes, assigns guests as salon members or water singers. Furina's E-skill was a reward Lin Xiaobai received upon achieving level 1 in worship last month. By merely meditating in his mind, Lin Xiaobai could choose to summon either water singers for healing or salon members for offense. As for the realm of god-slaying, Lin Xiaobai had already reached a higher tier within the realm of Zen. Even without relying on skills, it has become effortless to vanquish several demon-faced beings solely through sheer physical prowess. His mental fortitude in this realm is intricately linked to the strength of the trio. The higher his mental realm ascends, the greater the destructive force of the trio and the healing capabilities of the water bards. As he transitions from the realm of lamps to that of pawns, the power of the trio can even multiply 7-fold. Thus, disseminating the teachings of the water god and upgrading the divine statue have undeniably become Lin Xiaobai's paramount objectives. Reflecting on this, Lin Xiaobai covertly glanced at Lin Qiye, who was diligently attending the class beside him. Soon you shall discover whether Focalors truly exists. However, I hope this fellow's seraphim energy awakening does not lead to any unforeseen complications. What is this sudden ominous premonition I feel? As the evening study session concluded, Wang Xiao and Lin Qiye approached, their arms draped over each other's shoulders. Lin Qiye, Lin Xiaobai, let us return home together. The old district has been rather unsafe lately. It's better for everyone to look out for one another. Lin Qiye frowned slightly. Not safe? Wang Xiao glanced around, feigning mystery as he leaned closer to the two brothers. I've heard that there are foul entities lurking in the old district. Hey, don't speak recklessly and frighten our new classmate. If there were indeed foul entities, surely it would be reported. Jiang Qian playfully swatted Wang Xiao. Lin Xiaobai, in a typical dramatic fashion, raised his arm. Even if there are foul entities, divine beings will surely help us clear them away. Jiang Qian immediately burst into laughter. Who would have thought, Xiaobai, that you believe in the existence of deities? Under Lin Qiye's threatening gaze, Lin Xiaobai shrugged. Indeed, in my heart, the divine is very much real. On their way home, the voices of the high school students echoed beneath the cold moonlight as Wang Xiao persisted with his unsettling tales. I'm serious. I'm not joking. I've heard that over a dozen people have died in the old district. We must be extra cautious. Lin Xiaobai, is what your classmate said true? If your world were merely ordinary, how could you possibly have acquired such power? The other students dismissed Wang Xiao's words. Yet Furina grew concerned for Lin Xiaobai's safety. Fufu, are you worried about me? Cough, cough, I am not. I'm merely worried that you, as the water goddess representative, might be unable to continue spreading my teachings. Is it possible that I have already perished? Speak properly. I'm just joking. Today, I have inherited the power of the water god. No perverse murderer could possibly pose a threat to me. Furina's cheeks puffed up in indignation. This rascal dares to make light of such matters. Yet, at that moment, as Lin Xiaobai uttered those words, Furina's heart did momentarily cease, and a thought flitted through her mind. If anything would happen to Lin Xiaobai, she would truly be powerless to act. In such moments, Furina often found herself wishing, if only I possessed abilities akin to Focalors. I shall ignore you today, thought Furina, fuming in her mind at Lin Xiaobai. Just then, the group had already reached the alley, and Wang Xiao's voice echoed. Do you smell something peculiar? Lin Qiye sniffed carefully. Goodness, what a foul stench. Who on earth discarded expired meat here? Jiang Qian also took a whiff, immediately covering her nose. How sudden. Just a moment ago, there was no odor. Lin Xiaobai's eyes brightened. I know. It's the scent of a corpse. Jiang Qian swiftly smacked Lin Xiaobai's arm. You don't frighten us. Wang Xiao trembled all over. Should we perhaps take a detour? At that moment, Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. He strained to sense everything around him, yet his perception only extended 10 meters, and he had not detected anything amiss. Conversely, Xiaobai reigned in his excitement, murmuring, They are coming, they are getting closer. Chapter 4. Lin Qiye and Focalors truly exist. As Lin Xiaobai's voice faded, a pair of crimson eyes began to materialize in the dark alley. This time, Lin Qiye finally sensed the presence of the ghostly figure, and the 10-meter distance was sufficient for the other 3 classmates to witness this chilling scene. Upon seeing the ghastly visage and towering form of the specter, poor Wang Xiao's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Everyone run. Lin Qiye, stay at the back. Run. Xiaobai, hurry. Simultaneously, Furina screamed within Lin Xiaobai's mind. At that moment, Fufu was utterly at a loss, her only response being frantic cries, unsure of what else she could do. Although Lin Xiaobai had gained powers akin to hers, Furina harbored no belief that he could contend with such terrifying monsters. After all, Teyvat possessed elemental powers. What did their world have to offer? Deep down, she perceived Xiaobai as an ordinary mortal, weak and fragile. In an instant, Furina's unusual eyes were veiled by a mist of despair, her expression transforming into one of profound hopelessness. She did not want to lose Lin Xiaobai. She truly did not. For 10 years, he had been her sole friend, and if anything were to happen to him, how could she possibly endure? Why? Why am I not Focalors? Why am I merely an impersonator of the divine? Under the weight of pressure, madness reclaimed Furina's persona. Why am I not Focalors? Why am I not Focalors? These words echoed in her mind like a relentless barrage. For the first time in a decade, She fervently yearned to be by Xiaobai's side, even if it meant being powerless, just as she had been for the past 5 centuries. Yet, to die together would be a comfort. Lin Qiye felt the same. Upon seeing those scarlet eyes, he sensed the approach of more ghostly figures behind them. His first instinct was not to seek an escape for himself, but to protect Xiaobai. Gripping his guiding cane tightly, his face etched with tension, yet his voice unwavering, he declared, "Xiaobai, stay close to me. We are surrounded." Upon hearing these words, the faces of the other 3 classmates turned ashen. Yet Lin Xiaobai, gazing at the encroaching crimson eyes, slowly stepped towards Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye's heart raced, and he sternly admonished, "Lin Xiaobai, what are you doing? Come back immediately." Turning his head, Lin Xiaobai revealed for the first time in a decade a serious yet gentle smile. "Lin Qiye, although I am just a healer, you have cared for me for so long. Now it is my turn to care for you. Do you know why I've always insisted that Focalors is unparalleled? Because she truly exists." As he spoke, a blue luminescence flickered from Lin Xiaobai's left hand, resembling a diminutive blue firefly that illuminated the dark alley ever so slightly. The adorable and charismatic water singers surged forth, leaving Lin Qiye momentarily stunned. He immediately felt enveloped by a healing force, momentarily lost in thought. Focalors truly exists? On the other side, within the sewers of the old town, Hong Ying was engaged in a fierce battle with a monstrous entity before her. Initially, she was merely aware of the presence of the ghost-faced beings, but never could she have imagined that among them lurked a ghost-faced king. The anxious voice of Chun Mai crackled through her earpiece. "Hong Ying, you must exercise extreme caution. Do not confront it directly. The ghost-faced king is a formidable adversary, and at this moment, you are not its equal." "I understand." Before Hong Ying could finish her words, the ghost-faced king lunged with remarkable speed, its razor-sharp claws raking across her back, leaving a deep gash from which blood flowed freely. Yet, in that very instant, a warm and soothing energy enveloped her, swiftly mending her wound. Stunned, Hong Ying murmured, "Such an extraordinary healing force." Beside her, Wu Xiangnan paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow and remarked, "It appears there are other owners of forbidden realms in our vicinity. Hong Ying, we must strive to delay the ghost-faced king. This situation is likely more complex than it seems." Meanwhile, 5 minutes prior, Zhao Kongcheng, who had been engrossed in a game, overheard the conversation between Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan through his headset. "Owners of forbidden realms? Impossible. I meticulously examined the area before setting up the barrier, and it was completely deserted," Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, surveying his surroundings. Just as he finished speaking, he caught sight of 3 ghost-faced beings racing across the rooftop of a nearby building. A chill ran down his spine. What on earth? How could ghost-faced beings emerge? "I suspect the owner of the Forbidden Realm is over there. I must investigate at once." "Wait, are you both experiencing the healing energy? Damn it, the range of that individual's abilities is far too extensive." With that, Zhao Kongsheng discarded his cigarette, extinguishing it with force, and sprinted towards Lin Xiaobai and the others. In the alleyway, the divine aura of the many water singers enveloped the space, their healing effects inflicting excruciating pain upon the ghost-faced beings. The ghost-faced entity before them, unable to endure the torment, roared and charged forward. "Get back, Xiaobai!" Lin Qiye could no longer entertain the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He brandished his guiding staff and yanked Lin Xiaobai aside, propelling himself forward. Aware of the numerous monsters approaching from behind and above, and with Jiang Xian, Wang Xiao, and Li Yifei on the ground requiring protection, Lin Qiye felt a sense of urgency. He had no choice but to stand against the ghost-faced being charging towards Xiaobai, hoping that Xiaobai's summoned creatures could buy him some time. However, just as Lin Qiye was about to collide with the ghost-faced being, a figure darted past him with astonishing speed. In an instant, a fist landed squarely on the ghost-faced being's cheek, deforming its monstrous visage and sending its massive body hurtling through the air. Lin Qiye halted in a daze. Lin Xiaobai's voice rang out in pain. "Why is its face so hard? Oh my, that hurt like hell." His fists bore marks of abrasions, yet they swiftly vanished under the ministrations of the benevolent water singers. Within the halls of the Mo Meng Palace, Fu Ningna knelt upon the floor. Her gaze fixed upon Lin Xiaobai's striking movements, her sobs abruptly silenced. Lost in a daze, she murmured after a long pause, "Can Lin Xiaobai truly defeat this fearsome creature?" Chapter 5. Lin Qiye, open your eyes. It was evident that this marked the first occasion on which Lin Xiaobai shattered Fu Ningna's perception, finally revealing to her the formidable power of the god-slaying realm. It is worth noting that Lin Xiaobai had reached an advanced level of the state of mind, corresponding to the power system of Teyvat. Possessing the water god's forbidden ruins, he surpassed the typical wielder of a vision. Despite lacking formal training, he exuded the fierce spirit of a street brawler, more than capable of overcoming the ghastly specters. One could assert that as long as the King of Ghosts did not appear, Lin Xiaobai was confident he could resolve the situation before Zhao Kongqing's arrival, thus delivering a flawless display of bravado. However, it remained uncertain when Lin Qiye's divine ruins would awaken. Having already resorted to my fists, you wouldn't remain dormant, would you? Could it be that you require me, your brother, to resort to some form of self-sacrifice? Oh no, though there are numerous water singers, the specter's blows are still quite painful, you know. Oh, never mind. Let me show off a little, or I would be remiss to disregard the tears of concern from Fu Fu. One must acknowledge that upon hearing Fu Fu's weeping, Lin Xiaobai was once again profoundly moved by her kindness. Unfortunately, his moment of heroism lasted a mere 7 seconds. Soon after, the frantic screams of Jiang Qian pierced the air. The two brothers turned in unison, only to find two ghastly specters grinning menacingly at them from behind. Even more alarming was the sight of 3 additional specters on the rooftops of the surrounding houses, their grotesque visages laid bare. Their gaze was unmistakably fixed upon Lin Xiaobai. After all, he had just dispatched one of their own. Observing the specters on the rooftop, Lin Qiye furrowed his brow and instinctively sought to shield Lin Xiaobai. Lin Xiaobai felt a surge of anxiety. After all, he had caught that creature off guard moments ago, but now faced 5 adversaries while also needing to protect Jiang Qian and the others, which was quite the conundrum. It dawned on him why the characters in the original narrative met their demise so swiftly. Family, friends, and love were the most significant ties that hindered one's readiness to draw their blade. Though Lin Xiaobai was not overly sentimental, he could not bear the thought of his classmates, who had shown him kindness, perishing before his eyes. In a moment of tension, he quickly addressed Lin Qiye. "Brother, you go protect Jiang Qian and the others. With my healing abilities, I should be able to hold them off for a while." Upon hearing the term brother, Lin Qiye's heart quivered. He understood that Lin Xiaobai had uttered it out of overwhelming anxiety. Otherwise, this prideful individual would have always referred to him as Lin Qiye, never employing such an affectionate term. Yet it was precisely this utterance that stirred a sense of sorrow within Lin Qiye. "Lin, oh Lin, what manner of being are you? Why must your brother be the one to protect you? Had you not vowed in your heart to safeguard Lin Xiaobai, your aunt?" And Yang Jin, clenching his fists, Lin Qiye declared, "All right, I will go. Xiaobai, be careful. Even with your special abilities, do not engage recklessly. If you can run, then run. I will also seek an opportunity to escape." Yet, how could they possibly find a chance to flee? Initially, the ghost-faced beings merely confronted and probed the owner of the forbidden ruins. However, upon witnessing Lin Qiye darting away, the 3 ghost-faced figures atop the roof sprang into action without hesitation. As Lin Qiye sprinted forward, the chilling wails of the ghost-faced beings intertwined with the sound of Lin Xiaobai's fists striking flesh and the tearing of fabric, creating a haunting symphony in the dimly lit alley that sent Lin Qiye's heart into a constricting spiral. Lin Xiaobai, who had never engaged in a fight throughout his life, had always been the gentle soul in the hospital, spreading kindness among fellow patients. Why, as his elder brother, should he bear the brunt of such trials? Moreover, they had only just vowed to look after their aunt. Could it truly end like this? He felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, a deep-seated unwillingness. Lin Qiye gripped his cane tighter, his knuckles turning pale from the exertion. Meanwhile, the 2 ghost-faced beings lunged towards Jiang Qian and the others. Lin Qiye understood all too well that even if he reached them in time, He would likely be unable to save these 3 classmates who had consistently cared for him and Xiaobai. After all, these classmates had been looking out for them throughout the day. In that moment, guilt, helplessness, despair, and the fierce desire to protect his brother intertwined within Lin Qiye's very soul. Why must it be like this? At last, the pent-up emotions surged forth from Lin Qiye's spirit, erupting like a blazing sun, determined to eradicate all darkness in the world. His body radiated a brilliant golden light as he began to rise slowly. As the divine radiance of the seraph encircled him, Lin Qiye finally, after a decade of closure, opened his eyes once more. Chapter 6. Focalors, the Descent of the Divine. A wisp of black satin fluttered in the wind, brushing against Lin Xiaobai's eyes. In that fleeting moment, even the ghastly figure was momentarily halted in awe of such a miraculous phenomenon. Lin Xiaobai's vision was obscured, and as if by some ancestral legacy, everything around him became utterly indistinct. He endured the agonizing pain of his wounds, tearing yet healing, and forcefully tore away the satin from his eyes. I refuse to accept this inheritance. But did you see that person soaring over there? He is the agent of the seraphim. Hey, you're all doomed. The words of the loquacious Lin Xiaobai had scarcely left his lips when a golden beam of light, bright enough to illuminate the heavens over Changnan City, shot skyward. However, what Lin Xiaobai did not anticipate was, witnessing Lin Qiye's transformation for the first time, that beam of light resembled a black hole, wildly drawing them in. Grab onto something. Lin Xiaobai's heart raced, and he shouted to Jiang Qian and the others. Immediately, he witnessed the nearest ghastly figure being engulfed, instantly torn apart into a mist of blood. This unforeseen circumstance left Lin Xiaobai utterly bewildered. How was this so different from the original narrative? Wasn't this supposed to be the moment when Lin Qiye opened his eyes and began a massacre? Damn it, did the seraphim intend to eliminate them all? Fortunately, there were water pipes nearby for Jiang Qian and the others to cling to, and with the combined strength of the water singers counteracting the pull, they managed to hold on, albeit with great difficulty. Lin Xiaobai, however, found himself in a more precarious position, standing at a crossroads, surrounded by slick walls, while a ghastly figure loomed menacingly beside him. As the gravitational force intensified, his legs began to betray him, inching closer to Lin Qiye. He could already envision the moment Lin Qiye awakened, unleashing an explosive energy that would obliterate them in an instant. He could not fathom why Michael's power had suddenly become so formidable. Could it be due to the presence of Focalors? Lin Xiaobai felt tears welling up in his eyes. Am I truly going to meet my end here? Slain by Lin Qiye's transformation? Have I labored for a decade in vain? In the Mo Mang Palace, Furina's heart was tightly knotted. Tears had not ceased to flow down her cheeks all night. If it were possible, she would gladly relinquish all the elemental power she had just acquired to aid Lin Xiaobai through this perilous moment. Seeing Lin Xiaobai leap onto the back of a ghastly figure to resist the pull, Furina cried out in despair. Focalors, I implore you, please help him. Focalors, I beg you, assist him. At that moment, just as the second ghastly figure was torn into blood mist in the rain-soaked Aubacley Opera House, the once solemn Judgment Cardinal, standing at the center of the stage, began to rotate. Starting from a faint blue light, the Judgment Cardinal spun faster and faster, the blue glow intensifying. Finally, a resonant sound of energy gathering echoed. With a hum, a colossal azure beam of light surged into the sky. It shot straight up into the darkened clouds, causing the citizens of Fontaine to gaze upward in astonishment at this miraculous spectacle. At the same time, in the world of divine slaying, what is happening in the old district? What is this radiant pillar? Goodness, could it be that someone is transcending, rather than merely transcending? I believe this signifies ascension. The city of Changnan is on the brink of transformation. Clearly, the luminous column unleashed by Lin Qiye has captured the attention of half the inhabitants of Changnan City. Meanwhile, the Ghost-Face King has just escaped from Team 136. The group, dejected, emerges from a sewer only to be utterly astounded by the spectacle in the sky. The energy fluctuations are terrifying. It must be the emergence of the forbidden ruins. Wu Xiangnan gazes upward, and as someone well-versed in the Forbidden Ruins, he now feels an unsettling prickling at the back of his head. This power must belong to a being of at least the unmeasured realm. Wouldn't you agree? Si Xiaonan, clutching herself, her eyes widening in astonishment, clearly reveals her shock. No, this does not resemble the Forbidden Ruins of humanity. Wu Xiangnan meticulously senses the power in the air and suddenly frowns. Hong Ying stares blankly at the radiant pillar. This resembles the Forbidden Ruins of a deity? Upon hearing Hong Ying's words, the group is once again taken aback. However, it is evident that this is not the same force that healed us moments ago. Hong Ying's pupils constrict suddenly, goosebumps rising on her arms. Could it be that there are two possessors of the divine ruins over there? No sooner had Hong Ying spoken than the previously dim half of the sky erupted into a brilliant blue light, swirling within the clouds, coalescing into an energy pillar. Before anyone could respond, it descended with a thunderous crash. Almost parallel to the golden light pillar, it landed upon the alleyway in the old district. If the earlier golden pillar suggested an extraordinary ascension, then this descending blue pillar embodies the very power of the divine. Chapter 7. She never considers herself on the moon. Mikael beheld the surge of blue energy, his divine eyes narrowing in concentration, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Indeed, the young man beside Lin Qiye was under the scrutiny of a deity. Mikael infused the beam of light with a gravitational force, intending to compel the divine presence behind Lin Xiaobai to reveal itself. At this moment, he discerned that the force opposing him was emanating from an unknown deity. If that deity were solitary, Mikael, accustomed to conceptual-level abilities, would surely scoff inwardly. What merit does such power possess to stand beside me? However, it was evident that the adversary understood that relying solely on their own strength to traverse the barriers of two worlds and rescue the young man beside Lin Qiye would be exceedingly challenging. Thus, he could sense the intertwining of two distinct forces, perfectly capable of contending with his own. Mikael felt that power, confident, selfless, composed, and compassionate. It seemed that even with the blade poised to fall, she would not retreat a single step if it meant saving humanity. Why should a deity embody human emotions? Mikael, with a calm demeanor, uttered a remark and turned away, severing the connection between himself and the force shared by Lin Qiye. In the alley, Lin Xiaobai was enveloped in a blue radiance, which had already neutralized the violent energy unleashed by Lin Qiye. He could distinctly sense a form of mental energy, foreign to the realm of god-slaying, coursing through his meridians, ultimately coexisting with his original power. At this moment, he even felt three small sea creatures joyfully frolicking within his soul, seemingly eager to emerge. Thus, with an unconscious wave of his hand, a burst of blue light manifested from his palm. The innocent and whimsical maid, Shebalita, the astute manager, Heroine, and the debonair Lord Usher sprang forth from a fissure in the azure space, sparkling with vitality. Simultaneously, Zhao Kongsheng, having witnessed two beams of light racing side by side, hastened to the scene of the incident. How infuriating! How could two owners of the Forbidden Realm appear at once? Is the Forbidden Realm in Songnan City wholesale? Why was I left out? As Zhao Kongsheng arrived, he caught sight of a charming little crab that playfully released a round bubble, which collided with a ghastly figure. Upon contact, the unfortunate creature, much like its companion, was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Zhao Kongsheng was momentarily taken aback. What the hell? Even seafood can outshine me. As the last surviving ghastly figure in the alley was dispatched, the blue light surrounding Lin Xiaobai and the golden light enveloping Lin Qiye simultaneously vanished. Lin Qiye, who had initially intended to unleash a slaughter, found himself gazing at the three adorable sea creatures that were now attentively observing them, seemingly awaiting Lin Xiaobai's next command. Is it over? Lin Xiaobai, still processing the two forces within him, scratched his head at Lin Qiye's inquiry. It seems like it's been resolved. So, what about these three? Lin Qiye had just witnessed the bear-like specter obliterated by Xie Belated strike. Reflecting on how Lin Xiaobai had been shrieking moments ago, he inquired, Xiaobai, Has your power been fully unlocked? Lin Xiaobai cast a glance at the three little ones. Now certain that the newfound strength coursing through him was indeed the elemental power of Focalors. Furthermore, he sensed that the infusion of this elemental force had significantly enhanced his mental faculties. Focalors, I implore you, please assist him. After Funingna's heart-wrenching cry echoed, Focalors truly intervened. Lin Xiaobai understood that Focalors' involvement at this juncture was perilous for her. Thus, he felt deeply moved by the unfolding events. With Funingna witnessing Lin Xiaobai's rescue, her spirits lifted, and upon observing him conversing with Qiye, she surprisingly suggested you should comfort Lin Qiye first before returning to her bed, embracing her fair knees. Silently observing the brothers' interaction, Lin Xiaobai regained his focus and nodded at Lin Qiye. Our situation seemed quite similar. I have unlocked my power, though not entirely. Lin Qiye raised his palm, glancing down, and like Xiaobai, he too felt the surge of his mental energy swelling within. Just as he prepared to continue their discussion, he caught the scent of smoke, instinctively turning to see a scruffy-looking uncle behind him. Zhao Kongcheng surveyed the bloody ground, frowning. Did you all handle this? Lin Xiaobai pointed to Xiaobai. It was her. Zhao Kongcheng remained silent. Xiaobai tilted her head, seemingly perplexed by the attention directed at her. The two beams of light earlier had originated from him and her. Lin Xiaobai gestured toward Madame Huaima and Lord Usher, who also tilted their heads in unison. Does the master want us to confront this uncle? Zhao Kongcheng comprehended that this seemingly foolish individual was subtly advising him to retreat. Truly, the owner of the Forbidden Ruins possessed great wisdom disguised as simplicity. Therefore, Zhao Kongcheng cut to the chase. I understand that both of you have acquired extraordinary powers. I mean no harm. How about we relocate to another place, and I treat you to a late-night snack? You must be exhausted and hungry after your battle. Let's find a spot to eat and chat. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaobai turned to Lin Qiye beside him. Do you feel a pent-up power within you, with nowhere to unleash it? Lin Qiye replied. Indeed. The last monster was dispatched by Lin Xiaobai's summon, leaving him with energy that craved release. At that moment, Lin Xiaobai bypassed Zhao Kongcheng, assisting Jiang Qian and the others to their feet, then turned to Zhao Kongcheng. Uncle, there are a few witnesses here. They seem quite shaken. Perhaps you could escort them home? Zhao Kongcheng felt a vain throb on his forehead, interpreting Lin Xiaobai's words as a suggestion that these three still needed their memories erased, prompting him to address their situation first. He furrowed his brow once more, disregarding Zhao Kongcheng entirely, his gaze fixated solely on Lin Xiaobai. Do you perchance possess some knowledge? Lin Xiaobai raised her hands in a gesture of innocence, her expression utterly harmless. Do I not appear so? The conjurer of such an adorable familiar must undoubtedly be pure and unblemished. In Lin Xiaobai's mind, Funingna chuckled through her tears. Are you extolling yourself or me? You. Lin Xiaobai's thoughts echoed secretly in her mind. The foolish girl, caught between laughter and tears, hugged a nearby quilt closer, continuing to watch Lin Xiaobai's performance. Zhao Kongcheng, pressing his forehead, sighed. This is quite a predicament. Shall we wait for my colleague to arrive before we address this matter? Lin Qiye was about to say something, but Lin Xiaobai suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming, Oh no, I left my backpack at the mouth of the alley. Zhao Kongcheng's expression darkened. Despite having a straightforward solution to the ghostly figure, she had panicked and abandoned her bag? Then go retrieve it. Lin Xiaobai tugged at Lin Qiye's arm with a pitiful demeanor. Brother, please accompany me. I fear the dark. Lin Qiye, though hesitant, recognized the glimmer of mischief in Lin Xiaobai's bright eyes, and being equally astute, understood the situation. Having entrusted Jiang Qian and the others to Zhao Kongcheng, there was no better time to slip away. Thus, 3 minutes later, Zhao Kongcheng, crouched on the ground smoking, was initially busy calming the three high school students before sensing something amiss. Glancing around, he suddenly realized that the trio of little sea creatures had mysteriously vanished. Damn it! He threw away his cigarette and stood up, hastening towards the mouth of the alley. Indeed, Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qiye had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 8. The demise of Furina once again. On the journey home, Lin Qiye felt a tumult of emotions. His younger brother, whom he had diligently cared for, had unveiled extraordinary powers. He had proclaimed himself a healer, yet the ferocity of that little octopus's assault seemed far from a healer's demeanor. Hesitating for a moment, he finally uttered, "So the god of justice, Focalors, is indeed real." I had always believed. Lin Xiaobai appeared to have forgotten the recent harrowing events. Retreating with a playful chuckle, "I told you, it's not famous." No, not famous at all." "Ah, now you understand." "So, Lin Qiye, do you concede that the god of justice, Focalors, is unparalleled in fairness and possesses incomparable beauty?" Lin Qiye gazed at Lin Xiaobai, though his words were laced with mirth. An inexplicable reverence shone through his demeanor. Was it perhaps due to Focalors' intervention on his behalf? Thus, for the first time, Lin Qiye spoke with sincerity. "I concede." Lin Xiaobai's smile broadened, but soon he sighed. "Yet I find myself troubled." Lin Qiye. "Troubled by what?" "Focalors has her own dilemmas to confront. In aiding me, she seems poised to expose herself. Moreover, your seraph should also have sensed her presence by now." When Lin Xiaobai initially mentioned Focalors in the asylum, Lin Qiye had assumed it was merely a figment of his brother's imagination, conjured in his delusions. However, witnessing Lin Xiaobai's capabilities firsthand this evening, Lin Qiye finally comprehended that the world his brother spoke of was indeed tangible. "Is it possible that your deity may encounter peril?" Upon overhearing the brother's discourse, Furina sat upright. This was the first time in a decade she had heard Lin Xiaobai speak of Focalors. To be candid, even she was wholly ignorant of Focalors' true nature. Perhaps there may be danger, yet with her wisdom, she likely possesses ample assurance to act as she has. However, in a certain regard, the affairs of deities are beyond our influence. "Lin Qiye, I am but an ordinary person. Should not an ordinary individual repay a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude?" Lin Qiye fell silent. In that moment, his brother, who had shared a decade of confinement in the asylum with him, seemed more insightful than anyone else. After a moment of contemplation, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Did you not mention initially that by spreading the doctrines of the water god, a deity would grow ever stronger?" Lin Xiaobai's brow furrowed. "Yet I am uncertain whether Focalors' divine strength can resolve all adversities. However, if one deity's power proves insufficient, I shall unlock a second. If that fails, then I shall summon a seventh. I, Lin Xiaobai, fear no challenges. After all, they are all benevolent beings. The synergy of collective wisdom and action shall render us invincible." Lin Qiye had intended to affirm that this was indeed commendable, but upon realization, he stood frozen in disbelief. "Wait, are there more experts?" Lin Qiye, with a hint of uncertainty, inquired, "Xiaobai, are you suggesting that there are 6 more deities like this?" Lin Xiaobai, having no intention of concealing the truth, joyfully enumerated Focalors, Morix, Barbados, Balzeb, Bair, Hebrim, Barnabas. Lin Qiye, this younger brother seems rather formidable. Excitedly, Lin Xiaobai continued, "Moreover, our lifespan is so long that perhaps in the future, illustrious heroes, rulers, and celestial beings will gaze upon us." Lin Qiye, what illustrious heroes, what rulers, what celestial beings. He realized he could comprehend less and less of what was being said. Yet, one thing remained clear. Lin Xiaobai's potential for growth had far surpassed his expectations. This realization stirred a sense of unease within him, for in such a world, possessing boundless potential often meant being targeted by adversaries intent on extinguishing that light in its infancy. With this thought in mind, Lin Qiye gazed earnestly at Lin Xiaobai and proclaimed, "Xiaobai, in the future, I shall join you in spreading the doctrine of the water deity." Lin Xiaobai paused, and a gentle smile illuminated his face once more. "Wonderful," he exclaimed, leaping onto Lin Qiye's back and raising his arms in jubilant celebration. Lin Qiye remarked, "If you wish to celebrate, then do so, but why leap onto my back? Don't you have energy to spare?" Silently, Lin Qiye carried Lin Xiaobai home. At that moment, the silhouettes of the 2 brothers elongated under the dim street lights, radiated a sense of happiness. Upon returning home, they were greeted by Yang Jin and the little black dog. Initially, they opened the door with cheerful spirits, but upon seeing the stubborn bloodstains on Lin Xiaobai, Yang Jin's expression changed, nearly fainting in alarm. "Xiaobai, have you been robbed?" Lin Xiaobai swiftly covered Yang Jin's mouth, signaling him to be quiet. "I'm fine. Don't let Mom hear. It will only worry her." Yang Jin, furrowing his brow, nodded and, holding the little black dog, glanced anxiously at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye shook his head at Yang Jin. "I will tell you everything when the opportunity arises. For now, let us keep this from Annie to spare her worry." After taking a shower and returning to his room, Furina inquired Lin Xiaobai about Focalors. Remember when we discussed the prophecy of Fontaine? You could view it as Focalors striving to prevent that prophecy from coming to fruition. Given the current circumstances, that's all I can divulge. Please do not hold it against me. I don't blame you. I've already waited 500 years. A few more years is inconsequential. Thank you for today, Fufu. Without you, we would truly have been in peril. Furina's face flushed crimson in an instant. She had, today, cried so hysterically in the presence of a boy. After the moment passed, the feeling of social embarrassment washed over her. You needn't thank me. You should thank Focalors. Earlier, that Violet had already sought me out, expressing his deep concern regarding the sudden changes in the ruling by the arbiter. However, I managed to deflect his worries with excuses. Of course, whether he believes me is another matter entirely. If it weren't for your desperate pleas for Focalors' assistance, she would not have intervened. Regardless, I owe you a great deal of gratitude. Lin Xiaobai, in his naivety, failed to grasp the nuances of a girl's shyness, even bringing up topics that should have been left unspoken. This only served to make Furina blush fervently, her cheeks aflame. Puffing out her cheeks, her face flushed. She playfully admonished, "Please, stop talking about it today. I genuinely thought you were lost to us. It was merely a moment of panic. You must never bring this up again. Do you understand?" "Understood. However, I am quite astonished that you managed to release both the water singers and the trio today. How could I not accomplish such a feat? It seems my ability to wield both the powers of the divine ruins and elemental forces simultaneously allows me to maintain two states at once. I am utterly envious of you. Hey, if you can come here in the future, perhaps you too can awaken the power of the divine ruins. And then you could genuinely assist Focalors. Wow, how can someone at the first level of divine stature think so far ahead?" Lin Xiaobai suddenly recalled the commotion he had caused today. Perhaps his divine statue had indeed leveled up. As he considered the time, Lin Qiye was also preparing to enter a dream to meet Nyx. As he continued conversing with Furina, Lin Xiaobai closed his eyes, returning to the dreamlike realm of the mental asylum of the gods. Moments latte. He gazed at the cerulean panel and the now exquisitely refined water deity statue in a daze. Furina, growing anxious, inquired, "What is happening?" The water deity statue appears to have undergone significant changes. It looks more complete and refined. Lin Xiaobai's mind raced with astonishment. Not merely more complete and refined, it had ascended 4 levels. This greatly exceeded his expectations. Host, Lin Xiaobai. Realm, Cup. Divine Ruins, Dance of the Sinners. Offering level, level 5. Offering experience, 4,510,000. God-slaying experience, 5,500. You have skills available for claim. 6. Click to claim. It was evident that today, half the city had witnessed the miracle of the water deity. Those citizens who marveled at Focalors had contributed to the offering experience of the water deity statue. Moreover, the experience list showed that Team 136 had provided him with an impressive 3,000 experience points. This indicated that even powerful ordinary individuals, as owners of the Forbidden Ruins, could offer additional experience. Thus, considering the forthcoming recruit training with so many owners of Forbidden Ruins, would it not be? The thought nearly made Lin Xiaobai drool. Of course, convincing that unruly group of capable individuals would not be an easy task. As for the god-slaying experience, eliminating those few ghost-faced beings was merely a trivial matter. At this moment, upon witnessing Lin Xiaobai's gradually discerning expression, Furina felt a surge of urgency. What's going on, Xiaobai? Speak up. The statue has been unlocked to level 5. Ah, it unlocked to level 5 all at once? Does this mean that before long, we shall be able to meet? As she spoke, Funina's cheeks flushed once more, prompting her to quickly amend. I mean, at that time, I will be able to fully restore my divine powers, correct? Indeed, and I will also be able to summon you. Furina retorted, Hey, what do you mean by summon? It makes me sound like a pet. Not a pet. You are Fufu, the most wonderful Furina in the world. Lin Xiaobai replied with a cheerful grin. A sweetness blossomed in Funina's heart, and the smile at the corners of her lips became impossible to suppress. Truly, she eagerly anticipated their meeting. Chapter 9. Something is amiss. She's my mother too. In the next moment, Lin Xiaobai fervently tapped the screen. Compared to the previous attempt, his speed had increased. Yet the extraction progress was considerably slower, filling him with anticipation. How many treasures are to be bestowed upon me? After a considerable while, the extraction was complete. Instantly, countless fragments of memories surged into Lin Xiaobai's mind, while the voice of Furina echoed in alarm. Xiaobai, I feel my power. It is continuously increasing. Lin Xiaobai was no different. He sensed the elemental energy within him becoming increasingly abundant. Before him, the water god's brilliance dimmed as it transferred all the faith power collected that evening into Lin Xiaobai's being. Moments later, Lin Xiaobai, panting, collapsed onto the grass, eager to examine his rewards. Offering Reward 1. Universal Revelry, Burst Technique. Harnessing the spirit of revelry to construct a stage of water foam. When the host performs a charming act before their teammates, both the host and allies enter a state of universal ecstasy, granting a threefold enhancement to all teammate strength, agility, endurance, and mental power, lasting for 15 minutes. Offering Reward 2. Sinner's Dance, Core Martial Technique. A unique martial art combining fresh, transparent bubbles with weapons and constellation, allowing the host's strength to double for 15 minutes. Offering Reward 3. Funina's Selected Destiny Stars 3. Offering Reward 4. Radiance of Tranquil Waters, doubles summon damage, while the host's healing effects also double. Additional reward for exceeding half the statue's level. As the Water Goddess agent, the host may grant 2 divine eyes to followers. Upon receiving a divine eye, the follower will enhance the host's offering value. Goodness gracious, with the additional rewards. There are a total of 5. Lin Xiaobai vowed he had never been so pleasantly overwhelmed by rewards in his life, and the skills bestowed upon him by Fufu were evidently optimized for the god-slaying realm. For instance, the Universal Revelry's Elemental Burst, which triples teammates' attributes, represents a significant enhancement for those engaged in god-slaying. However, what on earth is a charming act? As for the specialized weapon and his divine martial technique Sinner's Dance, both serve to augment Lin Xiaobai's own attributes, coupled with the enhancement effects of his ultimate move. Lin Xiaobai could unleash the power of a Pool Realm fighter, despite being at the level of a Lantern Realm. Lin Xiaobai gazed at the radiance of tranquil waters, which lay serenely on the grass, radiating a dazzling glow in the sunlight. He found himself utterly enamored. This was, after all, the most exquisite specialized weapon in the game. When it was first unveiled, he had been awestruck. Taking the tranquil water sword into his hands, a surge of power instantly connected with Lin Xiaobai, and he could immediately feel the 3 little ones within his consciousness frolicking more joyously than ever. Subsequently, Lin Xiaobai wasted no time in selecting Funina's Destiny Stars. Since he could choose freely, he unhesitatingly claimed the 2-star, 4-star, and 6-star options. 2-star. During the duration of the ultimate move, the host's endurance, including defensive power, is enhanced by 140. Upon reaching the 4th constellation, when summoned entities strike adversaries or the water's songstress heals allies, the host's mental energy will recover by 4. Upon attaining the 6th constellation, while summoned entities are present, the host can accumulate the All Eyes on Me effect for a duration of 10 seconds. Any attack thereafter will bestow a continuous healing effect of 500 upon allies and amplify the host's subsequent 6 attacks by an astounding factor of 60, while immediately depleting all of the host's mental energy. Upon witnessing this 6th constellation, Lin Xiaobai found himself momentarily stunned. 60-fold damage? This seems to be a prelude to god-slaying. However, following those 6 cataclysmic strikes, he would be rendered devoid of any combat capability, thus serving as a trump card against insurmountable foes. It must be said that Lin Xiaobai was exceedingly satisfied with this reward. Finally, Lin Xiaobai gazed at the 2 unclaimed hydronosis lying on the grass. According to the implanted memories, to successfully activate the gnosis, one must first earn the genuine devotion of the recipient to the Hydro Archon, thereby gaining the Archon's approval. The first person that came to Lin Xiaobai's mind was Zhao Kongsheng, for the gnosis would provide little enhancement to Lin Qiye, who already possessed a divine abode. Yet convincing Zhao Kongsheng to genuinely revere the Hydro Archon seemed an endeavor of hellish difficulty. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaobai was never one to shy away from challenges. He could address that matter when he sought refuge with Zhao. Once he had collected all his rewards in Teyvat, Furina had already made her way outside. She arrived at the training grounds of Croland, and seizing the opportunity when no one was around, summoned her 3 little companions. Faced with the training dummy clad in specialized metallic armor, Miss Xiaobai merely nudged it gently. The dummy, capable of withstanding Croland's sword strikes, was instantly reduced to dust, leaving Furina utterly astonished. Lin Xiaobai, I feel incredibly powerful right now, Furina exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. I sense my elemental energy has significantly increased, and my mental energy has also seen a slight enhancement. Wow, to think I am only at level 5, and yet have experienced such a remarkable boost. I am eagerly anticipating what lies ahead. Last night had been tumultuous, but it now appeared that the rewards from surviving the ordeal were indeed commensurate with the efforts of both individuals. At the very least, Furina could now be considered a competent user of elemental energy, capable of wielding it even without the aid of the gnosis, much like the traveler. However, given the offering values required for leveling up, unlocking the statues will become increasingly challenging, Lin Xiaobai remarked with prudent foresight. Then you should strive diligently. Allow me to start with this. I acknowledge the justice god Focalors, unrivaled in fairness and unparalleled in beauty. Hee. Not hee. Why not hee? I feel like a beleaguered laborer. Well, when I visit, I can bring you a few small cake from Fontaine, can I? Those are my favorite sweets. Hee. Lin Xiaobai's expression changed in an instant. How infuriating. Are you trying to deceive me? I would never. You said you'd bring them for me. I distinctly heard you. I will definitely savor the cake. Ho ho ho. Lin Xiaobai. The 2 were engaged in a playful banter when a resounding knock echoed at the door. It must be Lin Qiye. I need to go greet him. Okay. Just be careful. At the entrance of the Asylum of the Gods, Lin Qiye knocked while eagerly anticipating the arrival of the legendary Mr. Kelly. However, the name sounded somewhat feminine. He distinctly recalled that the individual had deliberately deepened their voice, yet there was an undeniable familiarity in that tone. A wave of anxiety washed over Lin Qiye. He knocked heavily on the door once more. This time, a loud creak resonated as the door was indeed opened from within. With eyes wide open in anticipation, Lin Qiye was greeted by a tall figure who emerged gracefully from the mist. His cheeks stiffened and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Indeed, it was Mr. Kelly, sporting an unforgettable smile as he dashed towards Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye was taken aback. Lin Xiaobai. Surprised, are we? Unexpected, right? Why are you here? I am Kelly. Speak properly. Lin Qiye felt as though his teeth would shatter in disbelief. Was this some sort of dream? Now, with a multiplayer mode? However, recalling that Lin Xiaobai had once fallen from the roof alongside him, perhaps his appearance here was indeed a twist of fate. So, Xiaobai, do you know what is in the asylum? Before he could finish, Lin Xiaobai cheerfully grabbed his arm and pulled him inside. Come on, come on. It's time to meet our mother. Lin Qiye was bewildered. How did things become so strange? 5 minutes later, after the brothers examined the patterns of 6-room doors, Lin Xiaobai personally pushed open the first door. Upon entering, Lin Qiye beheld the goddess of night, Nyx, gracefully seated in a flowing black gown, gazing vacantly ahead in the moonlight. Nervously, Lin Qiye glanced at Lin Xiaobai, who wore a beaming smile, even gesturing towards Nyx with a knowing expression. as if to say, go on. That is your mother. Lin Qiye was confused by Lin Xiaobai's meaning and reluctantly approached. Hello, I am Lin Qiye. As his words lingered in the air, text appeared on the wall behind Nix. Room 1. Patient. Nix. Task. Assist Nix in treating her mental illness. Upon reaching treatment progress of 1, 50, and 100, you may randomly acquire some of Nix's abilities. Staring at the text on the wall, Lin Qiye was taken aback. Lin Xiaobai mirrored his shock. Wait, why can I see this too? Is this a little reward for helping Lin Qiye treat Nix? Chapter 10. The Ultimate Prize of Nix. At this moment, Nix slowly lifted her head and gazed in the direction of Lin Qiye. Her pupils gradually transformed from murky to crystal clear. Her pale lips parted slightly, and soon, glistening tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Lin Qiye, bewildered, thought to himself, could she be mistaking herself for a family member? Moreover, given Nix's stay in a psychiatric facility and her current state, he felt an unsettling disquiet. Could it be that the mother Lin Xiaobai referred to is indeed her? Nix is one of the 5 primordial deities in ancient Greek mythology, standing among the highest echelons of the divine hierarchy. The inscription on the wall suggested that treatment could extract a portion of her powers. Lin Qiye's pupils contracted. He could not help but glance back at Lin Xiaobai. At that moment, Nix rose to her feet, arms outstretched, tears streaming as she approached Lin Qiye. Although Lin Qiye was somewhat disoriented, he opened his arms, preparing to embrace this unfortunate goddess. However, just as they were about to stand face to face, Nix sidestepped Lin Qiye, moving directly toward him from behind. In that instant, Nix's voice, both tender and sorrowful, resonated through the empty room. Hypnos, my child, you have finally returned. Wait a moment, your brother will be back soon too. Lin Qiye. He stiffly turned around to see the goddess of night, Nix, enveloping Lin Xiaobai in her warm embrace. Lin Xiaobai struggled to catch his breath, even attempting to wriggle free for a moment, before finally murmuring, Mother, my brother will be back shortly. He will knock on the door, and we can open it together, all right? Nix, filled with excitement, tightened her hold on Lin Xiaobai's head, nearly suffocating him. Yes, yes, my child. We shall greet your brother together. Lin Xiaobai cast frantic glances at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye. He silently retreated, gently closing the door behind him. Then knocked once more. Mother, look, brother has returned. Only then did Nix reluctantly release Lin Xiaobai, taking his hand as they opened the door together. The unfortunate Lin Qiye was ushered inside, offering a slight nod to Nix. Mother, I have returned. Nix patted his shoulder. Welcome back, Danadas, my child. After speaking, she turned and once again enveloped Lin Xiaobai in her embrace, tenderly stroking his head. Lin Qiye. Indeed, a mother always tends to dote on her younger son. At that moment, a virtual panel materialized before the two brothers. Nix's treatment progress. 10. Reward conditions met. Beginning random extraction of Nix's divine abilities. A colorful wheel of fortune appeared, and Lin Qiye said, Xiaobai, you go first. Lin Xiaobai coaxed Nix back in her seat before approaching the wheel. From a descent of the night sky to the embrace of the dark night, and then to the extraordinary birth, Lin Xiaobai never anticipated that he too could acquire abilities. Perhaps this was a reward for the joint care he and Lin Qiye bestowed upon Nix. As long as he did not draw Lin Qiye's power, becoming stronger would ultimately serve to benefit her even more. Lin Qiye, what power do you think I should choose? He inquired. This is a lottery, not a selection of abilities. At that moment, Lin Qiye had already noticed a slender black segment in the corner of the spinning wheel, occupying a mere one of the area, distinctly different from the other powers, named Unknown. Surely, this must be the ultimate prize. Lin Qiye mused. However, he was acutely aware of his own luck. Even after 1,000 attempts, he doubted he would hit the ultimate jackpot. To his surprise, Lin Xiaobai effortlessly tapped that spot. I'll choose this one. Immediately, he clasped his hands together and fervently rubbed them. Bless me, Focalors. Bless me, Focalors. This made the entity in his mind, Furina, chuckle softly. With a mere thought, the wheel spun rapidly, the pointer whizzing past various power zones. And after an exhilarating passage through the extraordinary birth area, it astonishingly landed on that small black square. Lin Qiye exclaimed, Is this truly a lottery? You just point and it lands. This must be a cheat. Lin Xiaobai, brimming with excitement, embraced Lin Qiye. Hooray! I knew that trusting Focalors would bring good fortune. As he spoke, the slender black area swiftly dissipated from the wheel, transforming into a beam of black light that surged into Lin Xiaobai's body, causing his eyes to darken as though possessed by the goddess of night. A powerful magical force coursed through his veins, only settling down after a full 5 minutes. At that moment, 2 lines of small text gradually appeared before Lin Xiaobai. Essence of the night. On the night when Nyx is completely healed, all your wishes shall be granted by her. Lin Xiaobai was utterly stunned. All wishes? Restore Sangnan City? Revive Focalors? Bring back everything he loved to the mortal realm? Could Nyx truly accomplish this? Or would she strive to make it happen, even if she could not? In that instant, Lin Xiaobai felt as if he were ensnared by a heavy chain. He longed to exclaim, "Curse this sense of responsibility. I do not wish to bear such burdens." Yet, the graceful dance of the barefoot maiden once again floated before him, followed by the tattered figure of his aunt at work, and finally, everything he cherished. Xiaobai, what is wrong? Observing the shadow of sorrow overshadowing Lin Xiaobai's usual jovial demeanor, Lin Qiye grew anxious. Coming back to reality, Lin Xiaobai saw the worried expression in Lin Qiye's eyes and forced a smile. Lin Qiye, sometimes possessing great power, truly feels burdensome. Lin Qiye did not inquire about the ability Lin Xiaobai had acquired. Instead, he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said earnestly, "No matter how heavy the burden, as long as one does not bear it alone, we shall persevere." Lin Xiaobai once again revealed a relaxed smile. Such is his character. He firmly believes that he can overcome any obstacle. If Nikes cannot be realized, or can only be partially fulfilled, then I shall manifest all my desires myself. Very well. Lin Qiye, it is your turn. Lin Xiaobai chuckled. Lin Qiye pressed the spinner, and without a doubt, he drew his signature skill, Starry Night Dancer. Naturally, given the integrity of the 2 brothers, should they acquire a powerful skill, they would not neglect to consider Nikes. However, while conversing with Nikes, Lin Qiye soon discovered the labeled psychotropic substances. Meanwhile, in Sangnan City, at the Peace Affairs office, Zhao Kongqing entered with a visibly frustrated expression. As he needed to erase the memories of Jiang Qian and the others, he had no choice but to return to Team 136. Once the issues concerning the 3 high school students were resolved, he would escort them home together. Upon entering, Hong Ying eagerly inquired, "Old Zhao, it's time for you to elaborate on the situation of those 2 children. One of them is suspected to be a representative of Michael. What about the other?" Zhao Kongqing shook his head. "How would I know? That kid is quite cunning. He planned the escape, and he was the one jesting when I interrogated him. Moreover, I have a lingering feeling that he is aware of our night watchers. It was also his suggestion to entrust the 3 high school students to me." Si Xiaonan pondered for a moment before stating, "His divine realm pertains to healing, and the corresponding deity is unlikely to be an evil god. Coupled with the high probability that Michael is a neutral deity, those 2 high school students are likely to be of assistance to us." Hong Ying expressed her gratitude. "Were it not for that brother's healing ability, I would have found myself in a dire predicament tonight. Once I see him, I must personally thank him." Wu Xiangnan remained deep in thought before slowly speaking. "I will report this matter to our superiors tomorrow. The commotion tonight will surely reach the ancient god church, with one representative of Michael and another of an unknown deity, Zhao Kongqing. You should seek them out first thing in the morning. It would be best to bring them in immediately to prevent any unforeseen circumstances." The thought of Lin Xiaobai made Zhao Kongqing's head throb. The image of being easily manipulated by him lingered vividly in his mind. Conversely, Lin Qiye appeared remarkably straightforward. Perhaps it would be wise to initiate a breakthrough with him, escorting him to a hotel for further discussion. Once Lin Xiaobai's brother was breached, there was no doubt the lad would follow suit. With this thought, Zhao Kongqing could not help but reveal a sinister smile. Chapter 11. Zhao Kongqing, shall we join the Water God sect? That fateful night, Chen Mai returned from outside and informed everyone of the news that the Ghost King had escaped. The members of Team 136 commenced their preparations, determined to capture the Ghost King. Meanwhile, the two brothers emerged from the mental institution with rather ambiguous feelings, particularly Lin Xiaobai. The thought of his ultimate prize weighed upon him, inducing a subtle pressure. However, if he could resolve either the resurrection of Focalors or the salvation of Songnan City, his aspirations would be assured. Before sleep, he engaged in conversation with Furina, who spoke until she drifted off, imagining her adorable visage as she succumbed to slumber. Lin Xiaobai carefully placed the two unclaimed eyes of the god into his bag, contemplating how to persuade Zhao Kongcheng the following day before finally embracing his blanket and succumbing to sleep. The next morning, Lin Xiaobai donned a new outfit purchased by his aunt and merrily strolled down the street, humming a slightly off-key tune. Earlier, Lin Qiye had intended to drag Lin Xiaobai along for a consultation at the mental institution, but Lin Xiaobai affectionately clasped his shoulder and remarked, "Lin Qiye, have you truly become so reliant on me? Ah, truly, I, Lin Xiaobai, am worthy of being the son of day, as I've always illuminated your night." Lin Qiye nearly burst with frustration and hastily shooed Lin Xiaobai away, allowing him to proceed to school with a light heart, intent on bewitching Zhao Kongcheng. Throughout the journey, Furina chattered incessantly in his mind. Following their shared ordeal the previous night, she herself was unaware of the newfound closeness she felt towards Lin Xiaobai. Yay! It rained all day yesterday, and today it's finally clear. I will help you pick out a little cake soon. We still don't know when we can fully upgrade the statue. Will the little cake melt? Hey. I'll have someone find a gigantic, an enormous ice block to keep it frozen until we meet again. What if we can't meet? What do you mean? Why wouldn't we meet? Have you changed your mind? Or are you just shy? Furina grew anxious, her words tumbling out at an accelerated pace. Woo, foo. Actually, I was just kidding, ha. The moment Lin Xiaobai finished his jest, he could almost hear the sound of boiling water emanating from Furina in her exasperation. Lin Xiaobai. As they approached the vicinity of the second middle school, Lin Xiaobai indeed spotted Zhao Kongcheng squatting outside a convenience store with a cup of coffee in hand. He exchanged a brief word with Furina, then stealthily approached Zhao Kongcheng. Squatting beside him, he initiated the conversation in fluent Sichuan dialect. "Brother, got any discs? Want to buy some discs?" Zhao Kongcheng was taken aback. "What the hell? Are disc sellers so brazen nowadays? I can't just buy two and not treat myself." His excitement prompted him to turn, only to find Lin Xiaobai grinning mischievously. Poor Zhao Kongcheng nearly stumbled back in shock. "Why is it you?" he exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. "I was hoping to avoid you. How are you still haunting me?" Upon reflection, it dawned on me that my true intention was indeed to seek you and your brother. Although I would prefer to engage with your brother, your voluntary entrapment is not without its merits. With that thought, Zhao Kongcheng rose to his feet and lit a cigarette. "So, you're selling discs at such a tender age, are you? Shall I accompany you to speak with your teacher?" To his surprise, Lin Xiaobai produced 2 CDs from his backpack and waved them at Zhao Kongcheng. "They are genuine, authentic works. What are you thinking, uncle?" Curiosity piqued. Zhao Kongcheng leaned in closer. "What are these?" He observed that the 2 discs bore the titles Dance of the Sinner and Gentle Ripples, penned with a marker in a serious manner. In truth, these were animated pieces Lin Xiaobai had painstakingly created during his time in the psychiatric hospital, having collaborated with several fellow patients and nurses over 3 years to complete these works. Presenting them now was a preliminary gesture. Should he indeed become a devoted follower of the water god, it would be beneficial for him to repeatedly view these discs to appreciate the deity's allure. With a sly smile, Lin Xiaobai remarked, "They are treasures." Zhao Kongcheng, observing the innocence on Lin Xiaobai's youthful face, abruptly shook his head, realizing he had nearly been drawn into the boy's rhythm. "Where's your brother?" he asked at the psychiatric hospital. "What's he doing there?" "Of course, he is receiving treatment. Wasn't he cured?" "He relapsed." Meanwhile, Lin Qiye sneezed in the hospital. "The events of last night are significant. I must discuss them with you. Otherwise, I'll confide in you, and you can persuade your brother." Zhao Kongcheng was reluctant to engage with Lin Xiaobai. Yet recognizing that the boy was merely a high school student, he thought it unreasonable to impose too heavily upon him. Therefore, with Lin Qiye absent, he resolved to first persuade this young lad to join the Night Watchers. Initially, he anticipated that Lin Xiaobai would be evasive, but to his astonishment, the boy nodded innocently. Sure, but uncle, you won't take me to any strange places, will you? Zhao Kongsheng could only respond with a perplexed expression. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at a couple's hotel. This is it. Indeed, this is quite literal. Finally, under the bemused gaze of the front desk attendant, Lin Xiaobai boldly led Zhao Kongsheng to a lavish bedroom. Upon entering, Lin Xiaobai unfurled his proclamation. My divine abode is called Dance of the Sinner, precisely as one of the titles on my discs. I am a spokesperson for the justice god, Focalors. You might argue that the justice god is not Focalors, but I can only assert that it is indeed Focalors. Furthermore, she has not tasked me with anything arduous. She is exceedingly benevolent. My sole duty is to cultivate her followers here. Lastly, do you acknowledge that the justice god, Focalors, is unparalleled in fairness and unmatched in beauty? Zhao Kongsheng, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Lin Xiaobai appeared bewildered, prompting Zhao Kongsheng's lips to quiver as he finally succumbed to laughter, slapping his thigh in amusement. Yes, that's the feeling. That very expression of confusion. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaobai, look at you now. Zhao Kongsheng finally comprehended why he felt so stifled in the presence of Lin Xiaobai, because this lad never adhered to the conventional playbook. Upon realizing this, Lin Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that the youth was indeed worth teaching. After some commotion, both parties finally delved into the main topic. Essentially, Zhao Kongsheng introduced himself and elucidated the worldview of this realm, subsequently encouraging the two brothers to join the Night Watchers. Lin Xiaobai shook his head, stating, Lin Qiye will refuse your offer. For us, family holds paramount importance. He continued, if you could persuade him, I would be immensely grateful. While the original Zhao Kongsheng respected Lin Qiye's choices, faced with two possessors of divine ruins, he was determined to exert his utmost effort to persuade them to join. Moreover, given Lin Xiaobai's character, he could hardly articulate sentiments that would resonate with Zhao Kongsheng as Lin Qiye could. Lin Xiaobai was well aware that he and Lin Qiye would ultimately join the Night Watchers. For now, however, his priority was to find a way to rescue Zhao Kongsheng. Thus, he proposed, I can offer counsel, but I require a transaction with you. Soon, Lin Xiaobai commenced his ritual to bestow the Eye of God. However, after 5 minutes had elapsed, he glanced downward. The Eye of God is not illuminated? What is the matter? Is it possible that Zhao Kongsheng evidently lacks the qualifications for activation? Chapter 12. The storm approaches. In the afternoon, Zhao Kongsheng, looking utterly fatigued, entered the peace office. Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Wu Xiangnan were originally engaged in a discussion regarding the Ghost Mask King. Upon seeing Zhao's drained appearance, Hong Ying curiously inquired, Brother Kongsheng, did you not go to find those two high school students? Was the endeavor unsuccessful? Reflecting on the events of the morning, Zhao Kongsheng sighed heavily and took a seat. May I pose a question? What are your thoughts on the notion that by believing in a divine being and gaining its attention, one could acquire powers akin to those of the Forbidden Ruins? Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow. Currently, there are no such records. Unless it involves a divine agent or the use of a powerful forbidden object, other methods. He suddenly lifted his head. Are you asking this because of Lin Qiye or Lin Xiaobai? Zhao Kongsheng, covering his forehead as if he were a chastened elder, replied, because of Lin Xiaobai. He then recounted his experiences from that morning. Upon hearing his tale, Hong Ying's body trembled with suppressed laughter. So, you were brainwashed and then watched the anime he created to gather his room? Wu Xiangnan remained silent, while Si Xiaonan remarked, it seems Brother Kongsheng has been completely ensnared by that high school student. However, if he truly possesses the powers of the divine ruins, I suspect his ability to deceive you is quite high. Zhao Kongsheng interjected, but the narrative of the anime he produced. He inhaled deeply. Initially, like Hong Ying and the others, he had been dismissive of Lin Xiaobai's so-called divine stories. Yet, after merely 10 minutes, he found himself gradually captivated by the tale of the divine being ultimately left speechless as the story reached its climax. Zhao Kongsheng was not one to be easily swayed by emotions, yet his inherent heroism allowed him to empathize with the sacrifice of Focalors in the story. Having grown accustomed to tales of malevolent deities, the portrayal of Furina, a mortal who stood alongside the divine, and Focalors' love for humanity truly shattered his rigid perceptions of divinity. At that moment, Wu Xiangnan shook his head. I do not believe such stories. They seem more like fabrications by Lin Xiaobai. I can accept that someone might protect their homeland for decades, but 500 years. Any ordinary person would be driven to madness in such a prolonged ordeal. Hong Ying added, indeed, the protagonist of this tale is admirable, but 500 years. Even 5 years would be exceedingly arduous for me, let alone someone who is merely human. Zhao Kongsheng refrained from contesting their views, as he too held lingering doubts. Suddenly, he recalled the image of Lin Xiaobai summoned entity effortlessly dispatching the ghost masked man and could not help but ask, what do you think? If those two new divine agents were to encounter the ghost masked king, would they have any chance of survival? Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Xiangnan shook his head. Old Zhao, I believe you should advise those children. If they encounter the ghost masked king outside, they should flee immediately. There is no possibility of victory for a mere mortal against a mythological being of the river realm. Hong Ying reminisced about her encounter with the demon face king, and a chill ran through her heart. It was indeed unlikely that they could prevail, especially considering that one of them was a healing type Forbidden Ruins. Speaking of which, I ought to express my gratitude to Lin Xiaobai. Si Xiaonan remarked, the Lantern Realm against the River Realm. Even more so, the healing type Lantern Realm. If that high school student could truly achieve this, I might genuinely consider venerating the deity Focalors. Meanwhile at home, Lin Xiaobai recounted the events of the day to Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye scrutinized the metallic emblem Lin Xiaobai had handed him. When the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless souls. With blade drawn towards the abyss, blood shall stain the heavens. Lin Xiaobai noticed Lin Qiye some momentary astonishment and promptly inquired, a bit melodramatic, isn't it? Lin Qiye replied, melodramatic might not be the right term. It carries quite a presence. Is this a night watchman's creed? Lin Xiaobai shrugged, who knows? But Zhao Kongsheng gave me this emblem. You should comprehend its significance, right? Lin Qiye mused. He wishes for us to join the night watchman? In fact, he wanted that last night as well. How did you respond? Lin Xiaobai stated, of course. I declined. If you were interested, you could have agreed last night. Lin Qiye regarded Lin Xiaobai. Previously, during their time in the psychiatric hospital, he had not noticed this side of her, but after just 2 days of being out, he found Lin Xiaobai increasingly impressive. At that moment, Lin Xiaobai chuckled and added, moreover, I not only turned him down, but also requested his assistance. Lin Qiye blinked in surprise. He is assisting you? With what exactly? Lin Xiaobai cleared her throat. Do you acknowledge? Lin Qiye interjected. He consented? While he was reluctant to utter such words, under my persuasive eloquence, he agreed to help me cultivate followers of the water god. In truth, after the activation of the Eye of God failed today, Lin Xiaobai attributed the failure to Zhao Kongsheng's lack of devotion. Thus, seizing the moment after Zhao Kongsheng finished watching an anime, when his mind was somewhat vacant, she managed to persuade him. Before long, Annie returned from work with groceries. Upon entering, she was taken aback to see Lin Qiye, who had removed the satin ribbon and regained his sight, her tears flowing freely. Qiye, you can finally see. Lin Qiye embraced his aunt. Yes, Annie, I can see. Initially, Lin Xiaobai thought her presence would diminish Auntie's affection for Lin Qiye, but witnessing Auntie's first genuine smile in 10 years filled her heart with emotion. Annie, you truly remain the kindest of souls. The following day, the brothers officially returned to school. They met up with Jiang Qian, Wang Xiao, and Li Yifei, having had their memories erased, recalled nothing, merely knowing what Zhao Kongsheng had told them, that they had encountered robbers and had become separated from Qiye and Xiaobai. That afternoon, as school let out, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky, intensifying as time passed. Lin Qiye stood at the classroom door, gazing at the heavens, lamenting, it has barely been a few sunny days, and now the rain returns. As soon as his words fell, Zhao Kongcheng emerged from the stairwell like a specter, smiling at the two brothers and inquiring, "Gentlemen, would you care for an umbrella?" Chapter 13, Disciple. Do you perceive the foul stench in the air? Absolutely not. Lin Qiye and Lin Xiaobai replied in unison. At that moment, Jiang Qian cautiously poked her head from behind, inquiring gently, "Xiaobai and Qiye, I happen to have two umbrellas. Would you like one?" After returning home last night, Jiang Qian's mind was foggy. She felt as though something had transpired. Yet it seemed as if nothing had happened at all. Yes. Lin Qiye and Lin Xiaobai responded simultaneously once more. Zhao Kongcheng exclaimed, "Are you two intentionally targeting me?" After a while, as light rain fell on the way home, Zhao Kongcheng straightforwardly addressed them. "Have you considered the matter?" Aware of their reluctance, he decided to be direct. "I believe Xiaobai has already conveyed my thoughts. We wish only to protect our small family." Zhao Kongcheng nodded, understanding their sentiments. "I can comprehend and respect your perspective. However, I implore you to recognize that, given the current circumstances in Songnan City, joining the Night Watch would actually be advantageous for you. You may think you can effortlessly handle those monsters and remain at ease, but I must be candid. If you encounter the Ghost Face King, your current Lan realm strength is woefully insufficient. In fact, I can state unequivocally that should you face it, escaping would already be a considerable feat." Lin Xiaobai was fully aware of this, perhaps even more so than Zhao Kongcheng. Yet he still inquired, "What if our strength were to increase fivefold?" Zhao Kongcheng shook his head. "Fivefold? If it were a match between the Lan realm and the Pool realm, that might be feasible, as it merely crosses one realm. But the Ghost Face King resides in the River realm. Even our captain, a formidable force, cannot guarantee its defeat." Lin Xiaobai pressed further. "And what about you, uncle?" Zhao Kongcheng sighed. "Ah, you certainly know how to pick the sore spot, don't you? As for me, I would merely be a meal for the Ghost Face King." Lin Qiye exchanged a glance with Xiaobai, understanding that Xiaobai's inquiry was an attempt to gauge the current situation regarding the Ghost Face incident. After all, Xiaobai was aware of the enhancements Lin Qiye had received following his recent rewards. This implied that even Lin Qiye in his present state would find it exceedingly challenging to confront the Ghost Face, especially considering that their captain had been distracted last night due to Xiaobai's miraculous intervention, which had not inflicted substantial damage on the Ghost Face. How could one contend with a complete Ghost Face King, transcending two realms? Ultimately, the three could not reach an agreement. However, Zhao Kongcheng was acutely aware that persuading the two high school students to abandon their loved ones in the perilous Songnan City to join the Night Watch would prove exceedingly difficult. If he were in their position at the same age, he would find it equally challenging. After bidding farewell to Zhao Kongcheng, the brothers returned home, where Furina immediately expressed her concern in Lin Xiaobai's mind. "Xiaobai, what is the situation with the Ghost Face King? It won't come seeking vengeance, will it?" Vengeance is unlikely, but it still lingers in Songnan City. Whether we might encounter it remains uncertain. Then you must not act recklessly. If you encounter it, just run. Do you understand? Upon hearing Furina's words, Lin Xiaobai couldn't help but chuckle as delightful scenes of her adorable moments of surrender flooded his mind. "So, if we were to encounter the Ghost Face King while out together, would you abandon me and flee at lightning speed?" "Of course I would." I would immediately exclaim in surprise and then take off running. "Ha ha ha, you're just like me." "Hey, Lin Xiaobai, how would you run away?" "Oof, I would certainly outrun you." "Come on, let us race then." "TSK, but if we were to meet a boss, wouldn't we both make a swift exit, leaving only Lin Qiye behind?" Hearing Furina repeatedly mention their meeting since last night made Lin Xiaobai's heart swell with sweetness. The feeling of being cherished is truly delightful. "That is hard to say." Furina suddenly pouted, "But if danger rises, would you really run?" "Not all." Lin Xiaobai replied earnestly, "But you must trust me. Furina, just believe in me." After finishing their meal, Lin Xiaobai naturally helped his aunt wash the dishes and tidy up the table. Once done, he pushed open the door. "Mom, I'm heading to the convenience store to buy something. Is there enough money?" "Here, let me give you some more," she replied. "Absolutely enough, Mom. Don't worry." Lin Qiye immediately poked his head out from his room. "I'll go with you, Xiaobai." Lin Xiaobai looked at him with disdain. "Really? Is there anyone so attached to me?" You need to accompany me just to go downstairs to the convenience store? Lin Qiye. In truth, after hearing Zhao Kongcheng speak of the Ghost-Faced King, he felt a lingering unease, worried that Lin Xiaobai might stumble upon misfortune. Yet this crafty little rascal always seemed to have him under control. Noticing Lin Qiye's expression, Xiaobai held back a laugh. All right, if merely going downstairs could lead to trouble, then tomorrow we'll accompany you to buy a lottery ticket. Lin Qiye grumbled, fine, just hurry back. As Xiaobai descended the stairs alone, he glanced at the torrential rain outside and feigned nonchalance, saying, oh dear, it seemed we're truly destined for a stroke of luck. On the other side of the old city, a figure cloaked in dark crimson was sprinting through the rain. Just 10 minutes prior, Zhao Kongcheng had received news from Wu Xiangnan that traces of the Ghost-Faced King had been discovered in the sewers of the old city. Based on the trail, it was determined that the Ghost-Faced King's destination was likely the old residential area or the city center. Currently, the majority of the night watchmen had proceeded to the city center, as the foot traffic there was immense. Should the Ghost-Faced King appear, the ensuing chaos would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, in the old city, Wu Xiangnan had dispatched Hong Ying for support. As Zhao Kongcheng ran, he cursed, this has come so suddenly. If the Ghost-Faced King appears in the old city, what will become of those two kids and the residents? Damn it, even the captain couldn't inflict much damage on the Ghost-Faced King. If I see him, what can I do? Just run away. Yet, despite Zhao Kongcheng's scolding, his steps quickened. The dark red cloak he wore splattered with mud, leaving mottled traces akin to the countless mysteries of this world. Initially intending to inform his two brothers to disperse, Zhao Kongcheng arrived at the crossroads near their home only to find Lin Xiaobai standing quietly with a black umbrella, hands tucked into his pockets, utterly devoid of the previous frenzied demeanor. As Zhao approached, Lin Xiaobai fixed his gaze upon him and spoke with deliberate clarity. Disciple, do you perceive the foul stench that pervades the air? Chapter 14. You call this a healer? Zhao Kongcheng paused, his senses heightened as he detected a familiar stench mingling with the metallic scent of the rain. The foul odor lingered at a distance, prompting him to admonish without hesitation. What are you still doing here? Hurry back. We must act before it arrives. Of course, I am here to assist you. Without your presence, who else will faithfully propagate the doctrines of the water deity? The voice of Furina echoed in Lin Xiaobai's mind. What do you mean? What foul odor? What do you mean by not being here? This time, Lin Xiaobai responded calmly within his thoughts. Furina, just trust me. Taken aback, Furina hesitated before nodding. Biting her lip, yes, I believe you, but you must ensure your safety. In that brief moment, Lin Xiaobai had calculated the situation. The Ghost-Faced King resided in the Chuan realm, and with the skills acquired from the statue, particularly the Sinner's Dance and the core ability of his ultimate move, he could achieve a five-fold enhancement, coupled with the water deity's second constellation, which granted a 140 increase in stamina and defense. Along with the doubled healing effects from the water song, he should be capable of enduring the Ghost-Faced King's onslaught. If all else failed, he still had Furina's devastating 6 strikes at his disposal, although he wished to keep his trump card hidden for the more formidable foes that lay ahead. Seeing Lin Xiaobai remain rooted, Zhao Kongcheng grasped his shoulder firmly. I don't need your help. What can you possibly do? The Ghost-Faced King is in Chuan. Do you understand? You're merely a high school student, and from the Zhan realm at that. What can you contribute? And aren't you supposed to be a healer? If I fall, how will you combat the enemy or provide healing? Do you really think your pets can handle the Ghost-Faced King of Chuan? Therefore, leave at once. Lin Xiaobai remained undeterred. Uncle, you haven't even activated my divine eye yet. Zhao Kongcheng fell momentarily silent before uttering a resolute statement. This is my duty and the ultimate fate of individuals like us. With that, he swiftly produced his notice board, declaring, Lin Xiaobai, this is not a time for jest. You must leave immediately and return home to protect your family. This is my fight, and my reinforcements are on their way. Your presence here is unnecessary. As Zhao Kongcheng raised the notice board, the increasingly pungent stench in the air compelled him to admonish more forcefully. Are you not leaving? Lin Xiaobai merely smiled gently. You have read her story. If it were her, she would never retreat. Therefore, neither shall I. Both Furina and Zhao Kongcheng were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, It was often those who appeared unhinged who could deliver the most impactful statements. Realizing time was of the essence, Zhao Kongchang bit his fingertip, cursing, "Damn it, you are only 17. Lin Xiaobai. If we miraculously survive today, I swear to dedicate my life to spreading the doctrines of the water deity." Blood dripped down Zhao Kongqing's fingers, unnoticed by him. As the mysterious eye of the god within his pocket emitted a faint blue glow at the moment he uttered those words. With everything set, Zhao Kongchang cast a deep gaze at Lin Xiaobai, his hands pressed together in prayer. In an instant, a crimson shadow enveloped the old city, rendering the rain in mid-air seemingly still. Forbidden ruins, boundless void. Amidst the torrential downpour, the master and disciple stood like two statues, silent and resolute. Zhao Kongchang attempted to retrieve his lighter, only to have Lin Xiaobai firmly press it back. "Do not be anxious, my disciple. I shall protect you. Remain behind me and allow me to confront this demon-faced king." Zhao Kongqing's expression remained placid. "Get lost." As they spoke, a heavy figure approached from a nearby alley. Each step echoing through the rain, thud, thud, thud. The silhouette, reminiscent of a small mountain, loomed larger as it emerged, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Zhao Kongchang tightened his grip on the lighter, his complexion paling. "Damn, can we really fight this thing?" When the demon-faced king appeared, even under the tempestuous night, they could clearly see its bulging muscles, unmarred by scars. This creature was in its prime. It bared its sharp teeth, exhaling heavily, regarding the two diminutive humans with a vicious yet disdainful gaze, as if to say, "What audacity for mere ants to stand before me." In an instant, the demon-faced king charged forward. There was no standoff, no words exchanged, only a direct assault towards the two. Zhao Kongqing sprang into action, wielding his straight blade with all the strength he could muster, determined to withstand the creature's lethal strike. However, as he moved, Lin Xiaobai's incantation resonated behind him, illuminating the air with a soft glow. "Rejoice. Praise. Open your eyes. Raise your glasses. For those underage, let it be grape juice." Zhao Kongchang struggled to concentrate. What on earth is this chant? Almost instantaneously, he felt a surge of power and agility coursing through him, igniting a fleeting illusion. Had he somehow transcended his limits? A foul stench approached, and Zhao Kongqing suddenly realized the demon-faced king was upon him. His straight blade sliced through the raindrops with blinding speed, delivering 3 precise strikes aimed at the creature's vital points. The demon-faced king's expression tightened. Unprepared for such an unexpected escalation in Zhao Kongqing's prowess, and it found itself caught off guard, receiving a cut from Zhao's blade. With a roar, the beast swung its massive arm, sending Zhao Kongchang hurtling through the air like a mere scrap of paper. What immense strength! Zhao Kongchang crashed to the ground, his insides churning violently. Yet, almost immediately, a warm, healing aura enveloped him, soothing the agony of his ruptured organs, even mending the minor abrasions on his arm. He looked at Lin Xiaobai in astonishment. This healer was remarkably powerful, yet it solidified his suspicion that Lin Xiaobai lacked any combat capabilities. He hastily picked up the straight sword and stood tall. "Xiaobai, just focus on bestowing me with buffs. Today, I shall undoubtedly appear quite dashing." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was astonished to discover that the black umbrella in Xiaobai's hand had mysteriously transformed into a resplendent azure one-handed sword. With the grace of a stage actor, he danced elegantly, accompanied by the 3 adorable creatures he had just summoned, stepping rhythmically towards the demon mask king. As they passed Zhao Kongchang, Lin Xiaobai mischievously remarked, "Do not rush, my master. Allow me to first demonstrate what true elegance looks like." The dance of the sinner commenced. At this moment, the dance of the sinner, enhanced by his ultimate ability, had endowed Lin Xiaobai with quintuple strength. The sound of the long sword slicing through flesh echoed. The demon mask king swung its massive claws, yet its colossal form could not match Lin Xiaobai's 5-fold agility. 6 swords, the 6 blades, imbued with the power of water elements, struck the vital points of the demon mask king, inflicting such agony that the beast howled in fury. Zhao Kongchang stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Initially, he had believed Xiaobai to be merely a healer, at most a summoner who could provide him with some additional offensive capabilities. Now, witnessing his fluid swordplay and swift movements, he was perplexed by the fact that during his spinning descent, he released a bubble beneath him. Nevertheless, the precision and decisiveness of his swordsmanship, striking at the enemy's vulnerabilities, made it evident that he indeed possessed the qualifications to claim the title of his master. Zhao Kongchang felt even more disheartened. Could a high school student's swordplay reach such heights? And yet, was this truly what one called a healer? Chapter 15. How does this fellow play so handsomely? In the Mo Mang Palace, Fu Ningna gripped her hands tightly, her knuckles turning pale from anxiety. Her heart raced violently, driven by two concerns: Lin Xiaobai's safety and the mesmerizing steps of the sinner's dance he had displayed, which she had yearned to master. It felt as if they were tailor-made for her, even leading Fu Ningna to momentarily believe he might be a water deity. However, the Ghost-Face King was ultimately a monster of the Chuan realm. What did that signify? It meant that even the formidable Team 136 could only confront it directly with their captain, Chun Mai, who had also reached the Chuan realm. Of course, Lin Xiaobai's audacity to confront the Ghost-Face King with the strength of a mere lantern realm left the powerful boss bewildered. How could an ordinary human dare to do so? The humiliation ignited a furious rage within the Ghost-Face King, which let out a thunderous roar as dark energy surged around it. Suddenly, a terrifying visage appeared, centered on its form. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Kongsheng, who had just been awestruck by Lin Xiaobai's swordsmanship, bellowed, "Xiaobai, get away from him. That is his forbidden domain." Sequence 176, Ghost-Face Realm. At that moment, Lin Xiaobai was still close to the Ghost-Face King. As the ghostly visage took shape, he felt the space around him begin to spin wildly, akin to a kaleidoscope, with even the black rain of heaven and earth seeming to invert. Lin Xiaobai was acutely aware of the Ghost-Face King's forbidden domain ability, deceiving enemies beneath its own realm, causing spatial disarray. For someone like Xiaobai, who had never undergone formal training, this would drastically diminish his combat effectiveness. Indeed, once the Ghost-Face King's forbidden domain activated, its form shifted like a reflection in a distorted mirror, rendering direction indistinguishable. Zhao Kongsheng and Fu Ningna, who were spectating, plunged into despair. "Xiaobai, let us back each other up. Do not expose your position alone. We must support one another, or all hope will be lost." Fu Ningna clenched her fists, remaining silent, fully aware that she could not interfere with Xiaobai, yet her worry was palpable. How could this boss possess such a perverse skill? Moreover, although Xiaobai's six swords had been remarkably sharp, they failed to inflict any substantial damage. At that moment, outside the boundary of the formless void, a sudden sound of clapping reverberated, and Lin Qiye's voice pierced through the barriers, echoing like a madman. "Lin Xiaobai, are you in there? Lin Xiaobai, come out!" He was nearly frantic. Just 5 minutes prior, when Lin Xiaobai had slightly exceeded the time limit, Lin Qiye had immediately activated his night ability, swiftly detecting that Lin Xiaobai had inexplicably vanished alongside Zhao Kongsheng amidst the rain curtain. In that instant, a sense of foreboding surged within him. He composed himself, feigning a need to retrieve something for Xiaobai, and stepped out under Yang Jin's complex gaze. As he reached the stairway, he summoned every ounce of strength to dash forward. Hearing Lin Qiye's frantic voice, Zhao Kongsheng felt his heart tighten with anxiety. Indeed, if Lin Xiaobai were to encounter any misfortune, what face would he have to meet Lin Qiye? He raised his head and gazed at Lin Xiaobai, this solitary 17-year-old high school student standing amidst the swirling rain, with the Phantom King poised to deliver a potentially fatal blow. "Zhao Kongsheng, oh Zhao Kongsheng, what on earth are you doing? How could you allow a child to step forward on your behalf?" As self-reproach consumed his thoughts, Zhao Kongsheng unhesitatingly reached for his coat pocket, intent on retrieving the medal. Today he would confront the Phantom King to the bitter end, ensuring Lin Xiaobai's safety. However, just as Zhao Kongsheng began to move, Lin Xiaobai's calm voice emerged from the mist. "Do not rush, my disciple. You must pay close attention." Zhao Kongsheng was momentarily stunned. He could not comprehend how others became increasingly tense in battle, while Lin Xiaobai remained composed even in the direst moments. Was this truly a high school student? Utterly impressive. At that moment, the Phantom King's silhouette moved with increasing speed, like a specter, yet Lin Xiaobai merely smiled slightly and raised his hand. Go forth, Miss Xiaobai, Lady Heroine, and Lord was. To the astonishment of Zhao, Kongsheng, and Funingna, the three little ones, previously unnoticed, suddenly sprang into action. Lady Heroine, the fastest among them, darted forth like a playful seahorse, rapidly unleashing water energy projectiles that precisely tracked the Phantom King's position. Lord was even more ferocious. Thanks to Focalors, Lin Xiaobai's power harbored the might of ancient dragons, causing the little octopus to unleash a torrent of water columns aimed directly at the Phantom King. Miss Xiaobai altered her attack mode, launching a savage charge that provoked a fierce roar from the foe. The Phantom King, who initially regarded Lin Xiaobai and Zhao Kongsheng with disdain, could not have anticipated that not only Lin Xiaobai, but even the three small sea creatures beside him could disregard its forbidden domain ability and swiftly lock onto its position. What could possibly account for this? Zhao Kongsheng stood in stunned silence. Although the Phantom King was rugged and durable, the limited damage from the three little ones was enough to leave one agape at their capability to bypass the forbidden domain. Lin Xiaobai turned back and smiled at Zhao Kongsheng. Did you see? This is the divine power of water. On a rainy day, the world is saturated with water elements. Simply by observing the trajectory of raindrops falling on the Phantom King, we can ascertain its location. Upon hearing Lin Xiaobai's words, Zhao Kongsheng gradually regained his composure. Kid, you are quite formidable. I must admit, at first, I misjudged you, thinking you were merely a carefree youth without ambition. Lin Xiaobai. Now, through your actions, you have demonstrated that even a bright young man can wield a one-handed sword and dispel evil with a mortal body. Zhao Kongsheng. Before he could finish his speech, the Phantom King suddenly lunged forth, seizing the opportunity while Lin Xiaobai was distracted and with a swift strike, sent him flying to Zhao Kongsheng's side. Despite the healing provided by numerous water singers, the pain remains excruciating. Lin Xiaobai, feeling disheartened, glanced at Zhao Kongsheng and remarked, Uncle, you are not currently performing as a character from a novel. Our adversaries have no time for your speeches. Upon hearing a knock from outside the realm, Lin Xiaobai slightly turned his head. Your brother is out there. He will come in. Stop with the question marks, apprentice. Let us join forces. Am I an uncle or an apprentice after all? Enough with the chatter. Focus on the fight. If you call me master, I shall teach you a splendid move later. Lin Xiaobai's voice quickly faded as he dashed towards the Ghost-Faced King at an astonishing speed. Observing the youth's retreating figure, Zhao Kongsheng gritted his teeth, uttered a curse, and finally shouted master, as he brandished his straight sword and charged forward without hesitation. Chapter 16. This is the final lesson in the torrential downpour. Three figures engaged in a fierce battle, a whirlwind of chaos and fury. Within mere minutes, the masked demon king bore countless wounds, bellowing as he forcefully thrust Lin Xiaobai and Zhao Kongsheng away. Covered in blood and grime, Lin Xiaobai's visage was marred, half his cheek obscured by dark blood, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was his own or that of the masked demon king. Breathing heavily, the master and disciple exchanged glances and, surprisingly, broke into hearty laughter. At that moment, both sides found themselves in a standoff, quickly utilizing the brief respite to recuperate their strength. Zhao Kongsheng observed the masked Demon King's wounds healing once more and remarked, Xiaobai, this cannot continue. Your mental energy is nearly depleted. If your brother were to arrive now, we might very well meet our demise here tonight. Damn it, is this what the strong in Chuanjing are like? You should teach me your techniques post-haste. Let's fight together. Lin Xiaobai did not respond. Instead, he raised the tranquil water, sword amidst the rain, and slowly instructed. Breathe deeply and focus your energy at the tip of the sword. Zhao Kongsheng paused for a moment, then promptly complied. As he settled into his breath, he could feel the surrounding sounds, including the rhythm of raindrops, begin to slow. The divine blue light emanating from the water element eye in his pocket intensified, And in that instant, he sensed an extraordinary surge of power coursing through him. The sounds of rain and his own breathing became increasingly vivid. He harnessed this newfound strength, and the raindrops seemed to be drawn towards him, swirling around him in an enchanting dance. Lin Xiaobai had noticed the faint glow from Zhao Kongqing's pocket earlier and understood that his selfless act had earned him recognition. Thus, he intended to impart the breath technique of the sinner's dance, while simultaneously gathering his own energy to deliver a decisive blow. Whether Zhao Kongqing could fully awaken the divine, I rested upon his own fate. What unfolded next was astonishing. What on earth? What kind of water breathing is this? The masked demon king, sensing the shift in Zhao Kongqing's power, was left utterly perplexed. How could one evolve mid-battle? Ignoring its own injuries, it roared and charged the two once more. In a heartbeat, facing the onslaught of the masked demon king, the master and disciple moved in unison. Lin Xiaobai swung his sword with lethal precision, as if capable of slicing through the very raindrops themselves, darting forward like a specter. With a surge of energy, his blade cleaved into the arm of the masked demon king. After activating the divine eye, Zhao Kongqing unleashed a sweeping attack, his straight blade accompanied by a torrent of water, overwhelming the masked demon king in an unstoppable wave. The two surged through the form of the masked demon king simultaneously. As the mist dissipated, a grotesque head rolled quietly to the ground amidst the roaring rain. Zhao Kongqing gasped for breath, coming to his senses as he turned to look behind him, astonished by the sight of the masked demon king's limp body and the blade in his hand glowing with azure light. "This is," he stammered, fully aware of the power surging through his veins. Lin Xiaobai, resembling a wise elder, patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You have earned the recognition of the divine eye. Take a look in your pocket." Zhao Kongqing, jolted by a sudden surge, swiftly produced the Eye of God, only to discover that the once dim gemstone now radiated a resplendent azure light. A tremor coursed through his entire being as he began to perceive the overwhelming grace of the water deity deep within his soul. Observing Zhao Kongqing's reaction, Lin Xiaobai was reminded of the iconic moment when Wanya wielded his blade. There was an undeniable disparity between the realms of the god-slaying world and Teyvat. Here, aside from the deities of Huaxia, the arrival of foreign gods was driven by ulterior motives. In contrast, the gods of Huaxia and the seven gods required one to possess an ironclad will and diamond-like qualities to earn their favor. At that moment, while Zhao Kongqing was still enraptured by the shock of the otherworldly deity, the body of the headless demon king convulsed violently on the ground. A horrific visage began to crawl and weave across its form, ultimately burrowing into its chest. Lin Xiaobai's voice resonated in Zhao Kongqing's ear. "Disciple, it is not yet dead." The instant those words fell, a torrent of black energy erupted from the headless demon king. This fiend, driven to madness by Zhao Kongqing's decapitation, unleashed a frenzy fueled by its last vestiges of life, the oppressive force of the Chuanjing overwhelming both master and disciple. Zhao Kongqing's pupils dilated in shock as he stammered, It intends to use all its strength to take us down with it." At that very moment, a deafening explosion rang out from the opposite side of the domain. It was Lin Qiye. His eyes blazed with fervent golden light, resembling a war god as he stood resolutely before the master and disciple. Zhao Kongqing was bewildered. What was transpiring with these two brothers? One could withstand the demon king's assault through sheer will, awakening a power distinct from the forbidden ruins, while the other could single-handedly breach the boundless void. In that instant, Zhao Kongqing felt a glimmer of hope for the future of Daxia. Yet, Lin Xiaobai remained grave, not allowing Lin Qiye's arrival to ease his vigilance. The current state of the Demon King diverged drastically from the original narrative in the tale. The Demon King had already been gravely injured by the captain and lacked the strength to self-detonate after battling Zhao Kongqing. However, now it was evident that this Demon King sought to summon a force exceeding its own to perish alongside them. If that were indeed the case, then Lin Xiaobai, Lin Qiye, and Zhao Kongqing would likely meet their demise here tonight. With this thought, Lin Xiaobai gripped the Jing Shui sword tightly. advancing step by step against the torrential rain and the immense pressure of the Demon King. In the sky, shrouded entirely in darkness, Lin Xiaobai's clear voice echoed, "Disciple, watch closely. This is Master S' final strike. Still, it is 6 swords. What are you planning, Lin Xiaobai?" Lin Qiye shouted in alarm, witnessing the surge of blue light emanating from his brother's sword. Yet in that fleeting moment, Lin Xiaobai moved, abandoning the graceful and charming dance of the sinner for a relentless, power-infused onslaught. The first sword, the ghastly face within the Demon King's chest froze. It could feel a monumental force coursing through its veins, nearly bursting its entire meridian system. The second sword, the muscles of the Ghost-Face King appeared as if they were torn asunder, countless water energy particles permeating its very flesh, infiltrating every molecule and causing disintegration. The third sword, the overwhelming water element, seemed to be infused into its very soul, a cerulean light soaring towards the heavens, tearing apart every inch and strand of this monster to shreds. 3 swords, merely 3 swords. Lin Xiaobai's cataclysmic strike had finally manifested. As the ruler of the Chuan realm, the Ghost-Face King could only withstand the initial 3 strikes of Lin Xiaobai's might before being reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongcheng stood agape, rooted in place, gazing at Lin Xiaobai, whose figure gradually faded into a dull gray amidst the rain. This was an encounter of the Lantern Realm against the Chuan realm. A Lantern Realm against the Chuan realm. 3 swords resulting in annihilation. The sheer impact reverberated deep within their souls, causing both to involuntarily shudder. At that moment, the blue light enveloping Lin Xiaobai dissipated, and he turned towards Zhao Kongcheng. Exhausted and bloodied, having burned through all his strength, he staggered towards General Zhao, planting the pure water sword with a decisive thud behind him, whispering in a feeble voice by his ear, "This is the final lesson I impart to you." With those words, Lin Xiaobai collapsed, lifeless and devoid of vitality. Chapter 17, Master, I shall guide you home. Lin Xiaobai, of course, was not dead. However, exhaustion and a sudden depletion of his mental energy caused a brief separation of his consciousness from his body. Lin Qiye watched in horror as Lin Xiaobai collapsed, his eyes wide with disbelief, rushing forward in a panic. "Lin Xiaobai, what has happened to you? Please don't scare me." He knelt on the ground, his arms flailing helplessly over Lin Xiaobai's body. Zhao Kongcheng sat paralyzed in place, staring blankly at the 2 brothers, his mind devoid of any thoughts. "Help me turn him over." Lin Qiye's eyes, once ablaze with determination, had lost their luster. His command jolted Zhao Kongcheng back to reality, who hurriedly assisted, cautiously flipping Lin Xiaobai onto his back. Trembling, Lin Qiye placed his hand beneath Xiaobai's nose, his body recoiling in shock as he realized he is not breathing. Furina, lost in her thoughts, observed this scene unfold in her mind. Whenever Lin Xiaobai faced peril, she would instinctively scream. Witnessing him battle formidable foes would quicken her heart. Yet upon hearing that he had ceased to breathe, she sat frozen on her bed, devoid of any emotion. Oh no! Could it be that he is truly gone? Suddenly, Lin Xiaobai's voice pierced through the silence, startling Furina. Her voice trembled with emotion. Lin Xiaobai, are you all right?" "I'm fine. It seems I'm merely temporarily detached from my body. There's only a faint connection of my spiritual energy left." What should we do? Can you come back to me?" Furina, now panicked, stammered. At that moment, Zhao Kongcheng forcefully pushed Lin Qiye, who was tear-streaked, aside. "We must administer first aid." He rhythmically pressed on Lin Xiaobai's chest, rainwater streaming down his rugged cheeks, his voice hoarse as he declared, "You stubborn brat. I want to allow you to die. Do you hear me?" "What do you mean, the final lesson?" "When you awaken, you must teach me every day. I will call you master daily. Do you hear me? Lin Xiaobai, wake up, damn it." Lin Qiye stood behind, his expression vacant, murmuring as if in a trance, "Lin Xiaobai is dead. Lin Xiaobai, he is gone." Zhao Kongcheng turned back, glaring fiercely at Lin Qiye. "Shut your mouth. My master cannot possibly die." As Lin Xiaobai's spirit hovered above, enveloped by an inexplicable sadness and warmth. He observed Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Qiye. In his previous life, he seldom felt warmth. His parents were indifferent, preoccupied solely with his academic performance, as though he had been born solely to enhance their reputation. At school, he was merely invisible. Classmates mocked him, disregarded him, and even when he first played Genshin Impact, he faced scorn and ridicule from many. He had once contemplated enlisting after graduation, believing that among like-minded youths, he would discover true companionship. Thus, he endured solitude and honed his physique until that girl descended, and gazing at her, equally alone, his spirit felt as though it had finally found a companion. At this moment, Lin Xiaobai had not anticipated that upon arriving in this world, he would experience an unprecedented warmth. This alone was sufficient reason for him to protect them in return. It also made his body feel a gentle heat. However, just then, Zhao Kongsheng, with a grave expression, pinched his nose and took a deep breath. Lin Xiaobai exclaimed, "No, you cannot take my first kiss. I intend to save it for Fufu." He roared, fervently concentrating all his awareness on his body, completely forgetting the thoughts echoing in his mind, which Furina could also hear. The blushing girl stood frozen in place, slowly bringing her palm to her face, just as Zhao Kongsheng was about to bestow life-saving breath upon Lin Xiaobai. He finally regained control of his body, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to block the rough face of the older man. "I am not dead yet," Lin Xiaobai murmured, his head tilting as he succumbed to unconsciousness, his awareness fading completely. Now it was Zhao Kongsheng's turn to feel tears welling in his eyes. Relieved, he lifted his head and let out a primal roar. "Ah!" Lin Qiye, returning to his senses, hurried to Lin Xiaobai's side, checking his breath. "He is breathing. Zhao Kongsheng, he is breathing." Just as Lin Qiye's words fell, another anxious voice called from behind. "Old Zhao, what's happening here?" It was Hong Ying. Since receiving news from Wu Xiangnan, she had rushed over, arriving breathless at the scene, where she immediately spotted the pallid boy lying before Zhao Kongsheng. Hong Ying had initially planned to express her gratitude to Lin Xiaobai in person, but little did she expect their first encounter to unfold in such a manner. Clenching her fist, she thought, "Lin Xiaobai, you must not be harmed. He is fine, just unconscious. Hong Ying, come help." Upon hearing Zhao Kongsheng's response, Hong Ying's anxious heart began to ease slightly, and she quickly stepped forward. Zhao Kongsheng removed his coat and draped it over Lin Xiaobai, while Hong Ying also took off her own, adding an extra layer. Zhao Kongsheng gestured to the now dimming pure water sword, saying, "Hong Ying, hold this for Lin Xiaobai, and then place him on my back." Lin Qiye quickly interjected, "I will carry him." Zhao Kongsheng glanced at Lin Qiye and said earnestly, "You should return home first. Do not worry your aunt and brother. Rest assured, once I return to the base, I will arrange for the best doctor to examine him. I will ensure nothing happens to my master." Lin Qiye frowned as he gazed at the unconscious Lin Xiaobai, ultimately nodding with gritted teeth. "Then I entrust my brother to you." Hong Ying had remained silent, carefully cradling Lin Xiaobai and placing him onto Zhao Kongsheng's back, then shielding the two with an umbrella. As he rose, Zhao Kongsheng glanced at the sky, where the rain was gradually easing, and boldly declared, "Let us go. Master, your disciple will take you home." Chapter 18. Joining Team 136. Lin Xiaobai was uncertain how long he had been unconscious, but upon awakening, the first sight that met his eyes was Lin Qiye, who was slumbering on the sofa opposite him. His consciousness returned swiftly, and although he was attached to an intravenous drip, he felt a remarkable vitality coursing through his body, even more so than before his fainting spell. "Lin Qiye, Lin Xiaobai," called out gently. Lin Qiye immediately jolted awake, her face lighting up with joy as she beheld him. "Xiaobai, you're awake. Xiaobai, you're awake," she exclaimed in unison with Furina. Evidently, the young lady from the Momo Palace had stayed awake to guard him through the night. Lin Qiye approached him, concern etched on her face. "Are you dizzy? Do you feel unwell? Anywhere?" Lin Xiaobai shook his head, a grin spreading across his face. "Hee, I feel as lively as a dragon. Is that even possible?" Lin Qiye cast him a disapproving glance, silently recalling how he had appeared pallid and weak when he had approached Zhao Kongsheng. Feeling that couldn't help but voice her thoughts internally. Humph, you're definitely just putting on a brave front. Before long, Lin Qiye summoned the doctor, and Hong Ying, along with the others, followed suit. The doctor conducted a thorough examination and concluded that the child possessed an astonishing self-repair capability, and all his health indicators were indeed normal. Only then did he remove the 4 from Lin Xiaobai. As soon as the doctor left, Hong Ying bypassed Lin Qiye and approached Lin Xiaobai with sincerity in her eyes. Lin Xiaobai, my name is Hong Ying. Thank you. If it weren't for you, Zhao Kongcheng would have surely met his end last night. Moreover, thanks to your healing abilities the night before, I escaped serious injury. Lin Xiaobai merely smiled and replied, "Oh, no need for thanks, Sister Hong Ying." Subsequently, Lin Qiye informed Lin Xiaobai that she had been candid with their aunt about the events of the previous night. Truth be told, the ordeal had profoundly impacted Lin Qiye. Though Xiaobai was safe, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for not having the ability to protect him. Thus, the idea of joining the Night Watchers and enhancing her skills through training had crystallized in her mind. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Lin Xiaobai would also be approached by the Night Watchers. Upon hearing that he had already established a mentor-student relationship with Zhao Kongcheng, Lin Qiye surmised that Lin Xiaobai was indeed inclined to join the Night Watchers, albeit at the cost of his own desires for the sake of his elder sister. Meanwhile, after his honest conversation with their aunt, Lin Qiye proactively sought out Team 136, hoping that their inclusion would secure special care for their aunt and Yangjin, at the very least ensuring their safety in Sangnan City. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's words, Lin Xiaobai pointed to himself, incredulously asking, "So are we now joining Team 136? Hong Ying beamed with a bright smile. "Your membership requires an application, and there will be further training. However, as of now, I officially recognize you as our team member. Let me introduce myself again. I am Hong Ying, the frontline combatant of Team 136. I'm Si Xiaonan, serving as the tactical support and part-time military doctor within the team. It is a pleasure to meet you, younger brother Xiaobai. It seems that with your presence, my work has become considerably easier. Cold Xian, remote fire support. I am Wen Qima, also a frontline combatant of Team 136. Welcome, Lin Xiaobai." Lin Xiaobai gazed at the 4 individuals who appeared both familiar and foreign, yet did not find a familiar figure among them. "I'm also delighted to meet you all. However, where's my disciple?" Upon hearing Lin Xiaobai's reference, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan exchanged glances, struggling to suppress their laughter, with Hong Ying even mouthing to Si Xiaonan, "He is so adorable." When Qima smiled and said, "Brother Kongcheng is currently in a meeting with the captain and vice captain and will join us shortly." At this moment, in the captain's office, Chen Mai listened intently to Zhao Kongcheng's account. After a prolonged contemplation, he murmured, "Focalors. We have indeed not heard of this deity. The power she displayed that day in the alley appeared relatively mild compared to that of Michael. However, based on her description, Lin Xiaobai, after unleashing his power, managed to defeat the king of ghost faces in the Chuanjing with just 3 strikes, which undoubtedly signifies the formidable strength of the deity backing him." Wu Xiangnan also pondered for a moment before responding. "We reported the matter of the unknown deity the day before yesterday. The higher-ups have instructed us to assess the strength of this unknown deity and the intensity of the forbidden ruins. Perhaps it would be prudent for the captain to conduct a test on Lin Xiaobai under the guise of training." Zhao Kongcheng quickly interjected, "My master, Lin Xiaobai's body cannot withstand Chen Mai's training at this moment, can it? Moreover, Chen Mai, even without exerting your full strength, it would still be challenging to gauge Lin Xiaobai's true capabilities." Wu Xiangnan shook his head, recalling the memory of Team 136 being thoroughly defeated by Chen Mai alone. "For the sake of Lin Xiaobai's well-being, we will certainly prohibit him from employing techniques that burn his own power during the test. Thus, if he can endure a few rounds against the captain of Chuanjing, that would already be commendable. Furthermore, based on your description, Kongcheng, the power of Lin Xiaobai's summons and his swordsmanship in his normal state aligns with his performance in the test. So there's no need to worry that the captain must exert his full strength to draw out Lin Xiaobai's potential." Wu Xiangnan's reasoning was indeed sound, and Zhao Kongcheng found it difficult to refute. However, After Lin Xiaobai repeatedly exceeded his expectations last night, coupled with the young man's character, old Zhao was somewhat convinced of him. Thus, this test, which relates to the assessment of the forbidden ruins and deities, had Zhao Kongsheng, who had joined the Water God sect, hoping that both Lin Xiaobai and his Water God would achieve commendable recognition. Chen Mai glanced at the documents in his hand and said earnestly, "Since this is a test, not training, I shall certainly do my utmost. Once the child has rested well, we shall choose a day to conduct the test. Following that, I will promptly report the results, allowing the higher-ups to evaluate Lin Xiaobai's level in the Forbidden Ruins. Additionally, regarding the water eye of the god you reported, the higher-ups have responded that we must keep it entirely confidential. After all, this equates to the mass production of Forbidden Ruins bearers. If other factions or even deities were to learn of it, Lin Xiaobai's situation would become exceedingly perilous." Zhao Kongsheng nodded vigorously, assuring, "Rest assured, I, Zhao Kongsheng, will dedicate the latter half of my life to safeguarding that child." Upon hearing Zhao's words, Chen Mai acknowledged with a nod, closing the folder and rising. "Very well. We should go and see that brave child." Wu Xiangnan, rarely smiling, chimed in, "Captain, why not cook for those two children tonight as a reward?" Chen Mai smiled slightly. "Certainly, that can be arranged." At that moment, Zhao Kongqing's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hesitantly added, "Wait a moment, I have a question for you." Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan turned to him in unison. Zhao Kongqing's unease grew. "Well, I merely promised that child to do my utmost in spreading the teachings of the Water God. All I need from you is a simple yes or no. He is likely to awaken soon, and when he inquires whether I have assisted him, I would find it difficult to answer without your input." "Oh, what do you wish to ask?" "Do you acknowledge that the god of justice, Focalors, is unparalleled in fairness and possesses beauty beyond compare?" Chapter 19. The tough guy Lin Xiaobai. 3 hours later, at the dining table, Hong Ying placed a piece of braised pork into Lin Xiaobai's bowl. "Eat more, Xiaobai. It's crucial to regain your strength," she urged. Xiaonan added softly, "Don't be shy." When Shima cast a perplexed glance at the two girls, wondering why they were so kind to Lin Xiaobai. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiaobai's heroic act of saving Zhao Kongsheng had indeed endeared him to both Hong Ying and Xiaonan. Additionally, they found Lin Xiaobai's innocent demeanor quite charming, which significantly influenced their affection. Wu Xiangnan turned to the absorbed Lin Xiaobai, saying, "Once you've recuperated in a few days, you'll need to participate in our team's internal training. Be mentally prepared." The moment Wu Xiangnan mentioned training, Lin Xiaobai's mind conjured the image of Lin Qiye being thoroughly chastised by Chen Mai. He lifted his head and mumbled, "Oh, after the training, will there be any special rewards?" Lin Qiye, curious, inquired, "What does the training entail?" Chen Mai replied gently, "It includes close combat, dynamic vision, and..." He gestured toward the silent Lung Xian, proficiency with firearms. As for the rewards, Chen Mai chuckled. "What kind of reward do you seek, Xiaobai? Perhaps money to smother me?" Zhao Kongsheng shot Lin Xiaobai a disdainful glance. "You were just asking about compensation. How did you suddenly become so money-minded?" Lin Xiaobai retorted, "It's all for our future disciples. I need to save more." Laughter erupted among the group. His fixation on compensation and rewards was undoubtedly for his aunt. He was uncertain of what unexpected events might unfold at the training camp. Although Team 136 had assured him of his aunt and Yangjin's safety for Lin Xiaobai, accumulating a substantial amount of money was a way to alleviate his feelings of guilt. He was indifferent to how others perceived him. Hong Ying observed the two brothers and remarked pointedly, "Close combat is the most grueling training in our team. You too must endure." Upon her statement, the members of Team 136 cast glances filled with resentment toward Chen Mai, haunted by the painful memories of being tormented by their captain. Lin Xiaobai took a refreshing gulp of cola. "As long as the salary is timely, I can heal myself. There is no pain in that." The others gasped in disbelief. Faced with the captain's close combat training, you still seek self-healing? That is akin to being a punching bag, at least at that moment. The entire Team 136 was skeptical about Lin Xiaobai's ability to pass the captain's test. Lin Xiaobai himself harbored no illusions. After all, this was Chen Mai. It was better to take the blows and earn a decent wage. After the meal, Hong Ying boldly led the two brothers to her grand villa, with Si Xiaonan trailing behind, occasionally glancing at Lin Xiaobai, lost in her thoughts. As they entered the house, Hong Ying pointed to the second floor and said, "There are plenty of rooms upstairs. You can choose to sleep separately or together. It's entirely up to you." "We'll sleep separately. We'll sleep together." Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qiye spoke in unison, casting disdainful glances at one another. Hong Ying chuckled softly. "Hey, are you two brothers really so out of sync?" Lin Xiaobai shrugged helplessly. "Lin Qiye has always been unable to function without me. This symptom has become increasingly evident lately." Lin Qiye retorted, "That's enough." The two girls stifled their laughter once more. Hong Ying crossed her arms, saying, "It seems our household is about to become quite lively." Upon reaching the minimalist room on the second floor, Lin Xiaobai sat cross-legged on the carpet, closed his eyes, and soon found himself in the 7th room of the hospital. As he entered, the voice of Furina echoed in his mind. "That Chunmai looks formidable. Do you think you can defeat him? Your body shouldn't be ready for training yet, right?" Hearing Funingna's barrage of words, Lin Xiaobai could feel her pent-up discomfort. "I'm Fina. Besides, I can always summon the water song healers for treatment, so you needn't worry." "Oh." Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan also seemed quite beautiful, Funingna mumbled. Suddenly, she felt a pang of insecurity. One was spirited and valiant, while the other was gentle and charming. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaobai was still residing in someone else's home. Our Funingna had clearly succumbed to the insecurities of an online romance. Lin Xiaobai, however, was oblivious to her plight as he approached the statue, stating, "They are indeed beautiful, but the real challenge lies in how to win their hearts and persuade them to join the Church of the Water God." Goodness, if I were to ask them directly, it seems the faith points would still be too few, he mused. Funingna felt a sweet thrill and couldn't help but smile. "So, your mind is solely occupied with how to entice them into the faith?" "Of course, our Focalors is." Lin Xiaobai's words abruptly halted. "Wait, I leveled up." Before him, the blue virtual panel, after enduring a fierce battle, displayed significant changes. Host, Lin Xiaobai. Realm, Lantern. Divine Ruins, Dance of the Sinners. Offering level, level 6. Offering experience, 10,000, 20,000. God-slaying experience, 10, 52,000. Rewards available for collection, 6. Click to claim. Limited time shop has opened, 1. Click to access. Goodness. Lin Xiaobai had not harbored any hopes for offering experience, considering only a handful witnessed the battle. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to find he had leveled up. He opened the experience list. Heavenly Gift Crab. That Zhao Kongcheng provided a staggering 3,500 points of offering experience by himself. He was truly basking in the glory of the water god. It seems that the bestowal of the divine eye, despite its challenges, was indeed worthwhile. Lin Qiye, having witnessed the cataclysmic 6 swords, contributed 1,000 points of experience. As for the remaining 1,000 points, Wu Xiangnan and Chunmai, how did these two gentlemen suddenly each contribute 500 points? Could it be that they too recognized the charm of Fu? With a hint of skepticism, Lin Xiaobai fervently tapped the number 6 on the screen until a reward box materialized. Offering reward, Pergistus and automatic cake machine. Pergistus is a specialty dish of the water deity, produced by the automatic cake machine. Upon consuming the cake, the host will receive a 1,000 enhancement in endurance, including defensive capabilities, for a duration of 15 minutes. Upon witnessing this reward, Lin Xiaobai was taken aback. Initially, his burst skill combined with 2 enhancements provided a 440 increase in endurance. However, consuming this cake would elevate his endurance a staggering 14-fold, placing him at the pinnacle of strength in the realm of endurance alone. Reflecting on the earlier discussion among his teammates at the dining table regarding Chunmai's training, a mischievous grin spread across Lin Xiaobai's face. He chuckled at the thought, what if Chunmai can't even keep up with me? Will they call me a fraud? Observing the increasingly peculiar smile on Lin Xiaobai's face, Funingna realized that he had undoubtedly acquired something extraordinary. Just as she began to inquire, Lin Xiaobai manifested the automatic cake machine. Funingna watched in astonishment as the device, resembling a miniature microwave, emitted a sound and produced a delicate cake from fontaine, intricately adorned with blue and white waves. Subsequently, Lin Xiaobai settled on the grass, basking in the warm sunlight. Amidst Funingna's frantic glances and exclamations, he closed his eyes and took a gentle bite of the cake. The cream, reminiscent of a puff pastry, lingered on his lips and teeth, while the power of defense gradually surged within him, ultimately fortifying his physique. Chapter 20, 7 Nights, Lin Xiaobai, Avenge Me. With a heart brimming with delight, Lin Xiaobai eagerly accepted the reward and began to frantically press one. The system's limited-time shop interface materialized, showcasing a remarkably simple selection: character cards and pet cards. The character card required 500 system coins, while the pet card demanded 1,000 system coins, with each exchange permitting the acquisition of one card. This marked Lin Xiaobai's inaugural experience with a limited-time shop, and according to the automatic exchange from his divine slaying experience, he had accumulated a total of 500 system coins. His gaze fell upon the character cards: Yalan, Shanhai, Ayato Kamisado, Nahida, and Tartaglia. Can we exchange for character skills?" exclaimed Funingna, taken aback by Lin Xiaobai's words. I perused the shop's description. It encompasses not just skills, but also weapons, constellations, and a complete set of character enhancements. Why not take on the role of the water god? But will you choose Nahida? His strength is undeniable, though I'm uncertain how he compares with others. Lin Xiaobai pondered deeply. There was no doubt regarding Nahida's prowess, yet acquiring his character card would ultimately be tied to his own strength. Given his current focus on sustained area damage output, he found himself less in need of such a character. Conversely, skills like Fufu's sixth constellation, capable of defeating foes across levels, seemed significantly more crucial. Reflecting on the fierce battle from the previous night, Lin Xiaobai was acutely aware that although Fufu's sixth constellation was cataclysmic, it came at a considerable cost. Contemplating this, his gaze settled on Yelan's character card. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decisively pressed the exchange button. "Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Yelan character card. Acquired Yelan's exclusive weapon Ruoshui, increases host's endurance, including defense, by 32 and enhances the damage dealt by the host by 40. Obtained all of Yelan's constellations. Acquired all of Yelan's skills. Received Yelan's character trait, Agility Specialization, increasing the host's agility by 300, with a temporary boost to 600 after using Yelan's swift movement skill." Yes. Witnessing the incessant stream of notifications, Lin Xiaobai exuberantly clenched his fist in triumph. With both endurance and agility now bolstered, as long as the disparity in strength was not excessively vast, his adversaries would find it exceedingly challenging to land a hit. And even if they did, it would be negligible. His survival capabilities were thus maximized. Lin Xiaobai was already well acquainted with Yelan's skills and constellations, and he immediately accessed the sixth constellation. Upon casting the elemental burst, the host will receive 6 piercing arrows, capable of inflicting 20 times the damage, usable once per day. 20 times. This was equivalent to 1/3 of Funingna's sixth constellation. Lin Xiaobai calculated that this would yield a power level comparable to that of a mid-tier sea realm. At least in the early stages, it would allow him to catch his opponents off guard. Moreover, this was merely Lin Xiaobai's first foray into the limited-time system shop. He was already beginning to covet the pet cards, curious about the treasures they might hold. After defeating the Serpent Demon next time, he should be able to exchange for a pet card. As he conversed excitedly with Funingna, Lin Xiaobai took a moment to experiment with his new skills before returning to the realm of reality. 3 days later, in the underground training arena of the Peace Affairs office, the entirety of Team 136 had gathered. Zhao Kongqing stood before Lin Xiaobai, speaking as if to a cherished child. "When you train with the captain, please do not overexert yourself. It will allow him to hold back a little." Lin Qiye, however, spoke earnestly. "We will all give our utmost effort." Hong Ying shook her head. "While you may strive with all your might, it remains uncertain whether the captain will do the same. I entered with a mindset similar to yours, trying my best to compel the captain to unleash his full potential." Lin Xiaobai inquired, "And what was the outcome?" With a look of frustration, Hong Ying replied. The result was that the captain held nothing back. The injuries I sustained took over a week to heal. Si Xiaonan chimed in. It was under my care that it took over a week to recover. Lin Qiye chuckled. No need to worry. This is a necessary path for all team members. You'll get used to it. Tomorrow we will also assess dynamic vision and your restrictions. Lin Xiaobai, curious, asked, why not test it right after training with the captain? Lin Qiye leaned against a stone pillar, nonchalantly stating, no one could be tested immediately. Lin Qiye and Xiaobai exchanged glances. Clearly the terrifying reputation of Chun Mai during training had deeply ingrained itself in the minds of the team members. Before long, Chun Mai approached the brothers, brandishing a wooden sword while clad in combat attire and military boots, exuding an imposing presence. Are you prepared? The brothers nodded in unison. Then who'll go first? Before Lin Xiaobai could respond, Lin Qiye raised his hand. I will. Hong Ying leaned closer to Si Xiaonan and whispered, Lin Qiye likely wishes to pave the way for Xiaobai. Si Xiaonan nodded. He is quite fond of Lin Xiaobai. Chun Mai gestured towards the sword rack beside the training area. Choose a saber. Once you have made your selection, we shall commence. As Lin Qiye approached the rack, he turned to Chun Mai and remarked, but these are all real swords. No issue. Just select one, was the response. After Lin Qiye chose his saber and returned to the center of the arena, Zhao Kongsheng announced the start, and the two were poised for action. However, in less than 5 seconds, the arena echoed with Lin Qiye's cries of anguish. It was evident that if Chun Mai were wielding a real sword, he might hesitate. But with a wooden sword, if one could not evade, the pain would be quite real. Not only did he possess the prowess of a transcendent realm, but he was also a master of swordsmanship. Lin Qiye, not under the cover of night, simply could not match Chun Mai's swiftness. Despite his agility, every evasive maneuver was anticipated by Chun Mai, and each strike of the wooden sword felt akin to being chastised by family in childhood. The pain was such that even someone like Lin Qiye could not help but yelp, causing cold sweat to bead on the brows of the onlooking teammates. The dread of being dominated by Chun Mai resurfaced. Only Lin Xiaobai, on the sidelines, continuously cheered for Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye, I believe in you. Kick his backside. Quickly. Kick his backside. Ah, Captain Chun, why are you striking towards me? Lin Qiye, do not concede defeat. Even in defeat, exhaust his stamina. At most, I shall treat you to a meal later. Chun Mai, what is the matter with you? How would you strike my brother? Hearing Lin Xiaobai's raucous encouragement from the sidelines, Chun Mai felt as though his ears might develop calluses. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and his movements grew increasingly swift and decisive. After an indeterminate period, his wooden sword landed sharply on Lin Qiye's hand, causing the blade to be knocked from his grasp. Lin Qiye, rubbing his hand, muttered dejectedly, I concede. No sooner had he spoken than Chun Mai turned his gaze towards Xiaobai. It's your turn, Lin Xiaobai. Upon meeting Chun Mai's piercing gaze, Lin Xiaobai quivered. Goodness, could Captain Chun be angry? This is merely a training exercise. If it were to become serious, that would be quite problematic, wouldn't it? Zhao Kongsheng and Hong Ying exchanged glances, wiping the cold sweat from their brows, already contemplating whether it was time to call a halt to the proceedings. Chapter 21. What kind of human ceiling are you? Lin Xiaobai gazed at the array of genuine swords and weapons on the rack, glancing left and right, before swiftly dashing to the edge of the arena to retrieve a wooden sword. Chun Mai furrowed his brow. Aren't you going to use a real sword? Xiaobai shook the wooden sword playfully, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. With a real sword, I can't unleash my full potential, Captain. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, with Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan thinking simultaneously. Lin Xiaobai is truly defying the odds. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye was nursing his sore backside, a flicker of vengeful fire igniting within him. Lin Xiaobai, you must persevere. The veins on Chun Mai's forehead became increasingly pronounced. To him, Lin Xiaobai's actions were nothing short of blatant provocation. If that's the case, then I shall teach you a lesson that will humble you. The two raised their swords in a silent challenge, and Chun Mai, true to his word, did not hold back. He crouched low and lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, capturing the attention of the team members at the sidelines. Smack! Indeed, the wooden sword struck Xiaobai's waist, producing a dull thud. Chinmai, what is this bizarre sensation akin to hitting a concrete pole? Just moments ago, Lin Qiye had let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig from a similar blow. Yet Lin Xiaobai displayed not a flicker of change on her face. Wu Xiangnan frowned from the sidelines. That sound is off. Hong Ying queried. What do you mean by off? Wu Xiangnan, haven't you noticed? The sound of Lin Xiaobai's wooden sword hitting flesh is entirely different from Lin Qiye's. Qiye's produced a sharp crack, while Xiaobai's resembles the sound of striking a stone wall. Hong Ying's eyes widened. Indeed, and it seems Lin Xiaobai feels no pain at all? Wu Xiangnan. Yes, this disparity is due to muscle density. Just from a sound alone, Lin Xiaobai's muscle density must be several times that of Lin Qiye. Hong Ying gasped. Several times? I can't believe it. He needs to take off his shirt for us to study this properly. Lin Qiye at that moment merely wished to preserve his fragile dignity. How had he remained oblivious to Lin Xiaobai's ferocity all this time? Beside them, Zhao Kongsheng had already taken pride. You all know nothing about my master's physique. In the arena, after Chun Mai's initial setback, he gave Lin Xiaobai no respite, launching another attack. Yet Lin Xiaobai, this headstrong individual, refused to defend herself. Instead, seizing the opportunity as Chun Mai exposed a flaw in his offense, she swiftly retaliated. Instantly, two contrasting sounds reverberated through the competition arena. Smack! Bang! One dull thud. One sharp crack. Poor Chun Mai immediately grimaced in pain. This sensation was akin to being harshly whipped by his father's rot tan. He was increasingly astounded. What extraordinary resilience is this? Moreover, Lin Xiaobai certainly was not the type to do 100 push-ups or sit-ups every day. Not to mention, just before training, he had seen her leisurely indulging in a slice of cake. Could it be that she truly is a sweet potato? Chinmai was beset by terrifying thoughts. If he had only approached the situation with seriousness moments ago, now the captain truly regarded Lin Xiaobai as a formidable opponent. The warm-up had concluded. The genuine test was about to commence. Chun Mai's cold gaze remained fixed on Lin Xiaobai, and even in the absence of forbidden powers, an invisible pressure seemed to emanate from him, causing his teammates to grow increasingly anxious. Zhao Kongxing exclaimed, What on earth is happening with Chun Mai? Is he going all out? He's still just a child. Zhao Kongxing did not wish for his master to be subdued by Chun Mai so swiftly, at the very least. He hoped for a glorious loss in the testing. Otherwise, the tales of the water god-esque glory he had boasted about over the past few days would surely become a laughingstock. However, while Zhao Kongxing was lost in thought, Lin Xiaobai suddenly sprang into action. In that moment, it was as if he were guided by invisible threads, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow racing toward Chun Mai. With a series of sharp sounds, crack, 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 Chun Mai managed to block one strike. Yet Lin Xiaobai had already executed his attack amidst the openings he created. In that instant, the entire arena fell silent, everyone wide-eyed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Wait, the true test had begun. Who had truly initiated it? Lin Qiye was filled with questions. He had witnessed Lin Xiaobai's earth-shattering 6 strikes before, but he had never anticipated that Lin Xiaobai's physical strength and speed had reached such extraordinary heights. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the maelstrom, Chun Mai was even more astounded. He sensed that Lin Xiaobai had already activated his mental energy. To achieve such speed merely through the strength of the Lantern Realm was astounding. Had he not simultaneously activated his mental defense while blocking, Lin Xiaobai's 6 strikes would have rendered him incapable of standing. Hong Ying's eyes widened in confusion. After a moment, she turned to Wu Xiangnan and asked, Xiangnan, what realm is Lin Xiaobai in? Wu Xiangnan finally regained his composure, his expression grave as he replied, Lantern Realm. However, the physical prowess Lin Xiaobai has displayed far surpasses that of the Lantern Realm. He is likely already at the upper echelons of the Sea Realm. Just a few nights prior, Zhao Kongsheng had recounted how Lin Xiaobai had burned his own strength to defeat the Ghost-Face King in 3 strikes. And Wu Xiangnan had been skeptical. After all, the Lantern Realm against the River Realm. No matter how one ignited their own power, Achieving significant results was quite challenging. He had thought that perhaps the Ghost-Faced King had already been severely injured, and Lin Xiaobai merely delivered the finishing strikes. Now, witnessing Lin Xiaobai's training firsthand shattered Wu Xiangnan's previous notions. His perspective of Lin Xiaobai had completely transformed, and he was beginning to eagerly anticipate seeing Lin Xiaobai's performance in the Forbidden Test. At this moment, less than 5 minutes into the training, Chen Mai stood there dumbfounded. Lin Xiaobai, who had already gained distance from him, was unaware of the unfolding events. Wasn't the captain supposed to go all out? Why had he suddenly stopped moving? Captain? What's wrong? Lin Xiaobai queried, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Do you need to use the restroom? If so, you can go ahead. We can continue when you return. Chen Mai shook his head with a complex expression, stating, no need, the test is concluded. The team members exchanged glances, taken aback by the unprecedented swiftness of the training's end. Lin Xiaobai's face lit up with joy. Is it over so soon? Did I pass? Chen Mai gazed deeply at Lin Xiaobai and sincerely replied, not only have you passed, Lin Xiaobai, but you have also opened the door to a new world for us. Hooray! Lin Xiaobai, I knew you could do it. In her mind, upon hearing Chen Mai's words, Fufu immediately erupted in cheers. Hee, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly either, but afterwards I must train diligently with the captain to master all his martial skills. Yes, let us learn them all. Fufu chuckled, genuinely delighted by Lin Xiaobai's remarkable performance. Especially when recalling the harrowing battles of the previous 2 rounds, she felt a profound sense of reward for her struggles. Dreaded Fufu, you owe me tuition. I'll almost give you an extra little cake. Chen Mai descended from the arena, and amidst the concerned gazes of his team members, he silently opened his training notebook. On the first page, he inscribed the name Lin Qiye, meticulously recording Strength A, Speed A-, Endurance C, Shinshu SS. The second page bore Lin Xiaobai's name. After a moment's contemplation, recognizing the significance of this assessment for both youths, he proceeded to inscribe Lin Xiaobai, Strength A-, Speed SS, Endurance SS, Shinshu pending evaluation. Brief commentary. Based solely on physical attributes, should development continue, I believe there exists potential to become a pinnacle among humanity. Chapter 22. The Destroyer, Lin Xiaobai. Since Chen Mai joined the Night Watch, he has encountered countless prodigies, most of whom are renowned for their formidable forbidden domains. However, Lin Xiaobai, who astounds from the very essence of his being, is a rarity he has never witnessed before. This brings to mind Zhao Kongqing's words to him and Wu Xiangnan. Do you acknowledge that the god of justice, Focalors, is unparalleled in fairness and possesses unmatched beauty? Furrowing his brow, he pondered. Could this be attributed to Focalors' divine domain? Taking diligent notes, Wu Xiangnan eagerly led the 2 brothers to another testing ground, followed closely by the other team members. Upon arrival, Lin Xiaobai summoned numerous water singers to heal Lin Qiye's injuries. Wu Xiangnan, with his notebook in hand, recorded with equal seriousness. Focalors' divine domain possesses healing properties. Lin Xiaobai, aside from the healing effects and the ability to exchange burned energy for a tremendous burst of damage, as well as your 3 formidable summons. Is there anything else we are unaware of? Currently, it was imperative that they document as comprehensively as possible. He hoped for Lin Xiaobai's understanding. Hong Ying whispered to Si Xiaonan. Typically, a forbidden domain with 3 skills is already quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree? Si Xiaonan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, at present, even the most hazardous divine domains usually possess only 2 to 3 core skills. I have yet to encounter more. As if on cue, Lin Xiaobai began to enumerate before Wu Xiangnan. In addition to the 3 you mentioned, I can summon dice to launch water arrows. Enter an ultra-high-speed state and unleash high-burst water arrow damage. Of course, this burst damage is not as high as what I can inflict while burning power. There is still a significant gap. Wu Xiangnan had merely posed the question casually, sharing Si Xiaonan's understanding that it was already rare for a divine domain holder to possess 3 core skills. Yet, Lin Xiaobai's rapid-fire responses left him utterly astonished. For Lin Xiaobai, The character card and such skills were plentiful, and they bore no resemblance to Lin Qiye's Starry Night Dancer, which clearly showcased the powers of two deities, thus requiring no veil of secrecy. Dice water arrows, ultra speed, high burst water arrows. So, you now have 6 core skills? Wu Xiangnan inquired, his throat involuntarily tightening as the same thought crossed his mind as Chun Mai's. Could he truly be a sugar beet? Chun Mai could not help but interject, then what about your defensive capabilities? Lin Xiaobai waved a hand dismissively. Oh, that's merely a slight additional ability from the water god. Don't mind it, Chun Mai. I, for one, can hardly withstand a single strike from a river border. You'd call that merely a trifle? More like a billion trifles. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were utterly astounded. My goodness. Six skills? Had I not heard it directly from Lin Xiaobai, I truly would not have believed it. Including Lin Xiaobai's recent display of combat prowess, I would not be surprised if the higher-ups personally sought him out once the report is submitted. Zhao Kongqing's lips curled into a mischievous smile. This is the water god. This is my master. It would be utterly unreasonable not to assign him the designation of Sequence 001. Hong Ying spread her hands. The top 30, it seems, shall soon become 31. Si Xiaonan remarked. Yes, the rankings are likely to commence from the bottom. After all, Lin Xiaobai is currently at the Zhan realm. Should he ascend to greater heights in the future, the rankings of the divine ruins of Focalors will surely astonish everyone. Zhao Kongcheng interjected. So, do you all concede that the god of justice, Focalors, is unmatched in fairness and unparalleled in beauty? Cold Xian, who had remained silent, replied indifferently, regardless of our acknowledgement. At least within Team 136, no one can overlook this god of justice any longer. After taking notes, Lin Xiaobai proceeded to demonstrate for the members of Team 136. When they witnessed Lin Xiaobai summon dice that automatically shot out water arrows behind him, Hong Ying's envy erupted entirely. How infuriating! An entirely automated summon paired with fully automated water arrows. If I were to face Lin Xiaobai, he could easily defeat me while standing still, couldn't he? Si Xiaonan suggested softly. Why not give it a try next time? Reflecting on Lin Xiaobai's earlier spar with Chun Mai, Hong Ying wrinkled her nose. Forget it. I have no desire to battle such an absurd individual. Initially, the members of Team 136 viewed Lin Xiaobai merely as a novice at the Zhan realm and a high school student. However, halfway through the second test, their perception shifted to that of a genius, an anomaly, and someone with boundless potential. As for Fufu, observing the changes in everyone was quite evident. She had her hands on her hips, exclaiming, as expected of my Lin Xiaobai. Next was Lin Qiye. Although he resided in the divine ruins of the 003 RD Angel, Michael, according to Wu Xiangnan, he had yet to fully unleash the capabilities of the Seraphim divine ruins. Nevertheless, the fact that he managed to breach the boundless void that day indicated to Wu Xiangnan that his potential, akin to Lin Xiaobai's, was quite formidable. After the testing in the Forbidden Ruins concluded, everyone relocated to a room equipped with 39,000 concealed micro-rubber guns. Gazing at the honeycomb-like array of bullet holes, a shiver ran down their spines. Zhao Kongsheng could not help but exclaim, "Damn it, not this room again. When I trained here, there was no way to evade it." Wu Xiangnan cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Kongsheng. I had already provided you with the minimum speed of 20 rounds per second. Yet you, Zhao Kongsheng, are rather cumbersome. Chun Mai stated earnestly. Currently, the best record in our team belongs to Hong Ying, who managed to evade attacks at a rate of 120 rounds per second. So, how about a challenge between the two of you? Though Chun Mai addressed both brothers, his gaze was predominantly fixed on Lin Xiaobai, as the latter's agility during their recent spar had left everyone utterly astounded. Hong Ying chuckled. Whoever can break my record today will treat me to a meal. Lin Qiye replied, let me go first. Initially, Lin Qiye had intended to measure his performance against Zhao Kongqing's achievements, but as the test commenced, he quickly realized he had underestimated the training. If the bullets were to approach from a single direction, evading the high-velocity projectiles would have been feasible. However, the rubber bullets came from all directions. At the onset of the test, Lin Qiye was struck by several bullets. Although they were made of rubber, the pain made him grimace. After several attempts, he managed to stabilize his score at 35 rounds per second. As Lin Xiaobai stepped onto the field, rolling up his sleeves, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan exchanged glances, a silent question passing between them. Could he truly break my record? The test began. Lin Xiaobai moved like a phantom, activating his skill with a 600 agility boost, which made everything around him seem to slow down. Remarkably, the threads he wielded ensnared the bullets one by one. By the time the onlookers reacted, the rubber bullets had already been sliced in half by the water-based threads with a sharp crack, leaving Hong Ying in a state of goosebumps. Wu Xiangnan, astonished, felt a pang of regret in his heart. This is a fortune wasted, he thought. However, observing the spectacle of the Focalors' sanctuary, he couldn't help but wonder if it was all a bit too extraordinary. Chapter 23. The Cardinal of Implicit Judgment. In the end, Wu Xiangnan, enduring the pangs of his heart, gradually increased the difficulty for Lin Xiaobai, ultimately solidifying his score at a staggering 150 rounds per second. As the test concluded, Hong Ying approached Lin Xiaobai, exclaiming, "You mischievous little one, it's your turn to treat tonight. How could someone break the record upon joining the team?" Wu Xiangnan trembled inwardly, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Indeed, it is time for a treat." In just 5 minutes, he managed to expend nearly 40,000 rubber bullets. Si Xiaonan, with an inquisitive expression, inquired, "Does Xiaobai have money?" Qiye responded shortly, "I will distribute the enlistment fees for both of them along with an additional bonus for Lin Xiaobai." Hong Ying exclaimed, "Wait, their essay bonus already? Isn't there still the firearms test?" Lin Qiye interjected, "Those threads earlier could precisely bind the bullets. Lin Xiaobai's shooting skills will pose no issue." However, an hour later, the two brothers stood before the firearms training ground, and Lin Qiye, gazing at the two targets, fell into a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were doubled over with laughter. What is going on? How can you two brothers not hit a single target?" Lin Xiaobai's aim was decent, yet all his shots landed on Lin Qiye's target. Lin Qiye pondered, baffled as to how these two seemingly talented high school students could perform so poorly with firearms. Lin Xiaobai sighed, "Lin Qiye, perhaps we should abandon using guns." Lin Qiye nodded earnestly. "It seems we have no other choice." The girls burst into laughter once more. That evening, Chunmai indeed distributed the enlistment fees to the two high school students, granting each a sum of 100,000. Additionally, he awarded Lin Xiaobai a bonus of 50,000, personally drawn from his own pocket, a testament to the profound impact Lin Xiaobai had made that day. Meanwhile, in the high-ranking office of the night watchman in Shangjing, grave voices echoed within the dim meeting room as Lin Xiaobai's testing record was displayed prominently on the central screen. Strength, 8-, endurance, SS, agility, SS. Possessing over 6 skills from the Divine Ruins, it was recommended he be regarded on par with the Divine Ruins of Michael. Were it not for Chunmai's personal endorsement, one might suspect this test was a mere jest, a potential to ascend to the pinnacle of humanity, and merely a high school student at that. I am genuinely compelled to meet this child in person. With one Divine Ruins of Michael and another unknown deity named Focalors, we must indeed pay close attention to this matter in Sangnan City. Inform the new recruit training camp to keep a vigilant eye on this Lin Xiaobai. If necessary, they should find a reason to retest him for confirmation. On the other side, after the members of Team 136 joyfully finished their meal and returned to their quarters, Lin Xiaobai promptly made his way to the Room of Dreams. Initially, he simply intended to practice his skills on the grass and review his battle with Chunmai from earlier that day. However, upon seeing the divine statue, the voice of Furina immediately resonated. "Hey, why does the statue seem even more exquisite? Could it have upgraded?" Lin Xiaobai hurried to the statue, glancing at the panel. "My goodness, has it truly been upgraded?" Host, Lin Xiaobai. Realm, Lantern. Divine Ruins, Dance of the Sinners. Offering level 7. Offering experience, 21,000, 40,000. God-slaying experience, 10, 52,000. You have rewards available to claim. Press 6 to receive. He hastily opened the experience list, and upon merely glancing at it, a swell of pride surged within him. First, there was Chun Mai, a formidable figure from the Sichuan realm, who contributed 4,000 points of offering experience, 500 more than Zhao Concheng. Next was Wu Xiangnan, who provided him with 2,000 points of offering experience. Following that, Lin Qiye, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Lung Xian each contributed 1,000 points. This indicated that today's trial had profoundly impacted Chun Mai, validating the immense strength of the water deity, both for Focalors and Lin Xiaobai himself. Although the others did not experience such a significant impact as Chun Mai, their perceptions of the deity Focalors were entirely transformed. After a spirited exchange between Lin Xiaobai and Furina, the naive girl immediately began to cheer in her mind. Hooray! This is all thanks to our little brother Lin Xiaobai. I'll add another small cake for you. I also hadn't anticipated that this trial would affect the captain so profoundly. Fu Ningna chuckled slyly. Today, when he struck you without any reaction, I could see he was utterly dazed. Lin Xiaobai, he frantically pressed 6 to collect the reward. Miniature judgment mechanism, used to harvest the souls of mythical creatures and convert them into a belief in justice, providing the machine with mixed energy for retribution. The mixed energy level is divided into 5 tiers. With each advancement, the judgment mechanism will grant the host a justice treasure chest. Upon reaching the maximum level of 5, all the belief power gathered by the miniature mechanism will be transferred back to the original mechanism. Upon reading the description, Lin Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. This small mechanism, no larger than a crucifix, could directly harvest the souls of mythical beings once he suppressed them with his power. He then glanced at the number of souls required for the first level, 72. A shiver ran down his spine. Was that the number of serpent demons? This meant that Lin Xiaobai only needed to absorb the souls of all the serpent demons during the next attack to unlock the first level of the Justice Treasure Chest. Moreover, he could save those students who had been possessed, achieving 2 objectives at once. However, given Lin Xiaobai's current circumstances, this remained a formidable challenge. Firstly, the serpent demon offspring were widely dispersed, and it was unreasonable to expect others to wait for him to absorb the souls, as this would endanger their safety. Furthermore, the serpent demon boss within Li Yifei was also beyond his realm. If he could not fully suppress it, he would be unable to absorb its soul. Thus, Li Yifei would similarly face a dire fate. Contemplating this, Lin Xiaobai cradled his head. How difficult. What a daunting dilemma. What's the matter? Upon witnessing Lin Xiaobai's reaction, Furina inquired with concern. Lin Xiaobai recounted his thoughts, leaving the foolish girl utterly astonished. 72? How could one possibly absorb souls simultaneously? Unless there are 72 of you acting at once. 72 of me, Lin Xiaobai murmured. Suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. I understand now. Furina, I adore you. I know what to do. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaobai's unexpected exclamation caused Furina to blush furiously. So what will you do? Lin Xiaobai grinned. First, I must become the temporary captain of Team 136 to gain the authority to command this operation. Furina gasped in disbelief. What? Become the captain of Team 136? Even if it is merely a temporary position, could they truly trust such an unreliable-looking high school student? Furina fervently shook her head in her mind. At least to her, becoming the temporary captain of Team 136 seemed as challenging as simultaneously controlling 72 serpent demons. Chapter 24. Becoming the captain of Team 136. In the span of a little over half a month, time swiftly passed. During this period, Xiaobai and Qiye, under the pretense of enlisting, had ceased attending school. Aside from leisurely indulging themselves while training, Xiaobai frequently spent time in the hospital room with Fufu, honing his skills. After 2 weeks of practice, his progress was remarkable. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly familiar with the members of Team 136, particularly with Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, who adored the mischievous Lin Xiaobai, treating him almost like a younger brother. One evening, Lin Xiaobai and Hong Ying were on duty at the Peace Affairs office when Li Yifei rushed in, looking utterly dejected. Upon seeing Lin Xiaobai, he froze in place. Huh? Xiaobai? Didn't you enlist? What are you doing here? Well, that's a long story. Shouldn't you first explain your purpose for coming? In truth, after encountering the Phantom Man, Zhao Kongsheng had given Li Yifei and the others a business card, suggesting they come to the Peace Affairs office if they encountered anything strange. Consequently, Zhao Kongsheng inadvertently turned him into Team 130 SAXS informant within the second high school. Once Li Yifei recovered from his initial shock, he nervously recounted his encounter with Liu Xiaoyan and the flesh-eating incident to Lin Xiaobai and Hong Ying. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying furrowed her brow, saying, flesh-eating, and it can infect others? That sounds reminiscent of zombies. Li Yifei vigorously nodded in agreement, exclaiming, even more terrifying than zombies. Hong Ying turned to Xiaobai, asking, what do you think? Xiaobai replied, I believe the most challenging aspect is their talent for disguise. If flesh-eating indeed leads to infection, then it is likely that our school is already infiltrated by numerous snake demons. Li Yifei shuddered at the thought. No way, right? Are we still going to school? Lin Xiaobai regarded Li Yifei with a peculiar expression, pondering. The leader of the snake demons is right here, and if you don't go to school, we won't be able to capture the king. However, one could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Li Yifei, who was oblivious to the fact that he was the snake demon boss and was genuinely worried about the safety of his classmates. Before long, Hong Ying informed Chen Mai, and the three of them proceeded to the meeting room. Upon entering, Li Yifei's mood shifted further when he spotted Lin Qiye sleeping in a chair. Initially, he had lamented that Qiye and Xiaobai had enlisted, but he was taken aback to discover they had joined such an impressive and enigmatic team. Once everyone had gathered, and after Li Yifei reiterated the details of the incident, Chen Mai tapped the table and inquired, does anyone have any opinions? Wu Xiangnan stated, I believe what we need to ascertain now is how many students at the second high school have been infected and whether those students have continued to infect others outside the school. Hong Ying added, the snake demons excel in disguise, making it exceedingly difficult to identify them. Moreover, if their numbers are substantial, a large-scale search could incite panic among the citizens, exacerbating the situation. Chen Mai listened attentively before turning to Lin Qiye and Lin Xiaobai. What are your thoughts on this matter? The gaze of the team members suddenly converged upon the two brothers. Lin Qiye spoke slowly. My spiritual perception should enable me to detect the true forms of those serpent demons. However, my current sensing range is limited to 20 meters, making it improbable to conduct a thorough investigation all at once. Lin Xiaobai immediately interjected. We could take advantage of the flag-raising ceremony when everyone is focused and enter the school. We can communicate through earpieces and coordinate our actions in 3 groups. Wu Xiangnan looked at Lin Xiaobai in surprise, astonished by his quick response and his idea to utilize the flag-raising for investigating the serpent demons. Chen Mai nodded in approval. This method is indeed commendable. Xiaobai's suggestion is excellent. Nevertheless, in addition to this, we must identify the true forms of the serpent demons. Otherwise, no matter how many we uncover, it will only address the symptoms, not the root cause. Si Xiaonan remarked, but we currently have no leads. Just being able to resolve the threat posed by the serpent demons at secondary school 2 would be quite an achievement. Hong Ying rubbed her forehead. This is truly troublesome. And Captain, you aren't particularly familiar with that area, are you? Chen Mai replied calmly. At this point, we have no better options. We must take action tomorrow. We cannot allow the serpent demons to devour more people. Seeing that the discussion was drawing to a close, Lin Xiaobai finally spoke up. I actually have a plan that could address the excessive number of serpent demons. The others were momentarily taken aback by his statement. Hong Ying looked at Lin Xiaobai in astonishment. Wu Xiangnan responded with surprise. Xiaobai, how do you intend to solve this? According to Li Yifei's intelligence, the number of serpent demons has likely exceeded 50. Hong Ying added, indeed, while serpent demons may not be as formidable as the ghost-faced beings, their concealment skills are significant, making them not so easily dealt with. After Lin Xiaobai shared his plan with the members of Team 136, everyone was left in stunned silence. Are you suggesting that you can control dozens of serpent demons simultaneously? Wu Xiangnan questioned, doubting his own ears. This water god's divine ruin? Could it truly be so powerful? Or does Lin Xiaobai possess the ability to create clones? Chenmai remained quiet, simply observing Lin Xiaobai. It must be said that Lin Xiaobai's proposal was astonishing. If it could indeed be realized, it would be the optimal solution. However, at this critical juncture, could Team 136 genuinely place their trust in a high school student who had not yet experienced much combat? At that moment, Zhao Kongsheng, who had been silent, spoke up. I believe in Lin Xiaobai, and I am confident that he possesses the capability to undertake this task. Consider his character. Would he not prefer to follow Chenmai's commands, take it easy, and shift the responsibility onto the captain instead? Upon hearing Zhao Kongsheng's words, Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he made a compelling point. Xiaobai's cleverness did not necessitate shouldering such burdens. Finally, Chenmai spoke. I choose to believe in you, Lin Xiaobai, but I hope you understand that with this operation, a single misstep could jeopardize the citizens of Songnan City. Therefore, you must be certain that you can accomplish everything you have claimed. Lin Xiaobai nodded earnestly, declaring, I, Lin Xiaobai, am capable. The members of Team 136 could not help but glance at him in unison. None of them could fathom how a high school student could simultaneously subdue those serpent demons, especially since they had yet to ascertain the location of their leader. In that moment, a palpable tension and anticipation regarding the mission for the following day enveloped the group. After the meeting concluded, during which several operational details and necessary preparations were discussed, Lin Xiaobai was officially appointed as the temporary team leader for this endeavor. Upon returning to the villa, Hong Ying approached him with 2 bottles of cola. She sat cross-legged on Lin Xiaobai's bed, handing him one of the bottles. For tomorrow's operation, you can count on me entirely. Do you have confidence? She inquired. Sister, if I lacked confidence, I wouldn't have made this request. Rest assured, he replied. At that moment, Si Xiaonan and Lin Qiye also arrived. Si Xiaonan gently remarked, feel free to assign any tasks for tomorrow. Good luck. Lin Xiaobai suddenly felt a wave of shyness wash over him. There is indeed something for which I truly need your assistance. The following morning, in Lin Xiaobai's room, he had just finished his shower when the 2 sisters began to prepare him. As Hong Ying meticulously applied lipstick, she stifled a laugh, teasing, you little rascal. Are you eager to visit the girls' dormitory because you've never been there? Si Xiaonan, holding Lin Xiaobai's hand, silently dusted his face with powder, suggesting, you're welcome to visit our room. Lin Xiaobai was at a loss for words. Damn it, did they think he desired this? He was, after all, the ambassador of the water god. The crux of the matter was that both the girls' dormitory and the square were infested with serpent demons. Should the demons in the dormitory rise in rebellion, it would inevitably incite those in the square to act as well. It was well known that students would congregate in the square. Thus, it was imperative to first address the demons in the dormitory with Hong Ying and the others to successfully execute Lin Xiaobai's designated plan. As Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan continued to prepare him, they exchanged curious glances. The 2 young women were genuinely intrigued about how this high school student would manage to simultaneously confront so many serpent demons. It felt as though it would be quite a shocking approach. Hong Ying pondered earnestly in her heart. Chapter 25. Lung Xian, what just transpired? After a full hour, a beautiful girl adorned with a wig finally stood gracefully before Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. Hong Ying once again collapsed into Si Xiaonan's embrace, exclaiming, Our little Bai Mei, you are simply stunning. In her mind, Fu Ningna giggled at the scene, suggesting, little Bai, how about you date me like this whenever we meet in the future? Lin Xiaobai. Goodness, my behind is freezing, and yet you all dare to laugh at me. Is there no humanity left? It was Si Xiaonan who showed more consideration, suggesting, little Bai, perhaps you should wear pants instead. With those muscular legs, people might think you're a fitness enthusiast. Ha ha ha. Poor Hong Ying once more burst into laughter. At last, Lin Xiaobai donned winter school trousers and was then flanked by the 2 sisters in school uniforms, resembling close friends as they made their way to the office. Upon Lin Xiaobai's entrance, Li Yifei's eyes lit up. Who is this? I am your uncle, Lin Xiaobai replied without hesitation. What? Li Yifei was taken aback, marveling at Lin Xiaobai's beauty in feminine attire. experiencing an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Lin Qiye, following closely behind, remarked shortly, Lin Xiaobai will accompany Hong Ying and the others to the girls' dormitory. Li Yifei, you shall join me at the playground. Li Yifei panicked. Am I really going to join? I won't be devoured, will I? Chen Mai reassured him, Lin Qiye and Lung Xian will protect you. There is no need for concern. Wang Xiangnan approached Lin Xiaobai and stated, Last night, I investigated Lu Xiaoyan and her classmates' social connections and have obtained their home addresses. The captain, Zhao Kongsheng, and I will proceed with the investigation. The affairs here at number 2 high school will be left to you. Hong Ying cheerfully placed her arm around Lin Xiaobai's shoulders. Rest assured, we will let those snake demons know that the power of our friendship is invincible. Si Xiaonan, raising her small arm weakly from behind, added yes. Is indeed invincible. Chen Mai turned to Lin Xiaobai. This time, everything rests on you, Lin Xiaobai. I hope you can demonstrate that my decision to entrust you with the position of temporary captain was the right one. Beneath the walls of number 2 high school, Lin Xiaobai supported Si Xiaonan, who was being pulled along by Hong Ying like a slippery eel as they finally managed to scale the wall. Once Lin Xiaobai descended, Hong Ying remarked, Fortunately, neither Sinan nor I wore your school skirts today. Si Xiaonan replied, If we had, it would have been unfair to Little Bai. Hong Ying concurred, Exactly. Lin Xiaobai retorted, Humph, I have someone in my heart. Originally, Fu Fu felt a tinge of jealousy, but upon hearing Lin Xiaobai's words, her cheeks began to flush once again. What is happening with Lin Xiaobai? Why has he become so blunt? Wait, he only mentioned having someone. He didn't specify it was you. Oh dear. Funing now, what is wrong with you? Upon hearing this, Hong Ying became excited, tugging Lin Xiaobai along toward the girls' dormitory while eagerly inquiring, Quickly, tell me, who is it? Which fortunate girl is so lucky to have captured the affection of our dear Xiaobai? Si Xiaonan quietly leaned in. Is it that girl Fu Colosi? As expected of the agent of the god of cunning, Si Xiaonan immediately grasped the crux of the matter. It must be the girl painted by Xiaobai. Indeed, she is extraordinarily adorable. If I were to encounter her in reality, I believe I would be utterly overwhelmed. Observing Hong Ying's evident excitement, Si Xiaonan shook her head. Xiaobai, she must belong to the realm of the second dimension, right? Huh? How do you know, Sister Xiaonan? Alfonjin is 4 day cheese. Si Xiaonan refrained from elaborating, contemplating that the other party was merely a high school student, and perhaps it was best to let him continue to yearn for beauty. Of course, she was unaware that upon witnessing Lin Xiaobai's candid expression, Fu Nina had already cocooned herself in her blankets, squealing and eagerly anticipating their meeting. Upon arriving at the girls' dormitory, the 3 close friends swiftly discovered not only the delicate garments drying on the balcony, but also a conspicuous display of human skin. Liu Shuyang, Fan Ruru, Dian Li. Hong Ying exclaimed, What? Si Xiaonan replied, Those are the names of Lu Xiaoyan and her roommate. This is their dormitory. Boldly, Hong Ying approached the balcony, glancing around with an increasingly furrowed brow. She called out to Si Xiaonan outside the door. It's not just here. Many are hanging on the nearby dormitory balconies as well. Si Xiaonan cast an appreciative glance at Lin Xiaobai. Our Xiaobai's conjecture was indeed correct. The majority infected within the second high are girls. We have come to the right place. Just as Si Xiaonan finished speaking, music erupted from the playground. It was flag-raising time. Lin Qiye, who had already seized the flagpole, marched proudly with Li Yifei along the track of the playground. As his perceptive abilities expanded, Lin Qiye's heart grew heavier. Amidst the music, he slightly pressed his earpiece. There are at least 60 individuals infected on the playground. Hong Ying's voice also came through the earpiece. We've discovered human skin drying on the balcony here. Roughly estimating, there are at least over 40 pieces. Chinmai, I'm already en route to Lu Xiaoyan's residence. Zhao Kongsheng and Wu Xiangnan are also heading to her roommates' places. Lung Xian, I am in position. Should there be any snake demons harming individuals on the playground, I will immediately eliminate them. Lung Xian's words unmistakably conveyed to Lin Xiaobai that if he were to falter even slightly, she would reap the consequences in his stead. At that moment, a few girls, chatting and laughing, emerged from the corridor. One girl with long hair, Upon noticing Hong Ying and her friends standing at the dormitory entrance, paused momentarily, then approached them with a warm smile. "Sisters, is there something you need here?" Hong Ying quickly replied. "Oh, we are here to discuss something with Lin Xiaobai." A slightly plump girl beside the long-haired girl, gazing at Si Xiaonin's face, suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, this sister is so small and incredibly cute." Si Xiaonin smiled warmly at her friend. "You are quite adorable as well." Little did she know that the girl's pupils transformed into a crimson hue immediately after her words. "So adorable that I want to devour you." As she spoke, her mouth gradually opened wide, revealing a terrifying visage. Hong Ying reacted swiftly, shoving the girl aside and retrieving a black box from her back, exclaiming, "It's a snake demon." "Xiaonin, Xiaobai, be cautious." Almost simultaneously, Xiaobai shouted into her earpiece, "Lin Qiye, move out." On the playground, Lin Qiye had already reached the flagpole with a banner in hand. Upon hearing Xiaobai's command, he leapt onto the podium, snatching the microphone from the vice principal. He pounded the mic and coldly addressed the assembly. "All you snake demon offspring, remain where you are. We shall deal with you shortly." As soon as Lin Qiye finished speaking, the snake demon progeny within the student body, with their eyes now glowing red, began to transform in fury. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qiye quickly pressed his earpiece, declaring loudly, "Xiaobai, the plan is underway." Suddenly, Xiaobai's voice echoed through everyone's earpiece now. In that instant, Hong Ying drew her spear, while Lin Xiaobai charged forward with a thunderous rush. Activating his night orchid sprinting skill, he experienced a staggering 600 acceleration, and the environment around him appeared to come to a standstill. He could see Hong Ying's astonished gaze, her pupils widening in shock, as well as Shi Xiaonan attempting to evade the snake demon's assault. Everything unfolded in a slow-motion tableau, allowing Lin Xiaobai to navigate effortlessly amidst the chaos. In that fleeting moment, threads intertwined behind him, ensnaring the transforming snake demons at an incomprehensible speed. Before Hong Ying and Shi Xiaonan could react, they were astonished to witness Lin Xiaobai binding the demons with threads and swiftly dragging them downstairs. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye maintained a stoic expression as he raised his gun, his finger resting calmly on the trigger, aiming at a snake demon on the verge of transformation. However, the next second would etch itself into his memory forever. Through his scope, he saw Lin Xiaobai dragging a throng of girls into view at the corridor's entrance. Then, with terrifying velocity, he left a series of afterimages on the playground, swiftly ensnaring all the snake demons with his threads. By the time Lin Qiye processed the scene, Lin Xiaobai had finally halted, panting as he glanced at Lin Qiye on stage, who was now frozen in astonishment. "Lin Qiye, are there any left?" Lin Qiye stared at the snake demons thoroughly bound in threads, shaking his head in disbelief. "No, none left." Relieved, Lin Xiaobai tugged on the threads. The snake demons, like mere toys, were gathered together under the fearful gaze of onlookers, resembling hostages. At this moment, Lin Qiye raised his head slowly from the scope, finally taking in the astonishing sight before him. Yet he remained uncertain, once more aligning his gaze with the sight, casting another glance at the scene unfolding on the playground. After a brief moment, he raised his head again, his expression somewhat bewildered. He yearned to ponder, yet discovered that his mind seemed to have faltered. At last, the typically reticent Lin Qiye took the initiative to voice a question through the earpiece. What exactly transpired just now? Chapter 26. A Century of Shock for Team 136. The students, who had been screaming and fleeing in terror, now stood as if petrified, their eyes fixed on Lin Xiaobai, who swiftly gathered all the snake demons and neutralized their threat in an instant. Who is she? Why is she wearing our school uniform? Has she evolved? How could she possibly move with such astonishing speed? Oh my sister is so impressive. On stage, Lin Qiye was equally bewildered. Although he had witnessed Lin Xiaobai's skills before, her ability to slice through 40,000 bullets with a mere thread was still vivid in his memory. He had also heard her declare the night before that she would simultaneously subdue all the snake demons. However, he never anticipated that her method of control would be so striking. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan stood in the corridor, equally at a loss. What just flew by? Hong Ying asked, bewildered. It was Xiaobai. Si Xiaonan replied. Hong Ying pressed her forehead. I know. The scene has left me a bit dazed. Si Xiaonan patted Hong Ying's waist. All right, I'm just as confused, but we must hurry down. Lin Xiaobai likely needs our support. Nodding, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan hastened down the stairs. As they descended, her emotions were tumultuous, filled with guilt. Just yesterday, they had questioned Lin Xiaobai, doubting how a high school student could possibly resolve such a perplexing crisis. Naturally, Hong Ying was also concerned that Xiaobai might face punishment for failing her task. Yet now, in a matter of mere seconds, Lin Xiaobai had completely overturned the perceptions of the members of Team 136. Hearing the cacophony in her earpiece, Wu Xiangnan felt a jolt of anxiety and asked nervously, Team 2, what is your situation? Hong Ying pressed her earpiece. Lin Xiaobai has dealt with all the snake demons. We are making our way downstairs and will confirm shortly if there are any stragglers. Li Yifei's panicked voice suddenly erupted. Xiaobai has bound all the snake demons. At that moment, Li Yifei's consciousness was still prevailing. The snake demon's spirit within him had intended to create chaos with its offspring before seizing control of Li Yifei's mind. However, as the operation commenced, it was met with a terrifying spectacle, causing it to retreat in fright, trembling deep within Li Yifei's soul. How could a high school student be so formidable? Over 60 offspring of the snake demons had met their demise, and to make matters worse, that Lin Qiye fellow had even set traps to reveal them all. Despicable. Upon hearing the report, Wu Xiangnan was utterly flabbergasted, instinctively asking again, What did you say? All resolved? Just a minute ago, Lin Qiye had reported that he was in position, yet now, Hong Ying and the others had already descended to deal with the aftermath. This indicated that Lin Xiaobai had eliminated nearly 70 snake demons in 30 seconds. No, in 15 seconds. As Wu Xiangnan regained his composure, his pupils constricted abruptly, and cold sweat began to pour down his brow. It was thus that, accompanied by Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, they ventured to the girls' dormitory, compelling the concealed serpent demons to reveal themselves. During the flag-raising ceremony, Lin Qiye deliberately issued a melodramatic declaration of war against the progeny of the serpent demons, forcing them to manifest. In the end, Lin Xiaobai, through a most extraordinary means, swiftly harvested all the serpent demons. Wu Xiangnan could not help but envision the scene of Lin Xiao by pulling a silken thread, ensnaring the serpent demons. How infuriating! That lad is quite the show-off, Wu Xiangnan muttered, feeling a tinge of envy. Yet soon, this diligent vice-captain could not suppress a smile. Lin Xiaobai, oh Lin Xiaobai, I must admit, I see you in a new light this time. Alas, if only you did not have to attend the boot camp and could remain with us. A person like you is truly born to be a leader. Had Wu Xiangnan's words reached Chen Muyi, he surely would have exclaimed, Goodness, you have never praised me like that. Zhao Kongcheng's laughter erupted over the earpiece. Ha, Lin, master, I knew you would not disappoint. Damn, if only I were there, I could witness your display of charm. Let us set aside such banter. Lu Xiaoyan's family has already transformed into serpent demon progeny. And Lin Xiaobai you. Captain, I am on my way, came Lin Xiaobai's prompt response. In merely 3 minutes, Chen Muyi observed Lin Xiaobai approaching, pulling the silken threads through the air. Lin Xiaobai greeted Chen Muyi with a polite nod. Well, I have left the serpent demons on the school playground. We shall handle them together shortly. With that, he expertly used the silken thread, akin to flying a kite, to draw the 3 serpent demons away. Chen Muyi gazed towards the balcony. The campus of the second high school was faintly visible. Is it not roughly 2 kilometers away? Following this, after harvesting the serpent demon progeny from Wu Xiangnan and Zhao Kongcheng, the playground was now filled with a total of 71 serpent demon progeny. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan stood side by side, the 2 lovely sisters glancing between the serpent demons and Lin Xiaobai. Lin Qiye and Li Yifei also stood dazed behind Lin Xiaobai, all curious to see how he would deal with the bound serpent demons. As Lin Qiye approached nonchalantly, holding a sniper rifle, Lin Xiaobai finally produced a gilded metallic device. He aimed the judgment mechanism at the serpent demons, infusing it with the power of water elements. The measuring gauge at the center of the mechanism immediately radiated a brilliant blue light, akin to a divine manifestation, drawing forth the souls of all the serpent demons. Witnessing this miraculous scene, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Lin Qiye's eyes widened in astonishment, while Lin Xiaobai furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling Lin Xiaobai's frequent proclamation. Do you acknowledge that the god of justice, Focalors, is unparalleled in fairness and possesses beauty beyond compare? Moments later, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the souls of the serpent demons wailed, their essence surging into the judgment mechanism. And the blue energy on the measuring gauge rippled upwards, swiftly approaching the first mark. Meanwhile, following the departure of the serpent demon's soul, the infected students appeared to be melting, gradually shrinking in size before returning to their normal forms. Hong Ying, with a beaming expression, hurried to Lin Xiaobai's side, exclaiming, "How wonderful! Xiaobai, they're all fine now. However, are there any stragglers?" Si Xiaonan remarked, "With such a large number, there shouldn't be any left behind, right?" "Lin Xiaobai, you are truly remarkable." To this, Lin Xiaobai shook his head, replying, "There is still one." Lin Qiye chimed in from behind, "We have yet to locate the main body of the serpent demon." Upon hearing this, Li Yifei couldn't help but shudder. Hong Ying exclaimed, "Oh, right. How could I have forgotten? The main body of the serpent demon is of utmost importance." Si Xiaonan teased. It seems Hong Ying was so astonished by Lin Xiaobai's performance that she lost track of that. Hong Ying felt a flush rise to her cheeks, but quickly shot a glare at Si Xiaonan, countering, "And what about you, Xiaonan? What caused you to forget?" Si Xiaonan retorted with a playful expression. At that moment, Chun Mai's voice crackled through the earpiece. "We must locate the main body of the serpent demon. Otherwise, all our efforts today will be in vain." Just as the group began to feel anxious again, Lin Xiaobai, with an air of ease, stated, "It's all right. I have already pinpointed its location. I will take care of it shortly." Li Yifei's pupils dilated, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Wu Xiaonan's tone had shifted significantly. "Xiaobai, you handle that side at the second high school. We will patrol the streets to check for any overlooked serpent offspring. Once everything is resolved, let's regroup at the base." Lin Xiaobai remained as innocuous as ever, but following this operation, his words now carried considerable weight with the members of Team 136. Furina, watching intently in her mind, was on the verge of tears from joy. She did not particularly care whether Lin Xiaobai had helped spread the name of the water god. Instead, she marveled at how this high school student had progressed to this point in just under a month after leaving the hospital. The joy of witnessing a loved one grow was an experience Furina had never encountered before, and it deeply captivated her. At this moment, Lin Xiaobai meticulously instructed, "Sister Hong Ying, Sister Xiaonan, you stay here with Lin Qiye to assist these recovering students. Erase memories where necessary, and send anyone needing medical attention. I entrust the follow-up to you." He then turned to Lin Qiye and Li Yifei, saying, "Brother Yifei, you are coming with me to the arts building to find the serpent demon's main body." Li Yifei was taken aback, stammering, "And me too?" Lin Xiaobai responded with a warm smile, "Of course. You are our best helper. Don't worry, with me and Lin Qiye by your side. What danger could you possibly face?" Li Yifei felt a chill run through him. "Worry? How could I not worry? I am concerned that if I go with you, it won't just be danger. I might lose my life." However, he understood that the serpent demon leader was intelligent. She knew that if she did not accompany Lin Xiaobai, the consequences of being discovered by other team members would be far worse. Moreover, no matter how formidable Lin Xiaobai may be, his realm will inevitably impose limitations upon him. When confronted with two opponents of remarkable caliber, even if he lacks the prowess of the Ghost Face King, there remains a glimmer of hope for survival if he can catch them off guard. Contemplating this, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed Li Yifei's eyes as he feigned trepidation and declared, "All right, fine. Qi Xiaobai, you must protect me. I do not wish to meet my demise." Lin Qiye maintained an expression of composure as he regarded Lin Xiaobai and said, "Then, Xiaobai, let us proceed." With that, the three high school students embarked on their journey, reminiscent of their return home on that fateful night, step by step towards the art building of No. 2 High School, the place of their ultimate fate. Chapter 27. Chun Mai, how I wish you were my son soon. Lin Xiaobai led Lin Qiye and Li Yifei into the music classroom. Upon entering, he gestured for Lin Qiye and Li Yifei to turn off their headsets. The moment he turned his back to Li Yifei, the latter's pupils gradually turned blood red on the verge of transformation. Yet, Lin Xiaobai seemed to have anticipated this, smiling as he turned around to face Li Yifei, who had already opened his mouth. Sister Snake Demon, why not reveal yourself and have a chat with us? Although both he and Qiye were still in the realm of mere mortals, there was a fact he felt compelled to share. The Snake Demon froze for a moment, instinctively asking what fact. Lin Xiaobai maintained a harmless smile, while the Ghost-Faced King was actually killed by me with 3 strikes. At this point, he even shyly scratched his head. Pretty scary, right? Hee. The Snake Demon was taken aback, exclaiming, What are you hee-heeing about? I'm telling you, I was terrified. Wait, what did you just say? You killed the Ghost-Faced King with 3 strikes? Really? A mere mortal could slay the Ghost-Faced King with 3 strikes? 3 strikes. Oh my goodness. The poor Nanda, Snake Demon, was losing her composure, her pupils trembling as she stared at Lin Xiaobai. You think I would believe that? Lin Qiye, initially shocked at how Lin Xiaobai deduced Li Yifei's identity, couldn't help but scoff upon witnessing the Snake Demon's panic. Then why are your legs trembling? The Snake Demon, too nervous to catch Lin Qiye's words, shivered as she looked at him. What did you say? With a soft sigh, Lin Qiye responded, Are you the Snake Demon, or is he? If you are indeed the Nanda Snake Demon, then show us your true might. Lin Xiaobai thought to himself, what an overly dramatic fellow. Is he planning to resolve this situation with an exhilarating battle? The unfortunate Nanda Snake Demon felt like crying. Before entering the art building, she had merely been deriding the 2 mortals. Now, one claimed to have slain the Ghost-Faced King, while the other demanded she display her boss-like aura. I wish I could, she thought in frustration. But do you see me as a boss? At that moment, Lin Xiaobai suddenly smiled. How about this, Sister Snake Demon? Let's strike a deal. If you leave Li Yifei's body, I will let you go and spare your life in this city. What do you think? Lin Qiye's gaze sharpened, and he instinctively wanted to intervene, but upon receiving a glance from his younger brother, he halted, silently assessing the situation. The Nanda Snake Demon sneered. Do you think I would believe you? You humans are the most cunning of creatures. Besides, Li Yifei is inherently a part of me. Even if my spirit departs, his body will still belong to the Snake Demon. The implication is that after your soul departs, Li Yifei will not perish. Yet he will retain the form of the Serpent Demon along with his own personality. Correct? The Nanda Serpent Demon paused, her pupils instantly transforming into slits. Are you attempting to extract information from me? Just as she was about to transform, she was struck with terror upon realizing that Lin Xiaobai had vanished from her sight. In the next instant, she felt threads ensnaring her body, causing her to assume a position of utter humiliation. Before she could even feel embarrassed, Lin Xiaobai had already produced the ominous judgment mechanism that instilled fear in the Serpent Demons. He even uttered a melodramatic proclamation. It was time to settle the score. Nanda, Serpent Demon. In an instant, the power of the judgment mechanism surged forth. Despite her higher realm than Lin Xiaobai, she found herself utterly immobilized. A terrifying allure relentlessly drew the Nanda, Serpent Demon, her cries reverberating throughout the music classroom. The sound was filled with resentment and fear. Lin Xiaobai, you have set me up. Before long, the voices of the Serpent Demons in the classroom abruptly ceased, restoring a haunting calm. Li Yifei collapsed to the ground. The serpent scales that had spread above his neck quickly receded, ultimately resting on his chest. Observing that the judgment mechanism had reached the first scale, radiating a brilliant blue light, Lin Xiaobai finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this creature was rather dull, allowing me to catch her off guard. Otherwise, even if she was not as formidable as the Ghost-Faced King, it would have been quite difficult to subdue her in this confined classroom. Well. It seems Li Yifei has managed to reclaim a life. Lin Qiye stood by, wide-eyed in astonishment. He wanted to lend a hand, but Lin Xiaobai's speed was simply too swift. The binding, the overwhelming pressure, and the absorption all transpired in one seamless motion. leaving no room for him to react. Most critically, the transformation of Lin Xiaobai from subtle inquiry to betrayal had startled Lin Qiye. It turns out this fellow possesses such a cunning side. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Just a moment ago, I thought you truly intended to spare her." Lin Xiaobai chuckled. "How could I? She has harmed so many. Had I not simultaneously controlled those serpent demons, it would have surely led to catastrophe. I merely wished to preserve Li Yifei. What happens next depends on his own fortune." Lin Qiye glanced at Li Yifei, his emotions complex. He was uncertain whether Li Yifei, retaining the serpent demon's body, could truly govern himself. As if reading Lin Qiye's thoughts, Lin Xiaobai's tone turned tranquil. He is a personality born from a serpent demon infiltrating human society, ultimately developing affection for humanity. In a certain sense, he may even cherish this city and the lives of those around him more than some others do. Lin Xiaobai sighed softly. Alas, the inherent nature of the serpent demon remains that of a mythological creature given to slaughter. This is her lament, and Li Yifei might be the sole warmth amidst such sorrow. Lin Qiye glanced at the unconscious Li Yifei, remaining silent for a moment before slowly stating, "At least for now, in my heart, he remains unchanged as Li Yifei." Lin Xiaobai mused inwardly. However, whether Li Yifei can become the head caregiver at our mental hospital remains an uncertainty. Yet, with Nike's son by his side, and the prospect of Fu joining them in the future, the family would surely thrive in harmony, presenting little cause for concern. During the past half-month with Team 136, he and Lin Qiye often visited Nike's. With a cheerful child like Lin Xiaobai around, Nike's always appeared joyful and increasingly indulgent towards him, often enveloping him in warm embraces upon his arrival. Of course, even if Li Yifei fails to enter the mental hospital, the Nanda serpent demon will inevitably manifest within Lin Qiye's confines. Previously, when the Ghost Face King reported to the mental hospital, Lin Qiye had personally dealt with it. This time, it was the Nanda serpent demon's turn, hinging entirely on Lin Qiye's choices. Ultimately, Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qiye returned to the playground without Li Yifei. By the time the brothers arrived, Chun Mai and the others had already gathered, erasing students' memories one by one before dismissing them. Upon seeing the brothers, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan rushed over. "So, Xiaobai, did you find the serpent demon's true form? What happened to Li Yifei?" Lin Xiaobai forced a grimace. "It was a tough battle. Lin Qiye and I fought the Nanda serpent demon for 800 rounds before finally subduing her in my demon suppression tower." Lin Qiye replied. "Indeed, after going in circles for 800 times, we finally managed to bind the serpent demon." Si Xiaonan inquired, "Then what is up with Li Yifei?" Lin Xiaobai hesitated. He was frightened into unconsciousness." Lin Qiye added, "Indeed, he scared himself into a faint." Unbeknownst to Lin Qiye, his sarcasm was rapidly escalating, likely as a means to alleviate the shock of his younger brother's continual unexpected performances. Observing Lin Xiaobai's recent displays, Lin Qiye's desire to grow stronger intensified. Initially, it was a wish to protect his brother. Now, it evolved into a determination not to hinder Lin Xiaobai's progress. Lin Xiaobai laid Li Yifei on the grass and summoned the water song practitioners. However, despite their powerful healing, Li Yifei showed no signs of awakening, remaining in a profound slumber akin to a vegetative state. The brothers exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that this was likely a consequence of forcibly extracting the serpent demon's soul from his body. As for whether he would awaken, even Si Xiaonan could not make an accurate prediction. Zhao Kongqing observed him with a sigh of resignation. What a good kid. How did he end up so scared? After instructing Long Xian to transport Li Yifei to the hospital, Chun Mai approached Lin Xiaobai, admiration evident in his gaze. The man raised his hand, momentarily pausing. Lin Xiaobai, orphaned, did not see Chun Mai wishing to adopt him as a son. Rather, the captain was astounded to witness a high school student executing such a perilous mission with such finesse, causing a paternal instinct to surge within him. Undoubtedly, it is only natural for a man in his 30s to entertain the thought of how splendid it would be if he were the father of the young boy before him. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, under the astonished and curious gazes of the crowd, He awkwardly reached out to ruffle Lin Xiaobai's hair. Xiaobai, in this operation, both in command and execution, you have performed exceptionally well, surpassing our expectations. Hong Ying interjected with a hint of sarcasm. It should be noted that it was Lin Xiaobai who executed everything single-handedly. To attribute the success of this snake demon incident solely to him is no exaggeration at all. Lin Qiye mused inwardly. If only you had witnessed how Lin Xiaobai subdued the Nantawa snake demon, your evaluations would surely ascend to an entirely new level. Wu Xiangnan had shed his former skepticism from the previous day. He stepped forward and mimicked the elder's gesture, gently tousling Lin Xiaobai's hair. Xiaobai, your brother Xiangnan, apologize for my doubts yesterday. Lin Xiaobai, suddenly feigning indifference, crossed his arms and replied, Humph, if apologies were sufficient, why would we need to treat each other? Wu Xiangnan was taken aback, only to hear Lin Xiaobai continue, Brother Xiangnan, for the upcoming month, you should be the one to treat us. The members of the team erupted into laughter, exchanging knowing glances. This was Lin Xiaobai, seemingly carefree and a touch absurd, yet in truth, he consistently offered his utmost kindness to each one of them. Amidst the warmth of their laughter, even the often stoic Wu Xiangnan revealed a gentle smile, stating, Xiaobai, I would love to, but you and Lin Qiye will soon be heading to the boot camp. Chapter 28. Do you acknowledge that the water deity, Furina, harbors affection for humanity, her divine radiance illuminating the earth? Just as Lin Xiaobai found himself encircled by admirers, basking in their accolades, none noticed a solitary figure observing the unfolding scene from the 4th floor of the teaching building. This student, seizing the chaos on the playground as an opportunity, calmly navigated through the throngs of shrieking students and ascended to the 4th floor, keenly observing the happenings below. His demeanor was refined, yet his eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity and fervent desire for the enigmatic unknown. It appeared that the mysterious beings, which defy scientific explanation, indeed exist. Alas, it was unfortunate that those serpent demons had been dealt with by that girl. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly taken some specimens back to the laboratory. Just as he mused aloud, he caught sight of Hong Ying, who was stifling a laugh as she removed the girlish wig. Yu, a male? He scrutinized further, cross-dressing. Could it be that new transfer student? Yu fell silent, searching his mind for a name, but found nothing. He recalled the earlier scene where Lin Xiaobai wove threads together and revealed the shocking instrument of judgment. He spoke in a low voice. It seems there are still many places in this city that require my exploration. Upon returning to the Peace Affairs office, Chunmai was in high spirits, entirely unfazed by Lin Xiaobai's victory in their wager. As he stepped inside, he cheerfully declared, reminiscent of a jovial father, All right, today I shall cook myself. Xiaobai, what would you like to eat? Hong Ying, stroking her now flat belly, furrowed her delicate brows. Captain, don't you feel hungry? No sooner had she spoken than Si Xiaonan's stomach let out a charming gurgle. Chumai chuckled knowingly. Teasing, you lot want me to treat you to a restaurant meal, don't you? Lin Xiaobai immediately cheered. Yes. I can finally indulge in Chen's roast duck. Ha ha ha. The team erupted into laughter, with Wu Xiangnan adding joyfully. Today, Xiaobai can indeed eat a bit more. He must have expended quite a bit of energy running so fast. Chimai recalled the shocking scene from earlier. This kid truly startled me. The conversation over the walkie-talkie had barely concluded when he arrived here within minutes. Lin Xiaobai boasted nonchalantly. If it were Kiana, I would have teleported directly. The others exchanged puzzled glances. Who is Kiana? After dinner, Lin Qiye inexplicably visited Lin Xiaobai's room. As he entered, Lin Xiaobai wrapped himself in his blanket. Lin Qiye? You wouldn't tea Lin Qiye. It's time to go to the hospital. Li Yifei has yet to awaken. I believe we should inquire about that Nantawa serpent demon. Ever since Lin Xiaobai gained access to the dreamlike mental hospital, the mythological beings imprisoned within had their kill restrictions lifted. Any being slain by a hospital member would be directly sent there for interrogation by the two brothers. Lin Qiye had also inquired if Lin Xiaobai would like to accompany him, but Xiaobai was evidently disinterested. Moreover, every time he appeared, Nikes would invariably embrace him, unwilling to let go, making it difficult for Xiaobai to extricate himself. The two brothers entered the hospital together and ascended to the cell floor, where they found the troublesome snake demon confined within. This wretched sister snake demon was now utterly listless, having been drained of energy by the judgmental mechanism. Her soul had floated out, aimlessly drifting to this place. Upon seeing Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qiye approach, she immediately extended her hand, her voice hoarse and frantic. "Lin Xiaobai, you scoundrel! How can a high school student like you set a trap for someone?" Lin Xiaobai retorted. "What is wrong with being a high school student? I'm a high school student. I'm just clever, so what?" In a fit of anger, Lin Xiaobai feigned ferocity as he spoke to the snake demon. "This esteemed individual beside me, the renowned Lin Qiye, I trust you are familiar with him? Allow me to enlighten you. He is the director of this psychiatric hospital, a seasoned mental patient. Should you provoke him further, you shall surely meet your doom when he goes mad." Lin Qiye, though momentarily taken aback by Lin Xiaobai's words, felt a strong impulse to strike Xiaobai. However, upon hearing Xiaobai's proclamation, the snake demon seemed to lose all vitality. She resignedly remarked, "Do as you please, whether you wish to kill or maim. It matters not to me. I have already been stripped of all my power by your machine. I am nothing but a wretch now. A useless snake." Lin Xiaobai corrected earnestly. It must be said that the demon's resignation held no sway over the astute Xiaobai. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Sister Snake Demon, if you could enlighten us on how to awaken Lin Qiye, I would indeed consider granting you your freedom to roam within this hospital." The snake demon scoffed. "Roam freely? You wish to confine me within this hospital for eternity, laboring to atone for my sins? In that case, you might as well grant me a swift end." The snake demon paused momentarily before exhaling a sigh. "Very well, since I am in this state, it matters little to divulge the information. Although you have absorbed my soul, Lin Qiye's body remains mine. Without the support of a snake demon's power, he, as a fragment of my personality, cannot sustain himself alone." "Ha ha ha, Lin Xiaobai. Do you believe that by absorbing my soul, you have saved him? Let me enlighten you. Lin Qiye will ultimately perish because of you." As the snake demon spoke, a sudden manic laughter erupted from her, tinged with a hint of melancholy. After all, during her malevolent escapades, she had never compared to the likes of the king of ghosts, and now, having lost all her strength with her soul's departure, she found herself regretting the meticulously devised plan intended to avert annihilation at the hands of the Night Watchers. In retrospect, it would have been better to have done nothing at all. At that moment, Lin Xiaobai suddenly posed a serious question. "I am quite curious. As a fragment of your personality, do you genuinely wish for Lin Qiye to die?" The snake demon fell silent at Lin Xiaobai's inquiry. Nevertheless, she maintained her disdainful demeanor. "Give up, Lin Xiaobai. You cannot save him unless a deity descends to bestow power upon him. Yet who among the gods of this world would truly care for such a mere mortal? Indeed, who would be foolish enough to do so?" "Hey, Lin Xiaobai, are you insulting someone?" "Oh, it seems someone is aware of whom I speak. Little cake, -1. No, please. I was wrong. Woe is me. You still possess a water goddess eye. Do you intend to test its power?" "Of course." But Zhao Kongsheng was recognized only after sacrificing himself. "And with Lin Qiye still in slumber, are you certain you can awaken it?" "True, he remains unawakened. Yet even in the mire, he continues to love this world. If it were Fufu, would you bestow upon him the goddess eye?" "I would indeed. I would grant him the goddess eye and proclaim, 'Awaken, my devoted subject. Let us chant the name of Focalors, who will lovingly bestow upon you the hope of survival, and, with all her might, fortify your resolve.'" "Ha ha ha, now that's the spirit. What? I naturally deliver such speeches. Thus, under the radiant splendor of Furina, as long as the people desire to live, she is willing to give everything. How could I believe that the child who has firmly grasped the reins in the mire would not be brought back to the light by Furina?" Furina felt a stir of emotion within her. It was partly due to Lin Xiaobai's character, and partly because of his unwavering belief in her. Born in the Middle Ages, she had endured 5 centuries of solitude. In an era where travel was slow, how could she not be captivated by this young man before her? "Very well then, my most devout follower, I wish for you to forever bask in the radiant light of the water goddess Furina, bringing hope of life to the world and guiding them from the mire back into the light. Oh, as you command, my dearest water goddess. I shall fervently sing your praises, wishing that you remain forever enveloped in the beautiful blessings of your followers, with happiness eternally by your side. With their theatrical performance complete, Lin Xiaobai revealed a confident smile in reality. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. There indeed exists a rather foolish deity, and with her power, we might just be able to give it a try. Lin Qiye stood behind, her pupils gradually narrowing. Xiaobai, are you suggesting? Indeed. Lin Xiaobai elegantly turned, akin to a noble, and offered a slight bow. It is she, but this time we may need to alter our lines a bit. In the swirling depths of Lin Qiye's eyes, Lin Xiaobai, smiling, slowly spoke. May I ask, do you acknowledge that the water goddess Furina cherishes humanity, her divine light illuminating the earth? Chapter 29. Lin Xiaobai has become a pet owner. The serpent demon could hardly fathom that a deity would indeed cast their gaze upon Lin Qiye. Even upon witnessing the confident smile illuminating Lin Xiaobai's face, she struggled to convince herself of such a divine presence. If such a deity truly existed, how could the world have devolved into its current state? Yet, amidst her tumultuous thoughts, a remark from Lin Qiye anchored her back to reality. Xiaobai, how do you intend to handle that Nandu serpent demon? Lin Xiaobai glanced at her, replying, Lin Qiye, why don't you take the lead in deciding? I have already made my choice with Lin Qiye. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye nodded and approached the Nandu serpent demon. I can refrain from ending your life for the time being, but you must remain here at the hospital to work. Your duties will primarily involve caring for patients, preparing meals, and engaging in conversation with them. Furthermore, when Lin Qiye requires assistance, you must lend him your powers. It appeared that Lin Qiye had her own considerations. Is that all? The Nandu serpent demon raised her head in inquiry. Indeed, but you must sign a contract with me. After a brief silence, the serpent demon sighed. Very well, I understand. Lin Qiye scrutinized her once more. Your ability to alter your appearance should still be intact, correct? If you can transform on your own, I need to assist you. Yes. As they conversed, a strikingly voluptuous woman suddenly materialized before the siblings. Almost concurrently, Furina's voice echoed in Lin Xiaobai's mind, blushing and shouting, close your eyes. Lin Xiaobai shut them. Thus, the Nandu serpent demon's subjugation brought a unique vibrancy to the desolate mental asylum. Lin Qiye procured a hospital uniform, and Lin Xiaobai helped the serpent demon don it. Observing her remarkable talent and alluring, feline-like appearance, Lin Xiaobai couldn't help but shake his head, thinking, how is it that even a serpent demon could appear so charming? However, would you like to adopt a new name? You can no longer use Lin Qiye. The Nandu serpent demon coldly replied, just call me Sister Serpent. Nevertheless, this outfit is a bit too small for me. Please assist in procuring some clothing. The cost can be deducted from my wages. Something like a white shirt and a form-fitting skirt will suffice. All right, I shall purchase them for you. Lin Xiaobai acquiesced. Furina muttered in discontent. This is unacceptable. Not acceptable at all. Lin Xiaobai responded, Fu, you must be envious, right? After introducing Sister Serpent to the goddess and ensuring she understood the medication regimen, the siblings finally exited the hospital. Lin Xiaobai regarded the shopping list in his hand with exasperation. But before he could voice his concerns, Lin Qiye preempted him. Xiaobai, since you've made a promise to Sister Serpent, let Hong Ying take you shopping tomorrow. Lin Xiaobai thought to himself, I fear I shall be treated as a mere errand boy by Hong Ying. After Lin Qiye departed, Lin Xiaobai returned to the 7th room of his hospital, grumbling to himself. Upon his arrival, he was once again astonished to discover that the statue had undergone a new transformation. Goodness, the upgrades were astonishingly swift. It felt as though, before long, he would not only be able to meet Fu, but also activate a second statue. He hurriedly opened the panel. Host, Lin Xiaobai. Realm, Lantern, Divine Ruins, Dance of the Sinners. Offering level 8. Offering experience, 42,000, 60,000. God-slaying experience, 2,600, 4,000. Rewards available for collection. 6. Click to claim. Limited time shop has opened. 1. Click to access. What a delightful surprise. Indeed, it was an extraordinary revelation. This time, not only had the statue's level been elevated, but the god-slaying experience had also allowed for the limited-time shop to be unlocked for the second time, thanks to the serpent demons. Upon reviewing the experience list, it was approximately what Lin Xiaobai had anticipated. Today, the members of Team 136, along with Lin Qiye, had each contributed between 2,000 to 3,000 experience points. Particularly noteworthy was Wu Xiangnan, who, despite his initial doubts about Lin Xiaobai, had provided a remarkable 3,500 points of offering experience all on his own. This clearly demonstrated the profound impact that the serpent demon incident had on him, akin to the shock he experienced during his encounter with Zhao Kongqin. Yet, what truly surprised Lin Xiaobai was that Sister Serpent had also bestowed upon him 2,000 experience points. It was unclear whether it was the power he shared with the water deity that had intimidated her, or if she had been moved by Fu Ningna. Contemplating this, Lin Xiaobai joyfully exclaimed in his mind to Fu Ningna, Fu, I'm already at level 8. Just 2 more levels, and we shall meet. To his surprise, Fu was pouting at Mo Mang Palace. Humph. Wow, someone is still upset? Can't even the prospect of meeting excite you? Lin Xiaobai chuckled inwardly. Despite being able to wield elemental power now, Fu remained an ordinary young girl. No, more accurately, she was an ordinary, sundry young lady. So you prefer the grand, do you? For a moment, Lin Xiaobai found himself at a loss for words, admitting it would surely provoke Fu, yet denying it felt profoundly disingenuous. After some thought, he reassured her, not really, I actually like the smaller ones too. Fu Ningxia. Lin Xiaobai, Momins Latte. An uproar erupted in Lin Xiaobai's mind. Of course, such bickering was merely the daily banter of a budding couple. When Lin Xiaobai stated his intention to access the system shop, Fu, though silent, promptly rested her chin on her hands, her eyes wide with anticipation. As Lin Xiaobai had predicted, upon opening the shop, he received 1,000 system coins, allowing him to draw a pet card. The pet cards were divided into 2 tiers, S level and SS level. The S level could be drawn for 1,000 coins, while the SS level required 5,000 coins. Without a hint of doubt, Lin Xiaobai was aware that an SS level entity must be of the caliber of the Ruo Tua Dragon King. At his current stage, he had little use for such a formidable power. In fact, it could attract undue attention from adversaries, placing him in a precarious position. Contemplating this, Lin Xiaobai eagerly drew an S-level pet card. In a mere breath, a black fissure abruptly emerged upon the grass, followed by a raspy voice. The tide has arrived. The imposing abyssal apostle, towering in stature, approached Lin Xiaobai and knelt before him, conjuring a rudimentary attribute panel beside him. Abyssal apostle, category, follower, a deep-sea creature capable of harnessing tidal forces. In addition to its formidable combat prowess, it possesses the ability to seal enemy skills, increasing their cooldown time by 70 and diminishing their potency by 30 for a duration of 15 minutes, applicable to a maximum of 3 adversaries. Please note, follower type pets inherit 70 of their master's attribute panel. Furthermore, as long as the master remains unvanquished, the abyssal apostle cannot be defeated. Additionally, the duration of the summon depends on the host's mental strength. Currently, the host's mental capacity allows for a presence of 27 minutes. Upon reviewing the panel, Lin Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, the abyssal apostle's skill may not significantly impact a singular explosive encounter, but against those sustained onslaughts, it would deliver a cataclysmic blow. This also reminded Lin Xiaobai of his first encounter with the abyssal apostle, recalling the frustrating sensation of increased skill cooldowns inflicted upon his character. He couldn't help but chuckle heartily, Tremble before me, my foes. Let your skill cooldowns soar beyond 2 minutes. As for the inheritance of the Master's attributes, need he say more? With all buffs activated, Lin Xiaobai would undoubtedly become a formidable force. Regarding the mental strength, there was little to elaborate upon. Relentless training was the answer. Lin Xiaobai could already envision the scene during the upcoming competition against the masked team. where the Abyssal Apostle would ascend and incite furious exclamations from those skilled opponents. Ah, indeed, he found himself increasingly eager for the new recruits training camp. Chapter 30. The Miracle of the Water God is approaching. Soon after, Lin Xiaobai fervently tapped the button 6 times, and the statue's reward promptly manifested. A charming pure water sprite appeared before him, sparkling with brilliance. Yendora, a companion-type summon. Curious about the world, Yendora can temporarily replicate the skills of enemy and ally summons for a duration of 30 seconds. During Yendora's skill activation, the host gains the Water God's Radiance, providing complete immunity to one enemy skill. Upon reading Yendora's skill description, even Lin Xiaobai, accustomed to receiving formidable rewards, was momentarily taken aback. Was this not akin to acquiring a legendary blade? He could vividly envision a future scenario where someone unleashed their full might upon him, only to have it entirely nullified. The mere thought of it was tantalizing. More importantly, in addition to copying enemy skills, she could also briefly replicate the skills of the Water Apostles, effectively granting him an additional trump card. Moreover, unlike the Abyssal Water Apostle, Yendora did not require mental energy to sustain her presence. He merely needed to allow this delightful sprite to accompany him. Wow, how did you obtain such an adorable reward? Upon seeing Yendora, Fufu immediately expressed her envy. What's yours is mine. Everything I possess is yours, hee. Lin Xiaobai felt elated, his words becoming increasingly candid. Fufu had blushed countless times over the past few days. Typically, a statue combined with a treasure chest reward would be enough to leave Lin Xiaobai dizzy with joy. Yet this time, the 72 serpent demon souls had bestowed upon him a third reward, a justice treasure chest. Lin Xiaobai opened the judgment mechanism panel and frantically pressed 0 to unlock the reward. In an instant, an opulent gilded chest, radiating golden light, materialized before him. Spatial bracelet. Everything can be stored within. Simply recite it in your mind, and it will materialize upon retrieval. Goodness! Lin Xiaobai immediately envisioned the entire room being stored within the spatial bag, and the next moment, he found himself in the corridor of the Divine Psychiatric Hospital. Ah, your bracelet can even store a room? Fufu's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite living for 5 centuries, she had never encountered such a miraculous item. Hee. Once you arrive, storing you'll be a breeze. If you dare. Although Fufu was not physically present before Lin Xiaobai, she still brandished her little fists in the room as if she could truly strike him. Of course, the bracelet's primary utility was to store Lin Xiaobai's treasures, and with the arrival of more deities, it would allow them to reside directly within the room. It was akin to a portable dasong jar, boasting exceptional practicality. Just as Lin Xiaobai joyfully accepted his rewards and returned from the psychiatric hospital to the real world, in the training office of the Night Watchers in the capital city, Yuan Gang regarded the latest document in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. Although the new recruits training was set in Songnan, the emergence of 2 divine agents was unexpected. Before him stood Xiao Pinga, the captain of Team 006, wearing a nonchalant expression. I find it rather intriguing that Chiang Mai's report this time deviates significantly from his usual style. Those 2 children seem to have captured his attention quite profoundly. Yuan Gang lifted his gaze. One SS-level divine ruin, and another boasting extraordinary human capabilities, with physical skills reaching that of 2 SS-level divine agents. Xiaoping chuckled. This SS rating carries a somewhat juvenile air. I suspect Chun Mai has been stationed in Songnan for too long, forgetting that our great Xia is teeming with hidden talents. Perhaps his so-called SS would be deemed trivial in the new recruit training camp. Of course, Xiaoping spoke with confidence. After all, he single-handedly outmatched 6 Kleins in Shangjing, being the second strongest beneath the human pinnacle. While he might not dismiss Chun Mai's report entirely, from his perspective, when one has not attained a certain level of mastery, everyone appears formidable. Therefore, Chun Mai's report may indeed contain discrepancies. Yuan Gang glanced again at the document. It mentioned the young master of the Bailey family, totaling 3 extremely high-risk divine ruin possessors, the heir of the 8 trigrams palm from Shangjing, the inheritor of the Mo family spear from Hebei, and active special forces personnel. If Chun Mai's report holds true, This batch of new recruits is indeed of exceptional quality, though their manageability remains a perplexing concern. Xiaoping remarked, having led so many cohorts, are you still worried about this? Let the mass team take a stroll. They will soon settle down. Yuan Gang replied, I've already made contact. Orders have been issued from above that the unknown divine agent named Lin Xiaobai requires special attention. A potential human pinnacle? Very well. Let Wang Mian give him a thorough assessment. I am curious to see just how much substance there is in Chen Mai's report. Xiaoping, his foot tapping restlessly, added, I am also curious. Let me know when there is any news. Damn it, with my standing, nobody has ever bestowed upon me the title of human pinnacle. I am eager to see just how extraordinary that child must be to warrant such an evaluation from Chen Mai. The following morning, Lin Xiaobai was still ensconced in bed when Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan began to hammer on the door. Xiaobai, rise and shine. The sun is shining on your backside. Oh, come on. Xiaobai, do you want to go shopping? Hong Ying said she would cover all expenses. Initially, Xiaobai intended to linger a bit longer. But upon hearing Si Xiaonan's words, he immediately sprang up, casually threw on a hoodie, and opened the door. Let us go. Let us go. Time for shopping. Hong Ying exclaimed as she playfully clamped Lin Xiaobai as head under her arm. Look at you, Lin Xiaobai. The moment you hear your sister will pay. You spring into action. Hey, Sister Hong Ying, you're the best. I'll treat you to lunch. Hong Ying finally released him, saying, that is more like it. At least you have a bit of conscience. Now, Lin Qiye is already waiting downstairs. We must hurry and set off. For individuals ventured into a dazzling mall, where Hong Ying had already linked arms with Si Xiaonan, caught up in the excitement of shopping. This pink kitty suitcase is simply adorable. Let us get it for Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye responded with silence. Then how about this Peppa Pig? It would suit Lin Xiaobai perfectly, given his silly demeanor. Lin Xiaobai remained speechless. The two brothers exchanged furtive glances behind their elder sisters, feeling somewhat hesitant about the items Snake's sister wished to purchase. Ultimately, Lin Xiaobai raised his fist, suggesting a game of rock, paper, scissors, but alas, he lost on the very first try. Lin Qiye looked at him triumphantly. Ah, Xiaobai, look at you today. Reluctantly, as Hong Ying began selecting a pink dress for Lin Qiye, Lin Xiaobai shyly approached her. What is the matter, Xiaobai? Do you wish to buy something? He stammered, I need a bodycon dress, a white shirt, black stockings, and a few oversized hang dresses? Both Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan turned to stare at Lin Xiaobai in astonishment. This foolish boy, could it be that his cross-dressing from yesterday has finally awakened something within him? Hong Ying's eyes sparkled with delight. How wonderful it would be for her brother to become her sister. She could finally dress him up openly. Si Xiaonan pondered for a moment before commenting, Lin Xiaobai, are you perhaps wanting to see Lin Qiye wear them? Lin Qiye. He never expected to be caught in this crossfire. In the end, under Hong Ying's enthusiastic guidance, she cheerfully selected several outfits for Lin Xiaobai, coaxing him to try them on. After much persuasion, he relinquished the terrifying thoughts that had invaded his mind. As they exited the mall, laden with bags, she continued to express her excitement. Oh, our little brother Xiaobai has grown up and is embracing his sexy style. It would be wonderful if he could show it to his sister at home. Lin Xiaobai felt utterly overwhelmed. Help! There's a wolf. After treating Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan to lunch, they returned home to drop off their purchases. He declined Hong Ying's request to try on the clothes, and the brothers then made their way to the hospital where Li Yifei was being examined. Earlier that morning, Chun Mu Yi had leveraged his connections to arrange for the best doctor to attend to Li Yifei. According to the doctor's diagnosis, the patient's condition was severely deteriorated. While there was no immediate danger to life, awakening him would likely require a miracle. Upon hearing Chun Mu Ye's relay of the news, Lin Xiaobai smiled inwardly. How fortuitous! The miracle of the water god is about to unfold. Chapter 31. Yuan Gang, these two children are indeed extraordinary. In the hospital room, Lin Xiaobai gazed at the pale-faced Li Yifei and gently placed the second eye of the god beside his pillow. I hope it will take effect. I have acknowledged this believer, he murmured. Concerned, the kind-hearted Fu Fu sat in Mo Mang Palace, her little brow furrowed. Hands clasped together as if praying for Li Yifei. In truth, Lin Xiaobai felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, his first attempt at bestowing the eye upon Zhao Kongsheng had been unsuccessful. Yet, it was evident that his worries were unwarranted. Shortly after placing the eye, the gemstone began to glow, gradually radiating a brilliant light. Simultaneously, Li Yifei's meridians were infused with an overwhelming force of water elemental energy, and his previously pallid complexion visibly transformed to a healthy hue. Lin Qiye was taken aback. He had heard Zhao Kongsheng describe acquiring the water eye and how he had struck a striking blow, but he had yet to grasp the full significance. Witnessing the eye's miraculous effect now, the divine essence of Focalors vividly materialized in his mind once more. Before long, Li Yifei slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurry as he beheld his two classmates before him. "Xiaobai, Qiye," he called out, his voice strained. Lin Qiye poured him a glass of water, while Lin Xiaobai adjusted the angle of his hospital bed slightly. Taking small sips, Li Yifei soon felt a peculiar energy surging within him, revitalizing his strength rapidly. "What is this?" He stared blankly, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qiye took turns recounting the events of the past 2 days to Li Yifei. I am a serpent demon?" Li Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief. "And Qiye's currently imprisoned by you?" It felt as though he were listening to an otherworldly tale. Yet the power coursing through him attested to the reality of the situation. "So, does this mean I have acquired powers akin to Uncle Zhao's?" Lin Xiaobai nodded enigmatically, lowering his voice and adopting a dramatic tone. "Indeed, from this day forth, I shall be your master. While I attend to military duties, you must diligently train in Songnan City alongside your senior brother to protect my family." Lin Xiaobai was not inherently virtuous, despite his good character. His bestowal of the eye was driven by a desire for reciprocal benefit. After all, his two disciples, Zhao Kongsheng, already skilled in martial arts, and Li Yifei, endowed with the serpent demon's miraculous regenerative abilities, would undoubtedly become his greatest allies in the realm of god-slaying, given diligent effort. This, too, was the reward for the assistance he provided. Thus, that evening, the brothers brought Li Yifei back to the Peace Affairs office. Li Yifei has also acquired the power of water elemental energy. Shenmai was rendered speechless upon hearing Lin Xiaobai's report. In recent days, he and Zhao Kongsheng have engaged in numerous practice sessions, becoming well acquainted with Lin Xiaobai's concept of elemental power, which can indeed be enhanced through cultivation, bearing a striking resemblance to their own mental prowess. Zhao Kongsheng can even infuse water elemental power into his blades, although lacking divine abilities. His destructive capability surpasses that of an average realm contender. Hong Ying remarked, "This matter must be kept confidential. If the ancient God Church discovers that Xiaobai can mass-produce empowered individuals, it will undoubtedly create a significant upheaval." When Shima shook his head, "This situation is difficult to conceal. However, since Brother Kongsheng has made progress, Li Yifei can join us, and with the strength of Team 136 augmented, it serves as a safeguard for Xiaobai and Qiye." Zhao Kongsheng, with a hearty laugh, patted his chest. "Absolutely. I shall protect my master." Xishan cast a resigned glance at Zhao Kongsheng. Indeed, Brother Kongsheng has fallen under Lin Xiaobai's spell. Unexpectedly, Li Yifei cautiously added, "I will also train diligently to protect my master. My life was saved by him, and I will heed his every command." Zhao Kongsheng laughed heartily, embracing Li Yifei. "Little junior brother, that's the spirit. Starting tomorrow, I will train you earnestly." Chenmai sighed softly. "Xiaobai, Qiye, you must exercise greater caution during this upcoming training camp. Earlier, I received notification that the training location has been moved to Songnan City. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to contact us." Hong Ying immediately raised her small fist. "Whoever dares to bully Xiaobai and Qiye, I, Hong Ying, will make them pay." Lin Qiye, filled with gratitude, earnestly stated, "Rest assured, everyone, Xiaobai and I will look after each other there." Wu Xiangnan suddenly interjected, "I have also received news that the mass team has begun mobilizing. It seems that the new recruits assessment will likely be conducted by them. They are a formidable group. So you two must remain vigilant. When Shima gasped, the mass team is personally testing them. Goodness, will any new recruit truly be able to pass the assessment? Realizing Xiaobai and Qiye were still present, he awkwardly chuckled. I don't doubt your abilities. It's just that the opponent's strength is something even we seasoned night watchmen find challenging. I know Xiaobai and Qiye are formidable, but as Wu Xiangnan said, it is essential to take this seriously, especially for Xiaobai. No more complacency. Ongying scoffed. They would never bring shame to our team, 136, and defeating them cannot be the sole objective of the training. Xiaobai and Qiye still have a chance. Si Xiaonan retorted. Your words still betray a lack of confidence. Hong Ying wrinkled her nose, but that is the mass team. Chumai patted Xiaobai and Qiye on their shoulders. Do not worry. I have faith in both of you. Once the new recruit assessment concludes, do send me a message. Zhao Kongqing boisterously declared, Master, let's not bring shame to Team 136 or the Water God. Listening to the words of uncertainty from those around him, Lin Xiaobai's mind was occupied with the rewards he had just received. He patted Chen Mai on the shoulder and said, Comrade Mai, await our good news. Chen Mai was momentarily taken aback. Then he burst into hearty laughter, gazing deeply at Lin Xiaobai. Excellent. Truly worthy of being Lin Xiaobai. All right, on this final night, I shall prepare a farewell feast for you. Though the two brothers and the members of Team 136 had known each other for less than a month, there was a palpable sense of reluctance as they shared their last meal together. Hong Ying repeatedly reassured the brothers, if anyone bullies you over there, be sure to inform me immediately. The distance to the new recruit training camp is not far. Your sister Hong Ying will be there in a flash. Lung Xian remained taciturn, yet today he silently added a piece of meat to both Lin Xiaobai's and Qiye's bowls, a gesture signifying his stance. Zhao Kongchang wished to indulge in some alcohol, but was gently dissuaded by Li Yifei, senior brother. You still have to send Master off tomorrow. Of course, this lad also feared that Zhao Kongqing's inebriation might linger too long and lead to a severe reprimand during training the next day. Thus, they spent a sleepless night. The following afternoon, outside a checkpoint at the new recruit training camp, Yuan Gang stood imposingly, awaiting the arrival of his new recruits. After a while, a scout reported in a peculiar tone, reporting, Commander, a jeep has delivered 2 young men to us. The jeep appeared to be crammed with 9 individuals, seemingly members of the night watch team. Is that them? Yuan Gang approached, picking up his binoculars. He observed Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Zhao Kongcheng, Lung Xian, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Li Yifei. He even caught sight of the poor Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qiye, their faces nearly pressed against the glass. He could see Hong Ying in the vehicle, her eyes glistening as she earnestly instructed Lin Xiaobai. Yuan Gang mused. What is this overwhelming sense of a family sending their children off to school? The bond among Team 136 appears remarkably strong. Moreover, those two, with their Hello Kitty and Peppa Pig suitcases, they somehow seem rather endearing. Yuan Gang promptly reached a conclusion. Indeed, these 2 divine agents should not be underestimated. Chapter 32. The portly Bai Li. Yuan Gang did not engage directly with the 2 brothers. It was only when they boarded the military jeep heading towards the barracks that he meticulously took notes, then silently made his way back. Upon arriving at the barracks, Lin Xiaobai, resembling a radar, dashed straight towards the supermarket. However, midway through a sprint, their instructor Hong approached with a furrowed brow. Hey, you there, the new recruit. Where do you think you're going? I'm going to buy a couple of bottles of water. The ride was too cramped. I'm parched. Lin Xiaobai replied. But this supermarket has so few items. There are no snacks, only water. Come back. Who told you to run around as soon as you got here? Let me inform you. The supermarket here has limits on purchases, including water and toilet paper. You must conserve even for your restroom visits. Generally, when new recruits display unruliness, instructors are quick to assert authority, and Instructor Hong was no exception. Thus, Lin Xiaobai had no choice but to return sheepishly, much to the amusement of Lin Qiye, who struggled to stifle a laugh. Instructor Hong, my name is Lin Xiaobai. Instructor Hong's expression stiffened momentarily, just before leaving the office. He had reviewed the watch list provided by Yuan Gang. Lin Xiaobai was noted for his exceptional stamina and agility, ranking among the top 31 divine agents. Having played a pivotal role in resolving the snake demon incident in Sangnan City, and was seen as a potential pinnacle of humanity. Yuan Gang had even highlighted Lin Xiaobai's name with a note. This new recruit requires the utmost attention. Avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. This batch of recruits was already impressive, but Lin Xiaobai was particularly extraordinary. It was the first time Instructor Hong had encountered a new recruit with a resume more illustrious than their seasoned night watchman. Realizing this, Instructor Hong felt a twinge of insecurity, but he cleared his throat to bolster his confidence. A commendable name. Lin Xiaobai. Instructor Hong dismissed him, turning to the next recruit. And you? Lin Qiye. Seraphim agent? Yes. Lin Qiye remained aloof in the presence of unfamiliar individuals. Instructor Hong felt overwhelmed. Encountering two highly scrutinized new recruits upon arrival was indeed unusual. Yet, he resolved to showcase his abilities during training, determined to earn their respect. After providing an introduction to the facilities within the barracks, Instructor Hong summoned personnel to escort the brothers to their dormitory. Upon entering and observing the rudimentary surroundings, Lin Qiye inquired, "Will you be comfortable here, Xiaobai?" Lin Xiaobai, grinning foolishly, replied, "Come on, I've spent 10 years in a psychiatric hospital. This is far better than a hospital bed." Lin Qiye nodded in understanding. "All right, let us unpack our belongings, then we can head out." "Huh? Where to? Aren't you going by cola?" Lin Xiaobai's face fell, and with a flamboyant stride, he reached out as if to embrace Lin Qiye, lamenting, "You are the best brother." Lin Qiye felt a pang of embarrassment. This gesture from Xiaobai always reminded him of Kelly leaping towards him. An unforgettable memory etched in his mind. He firmly pressed his hand against Lin Xiaobai's forehead, admonishing him not to engage in any frivolous antics. Lin Xiaobai helplessly waved his hands in the air, ultimately conceding to abandon his playful advances. In the brief span of 2 days since their arrival at the military camp, the brothers quickly acclimated, especially with Lin Xiaobai's conspicuous presence, which that very evening allowed most soldiers to become acquainted with his infamous declaration, "Do you acknowledge?" Sharing a dormitory, the brothers could even venture together to the asylum for the gods. However, with the arrival of Sister Snake, the notion of escape dissipated. They could even listen to Nike's tell her stories, and for a moment, remaining by the side of the goddess of the night seemed rather pleasant. Their attitude towards the brothers softened somewhat. Yet, aside from this, Lin Xiaobai unexpectedly noticed that Sister Snake appeared even more youthful than when she had first been captured. Is this a characteristic of snakes? Will she transform from a mature woman into a girl over time? On the 3rd day in the military camp, as Xiaobai and Qiye rose from their slumber, they were greeted by a cacophony of noise emanating from the opposite dormitory. "Your Highness, the living conditions here are utterly deplorable. Should I request they arrange an independent room for us? Indeed, we must lodge a complaint about the management. How can they treat the new recruits in such a manner?" At that moment, a mocking voice chimed in. "Oh, is the little chubby one expecting special treatment? No, I shall not seek any special treatment. You all, get out at once. I am here to endure hardship, not to vacation." Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xiaobai raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that his arrival would disrupt the timeline. In the military camp, Bailey Pang Pang was actually sharing a dormitory with Shin Qingzhu. Just as Pang Pang finished speaking, another calm voice interjected, "Ba, please step aside." Goodness, Chao Yuan also resided nearby. This was turning into quite the spectacle. Indeed, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Pang Pang and Shin Qingzhu found themselves at an impasse, as the aloof Gu refused to entertain his advances. Soon enough, the rejected Bailey Pang Pang arrived at the brothers' dormitory, cradling a pile of luxury watch boxes. "Greetings, gentlemen. I am Bailey Tumming, but you may call me Pang Pang. I reside directly across from you. Here are gifts I have brought for you. Feel free to choose whichever you fancy." Lin Qiye replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Bailey Pang Pang, but we cannot accept these watches." Before Lin Qiye could finish, Lin Xiaobai swiftly covered his mouth. "Thank you, Pang Pang. How about you select the 2 best ones for us?" Lin Qiye shot Lin Xiaobai a speechless glance, while Lin Xiaobai wore an expression of disdain. This fellow had no comprehension that for a young master like Pang Pang, accepting his gifts would only serve to foster a closer bond between them. Just observing the joy on Pong Pong's face upon hearing Lin Xiaobai's suggestion was enough to reveal that. Furthermore, Lin Xiaobai regarded Pang Pang as he would his own disciple. How could he stand on ceremony? After all, the two could collaborate. One would be responsible for gifting, and the other, following behind. Wouldn't it be effortless to propagate the teachings of the water god throughout the camp? While perusing the original work, I found that the character Fatty resonates with me the most, an abandoned child of his parents. This shared experience naturally fostered a sense of kinship upon my first encounter with him. Before long, Fatty indeed selected two of the most exquisite luxury watches to present to the two brothers, exclaiming, "These two will do, as long as you accept them. We shall be friends." Lin Xiaobai graciously accepted the gift and replied with a smile, "No need for formality, Fatty. You have long been our friend." As he heard Xiaobai's words, Fatty paused momentarily. He often bestowed gifts, yet the gratitude he received was frequently tinged with insincerity or mere flattery. However, this charming young man before him evoked a peculiar feeling in Fatty's heart. He truly gives me the impression that he considers me a friend already. Thus, Fatty rummaged through the watch box and produced another timepiece, declaring, "This one is also delightful, my friend. Please accept it." Lin Xiaobai recognized this as Fatty's unique way of expressing affection and did not hesitate to accept the gift. However, as soon as he received the watch box, he called out toward the opposite room, "Hey, you over there, come and accept the watch. It's a token of Fatty's goodwill. Once you accept it, we four shall be good friends." Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Shen Qingzhu peeked out from behind the doorframe, amused, and said, "Oh, is friendship so easily attained?" Lin Xiaobai rolled up his sleeves, revealing a mischievous grin. "If not, shall we settle it with a fight?" Shen Qingzhu's curiosity piqued further. He finally rose from his bed and approached Lin Xiaobai, saying, "You're quite interesting. What is your name?" "Lin Xiaobai." "Huh. Very well. I shall accept the watch. As for friendship, I'll reserve judgment. Should you prove unworthy, I won't hesitate to give you a beating." "Heh, you won't win against me. Care to test that?" Shen Qingzhu chuckled confidently, opening the watch box. "Oh, Rolex." Lin Xiaobai corrected him. "No, it's Rolex." "All right, Rolex it is." "Thank you, Fatty. I accept your gift and owe you a favor. Whenever you wish to call in, just let me know, but I only engage in equitable exchanges. So temper your expectations." Fatty was overjoyed. He had unexpectedly gained 3 friends. How wonderful! Yet, these 3 appeared to possess quite distinct personalities. Chapter 33. Defeating Lin Xiaobai equals victory. At the crack of dawn the following day, the sound of a bell reverberated through the new recruit camp. The recruits, still rubbing their sleepy eyes, reluctantly rose from their slumber. After a considerable struggle, they slowly made their way to the training ground amidst the shouts of their instructors. Lin Xiaobai, with his hair resembling a bird's nest and a slightly dazed expression, noted that his companion Fufu was still peacefully asleep when they were summoned before 6 o'clock. Goodness, the training in the original story did not commence this early. The alteration in this timeline is quite drastic. Nonetheless, despite his usual lackadaisical demeanor, Lin Xiaobai approached military life with a serious attitude. At the very least, he and his brother Qiye stood quite upright, distinguishing themselves among the ranks of new recruits. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang stood on the platform, coldly surveying the group of lethargic recruits. With a deep voice that resonated throughout the area, he declared, "If a mysterious threat were to strike at this moment, would you all still present yourselves in this manner?" A sparse chorus of responses emerged from the recruits, but amidst the cacophony, Lin Xiaobai's voice rang particularly clear. "No, I would promptly awaken and defend my homeland, ensuring that the mysterious foe would not return." Yuan Gang was taken aback. Something was amiss. This boy was not the same as he had observed 2 days prior. How had he transformed into such a spirited young man? It was the first time the chief instructor had encountered a new recruit like this, leaving him momentarily speechless. Moreover, Lin Xiaobai's unexpected fervor left Yuan Gang unsure of how to proceed. Neither reprimanding nor reasoning seemed appropriate, especially since the lad had provided such a passionate response. This young man is not simple. The seasoned Yuan Gang swiftly reevaluated his impression of Lin Xiaobai. Yet wisdom comes with age. He turned to Lin Xiaobai and donned a nonchalant smile. It seems, dear Lin Xiaobai, that you consider yourself quite formidable as a divine representative. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, the attention of the recruits swiftly converged upon Lin Xiaobai. The young man's reasoning was straightforward. He had foreseen that his conspicuous behavior would draw Yuan Gang's scrutiny. Naturally, he intended to respond in kind. However, should Yuan Gang choose to admonish him, it would inevitably lead to discussions about his divine entity and, subsequently, the matter of the masked squad. It could be said that Yuan Gang had unwittingly fallen into the clever trap set by Lin Xiaobai. As anticipated, upon hearing Yuan Gang's inquiry, Lin Xiaobai puffed out his chest and proudly proclaimed, "Indeed, the divine being I represent, Focalors, is the greatest deity." His declaration immediately ignited hushed whispers among the recruits. This fellow was rather narcissistic, daring to utter such words in front of their superior. How audacious! Deities possess varying strengths, and all present were mere mortals. How could he make such a claim? Indeed, if there were a competition among recruits, one would be eager to witness just how formidable his so-called greatest deity truly was. Shen Qingzhu, standing behind Lin Xiaobai, regarded him with an increasingly intrigued gaze. Conversely, Pang Pang felt a twinge of concern in his perception. Catching the attention of a superior was far from a favorable circumstance. Lin Xiaobai perked up his ears, his heart brimming with excitement. Yes, exactly. Let us first get acquainted with our water deity. Let us cast doubts. When the true radiance of the water deity shines upon us, you shall understand. Hey. I am indeed a genius, devising such a plan. Moreover, Fu is the finest deity in my heart. I merely speak the truth, so what of it? Yuan Gang wore a shrewd smile upon his face. The early bird catches the worm. Given such a distinguished background, it is only fitting that we rigorously assess you upon your arrival at the military camp. Contemplating this, Yuan Gang continued in a solemn tone. Lin Xiaobai, it appears you are quite confident. In that case, how about you take on the role of captain for this new recruit training? Lin Qiye initially thought Lin Xiaobai was facing an embarrassing situation, but upon hearing Yuan Gang's cunning proposition, he was immediately alarmed. After all, prior to their arrival, Chen Mai had explicitly informed them that the training would be conducted by the formidable mass squad. Yuan Gang's suggestion was clearly intended to bait Lin Xiaobai. Just as Lin Qiye prepared to intervene, Lin Xiaobai preempted him. "No problem at all, Commander Yuan." Yuan Gang finally smiled. Excellent, such youthful ambition. Now, let's welcome the leader of our new recruit training to the stage. No sooner had he finished speaking than the ominous clouds above began to swirl, and the sound of propellers grew louder, approaching swiftly overhead. The recruits looked up, and to their astonishment, they beheld 7 striking figures silhouetted against the rising sun, breaking through the clouds and hurtling toward them. "Oh my, it's light!" one of the recruits exclaimed, trembling with anticipation. Yet, after a brief moment, one of the stern figures began to retch violently. The breakfast he had just consumed erupted in a vivid arc under the force of the wind. The 3 recruits on the far right, terrified, abandoned their formation and scrambled behind the perpetrator. In the air, Yu Gue exclaimed, "What the hell? Vortex, what did you eat? I can smell it from here." Rose cried, "Ah, it just drifted onto my clothes." "Vortex, I'm going to kill you," Tian Ping added. "So what exactly did you eat? This odor is utterly revolting." Just as Vortex was about to respond, another retching sound from Yu created yet another rainbow in the air. Once suspended midair, he weakly remarked, "Damn it. To jump out of plane right after breakfast. Who thought of this? I just drank soda bean juice." The mass squad members responded, "Captain, I feel like throwing up too. What should I do?" "Swallow it back, if you can't. Then throw up in your mask." "Vortex, it's all your fault. Our reputation is ruined." After a cacophony of banter, the masked squad finally landed with a thud, startling the recruits in the front row, who jumped back at least half a meter. Yuan Gang. What on earth is happening today? Could it be that Lin Xiaobai has secretly unleashed some mysterious ability from the divine ruins, cursing the masked squad? No, the taste of this soda bean juice. Yuan Gang clenched his fists and turned around, coldly stating, "First, take him down to wash the mask." The new recruits were all astounded. Truly admirable. The commander can endure this? Afterward, Yuan Gang cleared his throat and resumed his authoritative tone. "Before you stands the elite of our night watchmen, the masked squad. Wang Mian." He pointed towards Lin Xiaobai. "This individual is the captain of your new recruits training team." He continued, "Now, all 239 of you new recruits, regardless of the means, if you can unmask any member of the masked squad, you shall claim victory. Should you succeed, the military camp supermarket will no longer impose purchase limits, and we will ensure a day of rest each week, provided your safety is guaranteed." The recruits erupted in astonishment. How enticing it was that the supermarket would lift purchase restrictions. After all, no one wished to ration their toilet paper, and with the addition of rest time, this training wouldn't feel as arduous as a monastic ordeal. Li Pang even clenched his little fist. "All right, if that's the case, I must strive harder." However, Yuan Gang's tone shifted, his gaze icy as he looked at the recruits. "If Lin Xiaobai, as your captain, is defeated by any member of the masked squad, or if you all remain masked beyond 4 in the afternoon, then this test will be deemed a failure. Take note, if Lin Xiaobai faints or surrenders, it will also count as a defeat. As for the consequences of your failure, during the training period, the physical training will be extended by 2 hours each day, and the convenience store will no longer be accessible for snacks and drinks. To ensure fairness for this test, the masked squad will reduce their realms to match yours for the duel." The recruits' gazes swiftly converged on Xiaobai once more. Can this guy manage it? It seems easy for the masked squad to defeat him, doesn't it? Damn it, it feels like we are bound to lose. What strongest deity? Before the masked squad. It's all a fade. 2 extra hours of physical training? The sky is about to collapse. Everyone, let's not overthink it. Our priority is to protect Lin Xiaobai and then figure out how to unmask them. Indeed, 239 against 5. They're even lowering their realms. We still have a chance. This is a grave underestimation. Or does the commander regard Lin Xiaobai as the key vulnerability? The discussions flowed among the recruits. Yet the majority held little faith in Lin Xiaobai, except for Li Pang and Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu found Lin Xiaobai increasingly intriguing. Pang, on the other hand, unconditionally trusted his new friend, even tugging at Lin Xiaobai's sleeve. "Classmate Lin Xiaobai, you can walk with me. I have wonderful things to protect you." Lin Qiye was exceedingly anxious. In any case, let us prioritize protecting Xiaobai for now. Although Wang Mian had just been momentarily befuddled by the vortex, he stood calmly on the stage, his gaze fixed upon the 2 brothers, Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qiye. SS-level agility and defense? A Seraphim agent? Quite impressive indeed. This time, I shall observe whether your SS-level agility and endurance, along with your 003 numbers divine ruin, can evade my grasp of time. In contrast to Wang Mian's contemplations, Lin Xiaobai was calculating within his mind. Goodness, 239 possessors of forbidden ruins. 239. Lin Xiaobai could hardly fathom the amount of tribute he would receive after allowing these individuals to experience the might of the water god, potentially even facilitating a meeting with Fu. Chapter 34. The Enigmatic Shrine of Furina, a display of extraordinary skill. As Wang Mian ascended the podium, an aura of authority subtly emanated from him. The time read 6:59:30, with only 30 seconds remaining until the competition officially commenced. Yet, before he could complete his statement, he noticed 4 adorable summoned creatures within the crowd, gazing at him with endearing innocence. Indeed, they were Lin Xiaobai's trio of small seafood companions, accompanied by Yendora. Wang Mian thought, what on earth is this? The Forbidden Ruins can summon pets? As he stood momentarily bewildered, the 30 seconds slipped away in the blink of an eye. Thus, the captain of the masked squad watched, wide-eyed, as the charming Miss Aleda elegantly released a bubble in his direction. Uncertain of the summoned creature's capabilities, the members of the masked squad quickly dispersed. With a resounding bang, Miss Xiaobai's delightful attack created a substantial crater on the podium. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wang Mian furrowed his brow, scanning the crowd for the instigator, and quickly spotted Lin Xiaobai, who, along with the rotund Bai Li, vanished around the corner of the dormitory building. Wang Mian realized, so it's Lin Xiaobai's summoned creatures. It appears he intends to lead us astray. At that moment, Miss Xiaobai's proactive assault seemed to ignite the combat spirit of the new recruits. They roared in unison, ice, fire, water, wind, and lightning. Various elemental energies from the Forbidden Ruins surged forth, hurling themselves at the masked squad on stage. Several fearless warriors charged directly at Wang Mian, weapons in hand. Brothers, let us unite. With over 200 of us in the Forbidden Ruins, we can crush them. Yes, let Lin Xiaobai fend for himself. If we capture their captain, he will have no worries behind him. Let us take down their leader first. Upon hearing the furious shouts of the recruits, the vortex that had lost face during the parachute jump revealed a charming smile. Oh, so you wish to directly target our captain? A commendable idea. However, do you think you can surpass my defenses? As he spoke, he slightly raised his hand, and a purple vortex materialized on the stage, swiftly absorbing the powers of those unfortunate souls. In the next moment, a colossal pink hammer, wielded by a rose, came crashing down, its sheer force causing several of the newly emboldened recruits to stumble and fall to the ground in fright. With a sweeping motion, the hammer sent a row of recruits flying. Some of the more fragile ones soared over Lin Xiaobai and his companions, landing directly in front of them. Bai Li shuddered, exclaiming, "They mean to kill us." Lin Qiye shook his head, responding calmly. The masked squad has suppressed their strength to the level of a mere lamp. At most, they will endure some discomfort. Bai Li glanced at the few recruits who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. You call this discomfort? Lin Qiye sighed softly, remarking, truly worthy of a special squad. Just one encounter, and those who charge forward are likely to be completely dispatched. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's words, Xiaobai, standing nearby, chuckled with confidence. No, no, no. A mere encounter will not suffice. I have left Yandala there, keeping a watchful eye. Lin Xiaobai's companion, a pet that followed him, allowed him to perceive the situation at the podium through Yandala's perspective and even to direct it with his thoughts, taking advantage of the earlier chaos. Xiaobai had already instructed Yandala to replicate the Water Apostle's abilities, preparing to send a heartfelt greeting to the masked team members. At this moment, Vortex, having utilized an energy conversion force field to rebound all attacks from the recruits, mockingly approached the stage. Youngsters, this won't do. With so many of you, it must be nearly 100, right? Yet, half of you have already fallen to me and rose. Wang Mian's steady voice resonated from behind him. Vortex, do not underestimate them. The two divine agents on the opposing side, especially the one named Lin Xiaobai, are our primary targets in this operation. Vortex was unfazed. All right. Divine agents, is it? Then let my brother teach them a lesson today, showing them how to properly wield the Forbidden Ruins. Rose stepped forward with her massive hammer, gazing at the trembling half of the recruits. Enough chatter, let us swiftly conclude this battle. Vortex responded eagerly. Right away, Sister Rose. As Rose raised her hammer, Vortex lifted his hand in readiness, both preparing to eliminate the remaining recruits before them. However, at that moment, an aura of water elements abruptly enveloped the two, and in the next instant, both Rose and Vortex felt their pupils tremble simultaneously, seeing the two freeze in place. A sense of foreboding surged within Wang Mian. What is happening? The once self-assured Vortex now appeared startled. Captain, my Forbidden Ruins ability seems to be locked. Rose furrowed her brow. Mine too. The battle-hardened Wang Mian quickly deduced. It must be Lin Xiaobai's Divine Ruin ability, likely related to those summoned creatures from earlier. He turned his gaze back to the stage, only to find that the four adorable beings had vanished, having executed their skills and swiftly fled under their master's command. Upon hearing Wang Mian's words, even the experienced Vortex could not help but exclaim, Damn, Lin Xiaobai's Forbidden Ruins ability is simply outrageous. How are we supposed to fight with our abilities sealed? Wang Mian fell silent, his expression now entirely serious. They must be heading towards the armory. Yuegawe, go check there, And be cautious of Lin Xiaobai's summoned creatures. Do not allow them to seal your abilities. Yuegawei replied coolly, I shall not give that brat an opportunity. With that, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the underground base of the training camp, Instructor Hong wore a rigid expression. Lin Xiaobai. He can seal others' Forbidden Ruins abilities? Yuan Gang's countenance was equally grave, fully aware of the immense advantage this ability could bestow upon the Great Xia in future battles. Lin Xiaobai had not mentioned this in his report. However, I firmly believe that Chunmai harbors no intention of concealment, and given his evident prowess, it is improbable that he remains unaware of it. Thus, the current situation presents but one possibility. Either he possesses an unknown forbidden object, or his divine ruin exhibits the potential for growth. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's remarks, an instructor nearby interjected, a forbidden object capable of sealing a forbidden ruin? If such a thing existed, it should have been discovered long ago. It makes no sense for an orphan without any background to wield it now. Yet, scarcely had the instructor concluded his statement when a collective gasp echoed from all present. Could it be that the seemingly carefree youth actually possesses a divine ruin with growth potential? Is this not rather extraordinary? The agents of the divine are already among the most formidable individuals in existence. Now, an entity capable of continual growth emerges. How could others possibly contend with that? Instructor Hong, you seem to have stumbled upon a treasure. Instructor Hong was drenched in sweat. Although he had only interacted with Lin Xiaobai twice in the past few days, he had already begun to perceive that despite the boy's seemingly foolish demeanor and incessant inquiries about whether one acknowledges Furina, he was, in fact, quite astute. To regard him merely as a gem might lead one to unwittingly fall into the machinations of this cunning individual. Instructor Hong was entirely unconvinced that this child, capable of independently orchestrating the serpent-demon operation, was anything akin to an innocent fool. Yuan Gang stated solemnly, this new discovery will indeed introduce further variables into the upcoming test. The commander, if those children truly prevail, then we. Yuan Gang replied, naturally, we shall honor our agreement and bestow upon them their due rewards. Although a growing divine ruin is undoubtedly formidable, he remains a novice. He must face the mass squad. When those terrifying individuals eliminate all his teammates, he will find himself overwhelmed. Yuan Gang shook his head. Let us not forget the other divine agent, Lin Qiye, along with those exceedingly dangerous owners of forbidden ruins. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, I sincerely hope that both sides may experience growth through a spectacular confrontation. The instructors wore expressions of subtle complexity, still engaged in discussions regarding who would emerge victorious in this duel. Even with Lin Xiaobai's sudden emergence, they were still faced with the mass squad. The instructors hoped fervently for the elite to triumph, as this matter extended beyond mere personal pride. It directly impacted their own reputations as instructors. Before the armory in the military camp, Lin Xiaobai placed his hand upon the heavy door, assumed a hoarse stance, and with a hearty shout, attempted to push it open. The door remained impervious. Lin Qiye exclaimed, at such a moment, you still choose to engage in this abstract playfulness. Lin Xiaobai turned his head in frustration. Lin Qiye, my strength is only a dash. I can't open it. Lin Qiye retorted, we cannot linger here any longer. Our opponents will surely anticipate our arrival here. We must swiftly relocate to another area. No sooner had Lin Qiye finished speaking than Lin Xiaobai grinned at the fiery woman approaching from behind and said, no worries, Lin Qiye. She has arrived, and she can dismantle the door. Chapter 35. Let the moon demon experience the might of the water god. What are you doing here? Molly, with her flowing red hair, stepped forward. Just moments ago, when a mass team launched their attack, the sharp-eyed Molly had already noticed Lin Xiaobai summoning 3 small seafood creatures. Initially, Molly had grouped Xiaobai with Bailey Pang Pang. However, after witnessing him single-handedly hold off the mass team with just one move, her perception of him underwent a complete transformation. Consequently, her tone and demeanor towards Lin Xiaobai were notably gentler than those towards others. Soon, everyone entered the armory through Molly's forbidden space. Observing the vast array of weapons around her, Molly expressed her confusion. Even if we acquire heavy weaponry, we still lack the means to confront the mass team. don't we? The new recruits, who were fleeing, trembled at the mention of the masked team. Can they really suppress their own realms to match ours? It's sheer domination. Why don't we just concede? There is no chance of victory. Alas, we have 2 divine agents in our ranks, yet we still find ourselves in retreat. Is the disparity between new and seasoned soldiers truly that vast? Clearly, these unfortunate new recruits had lost their fighting spirit. Just as their words faded, the haunting voice of the moon demon echoed. The gap between us is indeed vast, perhaps even larger than you can fathom. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Qiye swiftly drew his sword and warned loudly, "Be careful. They've infiltrated us." Everyone shuddered once more. Damn it! Why do the members of the masked team resemble phantoms? Molly grasped her katana and scanned the surroundings, yet she could not discern even a shadow of the moon demon. He can become invisible. Everyone, cluster together. Do not stray. The laughter of the moon demon reverberated throughout the armory. Ha ha ha. Gather together. My dear ones, do you wish to be caught all at once? My dear teammates are already on their way. At that moment, Lin Xiaobai's nonchalant voice rang out. As for invisibility, it may have some utility for a surprise attack. But once the target is exposed, all efforts are in vain. The moon demon paused, but quickly responded with a chuckle. Oh? Has this divine agent already pinpointed my location? He could hardly believe that Lin Xiaobai could accurately find him while he was in stealth mode. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the 3 small seafood creatures had already appeared behind him, unbeknownst to him. Lord Uther showed no mercy. A torrent of water infused with immense elemental force surged toward the moon demon's position, instantly revealing him. The moon demon, struck with fear, instinctively dodged to the side. With a resounding crash, Uther's water column shattered the ceiling, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The eyes behind the moon demon's mask widened in shock as he gazed at Lin Xiaobai. How did you lock onto my position? Lin Xiaobai smiled cheerfully thus. My dear, refrain from speaking, avoid letting saliva linger in the air, and do not even break a sweat. Otherwise, my 3 little darlings, no matter where you hide, I shall surely uncover your whereabouts. Such is the power of the water deity, Furina. As long as there are water molecules in the air, I can pinpoint your location with absolute precision. Moon Ghost, this is utterly ridiculous. Even sweating is futile? Are we no longer allowed to live? Moon Ghost felt a tinge of irritation. He initially intended to teach these new recruits a lesson and diminish their arrogance. Yet, this youth before him effortlessly neutralized the skill he took great pride in. With a cold smirk, he suddenly lunged toward Lin Xiaobai. Huh, so you found my position. What of it? Is it conceivable that the moment you locate me is also when you seal your own defeat? Lin Qiye gasped. Xiaobai, be careful. Molly, standing relatively close to Lin Xiaobai, disregarded the fact that he was a member of the masked team. Upon seeing the gleam of Moon Ghost's dagger almost pressing against Lin Xiaobai's face, she dashed forward without hesitation, attempting to wield her katana to shield Xiaobai from the impending assault. Observing Molly's actions, Moon Ghost's mocking laughter intensified. Too slow. By the time you arrive, he shall already be dead. Before he could finish his taunt, he was horrified to discover that the Lin Xiaobai, who had been so near, had inexplicably vanished from his sight. In the next instant, water threads ensnared his body, and by the time he realized what was happening, he was bound like a bundle of twisted dough. Escaping would necessitate unleashing all his power. In the underground base, Yuan Gang had initially anticipated watching how Moon Ghost would impart this lesson to the new recruits. However, Lin Xiaobai, it seemed he possessed a speed akin to that of many agile beings he knew, even surpassing them in acceleration. Instructor Hong stared blankly at the scene featuring Lin Xiaobai, murmuring, "Speed is one aspect, but I never considered that Moon Ghost's ability to manipulate moonlight could be countered by Lin Xiaobai's divine water powers. Sweat, or rather, he might as well be a radar." Yuan Gang's expression turned grave. After this training session, we must engage in a thorough discussion with Lin Xiaobai to better understand the nature of his water deity's powers. Instructor Hong, feeling somewhat guilty, remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that this water deity's abilities may rival those of Michael." Yuan Gang offered no response. Lin Xiaobai had already astonished him numerous times in such a brief span that he felt this was not the extent of Lin Xiaobai's capabilities. On site, witnessing Moon Ghost temporarily bound by Lin Xiaobai, the new recruits erupted in cheers. Wow, Lin Xiaobai is impressive. He can actually control a member of the mass team. Incredible. I'm so excited. Let us follow Lin Xiaobai and bring down Moon Ghost's mask. Haha, invisibility is futile now. What will he do? Lin Qiye regarded Lin Xiaobai, initially planning a clever strategy, but now it seemed Lin Xiaobai was determined to charge directly through the competition. Just as many recruits rushed in to unmask Moon Ghost, a resounding sound echoed from the entrance of the weapons depot. As the crowd finally comprehended the scene, an enormous hammer, seemingly fueled by its master's wrath, whirled through the air with tremendous force. A few unfortunate souls, unable to evade its path, were sent flying by the mighty blow. The formidable Rose made her grand entrance, with Vortex leisurely trailing behind her. Observing the Moon Ghost's futile attempts to free himself from the silken threads, he couldn't help but chuckle. Moon Ghost, how did you find yourself ensnared by Lin Xiaobai? Wow, you've never fought a high school student before? It seems the SS-level prodigy truly lives up to their reputation. Enraged, the Moon Ghost retorted, if I didn't have to suppress my realm to the minor level, would I fear these threads? Vortex shrugged, well, who told you to lose your composure? Fortunately, Rose and I arrived just in time. In his fury, the Moon Ghost turned to Xiaobai, Lin Xiaobai. You must give him a good thrashing. I'll cheer you on. Lin Xiaobai was taken aback. What? To think you would turn the tables on me like this was entirely unexpected. I had planned to use your mask as a bargaining chip. And now you want me to help you teach someone a lesson? The poised and elegant sister merely smiled coldly upon hearing Lin Xiaobai's words. You wish to use the Moon Ghost's mask to negotiate? First, you must face me. Chapter 36. Lin Xiaobai is a great deceiver. Unlike Rose, for whom power reigns supreme, she does not require the convoluted tactics employed by Moon Ghost. Prior to today's training session, Yuan Gang had provided them with the relevant materials. Indeed, Lin Xiaobai's endurance and agility ratings of SS left the members of the mass squad in awe, marveling at the emergence of such exceptional talent among the new recruits. However, for Rose, Lin Xiaobai's A rating in strength was her most significant flaw. This beautiful sister of the mass squad not only excelled in strength, but also possessed a defensive capability that could withstand any attack below the SS level. As anticipated, upon hearing Rose's words, Lin Xiaobai moved and vanished from sight once more before she could launch her attack. This prompted Moon Ghost to become anxious, despite their banter. He did not wish for his teammate to be outmatched by Lin Xiaobai. Rose, be careful. This guy intends to bind you with threads. As soon as Moon Ghost's warning fell from his lips, threads swiftly encircled Rose, binding her tightly. Witnessing this spectacle, the new recruits erupted in cheers. Wonderful job, Xiaobai. Entangle them with those threads. Haha, the mass squad is in trouble now. Lin Xiaobai is truly the best. Whoa, everything Lin Xiaobai said is true. The brilliance of the water god will indeed envelop us. Praise the water god. I admit, Furina and Focalors are unparalleled. I confess. From now on, I shall be a believer of the water god. Amidst the fervent support, Rose offered a cold smile. These threads are indeed a formidable skill. As she sensed the water-based power entwined within the threads, her smile grew increasingly audacious. But it is still insufficient. Rose roared, exerting her strength, and astonishingly broke free from the energy-formed threads with the might of her realm. All the new recruits, including Lin Qiye and Molly, were left in stunned silence. Who could have anticipated that, even under the pressure of the realm, Rose could still break free? Her innate strength was truly terrifying. Vortex, lounging nonchalantly in the back, quipped amusingly. Although her mental power is suppressed to the realm, Sister Rose's strength is indisputable. Even the boss must tread carefully when facing her. Lin Xiaobai, do you possess the ability to contend with this power? As these words were spoken, Rose raised her colossal hammer, swinging it down towards Lin Xiaobai with the force of a mountain. In that moment, Lin Qiye and Furina were frantic with worry. They witnessed Lin Xiaobai, shockingly, not evade the attack, but instead come to a halt, seemingly relishing the sight of Rose's mighty hammer. The hammer descended with astonishing speed, nearly reaching SS level, leaving everyone unable to react. With a thunderous crash, it struck Lin Xiaobai. However, akin to Chun Mai's experience, Rose felt as if she had struck a heavy stone pedestal. The recoil from the hammer's handle sent a jolt of pain through her. Staring at Lin Xiaobai, who was almost entirely obscured by the massive hammer, Rose was momentarily taken aback. Yu. The vortex that was originally crouching could not help but be taken aback, standing up in astonishment. What is happening? The power of Rose is undeniably of S rank. Lin Xiaobai, curious, gazed at the cartoonish visage painted on Rose's colossal hammer. There's even a cartoon girl depicted on it? Is that the cartoon representation of Sister Rose? Ahaha, I didn't expect Sister Rose to possess such a youthful spirit. Rose. She furrowed her brow and solemnly inquired, how did you accomplish this? Why does my power have no effect on you? Is this also a result of your divine sanctuary? Lin Xiaobai beamed with delight, as if basking in the radiance of divinity. Because the water goddess Furina has bestowed upon me an immense amount of defensive power, a manifestation of water's weight. When you strike with your hammer into the sea, do you imagine the magnitude of the ripples it would create? Moreover, it is not just me. The blessing of the water goddess Furina will extend to numerous strangers, allowing them to bask in her luminescence and live their lives in tranquility. It must be said, Lin Xiaobai's charismatic rhetoric captivated many of the new recruits nearby, especially the female soldiers, their eyes sparkling with wonder. His persuasion instantly led them to realize the immense benefits of joining the Church of the Water Goddess. In a moment, many silently resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Xiaobai once training concluded, for joining the Church of the Water Goddess would be the ultimate reward. Furina, who had initially felt anxious, couldn't help but stifle a laugh and retort, I do not possess such formidable power. It's all your own merit, you know. Hee. Then from which statue did I receive such rewards? Besides, I am speaking earnestly. These rewards are indeed related to water, powers that even you, Furina, remain unaware of. Lin Xiaobai asserted seriously. As it turned out, he was not merely deceiving his followers. Even his deity was not immune to his charm. Consequently, the naive maiden of the Mo Mang Palace, cradling her face in her hands, began to doubt. Could it be that I truly possess untapped powers? No. Once I reach Lin Xiaobai's world, I must have him help me unlock them. In the underground base, Yuan Gang wore a grim expression, coldly remarking, this great deceiver. He observed many instructors behind him revealing expressions of yearning and felt compelled to caution. Everyone, do not be swayed by his words. His defensive capabilities are of SS rank, and defense is intrinsically linked to mental strength. According to previous reports, even a formidable individual like Chun Mai struggled to contend with him during training. It is only now that Rose has reduced her realm to the lamp stage, allowing for Lin Xiaobai's unyielding stance. If she were to exert her full strength, she could still unsettle Lin Xiaobai. Instructor Hong remarked softly, to use one's full strength, merely to unsettle, is it? Yuan Gang. Initially, along with all the instructors present, deemed the rating of Chun Mai to be exaggerated. Now it appears that this lad, with merely the mental strength of the lamp stage, can produce such terrifying endurance. Even a few instructors who have been swayed by Lin Xiaobai find themselves pondering in their hearts, lamenting that the highest limit is merely SS rank. Otherwise, based on his current performance, attaining an SSS rank would not be excessive. Yuan Gang gazed deeply at Lin Xiaobai on the screen and ultimately let out a soft sigh. I must confess, prior to the commencement of this assessment, I had indeed underestimated him significantly. I believe the selection for the new team can now certainly include him. Moreover, Yuan Gang fell silent. Articulating this sentiment towards this individual was no easy feat, yet after a moment's pause, he earnestly stated, what Chun Mai remarked about his potential to become the pinnacle of humanity is indeed not erroneous. Chapter 37. The Moon Demon Lin Xiaobai. You are cheating. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, Instructor Hong suddenly found himself at a loss. How should he treat someone as exceptional as Lin Xiaobai? It seemed that Yuan Gang could hear Instructor Hong's inner thoughts, for he solemnly declared, "Do not let his potential instill fear within you. In fact, it is precisely such a genius that we must train rigorously." One cannot help but think that if Lin Xiaobai were to overhear this statement, he would undoubtedly choose to abandon the mission at once, exclaiming, "I am here for a vacation, not to undertake tasks." Instructor Hong remained contemplative. Firstly, he was no match for Lin Xiaobai, and secondly, within the Night Watch organization, strength was paramount. "But Chief, do you not believe that there are still many undiscovered elements?" Yuan Gang fell silent at this point. Deep down, he was reluctant to accept this truth. Yet the reality was that Lin Xiaobai was an unfathomable enigma, and he found himself increasingly curious about the figure known as Furina, whom Lin Xiaobai had mentioned. In summary, even someone in Yuan Gang's position had been successfully swayed by Lin Xiaobai. On the scene, Rose was quite astute. She understood the formidable defense of her opponent and recognized her own power, realizing that neither side could gain the upper hand. Her forbidden realm was inherently straightforward and brutal, and it could be said that Lin Xiaobai had the advantage over her. It appeared that within this domain, they were evenly matched. Rose gazed intently at Lin Xiaobai and remarked, "However, I have yet to initiate my assault." Suddenly, Lin Xiaobai, who had been holding back his full strength, spoke up. Rose was taken aback, as she had become captivated by Lin Xiaobai's formidable defense, mistakenly believing that the earlier strands were his sole means of attack. Furrowing her brow, Rose recalled, "Wait, did you single-handedly deal with the mysterious beings in the Chuan realm?" Before Lin Xiaobai could respond, Lin Qiye proudly interjected, "Indeed. And it was a 3-strike kill." Fufu echoed in her mind, "Right, a 3-strike kill. So it's best not to engage with Xiaobai. Let us wrap up this match quickly." Rose fell into silence. It was indeed plausible that someone capable of annihilating the creatures of the Chuan realm could defeat her. However, Vortex, crouching at the back, chuckled, "But Lin Xiaobai must have fainted, right? If he wishes to use his full strength against us and sacrifices a primary force, that would be acceptable." The Moon Demon, bound behind Lin Xiaobai, was in a daze. Initially, Rose had managed to free herself from the strands, yet he had not succeeded. He even heard female soldiers snickering at him earlier. Now, to withstand Lin Xiaobai's 3 strikes, they too would have to sacrifice one of their own, and it was highly likely that it would be himself. At this thought, the Moon Demon felt so enraged that he nearly contemplated switching sides to Lin Xiaobai. Upon hearing Vortex's remarks, Lin Qiye replied nonchalantly, "You certainly regard Lin Xiaobai with sufficient respect now. But do not forget that there are nearly 100 possessors of Forbidden Realms present. If Lin Xiaobai can neutralize Rose and the Moon Demon, then Vortex, are you prepared to face our wrath?" Lin Xiaobai silently acknowledged this. Indeed, 7 Knights proves to be formidable not only in strength, but also in stirring emotions. As soon as these words were uttered, the recruits behind him ignited with fervor. The Vortex had long been subject to mockery and derision. Even if 100 were to attack him with all their might, augmented by a divine agent and a holder of a perilous forbidden realm, it would be exceedingly difficult for the experienced mass team to prevail against such overwhelming odds. The Vortex was drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "Are you 2 brothers' dogs? Each more treacherous than the last, especially that one named Lin Qiye. Wandering in darkness for too long has surely tainted your heart." Observing the recruits falling under Lin Qiye's influence, Lin Xiaobai gradually grew exhilarated. Such a splendid opportunity could not go without showcasing the brilliance of the water god. If earlier he had garnered 500 points of devotion, now he sought to double that value. With this thought, Lin Xiaobai leisurely approached, picking up a medium-sized katana and even lifting it for inspection. Rose and the Vortex instinctively retreated several steps. Neither wished to face Lin Xiaobai's seemingly mutual destruction of 3 strikes. Moreover, that Demon Mass King had been vanquished in 3 blows. Who could ascertain how many true strikes Lin Xiaobai could deliver? A surge of desire swelled within the Vortex, compelling him to scream, "Don't come any closer." Yet Lin Xiaobai merely tilted the sword, which instantly transformed into the shape of a bow. Both Rose and the Vortex stood in stunned silence. About. The report had mentioned nothing of his archery skills. As they grappled with confusion, a cerulean die slowly appeared as Lin Xiaobai squinted one eye. The recruits were flabbergasted. There are more tricks. While everyone was momentarily captivated by Lin Xiaobai's new technique, he mischievously uttered, "Pau the die," then unleashed a multitude of water arrows, akin to homing projectiles, hurtling towards Rose and the Vortex with wild abandon. These two team members lacked the agility of the moon ghost. The water arrows interwove like a spider's web, assaulting from all directions. In mere moments, the rapid fire of the die escalated to an astonishing rate of 150 shots per second. Witnessing the die seemingly reveling in its speed, the moon ghost was left in disbelief. "Do you even care for our lives? Lin Xiaobai, do you realize you were cheating?" The recruits were in a frenzy. They had anticipated an intimidating display from the masked team. Yet Lin Xiaobai had turned the scene into a training ground for Rose and the Vortex. Particularly for the Vortex. He suspected Lin Xiaobai was targeting him specifically. Most of the water arrows were aimed at him, and after a brief attempt to evade, he immediately summoned a shield, hoping to repel Lin Xiaobai's attack. However, the rebounded arrows were inexplicably reclaimed by the dancing die. Moreover, the penetrating power of those water arrows was astonishing, raining down upon his shield like a torrential storm. Before long, several arrows pierced through, striking both him and Rose. The Rose felt a sense of shame. This fellow, could he truly be a mere realm? How could his fighting prowess be on par with that of the ocean realm? The Vortex was on the verge of tears. He must be of the ocean realm. How could such a disparity exist? Moreover, these water arrows not only possess remarkable speed, but also tremendous power. My energy shield can only hold for half a minute at most. If the situation escalates, we will have no choice but to retreat. But what about the moon ghost? If his mask is removed, we will undoubtedly be defeated. Do you think it would be preferable for the two of us to be knocked unconscious here, or for the moon ghost to be captured and have his mask unveiled? There is little difference. Sister, I truly cannot withstand it any longer. We must hurry to find the captain, if he is nearby. And if Lin Xiaobai is verbose, we may still have a glimmer of hope. The Vortex was unaware that Night Orchid's skill was intricately linked to life itself. While Lin Xiaobai's defensive capabilities had surged by a remarkable 1,000, encompassing even vitality. Although this could not be intuitively represented through data, the enhanced power of the water arrows suggested that even without the ocean realm, they bore destructive capabilities on par with the upper tier of the river realm. At that moment, time within the armory seemed to rewind. A figure dashed to the side of the moon ghost with astonishing swiftness, securing him under his arm and instantly returning to the side of the Vortex. Though the manner of the moon ghost's rescue was mortifying, he still looked up at that man with tearful gratitude, saying, "Captain, you have finally arrived." Chapter 38. Lin Xiaobai. You are surrounded. Wang looked helplessly at Yuegue. Initially, he and Tianping felt quite at ease searching in other areas. However, they had not ventured far when a loud crash echoed from the direction of the armory, followed by a powerful jet of water shooting forth. Tianping remarked, "Wang Mian, Yuegue, Rose, and Vortex. Do you think they can handle Lin Xiaobai?" Wang replied nonchalantly, "You have seen his profile. In comparison, he knows nothing about us. Our greatest advantage lies in the very fact that Lin Xiaobai is oblivious to our strengths." Yet, scarcely had Wang finished speaking when a thunderous sound erupted from Rose's colossal hammer. Wang and Tianping exchanged uneasy glances. Tianping questioned, "Should we go over?" That sound couldn't possibly be Rose striking Lin Xiaobai, could it? Wang responded, "We should head there." Thus, the two hurried towards the armory, only to witness a scene they would never forget. Lin Xiaobai, a rookie, was unleashing countless water arrows, overpowering their three esteemed teammates. To make matters worse, they watched as Vortex was struck multiple times by the water arrows, screaming in agony, while Yuegue found himself ensnared by water threads, tethered helplessly behind Lin Xiaobai, wearing a look of despair. This was utterly humiliating, prompting Wang to abandon his attempts at discretion. He activated the divine realm, initiating the flow of time to rescue Yuegawei first. Just when everyone anticipated Wang's arrival would lead to a climactic showdown, he took advantage of Lin Xiaobai's momentary distraction. As the speed of the water arrows dwindled, Wang astonishingly instructed Vortex to open a rift in space, causing the masked team to vanish before the eyes of the rookies. As they witnessed the disappearance of the masked team, the newcomers exchanged bewildered glances. The ever-heroic Molly stammered. They ran away? The rookies went wild, rushing to Lin Xiaobai's side. Ah, Lin Xiaobai. From now on, you are my idol. This is incredible. You single-handedly drove away the masked team. Indeed, I was prepared to fight them, yet they fled without a battle. Xiaobai, from today onwards, I worship the water god. Me too. I never imagined there could be a deity as formidable as this. Lin Qiye stood at the back of the crowd, feeling a mixture of pride and complexity as he observed everyone praising his younger brother. The pride stemmed from seeing his beloved siblings so adored, while the complexity arose from the sheer power of Furina's skills, which felt overwhelmingly superior. Michael was indeed a powerful divine realm. As he had felt during the night, he aided Zhao Kongsheng. However, despite the enhancements from the Starry Night Dancer, he realized there was still a disparity between his own divine realm and that of Furina's. With this thought, Lin Qiye resolved to fight alongside Lin Xiaobai in the upcoming competition. In the underground base, Yuan Gang wore an expression of admiration as he spoke to the instructors behind him. Wang Mian is undeniably strategic. In the armory, the spirits of the new recruits soared, especially with two divine agents present. Engaging head-on could lead to their defeat. A strategic retreat to assess the situation and strike individually was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Instructor Hong sighed deeply, pondering what if Lin Xiaobai could single-handedly overcome 10 adversaries? Yuangong replied. If that were the case, he would truly have no recourse. Soon, the new recruits surrounded Lin Xiaobai as they exited the armory. Wang Mian and his group observed from a distant high-rise. Wang Mian, be cautious. That Lin Xiaobai can detect enemy movements through the moisture in the air. It's quite unsettling. Damn, even invisibility is futile against him, not to mention that absurd barrage of arrows. What skill could possibly rival him at the same level? Song Wei finally regained some composure and remarked seriously, we have indeed underestimated Lin Xiaobai. Wang Mian shook his head. No, I have never underestimated him. However, Lin Xiaobai's strength exceeds our wildest imaginations. As Vortex recalled the earlier scene, he shivered and cursed. Damn it, do we truly have no solution? Is it impossible to contend with him at this level? Yuegawei immediately chimed in. If I weren't restricted by my current state, I would have subdued that kid long ago. Tian Ping regarded the two disdainfully. Stop trying to save face. When we encounter Lin Xiaobai next, we should steer clear. But Captain, the current situation is decidedly unfavorable for us. Do you have any thoughts? Wang Mian gazed at Lin Xiaobai's formidable group and spoke deliberately. First, we must eliminate the other isolated high-risk holders. Then we can focus on dealing with those two brothers. Yuegawei's tone shifted to one of excitement. Brilliant. This way, we will face them 5 against 2, significantly increasing our chances of victory. Vortex roared. What do you mean increased chances? It's a guaranteed win. Wang Mian looked ahead and declared, ladies and gentlemen, what lies before us is a battle that will stake our honor. During their reconnaissance, they had learned from the eliminated recruits that Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan were still at the dormitory. Thus, the mass team swiftly harnessed Vortex's spatial abilities to arrive at the new recruits' dormitory ahead of Lin Xiaobai. However, as in the original narrative, upon their arrival, firearms were raised from all sides of the dormitory, and even the escape routes were sealed off by earth-type barriers, creating a veritable trap. Vortex felt numb. They're here again? Shun Qingzhu stood on the 3rd floor, curiously asking, oh, have you been through this? Vortex clenched his fists. It's that Lin Xiaobai. You'd better not treat us the same way. Shun Qingzhu smirked coldly. You have no say in this. Trapped in my ambush, there's no escape. Classmates, begin. Fire. In an instant, the dormitory erupted with a thunderous roar of submachine guns, prompting Vortex to hastily activate his protective shield. With the experience gained from Lin Xiaobai, He realized that these bullets were utterly insignificant compared to Lin Xiaobai's water arrows. He even chuckled to himself and shouted upstairs, "Hey, you lot are not even worth a single hair of Lin Xiaobai. Keep it up. If you can break my shield, consider it a victory." Rosa observed. Without the presence of the two divine agents, this place indeed appears rather feeble. Even with two high-risk forbidden zones, they seem to pose no real threat. Yuega replied with a smirk, "Let's quickly deal with them. It's time for us to encircle Lin Xiaobai." Spiral declared, "This victory is still ours." However, just as the members of the mass team were contemplating how to eliminate Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan, preparing for a 5-on-2 against the two brothers, a familiar voice echoed from above. Hey, why are you ganging up on fewer numbers? How about I call for a ceasefire and encircle you all by myself?" Good heavens! This voice made Spiral's pupils constrict in an instant, nearly causing him to deactivate his shield. Damn it! Lin Xiaobai! How could he possibly be here? Chapter 39. I anticipated your anticipation. The moon demon is on the brink of madness. How did you end up here? Did I not see you all head to the other side? Yet that cannot be right. Did you teleport? We arrived here in mere seconds. What on earth transpired? Rosa remained silent, but the tremor in her pupils betrayed her emotions. After all, just a minute ago, they had indeed witnessed Lin Xiaobai casually walking alongside Lin Qiye. It might be the power of the divine ruins, Wang Mian solemnly remarked. For matters beyond his comprehension, he could only attribute them to the formidable water god's divine ruins. Yuan Gang, watching the scene unfold at the base, felt his expression stiffen. It must be the sprinting ability he employed in the second division, he thought. Instructor Hong could not help but shake his head, truly eye-opening. Is he faster than spatial movement? Yuan Gang's face was grave. Just when we praised Wang Mian's strategy, Lin Xiaobai countered with a decisive play. Surrounded like this, coupled with Lin Xiaobai's rain of arrows side, it is rare to see Wang Mian pushed to this extent. It seems he must exert all his effort to break through. Instructor Hong, forcing Wang Mian to go all out, just this alone makes Xiaobai unparalleled in history. Yuan Gang, I simply wish to know, was this scene a premonition from Lin Xiaobai? Instructor Hong, at the very least he is far more astute than we imagined. In truth, as Lin Xiaobai emerged from the armory, he had already pinpointed the location of the masked team. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaobai discovered that with the water goddess statue unlocked to level 8, his detection range had expanded 8-fold. From an area roughly the size of an alley, he could now nearly cover half the military camp. In Lin Xiaobai's words, unless you're using binoculars, do not hide. Face me directly. Thus, he quietly shared his plan with Lin Qiye and, utilizing the swift movement of Yalan, reached the dormitory building before Wang Mian and the others could finish discussing how to encircle the others. Hence, while Yuan Gang clearly observed the surveillance of Lin Qiye and the others departing, in the next moment, Lin Xiaobai was already welcoming the masked team at the dormitory building. He simply could not fathom how Lin Xiaobai had anticipated their anticipation. Could he truly possess such foresight? Unlike the armory, the dormitory was entirely sealed. The masked team was now akin to fish in a barrel. At this moment, the recruits halted their actions, as if waiting for a new leader to issue commands. Drawn in by Lin Xiaobai's words. On the other side, Wang Mian gazed quietly at Lin Xiaobai, standing atop the building, slowly drawing forth his dangerous forbidden item, Yuan. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiaobai hurriedly waved his hands. Hey, stop. Wang Mian, you're not about to unleash a grand move, are you? Surely not. A vein throbbed on Wang Mian's forehead as the moon demon immediately shouted beside him. Yes. That's the feeling, the kind that assaults your mind. This is precisely the domain of Lin Xiaobai's mental magic. Wang Mian, in that fleeting moment, he truly contemplated using his blade to shatter the entire building. But it was Lin Xiaobai's voice that brought him back to his senses, leading him to reconsider. One might say it was a form of mental magic, and indeed, it bore a semblance to such. Wang Mian raised his head and inquired, Lin Xiaobai, what is your intention? With your defensive capabilities, do you still fear me? I am unharmed, but will my friends? Lin Xiaobai replied earnestly, though inwardly he mused. Look, I have inherited the kindness of the water god. My blade is so precise that it will not harm anyone. With a cheerful smile, Lin Xiaobai suggested, Lin Qiye and the others will be arriving shortly. Rather than meandering about, why don't we engage in a duel before everyone? I, Lin Qiye, Molly Chao Yuan, and Shun Qingzhu against the 5 of you. How perfectly matched that would be. Chao Yuan, who had been quietly meditating, was initially taken aback by Lin Xiaobai's words, slowly forming a question mark in his mind. Upon hearing the name, he felt a jolt of recognition. He immediately rose and ghosted over to Lin Xiaobai's side. Pray tell, where is this Lin Qiye you speak of? Lin Xiaobai, with a knowing smile, replied, they will arrive shortly upon hearing the gunfire. I hope we can stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. Chao Yuan's gaze gradually cleared, and he clasped his hands together, bowing slightly to Lin Xiaobai. Then, esteemed one, allow Chao Yuan to take the lead in battle. Without waiting for Lin Xiaobai's astonished look, he proceeded downstairs. Chao Yuan, exuding an air of refinement, faced the masked team. Esteemed ones, may I inquire if you are prepared for combat? Lin Xiaobai hurriedly followed, a knife in hand. Hey, you haven't brought your knife yet. Chao Yuan replied calmly. After they agreed to the challenge, I intended for you to throw your knife down from above. Lin Xiaobai. Oh, it seems I have disrupted your grand gesture. Shall I run back up and throw it down for you later? Just then, a resounding crash echoed outside. Molly shattered the barricading stones and entered alongside Lin Qiye and the rotund Bai Li. Upon observing both parties standing apart, Lin Qiye frowned and approached Lin Xiaobai. It seems you have indeed trapped them. Wang Mian regarded Lin Qiye with indifference. In truth, we could leave at any moment. However, escaping a second time is not in the nature of our mass team. Lin Qiye, so this is your intention. Wang Mian, I have accepted Lin Xiaobai's challenge. At that moment, Rose stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Lin Xiaobai as she spoke deliberately. Lin Xiaobai, as a fellow practitioner, your skills are quite formidable, making it difficult for me to contend with you. However, should I liberate my realm, how would you respond? Or perhaps I might elevate myself to the Chuan realm. In any case, if you can defeat me after I release my boundaries, I shall grant you any request, provided it is lawful and proper. Lin Qiye stated calmly, there are no ifs in life. Under specific circumstances, a loss is a loss, and there is nothing further to discuss. Originally, the suppression of the Zhan realm was an arrangement made prior to the competition. In truth, Qiangwei is not typically like this. She shares a sentiment similar to Lin Qiye. Losing is simply part of the game, and she is not one to dwell on it excessively. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that today, her mass team has felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Almost the entire team, save for the captain, has been thoroughly outmatched by Lin Xiaobai. Even her most cherished strength, her defense against Lin Xiaobai at an equivalent level, seems utterly negligible. Thus, in this moment of existential doubt, Qiangwei yearns to unleash her powers and engage Lin Xiaobai in a genuine contest. Yet, upon hearing Qiangwei's words, the recruits upstairs began to jeer. You cannot do this. How can you pit the High Realm against the Chuan Realm? The Chuan Realm has already been crushed by the Zhan Realm. Give our Xiaobai a few more years, and she will surpass you in no time. How outrageous! Having lost in the Zhan Realm, you wish for others to compete at a higher level. This is nothing short of bullying. In the underground base, Yuan Gang observed quietly, empathizing with Qiangwei's feelings. After all, she is the most competitive woman in the masked team. Instructor Hong remarked, I believe Lin Xiaobai could hold her own across one realm. But 2 realms? That is merely a fanciful notion. Yuan Gang nodded in agreement, nonetheless. This situation should prompt Lin Xiaobai to recognize that her opponent has been consistently maneuvering within the confines of their respective realms. Undoubtedly, her skills are indeed insurmountable at the same level. With proper training, it is quite possible that in less than 3 years, she could engage in a spirited match with Qiangwei. However, on the surveillance screen, Lin Xiaobai was smiling brightly. All right, Sister Qiangwei, let us joyfully engage in a match. Chapter 40. Is this what you call a realm? Lin Xiaobai's words left the entire assembly momentarily speechless. Rose gazed at him in astonishment. She had merely intended to vent her pent-up emotions and had not anticipated his enthusiastic agreement. I will use the river realm to compete with you, Rose declared. If she had previously felt a sense of defiance towards Lin Xiaobai, witnessing his reaction now instilled in her a newfound admiration for this seemingly irreverent youth. That's fine. You can use the ocean realm. I merely wish to challenge myself and discover the limits of my capabilities. However, we must agree that you are not to strike me with lethal intent. The faint smile that emerged beneath Rose's mask suggested, this young man is indeed impressive. While Rose felt exhilarated, Lin Qiye and the others grew concerned. Molly furrowed her brow and remarked, Lin Xiaobai, there is no need for you to put on a brave front. Even competing in the river realm is already quite commendable. Bai Li, with a rather unique perspective, chimed in, if Xiaobai wins, doesn't that mean he can graduate directly? Lin Xiaobai turned to Bai Li and grinned, if the commander permits. I will promptly take Lin Qiye home. Lin Qiye, Yuan Gong. Had it not been for today's assessment, Yuan Gang might have allowed Lin Xiaobai to return. However, after witnessing Lin Xiaobai's performance, which could easily serve as a model in textbooks, the notion of letting him go was utterly inconceivable. He had even begun to formulate his report, eager to highlight Lin Xiaobai's achievements prominently. Rose, observing Lin Xiaobai's complete lack of concern, was increasingly astonished. Either he possessed extraordinary strength and was entirely unfazed, or his character was simply such. Perhaps both were true. With this thought, she summoned her colossal hammer, fully focused as she addressed Lin Xiaobai. Come on, Xiaobai, regardless of victory or defeat, I shall treat you to dinner tonight. Xiaobai chuckled. Thank you in advance, Sister Rose. Yu Guwei and Xian exchanged glances of exasperation. What is going on with Rose? Why is she being so kind to Lin Xiaobai? The competitors moved to the center of the arena. Standing beneath the ominous clouds, Rose proclaimed, Lin Xiaobai, behold, this is my full strength. As her words fell, the overwhelming aura of the ocean realm surged forth, the energy vortex even stirring the air. The formidable presence of the supremacy of forbidden ruins enveloped the area, causing all the new recruits to feel a sudden heaviness in their bodies, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Is this the power of the ocean realm? It's terrifying beyond measure. Her mental energy began to materialize, flowing like the sea, sweeping over the entire arena. How could Lin Xiaobai contend with this? The mental energy of the realm was so oppressive that even movement seemed impossible. It was utterly despairing. Hearing the new recruits chatter nervously from above, Yu Guwei and Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Yu Guwei stated, indeed, this is the power of the ocean realm. If they manage to unlock their potential, these recruits, including Lin Xiaobai, will be utterly overwhelmed. Xianhua added, damn it, I also want to unlock my power and enjoy the thrill. But is there anyone left who can enable me to do so? Yuan Gang smiled faintly, remarking, the sea realm is indeed formidable. Yet it is worth noting that without the strength of the sea realm, one cannot join the special squad. Lin Xiaobai still has a long journey ahead. As soon as Yuan Gang finished speaking, Lin Xiaobai gazed at Rose with delight, exclaiming, wow. The mental power of the sea realm truly is as magnificent as the ocean. I feel as though I'm swimming within this mental force. Rose, now serious, couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Lin Xiaobai's words, finding him increasingly endearing. Meanwhile, Furina was clamoring in Lin Xiaobai's mind. Lin Xiaobai, focus. So many people are watching. You cannot tarnish the reputation of me, the water goddess Furina. Fear not, for we are about to test something new, Lin Xiaobai replied. New? What new thing? With that, Lin Xiaobai, in preparation to face Rose's full strength, fixed his gaze upon her eyes and, with deliberate precision, gestured, bounce, bounce, bomb. Lin Qiye. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly found this line remarkably familiar. In the next moment, the air around them was infused with the essence of water elements. Unlike the gentle healing sensation they had previously experienced, this time, the power Lin Xiaobai unleashed was utterly tempestuous. In an instant, Lin Xiaobai's new subordinate, the water abyss apostle, aptly named Bounce Bomb, emerged before the crowd, an expression of confusion adorning its face as it seemed to question its master. Is this truly my name? Lin Xiaobai nodded earnestly. You must carry Kelly's wish and obliterate these scoundrels. The Bounce Bomb, sensing its master's will, turned around and rasped. It is time to settle all scores, Rose. Lin Xiaobai. What the hell? Why is the dialogue becoming so chaotic? Rose, unfazed by Lin Xiaobai's sudden turmoil, had found him rather charming when he had spoken his lines. However, the moment the water abyss apostle appeared, she tightened her grip on the hammer. This lad, does he have a backup plan? Wang Mian, sensing the water elemental power emanating from the bounce bomb, furrowed his brow and remarked, this strength approaches the pinnacle of the lamp realm. Tian Ping, from behind, mused, could it be that this fellow has inherited Lin Xiaobai's power? Does that not place him at the pinnacle of the lamp realm? The entire masked team gasped in astonishment. If that is the case, a summoned being capable of inheriting its master's power would indeed be terrifying. In the next moment, Rose bellowed as she sprang into action. Without hesitation, she soared into the air, her massive hammer descending forcefully upon the water abyss apostle. Molly, watching from the sidelines, cried out in alarm, Bounce Bomb, be careful. The result was nearly a perfect replication of the previous event. A resounding boom echoed through the arena. The water abyss apostle, mirroring Lin Xiaobai, withstood Rose's full force strike and merely staggered a few steps, standing resolutely as if unyielding. This time, the impact was even greater, leaving Rose's hands stinging in pain. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils darting. What on earth is this defense? Even the sea realm cannot move it. It must be said that just a moment ago, in the dormitory building, Lin Xiaobai indulged in a piece of cake, though he was indeed quite famished. The apostle is capable of inheriting Lin Xiaobai's attribute panel, and given the inherently robust nature of such summoned beings, the calculations based on Genshin Impact's defensive value methodology yield results far more outrageous than most would envision. If Lin Xiaobai himself were to withstand this blow, even with an exceptionally high defense, facing the strike from the Rose would undoubtedly be quite distressing. This singular moment left all the formidable individuals present in a state of astonishment. Particularly, Wang Mian found himself rendered utterly speechless. Is this truly what one would call a realm of light? Chapter 41. The Vortex. Your power is unsettling. Rosa had never imagined that she could engage in a back-and-forth battle against a summoned creature. To her astonishment, the opponent even demanded that she account for everything. What enmity or grievance could this be? Initially, she thought that the water apostle merely possessed high defenses. However, when this being launched an assault akin to a true swordsman, Rosa swiftly composed herself and responded earnestly. Yet, after only a couple of exchanges, she immediately discerned the all-too-familiar sensation of being sealed. Staring blankly at Lin Xiaobai, she exclaimed, is that the skill from the podium just now? My Forbidden Abyss ability cannot be unleashed consecutively. Lin Xiaobai sighed internally. Yes, that is precisely the sensation. After being struck by the water apostle, he felt a nauseating sensation as his cooldown transformed into a torturous duration of several seconds. Rosa felt increasingly anxious, while the water apostle's attacks lacked finesse. Its monstrous defensive capabilities rendered her strategies futile. Now, compounded by its skills sealing her Forbidden Abyss, she found herself in a precarious position. Particularly troubling was Lin Xiaobai's complete inaction. Rosa yearned for him to exert his utmost effort rather than show undue compassion, allowing only the summoned creature to engage her. This was indeed a humiliating circumstance for a valiant female warrior. Wang Mian observed the unfolding scene, his brow furrowing deeper. Vortex cautiously approached him, muttering, damn it, why does it feel like Rosa's situation is amiss? Even when facing formidable mysterious beings before, she never reacted this way. Yu grumbled. It's Lin Xiaobai's skill that's utterly sinister. For combatants like us, once we have a cooldown on our sealing abilities, it truly becomes debilitating. Tian Ping quipped. It's akin to Yu being unable to maintain stealth, transitioning between visibility and invisibility. Yu shivered. Don't say that. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Wang Mian replied, "This is indeed beneficial. Encountering crises fosters growth." On the battlefield, Rosa was engaged in rapid contemplation, having recovered from her initial shock at Lin Xiaobai's skill. The seasoned warrior swiftly devised a means of escape. She gathered her strength, channeling all her power into her massive hammer. Since her continuous skills were restricted by her opponent, each strike now had to unleash her utmost potential. Moreover, the target of her release must be Lin Xiaobai. With this thought, Rosa deftly maneuvered, employing ordinary combat techniques to engage the water apostle while subtly accumulating power as she edged closer to Lin Xiaobai. Suddenly, Rosa's entire being erupted with energy. The power of the sea encircled Lin Xiaobai as if it were tangible. The teammates on the sidelines gasped in horror. Lin Xiaobai, danger! As Rosa raised her war hammer and charged towards him, Lin Xiaobai, seemingly anticipating the onslaught, wore a smile and instantly transformed into a thread, vanishing from sight. This prompted a collective recollection of his not only extraordinary defensive capabilities, but also his unparalleled agility. Yet at that moment, Rosa scoffed, "Lin Xiaobai, indeed? I cannot match your speed, but should my giant hammer descend, the entire arena shall have no refuge. How will you respond then? This is the culmination of all my mental fortitude, the ultimate strike. When the colossal hammer descends, will your defense still hold?" Under the gaze of the crowd, it seemed as if pink lightning converged upon the enormous hammer wielded by Rose. The intricately patterned hammerhead grew larger, expanding to the point of engulfing the entire arena, leaving Lin Xiaobai with no choice but to escape towards Lin Qiye and the others, or seek refuge atop the dormitory to evade disaster. Yet, this was precisely the gamble Rose had placed. She was convinced that Lin Xiaobai would never risk the safety of his teammates and fellow recruits. If he confronted her head-on, should his defenses falter beneath her might, defeat would be an inevitability. Witnessing this scene, the previously despondent whirlpool of onlookers regained their excitement. Ha ha ha, that's it, Rose. One force can overpower 10 techniques. Lin Xiaobai's defense is indeed formidable, yet that does not preclude Rose from breaking through. The disparity between the realms of light and sea is still substantial. Tianping sighed softly. Indeed, there exists a gap, yet Lin Xiaobai's resilience is quite admirable. Now, we merely await whether Rose can breach his defenses. Yue Gui remarked, "Insufficient power leads to this outcome. She has countless opportunities to attack. But once her defense and agility are overwhelmed, just one moment can lead to catastrophe." In the arena, Lin Xiaobai gazed up at the massive shadow of the hammer looming above. The opponent had dispelled all boundaries, and his current defensive capabilities could indeed crumble. He could even see Chao Yuan beside him beginning to recite incantations. Goodness, is he attempting to guide spirits to the afterlife? I have yet to unleash my world-destroying 6 swords. Of course, Lin Xiaobai could not resort to that, as Sister Rose had promised to treat him to dinner later. It seemed that he was the one whose powers were restricted. But no matter, he still had Yuan. At that moment, Lin Xiaobai's one-handed sword swiftly transformed into a bow and arrow amidst the concerned gazes of the crowd. His sprint halted, and instead, he stood tall in the center of the arena, drawing the bow to its fullest. The sight of Lin Xiaobai standing resolutely against the wind, like a true warrior, left the mass team in awe. "Damn it, this kid is starting to show off," exclaimed the whirlpool. Yue Gui questioned, "Is he really going to confront Rose head-on? I recall his power rating was A. Wasn't it?" Tianping corrected him. "It is A-." Furrowing his brow, Tianping observed Lin Xiaobai's composed expression. He is still just a high school student. Wang Mian. At this stage, we have effectively lost. Wang Mian nodded earnestly. "Indeed, we can consider this a defeat." Rose soared into the sky, witnessing Lin Xiaobai drawing back the bowstring below. She laughed heartily. "Excellent. Lin Xiaobai, I truly admire you. Regardless of who triumphs in this strike, you shall be my dear little brother from now on. No one shall bully you without consulting me first. But for now, brace yourself for my full force strike from the sea realm." As she spoke, a tempest of mental energy swept through the arena, converging onto Rose's colossal hammer. In that moment, it felt as though the very air had been drawn dry. Amidst the terror-stricken gazes of the crowd, the Rose finally roared down with a thunderous crash. In that very moment, Lin Xiaobai's previously relaxed demeanor vanished, his eyes igniting with brilliance. The water elemental energy gathered upon the bowstring. Ruoshui, a surge of 40 damage enhancement. The Yelon's sixth fate-breaking arrow, inflicting 20-fold damage. The colossal energy arrow, harnessing all of Lin Xiaobai's might, was released with a mighty twang, soaring skyward. Like a gigantic energy missile, it spun with all its power, ultimately fracturing into 6 arrows upon collision with the massive hammer. What unfolded next was a scene that left all spectators utterly astounded. 3 streams of water elemental energy remarkably withstood the full force of the hammer's assault. Below, Shen Qingzhu watched in disbelief, her eyes trembling. The arrow Lin Xiaobai had released had clearly split into 6 streams of energy, yet astonishingly, only 3 were needed to counter the Rose's devastating strike. The once confident Vortex was rendered speechless, stiffly turning to Tianping. Was it not stated that Lin Xiaobai's strength was merely a dash? This power is utterly incongruous. However, before he could finish his sentence, the remaining 3 streams of split water energy suddenly crashed against the Rose. The beautiful sister plummeted like a petal from the sky, only to be securely caught by Lin Xiaobai. Chapter 42, Rose, I concede, but I seek vengeance. In truth, this time Rose has completely committed herself, channeling all her strength into the colossal hammer, resulting in her own defenses being rendered negligible. Thus, the moment the 3 water energy arrows struck her, she was momentarily stunned by the immense force contained within them. Rose, that scoundrel Lin Xiaobai. I will confront him. Witnessing Rose's fall, the members of the mass team were utterly unsettled, particularly Vortex, who, despite frequently being reprimanded by Rose, was the first to roll up his sleeves and rush towards Lin Xiaobai for a confrontation. Come back. Wang Mian's sharp command halted the advancing Vortex and Moon Ghost. This is a competition. Your actions are utterly inappropriate. On the field, Lin Xiaobai caught Rose and promptly summoned his water singers. He had already tempered his strength the moment the water energy arrows collided with Rose. As the gentle healing energy of the water singers enveloped her, Rose's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she gradually opened her eyes. Lin Xiaobai smiled at her, saying, Sister Rose, I apologize for my earlier actions. Rose. She glanced at the colossal hammer that had fallen beside her, and even though her mind had briefly faltered, she swiftly comprehended what had transpired. She stepped down from Lin Xiaobai's embrace, silently observing him for a moment before shaking her head and saying, Lin Xiaobai, I can no longer comprehend you. Your power just now far exceeded the realm of the lantern. I cannot ascertain its exact magnitude, but it is certainly no less than my own strength of the sea realm. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. Lin Xiaobai, possessing the strength of the sea realm? After a moment of stunned silence, Shen Qingzhu could not help but burst into laughter. All right. Our rookie has produced a master of the sea realm. Has he? Wang Mian calmly interjected from across the field. It is not the sea realm, but rather Lin Xiaobai's unique ability that allows his power to momentarily escalate to the level of the sea realm. This is what is known as an overwhelming victory. In truth, those 3 water arrows could only withstand Rose's full force attack for a few seconds. Yet, it was precisely during those fleeting moments that Lin Xiaobai seized the opportunity to launch 3 additional arrows at Rose's flank. He understood, well, that under such an impetus, Rose would be at her most vulnerable, which is why he managed to bring her down. Hearing Wang Mian's explanation, Vortex grumbled in frustration. Lin Xiaobai, you are truly devious. Wang Mian cast a sidelong glance at Vortex. The opponent is merely employing standard tactics. In a competition, do you expect them to stand idly by while you attack? After speaking, he cast a meaningful look at Lin Xiaobai. However, Lin Xiaobai, your trump card has now been fully revealed. Should there be another match, it will be challenging for you to gain an advantage again. Therefore, regardless of how powerful your skills are, diligent training remains paramount. After experiencing a brief setback, Wang Mian now genuinely admired this high school student, which is why the usually taciturn man felt compelled to share so much with Lin Xiaobai. The Rose, too, after a brief moment of astonishment, gracefully nodded. Wang Mian's analysis is indeed accurate. In this match, I wholeheartedly accept my defeat. Lin Xiaobai interjected from his side. Then allow me to treat you to dinner tonight, sister. The Rose shot him a glance, playfully chiding. You want to treat me after winning? Is that a ploy to add insult to injury? You little rascal, do not think you can treat me. Instead, tell me what you dislike eating, and I shall order everything else for you tonight. Lin Xiaobai responded cheerfully, I have no particular aversions. The Rose exclaimed in exasperation, I shall seek my revenge. However, following this exchange, the new recruits' anger towards the masked team significantly diminished. They fought with all their might, and acknowledging their defeat with grace is indeed a quality that commands respect. Naturally, Lin Xiaobai's performance had completely captivated these fresh recruits. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled and often uttered peculiar remarks, beneath this eccentric facade lay a truly admirable spirit. Particularly, the outrageous skill combination at the water god's forbidden ruins had inspired many of these recruits to aspire to bask in the radiance of the water god. In the underground base, Yuan Gang gazed at the images on the monitor in silence for a considerable time. I initially believed Lin Xiaobai would employ the combat techniques reminiscent of the Ghost-Faced King. To my surprise, Rose had once again drawn forth something new from him. I have finally come to comprehend why even someone like Chanmai would inscribe words hinting at the potential to become the pinnacle of humanity. It is evident now that his assessment was entirely accurate. This lad indeed possesses the potential to reach the zenith of humankind. Instructor Hong, standing nearby, quietly reminded, however, Chief, it appears our chances of victory in this match are rather slim. On a hill near the military camp, several familiar figures, equipped with binoculars, congregated around Chunmai. Ong Ying exclaimed, Whoa, how has Xiaobai become so handsome in the military camp? I thought Rose would overwhelm him with that last move. Si Xiaonan remarked, Oh, is this truly the extent of Lin Xiaobai's capabilities? Zhao Kongcheng added, Damn it, I feel like I'm going to gain many more junior brothers. Just look at those new recruits' expressions. They're undoubtedly going to become devotees of the water god. Wu Xiaonan commented, as the senior brother, You are certainly getting into character quickly. Yet after watching the entire event unfold, Lin Xiaobai's performance in this new recruit training is indeed unprecedented. Chun Mai's voice brimmed with pride. It is quite rare to see that brat Wang Mian humbled, and from a direct combat perspective, Rose's position within the masked team is akin to Hong Ying's role among us. Lin Xiaobai's ability to withstand Rose's full-force strike can indeed be regarded as a triumph over the entire masked team. Of course, when faced with Wang Mian's formidable skills, it remains uncertain whether Lin Xiaobai will emerge victorious. Si Xiaonan replied confidently, He will win. Funingna is exceptionally strong. Lung Xin glanced at Si Xiaonan. Have you also joined the Water Goddess sect? Si Xiaonan responded, Not at all. I merely have faith in Xiaobai. Hong Ying, hands on her hips. Huffed, archery. This young man actually has a backup plan. When he takes his leave, I shall ensure he trains with me thoroughly. Zhao Kongchang scoffed. Practicing against my master? Don't seek unnecessary suffering. Chen Mai recalled the scene of his sparring with Lin Xiaobai, and a shiver ran down his spine. I hope his instructor is doing well. Chapter 43. Indeed, the water god is also a supreme support. At the scene, Rose turned to Lin Xiaobai and raised his hand. Thus, the first victory belongs to the newcomers. After speaking, she glanced at the masked team below the stage. For the second match, who will take the stage? Chao Yuan made a slight bow at the edge of the arena. For the second match, I request Lin Qiye to compete. Lin Qiye? Originally, Chao Yuan intended to fight himself, but after witnessing Lin Xiaobai's battle, he developed a profound interest in Lin Qiye. He was eager to discover the true extent of the power possessed by this individual who could guide him. Lin Xiaobai looked at the sky. It was still light out. This match differed from the original story, with Rose setting a precedent. The masked team was permitted to unleash their powers. However, Lin Xiaobai calculated that it seemed King Mion's release of power would not be a hindrance, and Lin Qiye could still hold his ground. After all, when he summoned the Water Apostle earlier, he had also activated his ultimate skill, Universal Revelry, ultimate skill, by gathering the essence of revelry. A stage of water foam is constructed. When a host performs a charming display in front of teammates, both the host and teammates enter a state of universal ecstasy, wherein all teammate strength, agility, endurance, and mental capacity receive a threefold enhancement, lasting for 15 minutes. Moreover, his battle with Rose had only lasted 5 minutes, leaving approximately 10 minutes of remaining buffs. Coupled with Lin Qiye's innate strength, even without the Starry Night Dancer, he could still be expected to perform admirably. He felt fortunate that Qiao Yuan had not volunteered to take the stage himself. Otherwise, with his terrifying void of banishment and the buffs at play, the situation might spiral out of control. Despite his concerns, Lin Qiye stepped forward without hesitation. "All right, I shall take the stage." However, as he began to channel his mental energy, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Though he could not utilize the Starry Night Dancer, upon activating his mental energy, he felt a significant increase in all aspects of his power. He couldn't help but turn in surprise, raising his eyebrows at Lin Xiaobai. "Is this because of you?" Lin Xiaobai grinned widely. "Just give it your all." King Mion also slowly approached from the opposite side. "This time, I will take the lead." The arrival of the captain heightened the tension among the rookies above. If the members of the mass team were already formidable, the captain's personal involvement was indeed alarming. How could the strongest participant be summoned for the second match? After all, there were only 2 divine agents on our side. If the mass team were to win again, it would be truly embarrassing for us. Could Lin Qiye possibly hold his own against the opponent? Goodness, I dare not imagine. That is King Mion, who has already unlocked his full potential. The opponent had not stated that they would also unleash their power in the second match, right? Rose's release of power in the first match had already seemed rather unfair, given that they were a renowned special team, while Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qiye were merely fledgling recruits. Indeed, as King Mion stepped forward, he calmly declared, "Lin Qiye, this match will be a fair contest. I shall still engage you with my light realm." Lin Qiye spoke with a calm demeanor. "You may exert your full strength. It is permissible." Wang Mian shook his head in response. "If you compel me to unleash my full potential, then it would indeed signify my defeat." Wang Mian's assertion was not without merit. If Lin Qiye could truly provoke him to exert his utmost, it would be a clear indication of his loss. However, as the competition had only just commenced, Wang Mian, sensing the extraordinary power emanating from Lin Qiye, furrowed his brows in concern. This was no ordinary strength. It was at least that of the Chuan realm. Before Wang Mian could fully process this realization, Lin Qiye lunged forward with a straight blade aimed directly at Wang Mian's face. The spectators gasped in astonishment, with the vortex exclaiming, "This young man has not forgotten the essence of this competition." Wang Mian, seasoned in combat, deftly sidestepped to deflect Lin Qiye's strike, coldly remarking, "Do not concern yourself with my mask, Lin Qiye. If you triumph in this contest, then you have indeed passed the test. Yet, I am curious. Do you and Lin Xiaobai possess other forbidden artifacts? Or does Lin Xiaobai have some means to amplify your strength? What you exhibit now is at least the power of the Mid-Chuan realm." Upon hearing Wang Mian's words, the crowd turned their astonished gazes toward Lin Xiaobai. In their perception, Lin Xiaobai was merely a healer and warrior merged into one. Who would have thought he could also serve as an auxiliary? Lin Qiye quickly cast a glance at Xiaobai and simply replied, "Lin Xiaobai is certainly not as uncomplicated as you imagine." Wang Mian, now even more perplexed, began to entertain the notion of recruiting Lin Xiaobai for his masked team. After all, possessing a healer, a main combatant, and an auxiliary all in one person was undeniably advantageous. With this thought, Wang Mian could not help but steal a glance at Lin Xiaobai, his gaze betraying a hint of obsession, causing Xiaobai to shudder. "I will not join your masked team. I refuse to be treated like a beast of burden," Lin Xiaobai declared with righteous indignation. Wang Mian thought to himself, to predict one's intentions so accurately is truly formidable for a high school student. Soon, The battle between Wang Mian and Lin Qiye escalated to a fever pitch in the center of the arena. Although their clash was evenly matched, it had not compelled Wang Mian to unleash his full capabilities. Lin Qiye's manifestation of the divine ruins forced Wang Mian to similarly employ his divine domain for defense. Even with Wang Mian slowing the flow of time, Lin Qiye managed to leave a mark upon his mask with a single strike. At that moment, Wang Mian finally placed his hand upon the hilt of Yuan's sword, declaring, "It is time to conclude this battle, Lin Qiye." Yet, Lin Qiye interrupted him, stating, "No, you have only 5 seconds." Wang Mian was taken aback. "Your suppression of the Zhan realm's mental energy is insufficient to sustain your use of the divine domain for long. Is it not?" Wang Mian maintained his silence, though internally he was raging. Must you speak while gasping for breath? What if it leads to misunderstandings? Unfortunately, his silence did not last long, for a smile crept across Lin Qiye's face. "You may have 5 seconds, but my divine ruins can benefit from Lin Xiaobai's enhancements." Lin Xiaobai, standing nearby, waved his hand, exclaiming, "See, this is the bond of family." Wang Mian gazed at the two with a furrowed brow. Could it be that your family's ties possess an innate damage reduction? However, spurred by Lin Qiye's words, Wang Mian adopted a more serious demeanor. As the realm of time unfolded, he unsheathed his weapon, swiftly charging toward Lin Qiye, transforming into a mere shadow in an instant. Yet, within the confines of Lin Qiye's mortal realm, his dynamic vision, enhanced by Lin Xiaobai, allowed him to visualize Wang Mian's movements as if they were a dynamic tableau in his mind. Upon witnessing Lin Qiye accurately anticipate his assault from the outset, Wang Mian frowned, and with a mere shift of his gaze, the oppressive aura of the realm swiftly permeated Lin Qiye's consciousness. However, in an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from Lin Qiye, unleashing an even more formidable divine pressure that enveloped Wang Mian completely, showing no mercy and exerting total dominance. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, while Vortex and Moon Ghost simultaneously shuddered. Moon Ghost, trembling with trepidation, remarked, "So the realm derives enhancements from support. Is the increase truly so terrifying?" Vortex, feeling a sense of despair, lamented, "Originally, he was merely a divine agent, and now, with a godly support by his side, how can we possibly contend with this?" Chapter 44. Victory is sweet, yet I long to see Fu Ningna. At this moment, Wang Mian found himself ensnared in the formidable vortex of Lin Qiye's divine might, a bead of cold sweat trickling down from his brow. This was the first instance he had encountered the extraordinary phenomenon of a divine ruins realm suppressing the sea realm. Originally, Lin Qiye's divine ruins was already classified as 003, and after being augmented by Lin Xiaobai's abilities, it was rendered truly terrifying. When their gazes met, it was as if 1,000 years passed in an instant, with beams of light seemingly emanating from their eyes. "Wow, two superhumans!" Bali Pang Pang exclaimed in awe. He then turned to Lin Xiaobai. "Xiaobai, can you do that?" Lin Xiaobai shrugged. "I cannot. If I could, my eyes would be shooting water." Molly, initially quite anxious, glanced at Xiaobai with a frown, stopped talking, or I might start visualizing it. In stark contrast to Xiaobai's relaxed demeanor, Chao Yuan's gaze was fixed intently on the arena. Lin Qiye's power has clearly taken the upper hand. Everyone swiftly turned their attention back to the center of the arena. Indeed, at that moment, Wang Mian's knees slightly bent, his stature now lower than Lin Qiye's. Yet the sight of Lin Qiye walking forward, his fists clenched, while emitting rays of energy, was somewhat comical. Lin Xiaobai had already begun providing commentary for the two. "Wang Mian, what are you staring at?" "Lin Qiye, what of it?" "Wang Mian, if you have the guts, take another look." "Lin Qiye, I will look if I wish." With that, Lin Qiye advanced, his gaze imposing upon Wang Mian. Upon hearing this off-screen banter, Wang Mian's legs trembled once more, and he instinctively clenched his fists. Damn it, Lin Xiaobai's psychological assault. It's making me visualize. As the tension mounted, Wang Mian's energy waned, while Lin Qiye's golden radiance burst forth accompanied by his passionate roar. "Lin Xiaobai, silence yourself." Ultimately, with Lin Xiaobai's external encouragement, Wang Mian's mask was dramatically shattered by Lin Qiye's divine prowess, revealing the handsome visage of the captain of the masked squad. The new recruits above fell into a profound silence, staring blankly at the scene below. Before the competition commenced, they had envisioned countless scenarios. Yet they had never anticipated that the masked squad would be so decisively defeated by these two brothers in merely the first 2 rounds. Wang Mian fixed a deep gaze upon Lin Xiaobai, then turned to Lin Qiye. In this contest, we have lost. Your divine ruins is formidable, while Lin Xiaobai's is nothing short of extraordinary. Lin Qiye shook his head. You did not exert your full strength. Thus we cannot claim complete victory. Wang Mian glanced once more at Lin Xiaobai. No, I indeed gave my all. However, Lin Xiaobai's augmentation elevated your power to match mine, which is why you perceive that I did not go all out. After all, at a certain moment just now, your strength surpassed mine, leading you to believe I held back. Upon hearing Wang Mian's words, the new recruits gasped in astonishment. It turned out that Lin Xiaobai had granted Lin Qiye a buff. My heavens, comrades, it seems we can no longer argue against joining the Water God sect. However, should we not celebrate our victory in earnest? A 3-day holiday each week. Lin Xiaobai, you are my savior, not merely a 3-day respite. The supermarket imposes no purchase limits, nor are there restrictions on mobile phone usage. Oh, Lin Xiaobai shall henceforth be my idol. The newly enlisted soldiers, having recovered from their astonishment, erupted with thunderous cheers. A throng of them rushed downstairs, surrounding Lin Xiaobai and hoisting him aloft. Long live Lin Xiaobai! Long live Furina! They roared, tossing Lin Xiaobai into the air repeatedly. The fervor of the moment bore a resemblance to the scene of all the recruits being successfully swayed by Lin Xiaobai's charm. Xuanhua observed the exuberance of the new recruits with a sense of indignation. How could we possibly lose to a bunch of novices? And I didn't even get to participate in the battle? This is infuriating. Yuegawei patted his arm. With a monster like Lin Xiaobai around, you might as well concede defeat. With such talent emerging among the recruits, the higher-ups are bound to be amused this year. Despite the somewhat sour tone in Yuegawei's voice, a look of satisfaction gleamed in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Xiaobai, who was being tossed into the air. Rose remained composed. Enough of that, a loss is a loss. 2 unprecedented prodigies have emerged. Losing to them is no shame. Tonight, I shall treat Lin Xiaobai to dinner. Perhaps a personal connection will serve us well in the future. No sooner had she spoken than Yuan Gang approached with a group of instructors, prompting the recruits to gently set down the nearly dazed Lin Xiaobai and line up nervously. Yuan Gang's expression was somewhat stiff. After all, he had just finished training these recruits that morning, and now, before noon, the brothers had led them to victory in the match. Observing the recruits barely contained laughter, Yuan Gang cleared his throat. You all succeeded in today's test match. However, do not forget that without Lin Xiaobai and his companions, you would have been completely eliminated by the masked team. I trust you now comprehend the vast chasm that exists between you and genuine prodigies. Is such a disparity not worthy of your earnest training? As his words progressed, Yuan Gang's tone grew increasingly grave, culminating in a near shout. Nevertheless, many recruits now bore serious expressions. Indeed, while the brothers' performance today thrilled them, it also starkly highlighted the gap between them and true genius, especially Lin Xiaobai, who has profoundly altered the recruits' perceptions of him. Noticing the change in the recruits' expressions, Yuan Gang felt a sense of satisfaction and chose not to elaborate further. He turned his gaze to Lin Xiaobai, his demeanor softening. The MVP of today's match is awarded to Lin Xiaobai. I trust there are no objections. None. The crowd immediately roared in response, with Bailey even jumping up to shout. So, Lin Xiaobai, what reward do you desire? As a result, Lin Xiaobai clutched his abdomen, exclaiming in agony, May I take a moment to visit the restroom? After being tossed around over a dozen times, I can hardly hold it any longer. Yuan Gang looked on, exasperated, while the new recruits erupted into laughter. With a resigned glance at this whimsical character, Yuan Gang replied, Go ahead, but don't take too long. No sooner had he spoken, Lin Xiaobai dashed off, disappearing in a flash from everyone's view. Of course, Lin Xiaobai's claim of needing to use the restroom was merely a pretext. He was, after all, the envoy of the water god, and losing control was out of the question. With just a thought, he could even reverse the flow. At this moment, he was eagerly anticipating entering the chambers of the divine hospital to explore the rewards. He wondered if this time he would finally have the chance to meet with Furina in person. Chapter 45. It's time to share sweet moments with Furina. 3 days ago, in Tevat Fontaine at the Qianziyu. What should Qianziyu wear when meeting someone so significant? Furina puffed her cheeks, feigning nonchalance as she inquired. Are you to meet a foreign envoy, Lady Furina? Well, not exactly. It's more like perhaps an old friend I haven't seen in ages. How wonderful, Qianziyu said, as she solemnly retrieved a measuring tape and approached Furina to take her measurements. Upon hearing Qianziyu's question, Furina felt her cheeks flush slightly, her heart racing like a startled deer. Well, how should I put it? Qianziyu cast her a skeptical glance. Does this friend of yours, Mr. Violet or Miss Clawland, know about this? Furina's heart sank. This Qianziyu? She's too astute. With that question, I might easily slip up. Fortunately, Furina had recently watched Lin Xiaobai's live streams, which had sharpened her wits somewhat. In a moment of inspiration, she quickly replied, I certainly do not know. He is merely a pen pal of mine, and we've been planning to meet. I thought it would be splendid to showcase the brilliance of our deity to foreign citizens. Thus I sought to have a set of garments tailored, something not too ostentatious yet not overly casual, ideally warm and approachable. Am I asking for too much? At this point, Qianziyu had drawn the measuring tape from Furina's shoulder blades to her waist. I never thought Lady Furina would have a pen pal. If it's not too formal, do you prefer something elegant or cute? Furina's mind raced. What would Lin Xiaobai think of me? He often mentions how cute I am. So I certainly won't dress too adorably for our meeting. That would diminish the element of surprise. The thought of their encounter made Furina's cheeks grow even rosier. I suppose something elegant would be preferable. Qianziyu looked down at her, remarking coldly, Then, Lady Furina, you will need some padding. I shall also enhance the design in the front to create a more three-dimensional effect. Furina, in that instant, she suddenly felt averse to the meeting. Returning to the present, upon seeing Lin Xiaobai dash out in haste, even Furina, no matter how oblivious she might be, realized something significant was afoot. Her voice trembled as she asked, Lin Xiaobai, is our deity's statue about to reach its maximum level? I believe so. If it's not full yet, I shall recruit followers one by one. Then, how am I to get there? Do you summon me with an incantation? I'm not entirely sure, but when the statue levels up, it should provide memory fragments, which will clarify things. Then, how long will it take? Not more than 5 minutes. Don't be too quick. Wait for me. I need to change into another outfit. Furina quickly sprang to her feet in her room, barefoot, and sprinted to her wardrobe to retrieve the little dress that Qianziyu had tailored for her. She quietly shed her cumbersome little coat and donned a charming dress. As she gazed at the image in her mind, she realized that Lin Xiaobai had already scampered excitedly to the statue, her voice tinged with a hint of tears due to her nervousness. Xiaobai, please slow down. While speaking, she hurriedly slipped on a pair of white lace ankle socks and quickly fetched a leg band in the same color as her dress, gently securing it around her almost translucent thigh. Poor Lin Xiaobai, having been clever for 10 years, now felt her mind nearly crash like Fufu's. Mechanically, she activated the statue's interface. Host, Lin Xiaobai. Realm, Lantern. Confirm complete restoration of the statue to enhance realm. Divine Domain, Dance of Sinners. Offering level, level 10. Offering experience, max. God-slaying experience, max. Press 0 to perform the final restoration on the water statue and receive the ultimate reward. Unlocking the next statue. Undoubtedly, thanks to his efforts, the new recruits basked under the radiance of the water god, filling the statue's level experience to its maximum. Lin Xiaobai's voice trembled slightly. Fufu, are you ready? Hearing Lin Xiaobai's voice, Fufu shivered, her legs beginning to weaken. I think I'm ready. Then I shall begin. Unlike her usual vigorous pressing, this time Lin Xiaobai delicately placed her finger on the virtual panel and pressed the 0 button. In that instant, The towering water statue erupted in a cascade of azure light, enveloping Lin Xiaobai entirely. Immersed in the glow, she felt the statue's power soothing every fiber of her being. As her internal spiritual energy began to flow like a gentle stream, on the virtual panel, the subtitles began to scroll. Congratulations, host. Your realm has been elevated to the river realm. You have received a water system character card, a water god SI, and an SS grade pet card. Click on the screen for immediate manifestation. Activating the dimensional rift allows Fu Fengna to traverse between two worlds at will, adjusting the relative flow of time between the two realms to 1:720. Choosing to activate the next statue will establish a link with a new deity of Teyvat. Upon seeing the third line of subtitles, Lin Xiaobai disregarded everything else and clicked on it. At that moment, a deluge of fragmented memories regarding the use of the dimensional rift flooded her mind. She quickly assimilated the information and waved her hand casually, causing the river realm's power to surge forth, simultaneously creating a starry spatial rift in both the prairie and Fufu's room. Fufu gazed at the rift, nervously wrapping her arms around herself. Xiaobai, are you on the other side? Do I just walk in? Yes, just cross over, and you will see me. With cautious steps, Fufu approached the rift. After a brief moment of dizziness, a gentle breeze filled with the scent of fresh grass enveloped her. The youth, adorned with the same hair color and distinct heterochromatic eyes, stood face to face in a daze. In Furina's mind, there was a void. She stared blankly at the boy who had accompanied her for a decade, her mouth moving, yet no words could escape her throat. Lin Xiaobai, equally entranced, gazed at Furina. At that moment, his water deity stood before him, clad in a sleeveless, deep blue dress that accentuated her charm. Her alabaster arms, bathed in the soft glow of the evening sun, radiated a delicate aura. A gentle breeze swept across the grassland, lifting the hem of her dress, revealing the adorable leg rings adorning her slender thighs. Below, her signature short boots were paired this time with lace-trimmed ankle socks, lending her an air of innocence and grace. Lin Xiaobai. Furina's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Is it really you? In such a scenario, the foolish Fufu appeared even more naive. Lin Xiaobai, momentarily freed from Fufu's astonishing allure, took a deep breath. Is me. With uncertainty, Furina stepped forward a few paces. Lin Xiaobai. The girl's utter bewilderment spoke volumes of the importance he held in her heart. Her trembling gaze and reddened eyes conveyed more than any confession could. Poor Lin Xiaobai, who had never encountered such emotions, had faced the onslaught of the masked team with a smile. Yet now, before Fufu, he found his hands awkwardly unsure of where to rest. Lin Xiaobai. Furina called out to him again, her voice laced with a hint of sob. She took 2 steps closer, and Lin Xiaobai could already catch the faint fragrance of her presence. Fufu. Lin Xiaobai. Finally, unable to contain herself, the girl opened her arms and leaped into Lin Xiaobai's embrace. His arms stiffly rose, but eventually, he tenderly enveloped her in his warmth. Beneath the setting sun on the grassland, the scene of the boy and girl in an embrace exuded a certain sweetness, as if 2 Fufus were entwined together. Chapter 46. The blushing face of a young girl speaks volumes. Time seemed to slip away, as a gentle breeze tousled Fufu's bangs, revealing her cheeks, now flushed a vibrant crimson. At this moment, the girl's blush conveyed everything. Naturally, Lin Xiaobai, cradling such a soft and adorable bundle, also found his face tinged with a rosy hue. How should they proceed? This was a question both pondered deeply. After a considerable pause, Fufu, with her hair in disarray, finally emerged from Lin Xiaobai's embrace, stammering, "Why, you're different now." Lin Xiaobai was taken aback, glancing down at himself. Huh? What is different? Fufu dared not lift her gaze, saying, "It's just not what I imagined." Lin Xiaobai's heart raced, alarmed by her words. Oh no, could this be a reality check? As she spoke, Fufu's eyes were misty, and she cautiously glanced at Lin Xiaobai before quickly lowering her head again. You seem stronger than I expected. Lin Xiaobai, feeling flustered, exclaimed, "Why do you also speak so breathlessly?" He observed Fufu's almost translucent skin, her hair cascading in soft curls, resembling a character straight out of a comic book. Yet, he soon realized something significant. "Hey, Fu, did you forget something?" Startled, Fu shot her head up, "Huh? What?" Lin Xiaobai smirked. "Where's my little cake?" Fu esse ais widen in panic, resembling a startled cat. "Ah, I forgot." She continued. That sudden rift in space caught me off guard, and I became so nervous that it slipped my mind. "Should I go back now to fetch it for you?" Seeing Fu's anxious demeanor, Lin Xiaobai felt a blend of sweetness and amusement. It was truly endearing to encounter someone so adorably oblivious. He raised his hand slightly, then awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "No worries. You can bring it to me next time. Besides, you can come over any time in the future, and since you'll be here for 2 years, it'll only be a day for Fengdan." "Ah, a day?" Fu's eyes sparkled with delight. "Does that mean I could just live here?" Realizing what she had said, she quickly corrected herself, her cheeks reddening again. "I could explore your side like a little vacation." Lin Xiaobai grimaced. "But in the military camp, we can't roam freely. Thankfully, we won the competition, and we'll have breaks every week." Fu's eyes lit up with hope. "Can I join you?" "Of course. If it doesn't work out, we could rent a place in Songnan City. I can visit you on weekends. I still have some pay left from the night watch." However, as he spoke, Lin Xiaobai began to feel a bit strange, as if he were discussing cohabitation. Fu, oblivious to this, gazed across the endless grassy expanse, reflecting, "This place seems quite nice. There's even a villa, and it's so convenient for you to come in any time." At this moment, Fu began to feel an unsettling sensation, akin to that of a little wife eagerly awaiting her beloved's return. "Ahem. What I meant to say is that I have grown rather bored in Fontaine and would like you to come and play any time." Lin Xiaobai, with his hands behind his back, suddenly broke into a beaming smile. "Well, unless you bring a cake, I shall not open the door for you." "Wow, how dare you!" Fu immediately raised her tiny fist. Although both were a tad shy, their 10 years of playful bickering had become a familiar routine. Thus, once Lin Xiaobai began his mischievous antics, Fu swiftly fell into groove. After exchanging a few playful jibes, Fu approached the pristine statue of the water god. It truly resembles the water god statue within Fontaine. She traced her fingers across the statue and then moved to the statue of the fire god. "Shouldn't you activate the next statue?" Lin Xiaobai snapped his fingers. "Speaking of which, come over here and take a look." Soon, like a little duckling, Fu removed her small boots and knelt beside Lin Xiaobai on the grass before the statue. Their tiny heads leaned close together as they huddled in front of the electronic panel of the system. This time, being present allowed Fu to finally see the virtual panel. Tor, Kamisato Ayato, Xingqiu, and Marin. Who should I choose? Tor is the harbinger of Sneznaya. Kamisato Ayato is the head of the Kamisato clan in Inazuma. While I am unfamiliar with Xingqiu and Marin, but if skills are what you seek, the harbingers are undoubtedly the preferred choice. "All right, then I shall choose Tor." Lin Xiaobai exclaimed excitedly, ready to press the screen. Wait. Fu panicked and quickly grasped Lin Xiaobai's hand, only to immediately release it as if shocked. "I was merely suggesting. Why must you choose so hastily?" Lin Xiaobai chuckled foolishly, "Because I think he is quite handsome as well." He lifted his hand as if adorned in the armor of a demon king. "With this, no one shall be harmed." Fu scrunched her little nose and looked at Lin Xiaobai with affectionate amusement. "Well, if he is handsome, then I suppose it's fine. After all, with your good looks, I shall also gain followers. He. Thus, this is the first joy of meeting Fu in reality. Everything can be done together, and even the narrative transforms into a sweet tale, turning into a dual protagonist story. Lin Xiaobai gleefully made his choice. Countless fragments of memory surged forth, and the screen displayed the following messages. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Tor character card. Acquire Tor's exclusive weapon Winter's Extreme White Star. While equipped, it increases the host's strength attribute by 64. Gained all of Tor's constellations. Gained all of Tor's skills. Obtained Tor's character traits. Mastery of martial arts, increasing host combat skills by 200, strength by 200. And when using the Demon King's armor, Strength explosion increases to 600. Good heavens! Lin Xiaobai realized that choosing Dator was indeed the right decision. Consequently, his previously relatively weak strength attribute was significantly bolstered by Dator's character card. Of course, most importantly, the Demon King's armor is undeniably impressive. After a brief moment, the two little heads once again huddled in front of the virtual panel. Tulin, the Dragon King of Jotun. Water, elemental illusion. Ironclad molten emperor. Fufu, while gazing at the illustration of the SS-level pet card, was left utterly astounded. How could those legendary creatures appear here? What Fufu was unaware of was that the majority of the SS-level pet cards featured beings that were classified as Teyvat's boss-level entities. The formidable local legends from Fontaine, for instance, were categorized merely as S-level. Fufu, trembling with trepidation, glanced at Lin Xiaobai and exclaimed, I don't know how to choose. It seems that no matter which one I pick, it will undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar among you all, right? Lin Xiaobai pondered for a moment and, with a subtly enticing tone, chuckled, Fufu, would you like to give it a try? To summon a dragon? Chapter 47, Barbados and Turin 5 minutes later. Fufu stared in awe at the magnificent dragon resting upon the lawn, her scalp tingling. How incredibly handsome Turin is, the wind guardian of Mondstadt. And in his original form? Fufu tilted her adorable head, her expression one of confusion. Well, typically in alternate worlds, summoning such a grand dragon involves mere replicas. But given the significant time flow disparity between our two realms, summoning Turin directly poses no issues. Turin exhaled a heavy breath. Human, this is merely a transaction. I shall heed your commands, and you may dispatch me as you wish. This piqued Lin Xiaobai's curiosity. System. What sort of transaction did you engage in that compelled you to submit? Turin, the aloof dragon, rasped. It was a deal I could not refuse, tied to my past. I could divulge no more. A mischievous glint appeared in Lin Xiaobai's eyes. So, if I stand alongside Barbados, whose orders will you follow? Turin's demeanor grew even more distant. Barbados? Who is that? Lin Xiaobai nearly burst into laughter. He thoroughly enjoyed the loyalty of this dragon. In the next moment, Lin Xiaobai and Fufu mounted the dragon's back, soaring through the sun-drenched sky. The wind was fierce, prompting Fufu to lean down slightly, gently wrapping her arms around Lin Xiaobai's waist. As she felt the subtle muscles at his midsection, her cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help but muse. This Xiaobai always manages to surprise me in unseen ways. In Lin Xiaobai's mind, an odd thought drifted, with the next draw by Nixby for extraordinary progeny. Imagining Fufu returning with a host of little Fufus before the astonished Violet and Clorinda, a wave of warmth spread across Xiaobai's face. He shook his head, thinking, damn it, if I keep this up, I might just tumble off the dragon's back. Yet, once such thoughts arise, they are indeed difficult to dispel. After reveling in the flight for a while, the two little ones returned to the statue. Fufu accidentally brushed against Xiaobai's hand, then quickly recoiled as if struck by lightning. Their initial encounters were always filled with particularly heart-fluttering moments. Are you about to unlock the next statue? Which one do you plan to unlock? Fufu stammered, suppressing her shyness. Barbados, Lin Xiaobai replied without hesitation. Although Fufu was not well acquainted with the other deities, she had heard tales of Mondstadt from her informants. Yet she remained deeply curious about the Hydro Archon. Of course, having just witnessed Lin Xiaobai summon the Wind Guardian, she could surmise certain things. Lin Xiaobai decisively selected the third option on the panel. The elemental icons of the remaining 6 deities appeared before him one by one. Upon making a choice regarding the deity, the corresponding statue will be immediately unlocked, establishing a link with that deity. As the second deity, the connection between the host and the divine will be established through a live broadcasting format, wherein the live feed will automatically showcase only the moments the host wishes to reveal. Fufu, intrigued, inquired, what does this mean? Lin Xiaobai, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head, pondering how to explain it to Fufu. For instance, when I share affectionate moments with you, like hugs or lifts, it wouldn't be appropriate for other deities to witness, akin to how one shouldn't peek while I bathe. Fufu's cheeks flushed as she recalled the sensation of Lin Xiaobai's waist moments ago. What do you mean? You show me, and I wouldn't even look, she retorted, instinctively glancing at Lin Xiaobai's waist once more. Ah, I suppose that's the gist of it. Let us summon Venti quickly. Upon making the choice, a rather dilapidated statue of the Anemo god began to emit a soft green light, simultaneously forming a vibrant green deity panel. Host: Lin Xiaobai. Realm: Chuan. Divine Ruins, the Song of the Heavens. Offering level: Level 0. Offering experience: 0 10,000. God-slaying experience: 0 5,000. Meanwhile, in Mondstadt, at the Angel's Share Tavern, Vinny stood before Dialek, rubbing his hands and chuckling nervously. Ah, my recent earnings have been rather dismal, but tomorrow I assure you I'll settle my tab. He added, So, can I trouble you for another glass of apple wine? Dialek, polishing a glass, shot Vinny a cold glance, not a chance. Just as Vinny was about to protest, a live broadcast image unexpectedly appeared in his mind. Suddenly, the screen showcased an enormous pair of nostrils, and, as the camera pulled back, the familiar emerald scales and the majestic form of Tartaglia emerged, leaving Vinny momentarily stunned. Tartaglia? Dialek regarded him with a bemused expression. What Tartaglia? Do not fantasize about tricking me out of my wine with some trick. Did you see something strange? No. Before he could finish, Tartaglia shifted, revealing two small figures, both beaming with joy and shyness. But before Vinny could process this, a resonant voice boomed, Barbados, this is my master, Vinti. At this moment, the Anemo goddess' attention was entirely captivated by Lin Xiaobai. Illo, Vinti, it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Lin Xiaobai exclaimed happily. Among the 7 gods of Genshin Impact, aside from Fufu, he held great affection for them all, particularly Vinny. Even after 4 years, the memories of his legendary quest remained vivid in his mind. Lin Xiaobai promptly explained the current situation to Vinny. Upon hearing that Tartaglia would indeed be staying with Lin Xiaobai for 2 years, his heart ached. This was pure home invasion. Oh, so you are Miss Furina, the star of Fontaine and the newly appointed god of water. Unexpectedly, our meeting unfolds in such a manner, Wendy mused gently in her mind. Unlike Furina, who had watched Lin Xiaobai grow, this was Wendy's first encounter with him. Thus there was naturally a subtle sense of distance. So, Mr. Xiaobai, your intention is that by cultivating followers of the 7 gods over there, we can achieve a mutually beneficial outcome, correct? Furina, somewhat apprehensive about Barbados' willingness to cooperate, queried nervously, Does Lord Barbados have any specific requirements? Ah, I am now retired. What needs could I possibly have? Of course, if merely watching a movie could enhance my power, I would not mind at all. Moreover, this life as a bard can be rather dull. I would relish the opportunity to hear your stories and engage in conversation. One of my aspirations has always been to traverse the world, so knowing someone can explore other realms on my behalf brings me great joy. Wendy's gentle demeanor made the 2 young ones feel significantly closer to him after their exchange. Lin Xiaobai chuckled. Once we have enough followers, I shall invite you over, and you shall indulge in endless apple cider. Xiaobai was not merely making empty promises. With his current income from the Night Watchman, he could indeed satisfy Wendy's desires. Having just heard Lin Xiaobai's introduction to the god-slaying world, Wendy had felt somewhat disinterested. However, upon hearing Xiaobai's words, the gentle wind god's eyes sparkled with excitement. He even swallowed hard and said with immense anticipation, Can I come over right now? Observing the change in Wendy's expression, Furina cast a resigned glance at Xiaobai. Well, here we go again, yet another soul captivated by this fellow. P.S. There are still 2 chapters to come tonight. Chapter 48, Pray Tell. Do you believe in the existence of Lord Barbados? With Lin Xiaobai's assurance, Wendy stood a little taller, even daring to steal a glance at Dialek. It seems that the angel's gift in my possession is destined to become history. Such a pity that Vinti must depart for 2 years. If Qiye wishes to vacation, she will likely have to seek alternative means. I wonder if it will be possible to take Qiye and the others along for a bit of fun. Never mind. It is perhaps best not to burden the 2 little ones too much. I shall inquire later. But, in another world, Would there truly be individuals willing to become my followers? As Wendy pondered these thoughts, Fufu chuckled softly. I am quite curious. What lines do you intend to use to attract followers for Barbados this time? Wendy responded hastily. It's all right. It's all right. We have ample time. Take your time. Do not pressure yourselves. Feeling the warmth of Wendy's kindness, Lin Xiaobai replied with a smile. No worries. I have my methods for acquiring faith points. As for the lines. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Lin Xiaobai composed himself, adopting a serious tone as he pronounced each word clearly. Pray tell. Do you believe in the existence of Lord Barbados? Fufu, slightly intrigued, thought to herself, this line sounds simpler than mine. Shouldn't Xiaobai embellish it a bit more? Yet, the girl immediately responded cutely. I have always believed. For Wendy, upon hearing Lin Xiaobai's words, he found himself momentarily frozen, as if transported back to that windless place, humming a melodious tune to rescue the soul of a believer. Indeed, Lord Barbados, I have always believed in your existence. Thus, if I were in that windless realm, would you be willing to play the song of the high heavens for me? Wendy's gaze shimmered, and he could not shake the feeling that Lin Xiaobai might have known him prior. For how else could he have uttered words that struck so deeply into his heart from the very first line? When he looked at Lin Xiaobai again, his expression had grown considerably more earnest. That was a splendid line. I truly appreciate it, Xiaobai, when he said softly. I do not require people to worship me, nor do I seek their respect. Simply believing in the existence of Barbados brings me immense satisfaction. In this way, when they find themselves lost, confused, or in anguish, I can offer them solace through my music or a gentle breeze. Lin Xiaobai simply smiled brightly. Truly, our Lord Barbados is remarkable. Upon returning to the Hydro Archon statue, Lin Xiaobai was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had leveled up. Host, Lin Xiaobai. Realm, River. Divine Ruins, Song of the High Heavens. Offering level, Level 1. Offering experience, 10, 00020, 000. God-slaying experience, 05000. You have rewards available to claim. 6. Click to receive. Goodness. Who automatically became a devotee of Wendy and granted a whopping 10,000 points of experience at that. He swiftly turned around, only to find Furina covering her mouth, laughing sweetly. Indeed, it was I. Primarily, Wendy's words radiated warmth. Lin Xiaobai gazed quietly at Furina. Yet, dear Fu, you possess a warmth of your own. It is precisely those who embody warmth who are moved by the same. As emotions swelled, Furina's charming smile brightened, and Lin Xiaobai could not resist reaching out to gently ruffle her fluffy hair. I must thank Miss Furina for the delightful reward, he remarked. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Furina, who had been exuding cuteness, was momentarily petrified by Lin Xiaobai's affectionate gesture, her expression frozen in astonishment. Blushing, she turned her head away. Stammering, what are you doing? Lin Xiaobai chuckled with joy. Nothing much. Next time I'll treat you to cake. Furina immediately turned back, exclaiming, I'm hungry. I want to eat now. Lin Xiaobai replied. Then I shall leave the automatic cake machine here, but do be careful not to overindulge. Otherwise, you might become rather stiff. Furina? After sharing a tender moment with Furina, Lin Xiaobai began to eagerly unlock rewards. To his surprise, the first level reward was not a wind deity skill. However, considering he had yet to showcase his Dvalin's Demon King arsenal, it seemed reasonable, as he was not currently in need of additional skills. Moreover, soon he would be competing in the mountains, where Wendy's skills would truly shine. With this thought, Lin Xiaobai glanced at the exquisitely materialized harp and a wind elemental vision. Sky Harp increases mental defense by 500, grants total immunity to mental attacks once per day. When the host plays the harp, it purifies the negative states of all surrounding individuals. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing the Sky Harp, Lin Xiaobai thought of Chao Yuan, wondering if his forbidden realm could be considered a negative state. But to ask oneself to play the harp? Are you certain it purifies rather than exacerbates? Just then, the curious Furina happened to inquire, wow, a harp. Xiaobai, can you play? Wendy interjected, slightly flustered, my harp. How did it end up with you? Nevertheless, he too was intrigued by Lin Xiaobai's playing skills, having unlocked the statue to acquire the sky harp. His abilities must be commendable. However, 5 minutes later, Furina covered her ears, nearly descending into madness. "Oh, Lin Xiaobai, please stop playing. It sounds awful." The most perplexing part was that despite the cacophony, she could feel her soul being somewhat purified, a sensation that was utterly suffocating. To her quipped, "Thank goodness I'm not flying, otherwise I would surely plummet from the sky." Wendy, now sober, remarked, that performance was indeed an anthem of the heavens. It sent people soaring. After a raucous moment, Furina, still shaken, finally said, "Xiaobai, have you been in there too long?" Lin Xiaobai jolted, suddenly recalling that he had excused himself to the restroom, and now it seemed 2 hours had passed. It was primarily the time spent with Furina that had flown by so swiftly. Thus, the two little ones experienced their first farewell. Despite her reluctance, Fufu feigned nonchalance and remarked, "You may go. I shall indulge in an abundance of delightful little cakes here. I will tidy up the villa, and when you return, we can explore it together." "Hee, not he. All right, hurry along. Oh, do not just stand there. Oh, go quickly. The instructor will scold you soon. Oh. Wendy, with a peculiar expression, cradled her cheeks and pondered. Are these two little ones in love? Chapter 49. Instructor Han, take care. As Lin Xiaobai emerged from the chamber of the idol, a pungent scent of disinfectant enveloped his senses. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find Lin Qiye and the 5 members of the masked squad present. "You are awake," Lin Qiye exclaimed with delight upon seeing Xiaobai's eyes flutter open, rushing over to him. "Was the surgery successful?" Lin Xiaobai naturally inquired. Vortex interjected, "Kid, you fainted. Lin Qiye found you in the small grove next to the restroom and carried you here." Yuegui chimed in, "Hee, did you exhaust yourself fighting us today and collapse from fatigue?" Realizing the situation, Lin Xiaobai understood that he had overstayed his time in the restroom, prompting Lin Qiye to search for him out of concern, only to discover him lying unconscious in the grove, unresponsive to calls. The two brothers, familiar with each other, noted that Lin Qiye had even searched the mental hospital for him, but to no avail, suspecting he might have ventured into another dimension. To avoid raising suspicions among others, he concocted the story of fainting from exhaustion and brought him to the infirmary. Consequently, the news spread, and all the new recruits flocked to the scene. Fortunately, under Yuan Gang's orders, only he, Bailey Pang Pang, and a few members of the masked squad remained. Hearing Vortex and Yuegui's remarks, Xiaobai lamented, "Indeed, being besieged by you today certainly left me drained." The two were momentarily embarrassed, acknowledging that their overwhelming numbers against Xiaobai had been excessive, especially since he had even used his light realm to counter their Rose realm. Xiaobai's comment rendered them somewhat sheepish. Rose approached, gently touching Xiaobai's forehead with concern. "You've broken a sweat, but you don't have a fever, so you should be fine. If you're feeling unwell today, perhaps we should postpone the dinner treat to next time. Rest assured, Sister Rose will not forget you." "I'm perfectly fine. In great shape," Xiaobai urgently declared, leaping off the bed in a sudden burst of energy, eliciting laughter from everyone present. "That's our Lin Xiaobai, never missing a feast. Rose, make sure he eats his fill tonight. Look at how hungry he is." In truth, Xiaobai's awakening was indeed a positive sign. Firstly, he had jumped directly from the light realm to the initial phase of the river realm, resulting in a more than 7-fold increase in his mental strength. His mental power's intensity was intrinsically linked to his skills, meaning that both his little seafood and night orchid abilities would experience substantial growth with his elevation in realm. This also indicated that if he could exchange for another character card next time, he might be able to swap for violets to spin around. Moreover, as he accompanied Lin Qiye and the others towards the mess hall, Xiaobai deliberately activated his water god perception, discovering that his sensitivity had indeed expanded by more than 3-fold. Where it once nearly covered the entire military camp, it now extended to the mountains beyond. However, wait, why would there be people on the mountains outside? He perked up his ears, and with the passive activation of the wind god, a faint conversation reached him. Xiaobai's all right, thank goodness." "Yes, he seems to be fine." "All right then, Long Xian, shall we head back?" Lin Xiaobai felt a surge of emotion. He had not anticipated that Si Xiaonan and Lin Qiye would remain near the military camp to observe his situation. Furthermore, upon unlocking the Wind God statue, Xiaobai had effectively upgraded from a humanoid radar to a humanoid radar equipped with listening devices. In summary, the enhancement was substantial. Upon entering the cafeteria, the new recruits were struggling to gnaw on raw meat and steam buns. As soon as they saw Lin Xiaobai walk in, the newly initiated water god devotees immediately surrounded him. Lin Xiaobai, are you all right? Seeing you faint was truly terrifying. By the water god, it's wonderful that you're unharmed. Wu Xiaobai, you smell so good. Lin Qiye silently positioned himself between Xiaobai and the enthusiastic recruit, only to be promptly escorted to a fragrant, isolated dining table by the masked team. Meanwhile, in the underground base, a tall officer with a thick beard was scrutinizing the profiles of the new recruits before Yuan Gang. Instructor Han, having reviewed these documents, what are your thoughts? Yuan Gong in Koid Komli. Instructor Han replied earnestly. As you mentioned, Commander, this batch of recruits is indeed the strongest we have seen. He continued, I can understand why you would assign me to train these new recruits. Instructor Hong, with a hint of concern, glanced at him. You know nothing about this group of recruits. Yuan Gang nodded. With your combat skills, you are undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to train them without the use of the Forbidden Ruins. Hearing Yuan Gang's words, Instructor Han felt a swell of satisfaction. 2 divine agents, along with these high-risk Forbidden Ruins, are indeed promising prospects. However, I must make them realize that without combat skills, mere possession of the Forbidden Ruins will not suffice among the Night Watchers. Commander, you mentioned that Lin Xiaobai performed the best in the recent recruit assessment. I shall test him tomorrow morning to evaluate whether his combat skills truly merit such praise. Yuan Gang's expression remained impassive. Very well. Thank you for your efforts, Instructor Han. As soon as Instructor Han departed, Instructor Hong approached Yuan Gang, saying, Commander, is it wise not to inform Instructor Han that Lin Xiaobai single-handedly defeated the masked team? Yuan Gang did not respond directly, but remarked, Indeed, Lin Xiaobai's combat skills are his weak point. Allowing Instructor Han to challenge him is not unreasonable. Overly proud soldiers are destined to fail. Instructor Han's assertion holds true. Lacking combat skills is unacceptable among the Night Watchers. We must ensure that Lin Xiaobai comprehends this thoroughly. Moreover, tomorrow's training will prohibit the use of the Forbidden Ruins, so we should have some confidence in Instructor Han. Despite Yuan Gang's reassurances, Instructor Hong hesitated. Even without the Forbidden Ruins, Lin Xiaobai's extraordinary defensive capabilities, Instructor Han may only be able to demonstrate combat techniques, but striking him would hardly leave an impact. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang sighed. I initially intended to inform Instructor Han of Lin Xiaobai's accomplishments. Ultimately, after much contemplation, I decided against it. Instructor Hong, why? Do you believe that if I were to convey the true outcome of the battle between Lin Xiaobai and the masked team to him, he would still dare to challenge Lin Xiaobai? Chapter 50. Indeed, Tartaglia, the martial enthusiast. At 5:30 the following morning, Instructor Han, brimming with vigor, meticulously arranged a series of ominous black boxes upon the ground. Curiosity piqued, Instructor Hong positioned himself behind Han, inquiring, Instructor Han, what is this? With a sense of pride, Han opened one of the black boxes to reveal a spear, albeit with a wooden tip that he had substituted. This is a specially crafted wooden whip, one of the 18 traditional weapons. Upon hearing this, Instructor Hong expressed his admiration. How splendid! It is well known that you're not only a renowned combat master among our night watchmen, but also a weapon aficionado. Witnessing it firsthand is truly impressive. Han replied, I have practiced martial arts since childhood. For me, these blades and staffs have become akin to companions. This time, I intend for the students to select their preferred weapons for study, perhaps uncovering more promising talents in the process. Noting Han's earnestness, Hong felt compelled to caution, Instructor Han, as you're the first to point out Lin Xiaobai, you must be mindful of his defensive capabilities. Your wooden weapons will likely inflict little discomfort upon him, making it challenging to cause any harm. With a calm smile, Han reassured him, that is of no consequence. As long as I land enough hits, the outcome will be evident to the other recruits watching from the sidelines. Moreover, did he not indicate in his self-report that he is of the healing type? There is little to worry about. Han countered, however, according to Captain Chen Mai's report, he can deliver quite a sting. As Han contemplated the whip before him, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. Quietly, he closed the box, chuckling awkwardly. Perhaps it is best to refrain from using certain less common weapons. Otherwise, the recruits may become overwhelmed with choices. Meanwhile, in the villa, two little ones had not slept a wink. On the large television before the sofa, Kaguya-sama, Love is War was playing. Fufu, now clad in a cozy, deep blue rabbit-themed pajama set, snuggled under a thick blanket on the couch. Engrossed in the psychological drama unfolding on screen, she exclaimed, will they confess their feelings? I can hardly bear the suspense. After returning to the dormitory following dinner the previous night, Lin Xiaobai had excused himself to sleep and eagerly made his way to the standalone villa on the grassland. Upon entering, he discovered that the facilities were utterly modernized. Even the television and computer were equipped with on-demand platforms, allowing access to an array of anime and games. Fufu, having never experienced such luxuries, initially watched Good Night from the Demon Castle, which Xiaobai had cued for her, before moving on to Kaguya-sama, Love is War. Sleep was a distant thought. She couldn't help but comment, if I had these entertainment facilities in the Ing Palace, I could endure 5,000 years without fear. The other victim of this entertainment frenzy was Wendy. He had spent the night perched atop the grand tree in Windrise, listening to Fufu's enthusiastic reactions. Completely absorbed in the unfolding drama, unable to tear himself away. He even began to envy Fufu for being able to reside in such a villa. Wendy mused, how fascinating these films are. Lin Xiaobai, your people truly have an intriguing array of entertainment activities. Lin Xiaobai remarked. Such leisure is only possible within the confines of this room. There are no such entertaining activities in the military camp, and I still have training to attend to. Fufu, startled, asked, will this affect you? Lin Xiaobai, recalling the character card of Valen he drew yesterday, chuckled. Rest assured, it's a trivial matter. At 7:30 in the morning, amidst the sharp sounds of the camp's loudspeaker, the new recruits groggily assembled before the podium, forming a line with a newfound sense of order. Although fatigue was evident, their formation was markedly more disciplined than during their initial arrival. Yuongong, Instructor Hong. An Instructor Han stood atop the platform, observing as the recruits subtly cast glances towards Lin Xiaobai in the front row. Surprisingly, Yuan Gang noted that the presence of the two brothers had indeed elevated the recruits' sense of discipline following yesterday's competition. With Lin Xiaobai and Qiye leading by example, the new soldiers felt compelled to adhere to regulations, making management considerably easier. Pleased with this observation, Yuan Gang nodded approvingly and announced, today marks the first day of your training. I would like to introduce your new instructor, Instructor Han. He is renowned within our Night Watch organization for his martial prowess, possessing exceptional skills in both close combat techniques and various weaponry. I trust that by diligently following his lead, each of you will gain invaluable insights. Hearing such high praise from their superior, the recruits gazed at Instructor Han with admiration. His earlier silent arrival, carrying a black box, had already convinced them of his expertise. When Instructor Han took his place at the front with an air of authority, applause erupted from the eager crowd. With his hands clasped behind his back, Instructor Han surveyed the audience and stated, as your new instructor, I will only emphasize 2 points. First, always recognize that there are those beyond you, and never underestimate any opponent, regardless of their condition. Second, under my guidance, you may select your preferred weapon, and I will gladly impart my knowledge of its techniques. No sooner had he finished speaking than a recruit raised his hand. Instructor Han, can we choose any weapon? With a stern nod, Instructor Han replied, indeed, I am proficient in all 18 types of weaponry. A wave of excitement swept through the recruits. Yet, noticing Lin Xiaobai's relaxed demeanor among them, Instructor Han's expression momentarily stiffened. He cleared his throat and added, however, I did not bring some of the less common weapons this time. If any of you wish to learn those, feel free to speak with me after class. Additionally, as you may have observed upon your arrival, we have activated restrictions within the camp to facilitate your training. Hence, this session will focus solely on enhancing combat skills. Now let us commence training. When I call your name, please step forward to demonstrate weapon techniques with me." Upon hearing Instructor Han's words, the recruits immediately felt a wave of anxiety, praying not to be the next one called to practice with such a martial enthusiast. In the next moment, the authoritative voice of Instructor Han resonated. Lin Xiaobai stepped forward. Lin Xiaobai, bewildered, stepped out of the formation. In his mind, Fufu remarked, "I suspect this instructor is aware of your all-nighter last night." When he added, "I am quite curious about Xiaobai's martial prowess indeed." The new recruits were taken aback by this scene, whispering among themselves, "Wow, Instructor Han is starting off with a bang. This is bad. He understands human nature well, selecting the strongest among the recruits right away. If he can handle Lin Xiaobai, his prestige will undoubtedly soar." The main concern was the prohibition of the Forbidden Realm. This would be detrimental to Lin Xiaobai. Indeed, Xiaobai is invincible within the Divine Realm. Those skills are utterly outrageous, and if they're all restricted, it would spell disaster. It seems that from yesterday's competition, Xiaobai's combat skills appeared rather lacking, didn't they? Well, he primarily relied on the Forbidden Realm. How infuriating that this new instructor has resorted to such tactics. Li Pang quietly nudged Lin Qiye. "Qiye, do you think Xiaobai can defeat this instructor?" Lin Qiye shook his head and replied earnestly, "It's hard to say. Xiaobai's defensive capabilities are quite strong. I believe that if it were a standard attack, he might withstand it. However, in terms of combat skills, the disparity is often evident to all. So, Li Pang interjected, "So, Xiaobai cannot prevail against the martial enthusiast." Lin Qiye sighed softly. "You cannot expect him to be all-encompassing. After all, Xiaobai is merely a novice. Even the greatest water god cannot excel in every aspect." Just as everyone was consumed by their concerns, Xiaobai had effortlessly made his way to the stage. Today, he had even deliberately skipped the small cake. After all, if it were Tartaglia, he would not wish to rely on external aids to secure victory, would he? The martial enthusiast should be confronted with the methods befitting a martial enthusiast. Chapter 51. As a martial enthusiast, one must certainly engage in battle with utter ferocity. Lin Xiaobai. The sole rule for today's training demonstration is that the use of the Forbidden Abyss is strictly prohibited. Do you comprehend this? Instructor Han retirated. His gaze fixed on Lin Xiaobai from the podium. "I absolutely will not." Lin Xiaobai replied with a cheerful laugh. "Silly Xiaobai," murmured Fufu. "Very well. You may select a weapon." Instructor Han continued. Instructor Han, may I open a mystery box?" "A mystery box? What box are you referring to?" "I mean, you don't need to open my weapon box. Just point to one at random for me." At that moment, the memories of past battles surged within Lin Xiaobai's mind, and he felt an imminent explosion of energy. However, Instructor Han couldn't help but wonder if this young man was being overly audacious. "You clearly possess no skills. How can you contemplate opening a mystery box?" His expression darkened as he said sternly, "Lin Xiaobai, I hope you take this demonstration seriously. I will show no mercy." "I shall show no mercy either." "Very well, you choose, and I shall also select a mystery box. Once we are ready, we will commence." Lin Xiaobai carelessly pointed to a black box, and as Instructor Han opened it, to his surprise, it contained a red tassel spear. At that moment, a peculiar smile appeared on Instructor Han's face. How splendid to have chosen the most challenging weapon right at the outset. This lad's arrogance will surely lead to his punishment. It is widely acknowledged that while firearms are visually impressive, they require the user to grip but to control the weapon, necessitating greater strength and superior control. Among the 18 categories of weapons, it is recognized as one of the most challenging to master, making the initial learning phase deceptively simple, yet the path to proficiency arduous. Subsequently, Instructor Han casually opened another black box, revealing a wooden sword inside. The new recruits gasped in astonishment. Xiaobai's luck seems rather unfortunate. There are far too many masters of the one-handed sword. If it were an even match, it would be fine, but the opponent is none other than Instructor Han, a true martial enthusiast. Oh dear, our precious Xiaobai may not prevail. But before they could finish their thoughts, the white-haired youth on stage brandished the spear. Suddenly dropping into a horse stance, aiming the red tassel spear at Instructor Han. His spirit invigorated as he declared, "Instructor Han, come forth." Yuan Gang, standing at the edge of the podium, looked on in bewilderment. He turned to Instructor Hong, questioning, "Isn't Lin Xiaobai's stance remarkably precise?" Instructor Hong, equally perplexed, replied, "Why do I have the feeling that after this match, Lin Xiaobai's profile will require an update?" On the hillside outside the military camp, Team 136 had arrived as scheduled. Last night, upon Yuan Gang's inquiry regarding Lin Xiaobai's combat techniques, the captain had already surmised that a competition was on the horizon. At this moment, Hong Ying stood beside a large tree, binoculars in hand, waving her small fists in excitement. "Oh wow, Xiaobai, he can wield the red tassel spear. This is incredibly difficult. His stance is so impeccable, so impressive." Chun Mai, glancing at Zhao Kongcheng, who was beside him with binoculars and a lovesick grin, remarked, "Xiaobai, is there something you haven't told us?" "I don't know. All I know is that my master is incredibly cool." On the stage, merely observing Lin Xiaobai's poised stance with the gun, Instructor Han was already drenched in sweat. What manner of absurdity is this? Witnessing a high school martial arts champion exhibit such prowess? Do not tell me that you, a mere student, are also adept in the myriad arts of combat. Yet with so many recruits watching, Instructor Han could not afford to falter. He endeavored to adopt a stance that seemed commendably impressive. "Come forth, Lin Xiaobai." In that fleeting moment, their weapons clashed, producing a sharp sound. However, after only a brief exchange, Instructor Han's pupils immediately constricted. He realized that despite the inherent difficulty of wielding the red tassel spear, Lin Xiaobai could wield it with complete mastery, effortlessly controlling each assault, which was precisely judged by the high school student before him. It is noteworthy that Instructor Han had faced many skilled fighters in his time, yet had never encountered someone like Lin Xiaobai. Their initial engagement revealed a masterful aura that enveloped him. No, not merely a master. Lin Xiaobai's spear technique was not characterized by the usual calm and control of a seasoned expert. Rather, it possessed a fervent wildness and excitement that resonated with his youthful spirit. Nevertheless, Instructor Han maintained genuine skill. Although he could not close the distance to Lin Xiaobai, he swiftly adjusted his strategy, shifting to a defensive counterattack. Initially, Instructor Han envisioned finding a flaw amidst Lin Xiaobai's frenzied spear play to conclude the match with a single decisive move. Little did he anticipate that Lin Xiaobai's strikes would only grow faster and more frenzied. The red tassel spear fell upon Instructor Han's sword and the ground around him like a torrential downpour, sending echoes throughout the audience, leaving them in stunned silence. Bai Li, looking dazed, nudged Lin Qiye with his elbow. "Xiaobai's spear technique is astonishing. Did you know?" Lin Qiye, sporting a similarly bewildered expression, shook his head. "I do not know." Shun Qingzhu, from behind, remarked solemnly, "While impressive spear technique is one matter, the overwhelming battle intent evoked by this long spear is quite another. How is it that Lin Xiaobai transforms so dramatically in combat, even more so this time?" Chao Yuan, with his hands clasped, commented lightly, "Lin's spear intent resembles that of a warrior forged through countless battles. The overwhelming force flows seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous movements, making each strike remarkably practical and truly admirable." Outside the military camp, Hong Ying was on the verge of tears, her hands flailing as she exclaimed, "Oh my heavens! How can Lin Xiaobai be this formidable? This level of skill? He could very well be my master." Zhao Kongqing's heart raced, yet upon hearing Hong Ying's words, he promptly interjected, "Do you then concede?" Before he could finish, Hong Ying excitedly interrupted, I concede. I acknowledge that the water goddess, Furina, is unparalleled in her might." Si Xiaonan remained relatively composed, letting out a gentle sigh. "Ah, another one has succumbed." Wen Shimo remarked, "Yet Xiaobai's spear technique truly. Why do I feel like I understand him less and less? Is he truly not the youth champion of spear techniques?" Meanwhile, on the scene, Instructor Han was utterly bewildered. He sought to find a flaw amidst Lin Xiaobai's relentless onslaught, yet found none. Pia, his arm was struck by the red tassel spear, and his complexion instantly turned ashen. With a quick jab from Lil Bai's gun, he clenched his buttocks tightly. A dull thud resonated as Little Bai's red tassel spear swept across his back. Even Chun Mai, watching from the mountains, revealed a knowing smile. Yes, precisely this sensation. Merely 3 minutes had elapsed when Little Bai's red tassel spear lunged past Instructor Han's longsword, aiming for his face before halting abruptly. A profound silence enveloped the entire military camp. Everyone stood in a daze, gazing at the high school student, who, with a beaming smile and a long spear in hand, declared to his instructor with unwavering conviction, "Instructor Han, you have lost." Chapter 52, Is This What You Call a High School Student? Instructor Han stared dumbfounded at Lin Xiaobai, the pain in his body serving as a stark reminder of the vast chasm that lay between them. He began to speak, but his face flushed crimson, and after clearing his throat, he said, "Ahem, Lin Xiaobai's martial prowess is indeed unexpected. However, would you consider employing a different weapon?" "Of course," Lin Xiaobai replied briskly as he sheathed his red tassel spear. Fu and Winnie chuckled in unison. The instructor is trying to save face. But just 5 minutes later, Lin Xiaobai brandished a wooden axe, pointing it at the astonished Instructor Han. "Instructor Han, you have lost. Let go again." Another 5 minutes passed, and Lin Xiaobai wielded a wooden sword, once again declaring, "Instructor Han, you have lost." Instructor Han was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom how a high school student could master each weapon to such an extraordinary degree. It was one thing to handle common arms like knives and sticks, but to swing an axe with such vigor. What was the meaning of this? Having faced countless skilled opponents, this was the first time he felt such overwhelming defeat. On the sidelines, Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong exchanged glances. "Chief, something seems amiss. Is it possible that Lin Xiaobai Chimai must not have reported fully? His martial skills are clearly on a different level from Instructor Han's. What on earth is happening?" Yuan Gang was so shocked that his speech became hurried. Meanwhile, Chun Mai was equally perplexed, glancing at Wu Xiangnan beside him, and posed a profound question. Did Lin Xiaobai hold back during the test? Si Xiaonan retorted, "He held back for you, Captain. From his performance today, he could have swiftly defeated you, but chose to toy with you using a wooden sword." Chun Mai, even through binoculars, the sight of those red marks on Instructor Han's body sent shivers down his spine. Wu Xiangnan remarked, "Yuan Gang, doesn't he look too pleased? For such a master to be so thoroughly defeated by Xiaobai, how will he maintain authority in future training sessions?" Zhao Kongcheng nonchalantly replied, "Why not let my master be the instructor?" Hong Ying vigorously nodded. "Exactly. Xiaobai can teach me. Surely he can manage that bunch of recruits." Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan. It seems Zhao Kongcheng and Hong Ying are now deeply enchanted. Below the podium, the new recruits were in a state of exhilaration. None had ever imagined that a high school student could best a martial artist among the night watchmen. Shen Qingzhu was wide-eyed and speechless. His little brother leaned in. "Brother, this Lin Xiaobai is becoming increasingly astonishing. Indeed, I can't shake the feeling that we need to pay more attention to him during this training," he replied. "I'm curious how the military will handle this. I fear the proverbial head that sticks out will be the one to get shot." Shen Qingzhu snapped back to reality, frowning as he said, "Handle it?" With a chuckle, Shen Qingzhu remarked that he, who is already a coveted figure, would surely compel even the highest echelons of humanity to take notice after today. As he spoke, he gestured toward a soldier recording beside the podium. "What do you reckon the upper management's reaction will be after they view this video?" The younger members exchanged glances for a considerable time, until one audacious individual tentatively suggested, "Boss, how about we foster a good relationship with him? Xiaobai is actually quite amiable." Shen Qingzhu observed Lin Xiaobai in silence, choosing not to respond. In contrast to the complex emotions experienced by Zhuang Ge, Bali Pang Pang was brimming with excitement, tugging at Lin Qiye's sleeve. "Wow, Xiaobai is so handsome. I've always fantasized about someone like him, effortlessly wielding any weapon. He is truly magnificent. I wish he could teach me." Filled with pride at the compliment, Lin Qiye naturally replied, "Why not trade some excess forbidden items for a private lesson with Xiaobai? If he is pleased, he might even grant you greater strength." Pompon's eyes lit up, "Right. How did I not think of that? I have plenty of identical forbidden items in my spatial bag at home. I can have someone bring them over. And what is this about greater strength? Could it be that, brother, I can help activate forbidden realms? Lin Qiye merely smiled in silence. Xiaobai, I can only assist you this far. You've already surpassed me by a great deal. I must strive to catch up. At that moment, observing Instructor Han in a state of mental shutdown, Yuan Gang could only step forward with resignation. He patted Lin Xiaobai on the shoulder and said earnestly, Xiaobai, your performance has surpassed expectations. Return to your unit for now, and after today's training, come to my office. Lin Xiaobai understood that he had undoubtedly accumulated a substantial amount of faith value this time. Nodding obediently, he cast a concerned glance at Instructor Han before returning to the ranks amidst the adoring gazes of the new recruits. Just as he took his position, many of the recruits, disregarding the presence of their superior, flocked to Lin Xiaobai. Yuan Gang glanced at Instructor Han, fully comprehending his sentiments, and clapped him on the shoulder. Old Han, this minor setback shouldn't defeat you, right? Instructor Han snapped back to reality, a pained expression crossing his face as he looked at Yuan Gang. Sir, there is something off about this child. Yuan Gang sighed. None of us anticipated this. Should I send another recruit up for you? After saying this, he surveyed the crowd and spotted Bai Li Pang desperately trying to squeeze through to speak with Lin Xiaobai, leading him to declare sternly. Bai Li Tuming stepped forward. Below the stage, Pang was grinning foolishly, calling out, Xiaobai, look at me. I have something good for you. Completely oblivious to Yuan Gang's command. Instructor Han, feeling somewhat vexed, stepped forward, nodded at Yuan Gang, and then spoke into the microphone. Bai Li Tuming stepped forward. It was only after Lin Qiye tugged at Bai Li Pang that the chubby lad snapped out of his daze, staring blankly at Instructor Han. As he approached the stage, Pang felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might receive a harsh reprimand. You don't have any unmanageable forbidden realms, do you? Instructor Han gazed at the anxious Pang and inquired, do you possess any concealed skills that you have not reported? Pang, with utmost honesty, replied, I do not. Very well. Choose a weapon and demonstrate with me. Instructor Han commanded with authority. However, just 5 minutes later, Duong, the Forbidden Light defense mode activated, propelling Instructor Han several meters away, causing a surge of energy to course through him. Instructor Han exclaimed, You lot, are you trying to end my life? At that moment, he turned his attention to the drowsy Chao Yuan in the crowd. You there, the student who is sleeping, stepped forward. Chao Yuan, initially oblivious, was nudged by the well-meaning Pang, who had just returned to the stage. The instant Chao Yuan opened his eyes, Lin Xiaobai, who had been grinning, suddenly sensed a malevolent force stirring within him, nearly breaking free from his soul. He looked at Chao Yuan and said, Datalia, your Demon King's armament is resonating. P.S. To everyone who sent blades, the author has received them. Upon returning today, the first thing I did was to furiously write. Please, dear readers, refrain from sending more blades. The author will simply write more. TAT, 2 more chapters to come tonight. Chapter 53. The Demon King's Armament versus the Black King's Annihilation. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Instructor Han approached with a wooden sword and thrust it into Chao Yuan's hands. It seemed there was no longer a need to choose weapons. Prepare yourself, my student. We shall commence without delay. After enduring successive blows from Xiaobai and Pang, Instructor Han's mind was in disarray. He yearned for a single victory, just one triumph among these fledgling recruits. Lin Xiaobai observed the dark aura gradually emanating from Chao Yuan, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Instructor Han's luck, regardless of how the timeline shifts, is undeniably extraordinary. Soon, the oppressive force of the Black King's Annihilation surged forth, and Chao Yuan's form began to grow larger and more formidable, ultimately standing on the stage like a demon returned from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of slaughter. The recruits were terrified. What in the world is this? Could this be an undercover agent sent by the enemy? This pressure. Hasn't the camp deployed suppressive artifacts against the Forbidden Realms? This must be an ultra-high-risk Forbidden Realm, something even the artifacts cannot contain. My heavens! Is Chao Yuan's Forbidden Realm truly that fearsome? Instructor Han, He was on the brink of madness, wondering what misfortune had befallen him this time. A randomly selected recruit transforming instantaneously? How could one endure such a situation? Instructor Han only wished to roll on the ground in frustration. Pain. It was unbearable. Yuan Gang spoke solemnly. This is the Black King's annihilation. Ultra-high risk forbidden realm number 031. Instructor Han, you must exercise caution. Yuan Gang remained stationary. Such unforeseen events were, in fact, a test for the recruits. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from intervening. On the mountain peak, Wu Xiangnan, peering through binoculars, observed the chaos within the military camp. It is indeed the Black King's annihilation. Among the new recruits, besides Xiaobai and Qiye, there are numerous extraordinary individuals. Zhao Kongcheng grumbled. Damn it, that little chubby fellow from the Bailey family had already showcased absurd artifacts, and now an even more outrageous occurrence unfolds. At that moment, Hong Ying suddenly exclaimed, You all look at Xiaobai? He seems to be transforming as well. The members of Team 136 were startled, swiftly directing their binoculars towards Xiaobai. In the arena, as Lin Qiye urged Bailey Pangpang to use Yao Wang to protect the instructor, he felt a surge of electric power coursing through the mist beside him. Shocked, he turned to behold Lin Xiaobai, who was already levitating, engulfed by a tempest of water vapor and raging lightning, gradually being consumed from below. Xiaobai, what is happening to you? Lin Qiye exclaimed, alarmed. In the next instant, the mist dispersed, revealing a formidable armored warrior before all. He radiated with electricity, disregarding the astonished gazes of others, his hands conjuring two lightning-infused blades. With a thunderous roar, he launched himself towards the transformed Chao Yuan. At that moment, Instructor Han was hurriedly evading Chao Yuan's onslaught, but the speed of the transformed Chao Yuan was astonishing. After just a few strikes, there was no escape for Instructor Han. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Balei Pangu had already dashed to Instructor Han's side, unfurling the Yao Wang shield to withstand Chao Yuan's lethal strike. With a wicked grin, Chao Yuan relentlessly struck with his wooden sword, causing the once impenetrable Yao Wang shield to develop fine cracks under the force of his might. Suddenly, a cold, masked visage emerged behind Chao Yuan. Youngster, your adversary is me. As the frenzied Chao Yuan turned around, the lightning blade of Xiaobai lunged towards him. Chao Yuan swiftly parried, and a fierce exchange ensued. Soon, the podium was enveloped in a swirl of black and purple, leaving the new recruits, who had just moments ago been in a state of panic, frozen in place. Xiaobai, tainted by the malevolence of the Demon King's armor, cackled maniacally. Ha ha ha, excellent. Such strength is invigorating. Gome, let us battle until one of us falls. Fufu stared wide-eyed, her heart brimming with concern. Xiaobai, what has happened to you? Although Xiaobai appeared exceptionally handsome in this moment, Fufu feared for his safety. When he furrowed her brow, observing, it's the Demon King's armor. It seems Xiaobai's mentality has been affected, rendering him increasingly combative. But why? When he shook her head, I don't know. But I suspect he harbors feelings for that person on stage. Wendy's conjecture was not unfounded. In truth, Xiaobai was acutely aware that summoning the Demon King's armor would alter his mental state. However, this transformation starkly contrasted with Chao Yuan's. While Lin Xiaobai became fiercely combative, he did not lose his sanity. In this frenzied state, Xiaobai not only experienced a tremendous boost in strength, but also enhanced endurance and speed, thanks to the formation of the armor. It could be said that donning the Demon King's armor truly made him the strongest of humanity. The Black King's annihilation was equally formidable, reigning above all beneath the gods. Yet, the difference lay in the fact that Chao Yuan was entirely under the control of this terrifying forbidden abyss. Lin Xiaobai's transformation before the eyes of the crowd to confront Chao Yuan was, in essence, a gamble on a possibility. The strongest human versus the strongest human. Should Xiaobai emerge victorious, he might very well suppress the malevolence within Chao Yuan. Thus, clad in the Demon King's armor, Xiaobai engaged in a frenzied battle with the controlled Chao Yuan. Like a thunderous deity, Xiaobai attacked relentlessly, eschewing defense as blood mist swirled around them in the arena. Even someone like Yuan Gang could not help but feel his heart race at the sight of these two extraordinary warriors clashing. Instructor Hong had lost all composure. Lin Xiaobai, what is this forbidden abyss? Is it a skill of the god of justice? Yuan Gang shook his head solemnly. It does not appear so. However, after donning this armor, his combat style has become exceedingly wild. Perhaps he is a warrior-type deity. Instructeur only exclaimed. Could it be that this young man is a dual divine agent? Yuan Gang did not respond to Instructor Hong's inquiry. Instead, he keenly observed the dynamics within the arena. Suddenly, he remarked, I believe I understand why Lin Xiaobai chose to engage in combat with Chao Yuan in this manner. Why is that? As Lin Xiaobai began to gain the upper hand, it appeared that Chao Yuan's sense of self was gradually returning. P.S. It was a chapter just before this. Chapter 54. Yuan Gang. I wish to hear the tale of Furina at this moment. The Black King was engulfed in existential doubt. As a mortal who had failed to ascend to the highest realm thousands of years ago, he had never felt so subdued in the presence of ordinary humans, even if he was not inferior to divine beings. It was precisely during this moment of mental disarray that the consciousness of Chao Yuan, long suppressed deep within his soul, unexpectedly resurfaced under the oppressive weight of the Demon King's armament for the first time. Just as when he once consoled Xiao with his burdens, Lin Xiaobai's voice, like a gentle breeze, penetrated Chao Yuan's consciousness, soothing his agitation. Chao Yuan, do not surrender your fate to others. Observe how I handle this fellow. Once I subdue him, he shall no longer dare to exert control over you. The Black King responded with exasperation. Can you not behave like a human being? Is this how one converses? Upon hearing Lin Xiaobai's words, Chao Yuan's awareness grew increasingly vibrant. He could sense that he was indeed engaged in battle, rather than being entirely usurped by the Black King as before. The changes within his soul incited genuine fury in the Black King. You are merely a high school student. What gives you the audacity to challenge me? A pinnacle of humanity. With this thought, the Black King's onslaught intensified. Yet, despite his rage and the ferocity of his movements, he remained helpless against Lin Xiaobai, who was now clad in the Demon King's armament and had ascended to the Chuan realm. His frustration mounted as he recognized that, although Chao Yuan's fate was unique, his physical form was exceedingly frail. Of course, he could not comprehend that this was not a reflection of Chao Yuan's weakness, but rather a testament to the overwhelming strength of his opponent, Lin Xiaobai, who bore the essence of two deities from different worlds. The martial prowess of Dardalia, the ghostly speed and explosive power of Yalan, the terrifying enhancements of Furina, all augmented by the Demon King's armament, combined to create an overwhelming force. Individually, the Black King might have conquered any of these elements, but when they converged upon a single individual, even a former pinnacle of humanity could only marvel at the impossibility of defeating such an augmented entity. After several exchanges, this possessed adversary, despite his rugged exterior, began to exhibit clarity in his gaze under Lin Xiaobai's relentless assault. Eventually, after an indeterminate duration of combat, the bloodied form of the Black King, embodying Chao Yuan, finally ceased its movements. He gazed in bewilderment at the warrior clad in striking armor before him, his consciousness oscillating between the Black King and Chao Yuan. After a prolonged silence, the demonized Chao Yuan tilted his head and, for the first time, spoke in a hoarse voice. Lin Xiaobai? The spectators below were immediately struck with goosebumps upon hearing this utterance. To think that mere combat pressure could awaken the consciousness of a frenzied demon. Just how formidable was this water god, to empower her agent to such an extent? Bai Li, astonished, exclaimed, Is he regaining consciousness? But he has yet to revert from his transformed state. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, finally grasping Lin Xiaobai's intention. He has effectively been awakened. Xiaobai has forcefully subdued the demonic presence within Chao Yuan's being using his new form. Shun Qingzhu could not help but interject from behind. So, if this training continues, is it possible for Chao Yuan to consciously control his form while retaining it? Lin Qiye shook his head. I do not know. If that were indeed the case, it would undoubtedly signify an immense breakthrough for Chao Yuan. However, Chao Yuan on stage could not sustain himself for long. After calling out to Xiaobai, his dark king form quickly faded, and he collapsed upon the podium. Lin Qiye cast a glance at Bailey Pang Pang, and the two hurriedly rushed forward. Xiaobai finally removed his mask, looking at Lin Qiye with a rueful smile. I seem to have been a bit too forceful. If conventional treatment were employed, Brother Chao Yuan would likely require several days of rest to recuperate. I shall seek permission from the instructor later and assist him with his recovery. Lin Qiye replied, It is of no concern, Xiaobai. Your intent was to help. Let us first escort him to the infirmary. I shall accompany you. Lin Qiye pointed behind Xiaobai. Commander, it appears you shall not be allowed to leave. Xiaobai turned around to find Yuan Gang approaching with Instructor Hong, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. Lin Xiaobai, Yuan Gang said, glancing at Xiaobai's striking armor. Is this also a skill of your divine domain? Xiaobai exhaled, retracting the wild electric energy coursing through him. As the Demon King's armor vanished amidst the mist. Sort of, he replied with an innocent smile. The 3 strikes that felled the Ghost-Face King, 5 summoned creatures, water arrows, water threads, and this astonishing speed combined with the current armor. This is the Demon King's armor, he clarified. Demon King's armor? Came Shen Qingzhu's voice from behind Xiaobai, who had unexpectedly joined them on stage. What a magnificent name! One of his subordinates could not help but exclaim. So Lin Xiaobai, can you influence Chao Yuan's forbidden domain? Or is your revealing of your armor meant to enable him to control his own forbidden domain? Yuan Gang remained silent, fully aware that the audacious individual beside him would not have approached unless profoundly impacted by Lin Xiaobai. Xiaobai chuckled. It was merely to prevent matters from spiraling out of control. However, I forgot that the commander was present. Otherwise, I certainly would not have come up, as you all could handle it. Yuan Gang retorted. I trust you as far as I can throw you. When Chao Yuan transformed, this fellow immediately followed suit, leaving Yuan Gang utterly astonished. For a brief moment, he questioned whether the so-called God of Justice that Xiaobai spoke of was perhaps a fusion of numerous divine powers. Otherwise, he could not fathom how Lin Xiaobai repeatedly shattered their understanding. His curiosity only deepened regarding the legendary Furina and what manner of being she truly was. With this thought, the commander finally addressed Xiaobai earnestly. Lin Xiaobai, if you are willing to share, I would be intrigued to hear the tale of your water deity, Furina. Chapter 55. Your uncle shall indulge her. Within the subterranean base, Instructor Hong followed closely behind Yuan Gang, his expression one of incredulity. A deity that has guarded the people for 5 centuries? Could such a divine being truly exist? Yuan Gang shook his head with a complex demeanor, stating that, according to Lin Xiaobai, Miss Furina merely plays the role of a deity. Instructor Hong inquired, then what about Lin Xiaobai's divine ruins? Yuan Gang replied, the situation is quite intricate, and it cannot be succinctly explained. In short, both Furina and Focalors belong to Lin Xiaobai's pantheon. However, as described by Xiaobai, Furina is an exceptionally charming and innocent human girl who has now officially ascended to the rank of water deity. Instructor Hong speculated, these two aren't romantically involved, are they? Yuan Gang cast a speechless glance at Instructor Hong. Do you think a deity could possibly fall in love with her representative? Moreover, I find it hard to believe that a deity would resemble a delightful human girl, unless witnessed firsthand. While speaking, Yuan Gang retrieved a top-secret document from the safe. The yellow parchment folder bore the words in bold red. Deity serial number, undetermined, water deities, Furina, Focalors. Yuan Gang seated himself at the writing desk, meticulously recording the story Lin Xiaobai had briefly recounted. After a while, he sealed the document back into its folder. At that moment, he recalled something and remarked to Instructor Hong, who was reviewing the footage nearby. This recording must be transmitted to the higher-ups today. Upon completion, Yuan Gang hesitated. Instructor Hong looked at him quizzically, curious as to what could cause the usually decisive Yuan Gang to become so reticent. Yuan Gang retrieved his wallet from his trousers and extracted a stack of great Xia currency after sending it. Could you find the time to procure all the small cakes from the renowned bakery in Sangnan City? Instructor Hong responded with astonishment, Sir, what is this about? Yuan Gang's face flushed. It's not for me. It's for Lin Xiaobai. I intended to reward him and asked what he desired, yet he insisted on this. So I have no choice but to oblige. Instructor Hong's expression turned peculiar. This young man possesses such formidable strength, yet his tastes resemble those of a girl, delighting in small cakes. Meanwhile, in the infirmary of the military camp, Chao Yuan was enveloped by the soothing energies of the water element, finally awakening with a throbbing headache. Just before losing consciousness, he had experienced the sensation of coexisting with the Black King. He could even recall Lin Xiaobai's encouragement carried on a gentle breeze. "Oh, Brother Chao Yuan, you are awake." As soon as Chao Yuan propped himself up, Lin Xiaobai's bright voice resonated. Startled, Chao Yuan quickly turned his head, only to be obstructed by a water-based summoned entity. Behind the throng of water singers, Lin Xiaobai and his brother Lin Qiye sat side by side. Numerous new recruits lingered at the entrance, all awaiting Xiaobai's presence. Lin Xiaobai, Chao Yuan hesitated, still feeling a bit dazed from the scenes before his fainting spell. Lin Qiye explained, "Just now, your forbidden ruins went out of control, and it was Xiaobai who helped suppress the consciousness of that demon king." Chao Yuan was well aware of the situation, yet upon hearing Lin Qiye's explanation, he remained momentarily stunned. He gazed at the seemingly innocuous white-haired boy, Lin Xiaobai, and a sense of doubt gradually crept into his heart. His master had clearly instructed him to seek out Lin Qiye, but why did he feel, in the depths of his being, that Lin Xiaobai was, in fact, his benefactor? Noticing the complexity etched on Chao Yuan's face, Xiaobai could easily discern his thoughts. With a playful grin, he remarked, "Brother Chao Yuan, today we had quite the spar, and through our clash, we have become acquainted. Henceforth, we shall be good friends. There is a significant amount of demonic energy within you, but I possess methods to assist you. After our training sessions, we can find time to experiment and strive to discover a way for you to coexist with the Black King." As Chao Yuan listened to Xiaobai's earnest words, a wave of emotion washed over him, setting aside the fact that the other could help him maintain his composure while utilizing the forbidden ruins. The mere address of Brother Chao Yuan stirred a profound sentiment within him. After all, prior to this moment, everyone had regarded him as a monster, with no one willing to acknowledge him, let alone offer their company. In contemplation, the young man felt his cheeks gradually flush, and he bashfully scratched his head, uttering, "Thank you, Lin Xiaobai. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Lin Qiye, observing from the side, instantly became alert. "Wait a moment. Why does it feel like my brother is about to be taken away from me? Moreover, why is this grown man blushing? My brother has always had affection for Furina, you know." A sense of inexplicable displeasure welled up within Lin Qiye, and he resolved to train alongside Lin Xiaobai. His brother must not be claimed by another. Besides, this fellow had concealed such formidable martial skills from him. As family, what harm would there be in learning from him? Thus, as Lin Xiaobai continued to chuckle foolishly, the subtle tug-of-war for Xiaobai's attention between Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan quietly commenced. Later that evening, Lin Xiaobai emerged from Yuan Gang's office, carrying several large paper bags, his face adorned with a beaming smile. "Fu, care to call me Xiaobai Gigi and let me hear it?" Fu Ningna's fists clenched tightly. "Oomph, I can enjoy cake and fondant too, so I have no need for yours. This is from a most renowned cake shop in Songnan City. The texture is delicate and fluffy. One bite will transport you to the clouds." Filled with sweetness, Lin Xiaobai. "Enough with the talk." Lin Xiaobai lamented, "What kind of gaze is that? Woo-woo, you're bullying me. I want to go home, I want to go home." "Very well, if you refuse to call, then so be it. Alas, this cake is what I sacrificed all my rewards to obtain." Ugh, the girl's face turned crimson, and despite her haughty demeanor, the thought of sweetly calling him Gigi felt more torturous than death. Yet, witnessing Xiaobai's earnestness stirred immense gratitude within Fu. Clenching her small fists, her face nearly dripping with embarrassment, she finally gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Xiaobai Gigi, is this sufficient? Ah, my Fu is the best. Ha ha. Wendy is currently reveling in the angel's generous libations, and witnessing the delightful interaction between the two little ones seems to have sweetened her apple cider considerably. It appears these two are indeed entangled in the tender embrace of romance. Half an hour later, before the statue of the wind god on the prairie, Fufu spread a checkered blanket where the adorable ducks sat, savoring delectable little cakes, while watching Lin Xiaobai open the system panel. Having performed so splendidly today, surely he has amassed a considerable amount of faith points. With hands on his hips, Xiaobai declared proudly, of course. Today, I must have dazzled everyone. When he chuckled softly, Xiaobai certainly has opened our eyes. However, I am now quite curious about what rewards you will receive from the wind god this time. Lin Xiaobai, with a sweet disposition, cheerfully replied, "Rest assured, the wind god's gifts are bound to be remarkable." Chapter 56, The Ancient God Church. Soon, two adorable white-haired heads naturally gathered before the system panel. Host, Lin Xiaobai. Realm, Chuan. Divine Ruins, Song of the High Heavens. Offering level 4. Offering experience, 45,000 60,000. Divine Slaying experience, 5,000. Rewards available for collection, 6. Click to claim. Wow, he actually ascended to level 4 in an instant. No, it's level 3, you fool. You're the fool. Despite her tsundere nature, seeing Lin Xiaobai's level soar made the naive Furina quite elated. Wendy's heart raced. So soon? Could it be that my days of indulging in apple cider are about to begin? Besides that, Wendy also envied Furina's life in the villa, which was not only modern, but also spacious enough to gradually develop into a big family. Lin Xiaobai chuckled, his fingers frantically clicking 6. Offering reward 1. Song of the High Heavens and Poem of the Wind God. Song of the High Heavens, capable of summoning harmonious winds to lift all things in the mortal realm into the air. Theoretically, if the host's mental strength is sufficient, anything can ascend. Poem of the Wind God. Shoots arrows formed from 1,000 winds, creating a vortex that ensnares enemies, inflicting wind elemental damage. The suction strength of the vortex correlates with the host's realm. Currently, in the Chuan realm, it can ensnare foes beneath the infinite realm. Upon seeing this reward, Lin Xiaobai exclaimed in delight. Had he drawn this skill during the recent competition, he could have swept the members of the mass team into the fray, allowing them to experience the thrill of a tumble dryer firsthand. Offering reward 2. All of Winnie's fate stars. Including the urinary bifurcation. Quite nice indeed. Offering reward 3. Wings of the wind that can fly automatically. Flying will undoubtedly surpass running. Once the host equips the wings of the wind upon their back, all running skills will transform into rapid flight, increasing speed by 150. Lin Xiaobai. What supersonic aircraft? This means that as long as he mentally equips the wings of the wind and activates Yelon's running skill, his already absurd speed would increase by an additional 1. 5 times. With this thought, Xiaobai turned to Furina and said, Furif, in the future, not only can you call upon dragons, but you can also summon humans. Turin lay on the grass nearby, disdainfully exhaling a huff. Humans cannot possibly be faster than dragons. Had you witnessed my full-speed flight, you would not utter such folly. Wendy, invigorated by the challenge, promptly replied, then why not have a race to test this? Turin coldly propped up his massive form. Foolish humans. Lin Xiaobai muttered, he is clearly a deity. The installation of the wings of the wind was remarkably simple. Xiaobai merely needed to envision it, and the wing triggers would transform into particle form, gradually materializing on his back. Turin flapped his dragon wings and slowly ascended. Come forth. Human. Wendy. Let's set the finish line at the edge of that grove ahead. You two listen for my count. 3, 2, 1. Go. Under the expectant gaze of Furina, Turin surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, its speed wholly incongruous with its massive frame. However, scarcely had Turin dashed out when Lin Xiaobai's cheerful voice rang from the distant edge of the woods. Hurry up. I have already arrived. It's so cold here. Turin, Wendy, and Furina. Turin promptly returned, landing beside Furina, rasping, in the future, let Lin Xiaobai fly on his own. I shall carry you instead. All in all, the wind goddess favor was met with Lin Xiaobai's utmost satisfaction. Thus, all preparations were in order, with only the eastern wind missing. And that eastern wind, of course, was the imminent extreme survival training they were about to undertake. While Lin Xiaobai joyfully received his reward, in the dimly lit conference room of the ancient god society, a group of hooded figures sat in 2 rows. Why are the lights off? It seems a bit too dark. In the shadows, someone inquired. Turning on the lights does not align with our organization style. A darker ambience is preferable. Should we accompany it with some mysterious and dangerous background music? Silence. Focus on the screen. The speaker, a mysterious figure, pressed a button on the remote, and a projection screen materialized before them. The screen displayed a video showcasing Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qiye's emergence from the divine ruins, followed by Lin Xiaobai's breathtaking competition against the masked team. Even the footage of instructor Han demonstrating his formidable marksmanship was included. Upon concluding the video, the conference room fell into a profound silence. How should they regard these extraordinary prodigies? Merely a fleeting spectacle, hardly worth mentioning. If we're concerned that their rapid growth may pose a threat to us, we can simply extinguish them in their infancy. Serpent Woman, do not be complacent. In the previous footage, the masked team comprised the realm experts, yet that lad Lin Xiaobai was able to overpower them, which speaks volumes. In a corner of the room, a tattooed man wearing triangular sunglasses remarked with a playful tone, "The god of water? Furina? I have never heard of such a wild deity, conjuring up all sorts of peculiar skills. LV Liang, if it were you, could you contend with Lin Xiaobai's abilities?" The man in triangular sunglasses, LV Liang, sneered, "Old man of whispers, you ought to have faith in me. These 2 little brats, not only now but even given 3 years, would never surpass me. Especially that Lin Xiaobai, who believes himself invincible merely because he is pledged to some obscure wild god. In my view, the masked team has shown him leniency. Therefore, this time at Jinan Mountain, you shall confront them, imparting a stark warning. Then bring them here. If you can persuade them to join the ancient god society, it would be advantageous for us." LV Liang's gaze grew even more disdainful. Lin Qiye is a righteous deity, Michael, that holds some weight. Lin Xiaobai, I find myself utterly devoid of interest. With a chuckle, he pressed his fist lightly. Very well, seeing him so full of himself. I shall teach him a lesson to remember. It is time for him to comprehend that not every being is worthy of being revered as a deity. Chapter 57. What does your domain beneath the pool have to do with my domain in the river? Lin Xiaobai was, of course, oblivious to the events transpiring within the ancient god sect. However, it was evident that even the innocuous Xiaobai could provoke fear in Lu Liang, who dared to utter such words in his presence. In an instant, Lu Liang would find himself utterly obliterated by Xiaobai's formidable powers. Moreover, while the ancient god sect had been monitoring the 2 brothers, they had overlooked the most crucial piece of information. Xiaobai had actually ascended from the Lantern Realm to the River Realm. This significant elevation in his realm, combined with his extraordinary skills, rendered him capable of effortlessly contending even against full-strength opponents from the Ocean Realm, let alone Lu Liang, who was merely at the River Realm. After delightfully indulging in a small cake with Fu Ningna, Lin Xiaobai emerged from the house with lingering satisfaction. Upon returning to the dormitory, he encountered 3 familiar figures, Bai Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Shun Qingzhu. The trio surrounded Lin Qiye, peppering him with questions. Upon hearing Xiaobai humming a cheerful tune as he entered, they immediately turned to him, startling Xiaobai, who instinctively shielded himself. "Xiaobai, they're looking for you," Lin Qiye remarked with exasperation. Just moments ago, Chao Yuan had approached him, the first order of business being a confession of sorts, reciting the lines, 8 deities depart. 2 trees stand tall, 10 years into the night, ferry me through this world. However, as he spoke, his gaze wandered, prompting Lin Qiye to coolly retort, "Master Jinch sent you to find me, but in truth, you longed to seek out Xiaobai, did you not?" The honest and earnest Chao Yuan blushed, scratching the back of his head. "Actually, I could be interested in both of you," Bai Li Pangpang gasped in surprise. "You're eating so well." "No way. Lin Qiye or Lin Xiaobai. You must at least leave one for me." Bai Li Pangpang lamanta. Lin Qiye merely observed, realizing the situation was becoming increasingly peculiar. Brother's will was rather straightforward. I came specifically to find Lin Xiaobai. Thus, Xiaobai found himself retreating a few steps, gazing at the trio with a hint of trepidation. What do you want? Chao Yuan sincerely replied. I wish to inquire when our training commences, and also, Xiaobai, I would like to take you as my master. Ever since your battle with the mass team, I have harbored this aspiration. Bai Li Pangpang was taken aback. You, right off the bat, are making a move like that. Seizing the moment, Bai Li Pangpang, disregarding his pride, produced 2 exquisite Rolex watches and presented them, bowing deeply. Master, please accept this humble tribute from Pangpang. Lin Xiaobai stared in astonishment. He gazed at Shen Qingzhu. I will not take on a disciple. I am merely here to observe, Shen Qingzhu stated. Lin Xiaobai sighed, acknowledging. As a master, I am aware of my allure, but I never anticipated it would extend to such a degree. My good disciple, I shall graciously accept your gift, and our training will commence tomorrow once we emerge from the mountains. With that, Lin Xiaobai winked at Lin Qiye while accepting Bai Li Pangpang's Rolex. Chao Yuan mistakenly believed that Lin Xiaobai would only accept the round and chubby figure of Bai, momentarily flustered. He rummaged through his belongings and finally produced a string of prayer beads, presenting them reverently. Xiaobai this. These are the prayer beads I have cherished for a long time. They hold great significance for me. I now offer them to you, and I hope you will not disdain them. Lin Xiaobai, with his hands behind his back, spoke in a tone befitting an adult. My dear disciple, a teacher does not accept the cherished possessions of their students. This Rolex, for Fatty, is akin to a friend sending a red envelope for a milk tea treat. I graciously accept such gestures, but your offering is unnecessary. Chao Yuan felt a surge of gratitude and hastily declared, as your disciple, I shall face fire and water for my master without hesitation. Lin Qiye, observing the scene before him, recalled the increasingly devoted Zhao Kongsheng and could not help but exclaim internally, my younger brother indeed possesses personal charm. It seems it won't be long before he has disciples scattered across the land. However, if Lin Qiye were to discover that Hong Ying was also developing a similar admiration for their master, he would likely tie Xiaobai up to prevent him from being whisked away by his students. The following morning, Instructor Hong indeed gathered all the soldiers, initiating the new recruits' journey to Jinan Mountain. The recruits were quite anxious, considering the trials they had faced since entering the military camp, especially the masked squad and Instructor Han's rigorous challenges. One after another, if not for Xiaobai, they would have undoubtedly succumbed. They wondered how their superiors would challenge them this time. Rumor had it that the terrain of Jinan Mountain was complex, a test of extreme survival. Would they not allow anyone in to ambush them? I'm not afraid. With the blessing of the water god, no one can subdue me, one proclaimed. Moreover, we have Xiaobai with us. As long as we follow him, there is nothing to fear. Upon hearing the recruits' discussions, Instructor Hong turned around with a devilish grin. Rest assured, you will be dispersed throughout the mountain and will not be allowed to remain with Lin Xiaobai. Furthermore, this time, the superiors are serious. Even with Xiaobai and Qiye present, they cannot guarantee your safety. You must rely solely on yourselves. Hong's words sent a chill down the spines of the new recruits. Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qiye couldn't protect them. Just how terrifying was this training session going to be? Soon, the bus came to a halt at the foot of the majestic Jinan Mountain. Before entering the mountain, Instructor Hong laid out all the rules and confiscated Fatty's prohibited items. He then turned his gaze to Lin Xiaobai and instructed, Xiaobai, this special training is similar to the previous one. Here, the use of forbidden realms and prohibited items is not allowed. You understand this, correct? Xiaobai obediently nodded. It's just like before, of course I understand. And Lin Qiye as well. Do not think that your divine realms will remain unrestrained and act carelessly. What I must inform you is that within the confines of Jinan Mountain, any realm below the pool level, regardless of whether it is a forbidden realm or a high-risk forbidden realm, will be completely suppressed. As he spoke, Instructor Hong wore a smile as he looked back at Xiaobai. Therefore, Xiaobai, this time you cannot utilize your divine realms, and thus the time has come to test your true abilities. Although you have demonstrated your unparalleled martial prowess, extreme survival and willpower are equally crucial attributes for a night watchman, and they also happen to be your weaknesses. I hope this time you can truly elevate yourself and not let us down. Upon hearing Instructor Hong's words, Xiaobai felt a sense of confusion. This does not seem right. Your realm is beneath mine. Why should it concern me? Chapter 58, Roar Tetvelin. As the trembling recruits entered the mountain, Instructor Hong arrived at the temporary command base at the foot of the hill. Yuan Gang was also present, diligently examining the drone's movements alongside his aide. Is everything in order? Yes, I have thoroughly briefed Lin Xiaobai. Well, these children are still in the initial stages. It is rather unlikely for them to completely break through the suppression of the Forbidden Ruins. This time, we must truly allow Xiaobai to experience the challenges of extreme survival. Indeed, in previous instances, this lad navigated through with ease, making his willpower hardly discernible. Yuan Gang sighed softly. In truth, if a solution could be achieved effortlessly, no one would wish to invoke their willpower. Unfortunately, in this world teeming with formidable beings and external gods lurking menacingly, we cannot gamble on Lin Xiaobai's continued ease. Instructor Hong cautiously inquired, what was the outcome of submitting Lin Xiaobai's latest footage last night? Yuan Gong replied nonchalantly. We shall cultivate Lin Xiaobai, as if he were the pinnacle of humanity. Hong's eyes widened in surprise. The higher-ups are increasingly valuing Lin Xiaobai. Such a prodigious high school talent cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, instruct all units to remain vigilant regarding the movements of the ancient god sect. We must not allow any mishap to befall Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qiye. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. After Hong departed, Yuan Gang gazed sternly at the monitor. Lin Xiaobai, I hope you can present us with a satisfactory performance this time. However, just as Yuan Gang's words faded, Lin Xiaobai's youthful visage suddenly appeared on one of the screens. He leaned closely to the camera, curiously glancing left and right, then turned to the base of a tree and remarked, Lin Qiye, should we dismantle this camera? It makes clandestine plotting rather difficult. Yuan Gang's fists clenched instinctively as he rushed to the intercom. Lin Xiaobai, dare you touch that camera? Startled by the sudden voice emanating from the camera, Lin Xiaobai patted it and exclaimed, wow, this camera even has audio capabilities. How advanced! Yuan Gang, exasperated, shouted, you lot, focus on your training. And didn't Hong separate you? Why are you all congregating again? Chao Yuan's voice drifted from beneath the tree. Commander, it is all a matter of fate. Yuan Gang felt his frustration peak. At that moment, Lin Xiaobai curiously asked, Commander, Instructor Hong mentioned we cannot use forbidden items or objects. Does that mean summoned entities are permissible? Hearing Lin Xiaobai's question, Yuan Gang regained his composure and replied coldly, if it is not explicitly prohibited, then it is allowed. However, Lin Xiaobai, you must understand that the objective of this training session is to exit Jinan Mountain. Here, your summoned entities will be of no use. For this is not a combat training exercise. You would do well to contemplate how to evade those tracking drones. At this, Lin Xiaobai gleefully jumped down from the tree and excitedly approached Lin Qiye in the surveillance footage, exclaiming, wow. The commander said, we can use summoned entities. Lin Qiye was also curious about what Xiaobai intended to do with the summoned creature. So he remarked, feel free to use it, but the commander is right. Our primary objective is still to evade the drones and make our way out of the mountains. Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction, his expression seemingly conveying, see, even your brother understands. Why are you still so clueless? Suddenly, Lin Xiaobai's enthusiastic voice rang out, Roar Tulin. In the next moment, a dragon's roar resonated through the forest. Before Yuan Gang could comprehend, a majestic emerald dragon emerged from a cerulean rift, roaring ferociously. It could even articulate human speech. Let us get down to business, Lin Xiaobai. Tulin was utterly dumbfounded. It had been lounging blissfully on the grass, basking in the sun while watching Lin Xiaobai suffer. Yet, upon receiving the commander's approval, this boy had summoned it without hesitation, just like that drunken fool. Upon seeing Tulin, was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground. After hearing Tulin's scathing remarks about Lin Xiaobai, he trembled even more. My heavens! My master can summon a dragon. Chao Yuan stood frozen, his previously calm demeanor completely shattered. Truly, his master was unparalleled. The disciple could only look on in awe. Lin Qiye thought to himself, how is it possible that in just one day, a dragon has been summoned? Could it be that Lin Xiaobai had been hiding away in a mental asylum, fervently honing his skills? With this thought, Lin Qiye recalled Nikes and realized it was time to accompany Lin Xiaobai on an adventure. However, at that moment, the most anxious was Yuan Gang. He watched in disbelief as Lin Xiaobai climbed onto the dragon's back and enthusiastically waved to the three below. Come on, Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan, and Pang Pang. Let us ride this dragon and soar away. Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan, and Pang Pang exchanged glances, bewildered. Ride a dragon and fly away? Is that even possible? Nevertheless, they quickly gathered their wits and, with Lin Xiaobai's encouragement, managed to climb onto the dragon's back. Xiaobai affectionately patted Tulin. Let us go, Mr. Tulin. With a powerful exhale, Tulin spread its immense 6 wings and, to the astonished gaze of the instructors, magnificently took off from the ground. Not far away, Shen Qingzhu maneuvered through the woods with 2 subordinates, evading the drones while sprinting swiftly. However, halfway through their escape, the sound of a massive creature taking flight reached their ears, causing Shen Qingzhu to furrow his brow and halt. What was that noise? Could there be something supernatural in these woods? Hadn't the instructor said there was nothing? Moreover, with so many drones and surveillance devices, how could the instructors not notice? Shen Qingzhu sternly warned, we must be cautious. Who knows what other horrors might be lurking in these mountains? Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow swept overhead. His 2 subordinates gazed upward in bewilderment. Shen Qingzhu, what? Suddenly, a frantic voice blared from a loudspeaker on a nearby tree. Lin Xiaobai. Come back here. This is cheating. Do you not realize this is cheating? A voice, tinged with both grievance and a hint of cuteness, resonated from above. Commander, you clearly said we could use summon creatures. The young men beneath widened their eyes and gulped nervously, turning to Shen Qingzhu, stammering, Is this enormous creature truly Lin Xiaobai's summon? Shen Qingzhu found himself at a loss for words. Were it anyone else, I might harbor doubts, but this is Lin Xiaobai. I choose to believe. One of the subordinates, appearing utterly defeated, suggested, how about we pledge our allegiance to him? In the past, such a remark would have earned the young man a reprimand from Shen Qingzhu. Yet now, he gazed intently at the soaring dragon above, his expression earnest. Let us discuss it when the opportunity arises. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang's voice echoed through the mountains, as many new recruits witnessed the majestic 6-winged dragon soaring in the distance. What on earth? Is this Lin Xiaobai's dragon? Oh dear, I truly feel compelled to kneel before him. Our water deity is incredibly generous. Lady Furina, I shall eternally believe in your existence. Wait, do you think it's possible that the appearance and coloration of this dragon do not resemble that of a water-type dragon? Could belong to a different deity? Indeed, the gale produced by the dragon's wings is astonishing. Is it a wind deity? Barbados. Well, Barbados. Just yesterday during dinner, Lin Xiaobai mentioned that Barbados is also a commendable deity and promised to share his stories with us. Could this dragon possibly be linked to him? Upon hearing this, the previously doubtful recruit quickly revised his statement, proclaiming, Lady Furina, Lord Barbados, I shall forever believe in your existence. At this moment, the new recruits finally grasped the gravity of the situation, collectively inhaling sharply. Could it be that Lin Xiaobai is truly backed by formidable powers? Chapter 59. Is this not an ordinary dragon? At this moment, the usually composed Yuan Gang had transformed into a frantic monarch. His roaring voice, though partially drowned out by the gusts created by Tulin's wings, remained distinct. Lin Xiaobai, if you do not descend immediately, we shall unleash all our missiles upon you. Yet, Tulin paid no heed to Yuan Gang's threats. With a powerful exhale, it released a plume of white smoke into the air. Foolish humans. Do you dare challenge me? For Tulin, the majestic dragon, only my master is permitted to bully me. No one else shall have that privilege. Hong Hao was taken aback, pointing at the screen. Commander, that dragon is insulting us. Yuan Gang's face darkened. For so many years, no one had escaped from Jinan Mountain, and this tradition could not be allowed to falter on his watch. Least of all could it be severed by Lin Xiaobai, in such a manner. He turned, speaking in a grave tone. Attention all units, prepare to launch all loaded electromagnetic missiles targeting Lin Xiaobai's squad. Set the explosive level to S-grade, ensuring it does not exceed the squad's threshold. Merely incapacitate them. Yes, Commander. The instructors, though shocked, were eager to prove themselves. They could not allow these new recruits to gain the upper hand. After all, with the military training lasting much longer, how could they maintain their standing? Thus, moments later, the missile base near Jinan Mountain erupted with sound. Countless electromagnetic missiles soared towards the verdant dragon perched atop the mountain. Upon witnessing the swarm of missiles, the previously jovial Fu began to worry. So many missiles. Xiaobai, please, you all must not get hurt. Wendy, however, remained unfazed, perched leisurely in a tree, even taking a crisp bite of an apple. Fear not, Tulin is not that fragile. Remember, the traveler once subjected it to a barrage of elemental missiles, and it emerged unscathed. Tulin's voice, laced with fury, broke forth. Silence, Barbados, or you shall regret it when you come over. Oh, I'm merely admiring our Tulin's formidable defenses, he replied with a grin. With a disdainful huff, the handsome dragon observed the first wave of missiles drawing near, its expression unchanged. Suddenly, it exhaled, unleashing a torrent of emerald breath mingled with a tempest. The blast collided with the electromagnetic missiles, and in that instant, a colossal electromagnetic vortex formed in the air, swirling and roaring with ferocity. More terrifying still, this vortex spiraled downward, connecting with the earth and transforming into a thunderous tornado, rapidly sweeping towards the instructor base at the foot of Jinan Mountain. The sight of those electromagnetic missiles being turned into Tulin's weapons left even the composed Yuan gang visibly shaken. This dragon surpassed our comprehension. The power and quantity of those electromagnetic missiles could easily subdue enemies at the Pool realm, yet with but a single breath, it had rendered them useless. Instructor Hong gulped. This dragon. It must be at least at the Sea realm. Yuan gang replied, indeed at least. Today, the training report concerning Lin Xiaobai is poised for a significant update. As the words were spoken, the electromagnetic tornado roared towards the base at the foot of the mountain. Yuan gang emerged from the building, his demeanor cold as he stomped his foot, enveloping the entire base in a magnificent golden aura. With a thunderous crash, the electromagnetic tornado collided with the protective shield summoned by Yuan gang, dispersing into thin air. Tulin soared in the sky, observing the distant scene, and exhaled a huff, remarking in a deep voice, the human possesses considerable strength. Strangely, upon hearing Tulin's affirmation of Yuan gang, Lin Xiaobai felt a twinge of pride within and couldn't help but chuckle. We, the guardians of our homeland, are certainly no ordinary individuals. At that moment, Yuan gang's voice once again resonated through the loudspeaker. However, compared to his earlier agitation, his tone had softened considerably. Lin Xiaobai, come down. I am aware that this dragon can undoubtedly assist you in traversing the Jinan Mountain, but doing so would deviate from the original purpose of our training. Xiaobai, adhere to the discipline. Tonight, I will have Instructor Hong buy you a small cake. Hearing Yuan gang's words, Furina couldn't help but cover her face. What to do? Now everyone knows that Lin Xiaobai is getting me a cake. Shun Qingzhu turned in confusion towards his two subordinates. Is the commander trying to coax Xiaobai? His subordinates scratched their heads in bewilderment. It seems so. Is it possible that our Xiaobai is so formidable that the commander has resorted to a gentle approach? Yet, one subordinate, evidently more versed in the realm of anime, gazed thoughtfully at the sky and remarked, you do not understand. A tsundere only melts in the presence of pure gentleness. When confronted directly, they will only become more obstinate. Shun Qingzhu playfully gave him a light smack on the head. Watch less manga. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that Yuan gang's sudden shift in strategy had a genuine effect on Xiaobai. As the commander softened, Xiaobai awkwardly scratched his head. What to do? The commander seems to have a point. Pang, well-versed in social nuances, promptly provided Xiaobai with an out if we fly out like this. It could be deemed an unfair victory. With you and Lin Qiye present, I believe we can certainly navigate our way out of Jinan Mountain on foot. Just as Pang Pang was speaking, Tulin, already contemplating a leisurely retreat, descended and landed on the ground. Lin Xiaobai jumped off Tulin's back and patted its head. Thank you, Tulin. When we return tonight, let us watch Ms. Kobayashi's dragon maid together. Tulin remained silent, letting out a grunt from its nostrils as a form of acknowledgement before returning through the spatial rift. No sooner had the handsome dragon departed than Lin Qiye furrowed his brow and said, I noticed earlier, while flying, that the scenery around Jinan Mountain has been changing as we progressed. In truth, even if Tulin continues to fly, without discovering a solution, we cannot escape. Pang Pang voiced his concern. What shall we do then? Could it be that the commander has conjured some sort of illusion? Lin Xiaobai chuckled nonchalantly, suggesting, why don't we find a place to rest for a while? By nightfall, everything will surely improve. Lin Qiye cast a glance at Xiaobai, aware that he was referring to his Starry Night dancer. With Xiaobai's words, Lin Qiye finally felt a sense of, my brother can depend on me. He nodded in agreement, stating, yes, let us press on and see if there is a way to break through this wretched place. If all else fails, we shall wait until nightfall. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a cacophony of buzzing erupted nearby. The group turned to behold a staggering swarm of drones descending upon them, akin to a plague of locusts. In the distance, the anguished cries of new recruits echoed intermittently. Over the loudspeaker, Yuan Gang's voice rang out with a sense of vengeance. Lin Xiaobai, little cake, we will get you. But for now, let us thoroughly immerse ourselves in the true essence of extreme survival training. Please do make a good escape. At that moment, it was Lin Xiaobai's turn to clench his fists in indignation. How infuriating. That old schemer. Chapter 60. You will never know the greatness of our wind god. 5 minutes later, as Lin Xiaobai was pursued by drones, he exclaimed in frustration, Curse Commander, when I return, I shall demand he buy me double portions of cake. Poor Pang Pang was already panting heavily. I can't go on, Xiaobai Qiye. Should I forfeit? Without looking back, Lin Xiaobai crouched down. Forfeit? You are my disciple. You cannot bring shame upon your master. Come, leap onto my back, and I shall carry you. But I am quite heavy. Have faith in your master. In that moment, Lin Xiaobai was an unstoppable force. Not even the forbidden items could restrain him, yet he still couldn't. Before he could finish his thought, the determined Pang Pang leapt onto Lin Xiaobai's back. With a resounding thud, they both tumbled to the ground, fulfilling Pong Pong's wish. Lin Xiaobai muttered, Goodness, you are far heavier than I anticipated. Yet the drones continued their relentless pursuit, with miniature electromagnetic projectiles whizzing dangerously close to Pong Pong's rear. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiaobai rose once more and, under the astonished gazes of Chao Yuan and Lin Qiye, began to march forward with Pang Pang on his back. 7 hours later, as dusk began to settle, Yuan Gang frowned at the monitor. Have you tracked Lin Xiaobai and his team? Report, Commander, no sign of them. That rascal must have devised another means to elude detection and conceal himself. Does he intend to wait until nightfall to act? Do they not realize that as soon as they reveal themselves, they will be besieged by all drones? Moreover, time is running out. All the new recruits have been captured. Correct? Yes, only Lin Xiaobai's team remains. Hong Hao, proceed to the city and procure some cake. Lin Xiaobai and his team cannot hold out much longer. Understood, Commander. I shall return with the finest cake. Barely had Hong Hao departed when a reconnaissance officer exclaimed, Commander, they have appeared on the map. However, it was peculiar. They were heading straight for the destination at Jinan Mountain, yet, had we not established restrictions and altered the terrain? Yuan Gang hurriedly approached, and indeed, on the radar, several red dots moved swiftly, seemingly unaffected by the landscape, progressing directly towards their goal. Quickly deploy all drones to encircle them. Time is of the essence. At Yuan Gang's command, the drone stationed at Jinan Mountain surged forth toward the direction where Lin Xiaobai and his team raced. Yet moments later, the reconnaissance officer's voice trembled with alarm. Report, Commander. Lin Xiaobai and their whereabouts have vanished from a map, as if suddenly cut off. Yuan Gang's brow furrowed even deeper as he approached another monitor. Bring up the surveillance from Lin Xiaobai's side. The footage revealed that Lin Xiaobai and his companions had indeed disappeared into the depths of the forest. However, at that moment, a drone swept across the screen, seemingly colliding with an invisible barrier, resulting in a violent explosion. Yuan Gang's heart skipped a beat as he immediately issued a command. Everyone, swiftly follow me to the exit. Someone has ambushed Lin Xiaobai and the others. They are likely members of the ancient deity church. Meanwhile, in the forest near the exit, Lin Xiaobai and his companions, panting heavily, came to an abrupt halt, staring in surprise at a man before them, adorned with triangular sunglasses and an arrogant expression. Lu Liang approached them with a mocking smile, arms outstretched, step by step. "Oh, Lin Xiaobai, the future pinnacle of humanity. Lin Qiye, the Seraphim's agent, Bai Li Tuming, the heir of the Bai Li family. How fortunate I am, having captured 3 big fish in one go. So what will it be? Will you come with me willingly? Or shall I torment you before binding you for the journey back?" Chao Yuan stepped forward with hands clasped, addressing Lin Xiaobai with a calm demeanor. "Master, allow me to handle this individual. You all may proceed towards the destination." "Destination? Haha. This area within a 10-mile radius has already been sealed by Lord Whisper's barrier. Moreover, as I understand it, your divine ruins should have been sealed by that fool Yuan Gang as well." As Lin Xiaobai gazed at the man with a sinister grin, he turned his head towards Lin Qiye and unleashed a powerful mental assault. "Lin Qiye, who is this peculiar uncle? I'm not certain, but he should be a member of the ancient deity church." Lu Liang interjected. "Haha, you don't know who I am? I am Lu Liang, a disciple of the ancient deity church, serving under Lord Whisper. Today, I am here to broaden your horizons." Lin Xiaobai replied. Who is Whisper?" Lu Liang exclaimed in frustration. "Are you doing this on purpose?" Indeed, Lin Xiaobai was intentionally applying psychological pressure before the fight, a hallmark of his unique mental tactics. Just as Lu Liang began to feel agitated, he saw Lin Xiaobai raise a hand. With a hum, a fierce gust of wind erupted beneath his feet, propelling him skyward as if he were in an elevator, only to crash down heavily moments later. Lu Liang, the individual who had previously looked down upon Lin Xiaobai, now felt his pupils tremble with shock, even though he was merely a projection of a nightmare at that moment. The power of Whisper was overwhelming, and Lu Liang felt the reality of the experience deeply, not to mention the sheer, tearing sensation of the gust itself. The abrupt weightlessness from soaring upward and then plummeting made Lu Liang's stomach churn violently in the real world. The formidable figures of the ancient deity church furrowed their brows. Whisper darkly remarked, "Isn't Lin Xiaobai's divine ruins associated with the water deity? Why can he control the wind? How infuriating! This lad cannot possibly be a dual deity agent, can he?" Lu Liang, his complexion pale, stammered, "That dragon from earlier. It also resembled the wind." Before he could finish his thought, a second gust of wind began to form beneath his feet once more. With a buzz, he was flung into the air like a mere toy, cast aloft by Lin Xiaobai's Song of the Sky. In a trance, he mused, "The opponent is merely a shadow. How could you possibly lose control of your form? Such is the terrifying nature of Veni's abilities." Setting aside the fact that Lin Xiaobai currently resides in the realm of Chuan, the parabolic trajectory of the Song of the Sky is predominantly determined by volume and weight. Regardless of one's standing, if one cannot evade the fierce winds, a ride on the roller coaster of the heavens is inevitable. Moreover, one must not overlook Lin Xiaobai's passive ability bestowed by the Hydro Archon and the enhancement from Tartaglia's martial skills. Based solely on his opponent's movements, he could swiftly anticipate the next landing point. Thus, when El Liang soared into the sky for the 3rd time, before the watchful eyes of the ancient god church, he finally knelt upon the ground, releasing a loud retch, and offered a deep bow to his colleagues, a gesture of early homage. Chapter 61. The Wind Rises. Bring them over here without wasting any time. The murmurs of discontent could no longer be tolerated as the followers of the ancient sect were treated as mere playthings by a high school student from the opposing realm. This indignity was a stain on the reputation of the ancient god church. Furthermore, the impacts of the heavenly song were quite painful. One could almost perceive the white words continuously emanating from Liu Yang's form. Just as Liu Yang completed his response, another gust of wind appeared beneath him, propelling him wildly and splattering the serpent woman with his chaotic energy until he painfully crashed to the ground. He immediately raised his hand, pleading, "Enough. Have some mercy on me." Lin Xiaobai tilted her head and chuckled. "Oh, is the powerful warrior of the ancient god church unable to withstand such a little challenge? Look at our instructor Han, who remains unperturbed despite enduring several hits." The disparity is truly. Before Lin Xiaobai could finish her sentence, the atmosphere darkened as the murmurs turned ominous. A swift gesture from the discontented figure caused the entire barrier to twist and contort, drawing Lin Xiaobai and her companions into the grand hall of the ancient god church. The plump and trembling figure cowered behind Lin Xiaobai, gazing at the three menacing statues of the malevolent deities and the hooded figures exuding a sinister aura surrounding them. Lin Xiaobai, it seems we have landed ourselves in grave trouble. With a cold smile, the figure stepped forward. "Oh, you are aware of the trouble you've caused? However, considering you are still children, I shall overlook the incident involving Liu Yang this time." The representative of the dual gods continued, "If you were to join the ancient god church, do you comprehend what you would gain? What we gain? Power, glory, and unparalleled status." As the figure spoke, an imposing aura radiated from their presence. Lin Xiaobai leaned closer to Qiye, whispering, "This is the first time I've encountered someone even more melodramatic than myself." The figure felt the weight of Lin Xiaobai's mental assault as well. Qiye coldly addressed the figure, "And if we refuse?" A cruel smile gradually manifested on the formerly refined face of the figure. "Refuse? Do you truly believe we would allow representatives of the dual gods to join the Night Watchers? Thus, you and your families, along with all your loved ones, shall fall victim to the unending pursuit of the ancient god church." Sighing, Lin Xiaobai approached Qiye. "Are you aware that such words may provoke the ire of others?" With the support of the figure, Liu Yang regained his arrogance, laughing heartily. Provoking ire? Do you genuinely believe that by worshipping those two wild gods and wielding their feeble skills, you can stand against us, the ancient god church? Do you have any idea what kind of deities we serve, you little brat? Ha. Lin Xiaobai shrugged and turned to the plump figure and Chao Yuan, stating, "I had no intention of taking lives, but some have dared to touch my sore spot." As she spoke, the Roche bow gradually took shape in her hands. Thus, I am left with no choice but to unleash the wind. A vibrant green aura formed at the tip of Lin Xiaobai's arrow. "Are you insane? Ha. Do you truly believe you are present at the ancient deities' assembly? Can you unleash your powers from 1,000 miles away? What a pretense!" Upon witnessing Lin Xiaobai's actions, Liu Yang was taken aback, but quickly resumed his bravado, recalling that they were not physically present. Lin Xiaobai wore a faint smile, declaring, "I am not there." Yet the favor of the wind god, the thousand winds, is omnipresent. As her words echoed, the air within the ancient deities' assembly began to swirl violently, ultimately spreading with the speed of light, infused with elemental wind energy. In the next moment, a colossal vortex of darkness abruptly formed where Liu Yang stood, resembling a black hole that swiftly engulfed him. It is worth noting that Lin Xiaobai's poem of the wind god had the power to transcend levels. Thus, even a practitioner of the pool realm, this unfortunate soul, Liu Yang, was instantaneously torn apart into a mist of blood, splattering against the three solemn statues nearby. The attendees of the ancient deities' assembly were paralyzed with terror. They had all been meticulously selected for their formidable strength, only to find themselves ensnared by a mere high school student of the Lantern Realm wielding a vortex. Fortunately, Lin Xiaobai was situated far from the assembly, sparing all but Liu Yang at the vortex's center from calamity. Otherwise, given the chaotic scene akin to a washing machine, the ancient deities' assembly would have suffered catastrophic losses. Nevertheless, those unfortunate souls were tossed about like colorful garments within the vortex, as various impurities spilled forth throughout the assembly. Lin Xiaobai, making a face at the chaos, retreated alongside her companions amidst the anguished cries of the attendees. Moments later, the enigmatic figure gazed at the debris consumed by the vortex, his expression darkening to an extreme. Black light surged from him, and in the blink of an eye, the frail congregation members transformed into explosive clouds of blood, staining the entire hall of the ancient deity's assembly. He glanced at the now grotesquely altered statues, gritting his teeth as he commanded, "Relay this order. Any of my followers who can slay Lin Xiaobai on the spot shall be elevated to the rank of leader among the faithful. Lin Xiaobai, I shall make you aware of the consequences of inciting my wrath." At that moment, Lin Xiaobai remained oblivious to the depths of hatred she had instigated in the enigmatic figure. Conversely, Lin Qiye was filled with concern, stating, "Xiaobai, your actions have likely provoked the ancient deity's assembly into a more frenzied pursuit of you." Lin Xiaobai countered, "Are you afraid, Lin Qiye?" "Of course not," he replied. "If they pursue you with fervor, I shall protect you with equal fervor." Chao Yuan immediately clasped his hands together, adding, "Master, I am unafraid as well. Should they seek you out, they must first tread over my corpse." Bai Li Pangpang, on the other hand, took a more pragmatic approach, exclaiming, "I will have someone fetch 5 times the amount of restricted items from my home to deliver to you." Chao Yuan, curious, inquired, "Why 5 times? There are only 4 of us." Bai Li Pangpang scratched his head and cheerfully replied, "Just in case there's a teacher's wife too." Chapter 62 Ding. The Violet Character Card. Upon hearing Bai Li Pangpang's words, Xiaobai immediately threw his arm around his shoulder, grinning broadly. "My dear Pangpang, from now on, you shall be my esteemed apprentice." Lin Qiye interjected, "What about Zhao, Kongcheng?" Xiaobai replied, "Uncle Zhao can take the 2nd place." Before long, Yuan Gang shattered the barrier and made his way over with his team. As soon as he entered, he seized Xiaobai's arm, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Are you all right?" It must be said that after these training sessions, Yuan Gang had gradually begun to regard the adorable Lin Xiaobai as his own son. Little did he know, however, that there were indeed quite a few others who wished to assume the role of Lin Xiaobai's father. Lin Xiaobai, Xiaobai, and his companions animatedly recounted the recent events that transpired at the ancient God Church to Yuan Gang. Despite the concern that the ancient God Church might retaliate against Xiaobai, Yuan Gang couldn't help but feel a surge of amusement within. "Chen Erniu, look at you now." Nonetheless, this did align with Xiaobai's character. It wasn't as if the ancient God Church could wreak havoc in the military camp. Yuan Gang patted Xiaobai on the shoulder. "For now, with me overseeing the camp, the ancient God Church is unlikely to cause any direct trouble. But the situation in Sangnan City is uncertain. I have communicated with Chun Mai. They will do everything in their power to ensure your family has safety. Our night watch team will also utilize special prohibitive measures to guarantee their security, so you and Lin Qiye can focus on your training here without worry." Lin Xiaobai squinted and asked, "Chief, does this mean we have passed the assessment?" Yuan Gang glanced at his watch. "You are 7 minutes overdue. But given the unforeseen incident with the ancient God Church, all 4 of you have passed the assessment." "Hooray!" Lin Xiaobai cheered, leaping onto Lin Qiye's back. Lin Qiye's face flushed with embarrassment. "Xiaobai, get down. This isn't home." Yuan Gang couldn't help but smile warmly. "All right. I see that you 2 brothers share a strong bond. Tomorrow is a day off. Make sure to rest well. If you wish to return to Sangnan City, you must report to Chumai in advance." Xiaobai jumped down and immediately stood at attention, saluting. "Yes, Chief." Yuan Gang shot Lin Xiaobai a knowing glance. "You rascal." With that, he turned and, accompanied by the instructors, left with an air of confidence. Upon returning to the camp, the new recruits surrounded him in admiration. "Xiaobai, was that giant dragon soaring through the sky earlier yours? Barbados, right?" "Ah, it's Barbados, the deity you mentioned last night." "Yes. Let us have a storytelling session about Barbados during dinner tonight, shall we?" The new recruits chimed in unison. "Yes." "Oh my. Our water deity's representative is truly exceptional, managing to conquer the Jinan Mountain training. I heard the instructors discussing how you are the first in history. Indeed, Xiaobai is incredible. Oh dear, Xiaobai, you smell wonderful." As the praises continued, Lin Qiye, with a face full of exasperation, once again found himself caught in the middle. We are truly in a dire situation. I cannot believe that the incident from my childhood, when I accidentally ingested cow dung, has been revealed. It was during a fall, quite unfortunate. My plight is even worse, as it has also come to light that I once forgot to wear my swimsuit after leaving the changing room while swimming. Lin Xiaobai has also begun to tease. Your lives are truly fascinating, unlike mine. During dinner, the new recruits consumed the additional rations provided by the camp while listening to Lin Xiaobai recount the tales of Barbados. When Hans uttered that particular phrase, even in the absence of visuals, many of the youthful soldiers could not help but echo, "Lord Barbados, I have always believed in your existence." From that night onward, in addition to their reverence for Lady Furina, the hearts of the new recruits would also harbor a gentle deity named Vinny. After dinner, Instructor Hong Hao arrived, bringing several bags of cake for Lin Xiaobai. Finding an excuse to slip away, Xiaobai eagerly took the cakes into his own little realm. Furina had been waiting for quite some time, arms crossed, smiling adorably. "You performed splendidly today, Xiaobai." Vinny chimed in gently within their minds. "Indeed, you even share my story with everyone. I am quite curious. Has Xiaobai traveled through her Tevat?" Furina tilted her head curiously to look at Lin Xiaobai upon hearing this. Not one to conceal the truth, Xiaobai proudly declared, "I am a traveler from another world. In the past, I flew around Mondstadt with the wings of the wind, even searching for treasures on rooftops." Vinny expressed mild confusion. I have never seen you before. How peculiar. Furthermore, are there treasures within Mondstadt?" Furina stifled a giggle. Perhaps those treasures were arranged by Xiaobai's system. Lin Xiaobai, feeling a bit proud, replied, "Of course there are. They're all precious stones." Venti and Furina exchanged peculiar glances, yet they brushed it aside, understanding that it was normal for a young dreamer to speak in such a manner. After a brief chat, the two little ones arrived before the Hydro Archon statue, leaning their heads together to inspect it closely. Host, Lin Xiaobai. Realm, Chuan. Divine Ruins, Song of the High Heaven. Offering level 6. Offering experience, 65,000, 80,000. God-slaying experience, 7,000, 10,000. Rewards available for collection, press 6 to claim. System shop temporarily open, press 1 to access. Furina exclaimed, "Wow, another consecutive upgrade. And this time, the God-slaying experience level has also broken through." Vinny grew increasingly excited, thinking that this little one's upgrade speed was quite impressive. It wouldn't be long before he could indulge in an endless supply of apple cider. Hith. Reflecting on Lin Xiaobai's performance that day, this seemed only natural. As the moment Tulin made his appearance, it had indeed caused quite a stir. With that thought, Vinny felt a swell of pride. This world of god-slaying is truly remarkable. Lin Xiaobai was equally taken aback by the unfolding events. It seems that the commotion at the ancient god church today, culminating in the demise of El Liang, has significantly augmented my divine slaying experience. Having not accessed the system store for a considerable time, Lin Xiaobai eagerly pressed the button, thereby unlocking the store. The interface remains elegantly simple, featuring character cards and summoning cards. However, unlike the previous occasion, this time the character card selection not only includes water-based cards, but also offers an option for wind-based cards. Yet, having just acquired Windy S abilities, Lin Xiaobai is in no rush to exchange for a wind-based card. After all, with the impending series of battles, it won't be long before the system store becomes accessible once again. Comparatively, Lin Xiaobai's attention is drawn to a particular water-based character card. A voice of surprise from Fufu resonates in Xiaobai's ear. Wow. It's the character card of Violet. P.S. There are 2 more chapters today. Chapter 63. Hurry and take her hand, you fool. Amidst the exclamations of Fu Ningna, Lin Xiaobai decisively confirmed the exchange. The subtitles began to scroll across the system panel. The character card for Naywilite has been successfully exchanged. Congratulations, host. You have acquired all of Naywilite's skills. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained all of Naywilite's fates and specialized weapon. You have gained Naywilite's passive ability, Ancient Dragon's Authority, Water, which reduces all your mental energy consumption by 70 and allows you to control rainfall for 180 minutes. Goodness, Lin Xiaobai exclaimed in amazement. Having already upgraded to the river boundary, his mental energy had significantly increased, and possessing the complete ancient dragon's authority meant he could unleash a continuous jet of water. Even without the explosive power of Yalan's sixth constellation, Naywilide's water column damage was considerable, and it could spin 360 degrees without any blind spots. Excited, Lin Xiaobai immediately dragged Fu to an open area to conduct an experiment. 12 minutes later, Lin Xiaobai felt dizzy and suddenly knelt on the ground. This spinning was truly unbearable for an ordinary person. Fu, surprised yet amused by Lin Xiaobai's predicament, couldn't help but laugh heartily beside him. Isn't it enough to just spray water? Why are you spinning around? Lin Xiaobai shot Fu a glance. This is called a bug exploit, do you understand? And no one has fixed it. Isn't it cool? With her hands behind her back, Fu said with a beaming smile, just don't faint from spinning, okay? Practice makes perfect. I'll spin every day. I refuse to believe Lin Xiaobai began to retch again. Ha. Silly Xiaobai. How are you even more foolish than I am? Lin Xiaobai shot Fu another glance. So, you're saying it's a case of self-damage while harming the enemy? After their playful banter, Fu recalled what Fatty Bite said earlier and couldn't he help but exclaim, that Bali Fatty is such a kind heart, thinking of giving me a gift. Lin Xiaobai, originally intending to test the weather-controlling ability of the ancient dragon's authority, paused at her words and looked at her oddly. What did you say? Fu, puzzled, turned to Lin Xiaobai. I said Bali Fatty is very kind, and he is thinking of giving me a gift. What's wrong? Lin Xiaobai replied. Oh, it's nothing. It's perfectly normal for someone to give a gift to their master's wife. Finally, the daft Fu came to her senses. She suddenly jolted, her hair standing on end, her face flushing like a teapot, and she emitted a sound akin to a boiling kettle. She began to punch Lin Xiaobai's arm like raindrops. I didn't mean it that way. Then what do you mean, Fu Ning, not classmate? Lin Xiaobai teased, elongating the last syllable. I am not him. He is the master's wife. Do you want that gift from Fatty? No. What about the little cake? Yes. Upon hearing about the little cake, Fu finally halted her actions, her face flushed, biting her lip and puffing her cheeks, her eyes glistening as she looked at Lin Xiaobai. Lin Xiaobai, you're a rascal. Fu emitted a sound akin to that of a mosquito. Funingna, you are quite the rascal, Lin Xiaobai thought, his heart racing at the sight of Fu's adorable demeanor. It seemed they had already assumed the intimacy of an old married couple, yet neither had dared to breach that delicate barrier between them. Fu scrunched her little nose, lowering her head in shyness, refusing to meet Lin Xiaobai's gaze. The air around them thickened with a rosy ambience, and even the gentle breeze failed to provide any respite from the palpable tension. Wendy, resting her chin in her hands, found herself frozen with her apple cider. Unable to take a sip, she shifted her posture, feeling a slight pang of urgency. Come on, Lin Xiaobai. At that moment, on the grass, a slender finger hesitated, inching its way toward another finger, as delicate as white jade. Then it made the slightest contact. Funingna recoiled like a startled kitten, her little hand withdrawing as if electrified, casting a panicked glance at Lin Xiaobai, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Why you? Her heart raced like a frightened deer, her already clumsy thoughts now completely derailed. Lin Xiaobai found himself in a similar predicament, his mind equally blank, yet instinctively he leaned a tad closer to Fu. Could we hold hands? In his naivety, he did not seize her hand like a domineering figure, but instead, like a fool, sought her unspoken consent. Yet it was this youthful innocence that drove Wendy to exclaim internally, just take her hand already, you fool. Funingna remained silent for a moment before managing to produce a timid sound. She awkwardly placed her hand on the grass. In a short while, her other hand trembled as it approached. Their pale hands brushed gently against one another, quivering before retracting again. At last, Lin Xiaobai summoned his courage, gradually wrapping his right hand around Funingna's index finger, cradling it in his palm before gently pulling her hand toward him. A wave of warmth enveloped them, sending goosebumps racing across Funingna's skin, causing her to feel an overwhelming nervousness that even brought tears to her eyes. In that moment, she sensed Lin Xiaobai's grip grow steadier, his hand slowly expanding to weave through the spaces between her fingers, ultimately intertwining their digits. Now, the tremors that had once resided in her hand shifted to her entire being as she murmured softly, wrapping her arms around Lin Xiaobai's, burying her face into his arm. "Whoa, Lin Xiaobai, you're bullying me." Funina's voice came out muffled yet endearing. Observing this, Wendy finally exhaled in relief, reclining comfortably against her chair, taking a sip of apple cider and revealing a motherly smile. Meanwhile, Dialog watched Wendy's progressively peculiar expression with growing disdain. Was this some kind of pantomime? Thus, Lin Xiaobai held Fufu's hand while she nestled against his arm. The two of them sat on the grass beneath a sky filled with stars, quietly attuning themselves to each other's heartbeats. Lin Xiaobai had completely forgotten about the rewards from testing the ancient dragon authority and the Anemo statue. His mind was solely occupied with one thought. He must ensure Funina's happiness for all time. Though the notion may seem juvenile, such whimsical thoughts often stem from the purest intentions. Lin Xiaobai finds herself in this very predicament. Uncertain of how long they have lingered on the lawn, neither of the two has dared to disrupt the serene atmosphere. It is not until Tevelin's exasperated voice breaks the silence. "Hey, are you two done? I've been stifling a sneeze for ages." Funinsa, startled, replies, "I'm ready." In a flurry, she attempts to release her grasp on Lin Xiaobai's arm to rise, yet Xiaobai gently holds on her hand just as it begins to fall. Following this, amidst Tevelin's thunderous sneeze, Lin Xiaobai gazes at Funina with a silly yet resolute smile and declares from now on, "Let's always hold hands." Chapter 64. Nix. This is your daughter-in-law. 10 minutes later, oblivious to the reward from the wind god, Lin Xiaobai strolled along the tranquil path of the divine mental hospital, holding the little hand of Funina. After all, Fatty had mentioned gifting something to his teacher's wife, and he had already summoned bodyguards to deliver the present that very night. Thus, Lin Xiaobai thought it best to let Funina meet Nix first, and then, taking advantage of the holiday tomorrow, gather with Lin Qiye and Fatty. However, after only a few steps, Lin Xiaobai spotted a familiar figure slowly approaching from the other end of the path. The two brothers halted simultaneously. As the night breeze brushed past them, Lin Xiaobai glanced at Lin Qiye, who appeared petrified, and felt his cheeks flush, scratching his head. "Ah, the wind tonight is rather boisterous, isn't it?" Lin Qiye snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting to Lin Xiaobai, holding the hand of a white-haired girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, but resembled a porcelain doll. The image of the water god he had tirelessly preached about for a decade began to meld with Funina's adorable visage. Lin Qiye's mouth opened slightly, and after a moment, he hoarsely uttered, "Fu, Funina?" Funina also felt somewhat flustered, but quickly responded, "You? Hello, Lin Qiye." Lin Qiye's pupils constricted, and he turned to Lin Xiaobai. Is it truly Funina?" Lin Xiaobai tugged Funina's hand a bit closer. "Well, indeed it is Funina. How should I put it?" Without hesitation, he raised Funina's hand. "As you can see, we are in love, Lin Qiye." In just one evening apart, not only had a dragon been summoned, but love had blossomed as well. Was it possible that soon he would be welcoming a plethora of nieces and nephews? Wait, why a plethora? The vision of countless little Xiaobai and little Funina rushing towards him invaded Lin Qiye's mind, causing him to shake his head uncontrollably. Observing Funina's innocent and somewhat naive expression, Lin Qiye instinctively inquired, "Miss Funina, have you come of age?" Lin Xiaobai, "Not just of age. She has truly matured." "Oh, that is good." "As long as she is of age," Lin Qiye remarked, visibly relieved, which made both youngsters blush simultaneously. Thus, the three of them composed themselves, and Lin Qiye radiated an aura of brilliance as they conversed while making their way to Nix's room. Upon reaching the goddess of night, Sister Serpent happened to bring over a bowl of hot soup. During this time, the brothers had not neglected Nix. Rather, they had taken the opportunity to stockpile various supplies and ingredients in the hospital. However, upon seeing Sister Serpent today, Lin Qiye noticed she had become even younger, exhibiting the early signs of youthful beauty. Furina gazed at her, her eyes lingering on a particular spot, her mouth agape in admiration. Is this the allure of an older sister? Seeing how well Sister Serpent cared for Nyx, Lin Qiye expressed his gratitude with a nod. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Serpent. Sister Serpent cast a casual glance at the brothers. Just remember to issue the salary, as usual. By the way, how is Lin Qiye faring these days? Last night, I spoke with the captain, who has now begun training as an auxiliary member of Team 136. Sister Snake nodded in acknowledgement, disregarding the two brothers, and strode out. Nyx gazed tenderly at the brothers, tears glistening in her eyes. Hypnos, Thanatos, you have finally returned. Lin Qiye and Lin Xiaobai stepped forward together, kneeling beside Nyx's wheelchair to gently comfort the goddess of night. Her current treatment progress astonishingly displayed 48. It appears that Sister Snake has indeed been diligent in caring for Nyx, matching the efforts of Lin Qiye. Funnily stood aside, her expression tense, too timid to approach, until Nyx patted Xiaobai's hand, looking towards Funnily with anticipation. Hypnos, is this your wife? Funnily jolted. Aye. Xiaobai let out a subtle sigh of relief. Thankfully, Nyx did not mistake Funnily for her daughter, but rather saw her as a daughter-in-law. Lin Xiaobai gently placed his hand on Nyx's icy hand and said softly, Yes, mother. This is my wife, and her name is Funnily. Nyx turned her gaze back to Funnily. Miss Funnily, a very lovely girl. Thank you for loving Hypnos. Aye. Funnily became increasingly flustered, ultimately managing to stammer out, her face flushed with embarrassment. Hello, Lady Nyx. At that moment, Nyx unexpectedly removed a necklace from around her neck, intending to offer it to Funnily. I have nothing left now, only my two sons by my side. This necklace has accompanied me for many years. I wish to give it to you, hoping you both find happiness. Lin Xiaobai's eyes shimmered, quickly blocking Nyx's hand. Mother, please keep the necklace. We are very happy now and lack for nothing. Moreover, rest assured, I will provide Miss Funnily with the finest of everything in the world. Nyx gazed gently at Lin Xiaobai, embracing him, then affectionately ruffling his white hair. Hypnos, please treat your beloved well. And do not forget to leave your legacy in this world. Lin Qiye, standing nearby, assisted with the translation. Mother wishes for grandchildren. The young couple felt their cheeks flush, and Lin Xiaobai shot a glare at the chuckling Lin Qiye, quickly whispering, Do not worry, mother, in the future there will be many adorable children surrounding you. Perhaps recalling the warmth of a large family, Nyx's face radiated with anticipation and joy. That's wonderful. Hypnos, I believe that day will surely come. Meanwhile, the words on the wall reappeared. Room number 1. Patient. Nyx. Treatment progress has reached 55, meeting the reward conditions, commencing random selection of Nyx's divine abilities. A giant roulette wheel materialized, and the brothers exchanged glances. It was evident that Lin Xiaobai introducing Funnily to Nyx had truly filled her with happiness and joy. You go first, Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye did not decline, stepping forward to the roulette, where he immediately noticed the words extraordinary fertility emblazoned above. For some inexplicable reason, it seemed to him that the space allocated for the extraordinary fertility prize had grown larger this time. Could it be due to Nyx's wish? Pondering this thought, Lin Qiye turned back to glance at Lin Xiaobai, saying, My dear brother, you must not fail in your duty. You must draw this prize. Chapter 65. Extraordinary procreation soon. Lin Qiye steadied his mind and spun the wheel. Undoubtedly, the wheel came to a halt on the dark erosion, allowing him to wield Nyx's essence of night to manipulate objects tainted by darkness. However, the size and precision of his control were inherently tied to the strength of Lin Qiye's mental power. This realization ignited within him a fervent desire to diligently hone his abilities. Next, under the expectant gaze of Furina, Lin Xiaobai leisurely approached the wheel and gave a spin. The pointer whirled through each prize segment and, amidst Nyx's eager anticipation, gradually came to rest on extraordinary procreation. Extraordinary procreation, one of the primordial abilities of the Dark Goddess. The bearer of this ability will ensure that all descendants possess extraordinary powers, and as long as mental strength is sufficient, Embryos can be conceived at any time, bypassing conventional processes. Please note, whether conceived by a male or female, this effect applies equally. Fufu gazed at Lin Xiaobai with wide eyes. Xiaobai, what did you draw? Lin Qiye, stifling laughter, wore an expression of delight that seemed to say, "Today is your turn." Lin Xiaobai's cheeks flushed. Extraordinary procreation. Fufu tilted her head. What is that? Lin Xiaobai explained the characteristics of extraordinary procreation, causing Fufu to puff up in indignation. You give birth yourself. Lin Xiaobai responded with mild exasperation. One for each. Originally seated serenely on the other side, Nix turned her head upon hearing the children's candid quarrel and said affectionately, "Miss Furina, are you planning to work with Hypnos for the sake of our descendants?" Furina was on the verge of tears. Despite being in her first love, how had they already leaped to thoughts of a bustling family? Seeing Fufu's distressed expression, Lin Xiaobai chuckled softly, took her hand, and gently addressed Nix. "Mother, Furina and I have many endeavors to pursue. This matter we shall deliberate upon later." Feeling the warmth of Lin Xiaobai's hand, Furina timidly hid behind his arm, cautiously glancing at Nix, fearful that this eager mother might truly arrange for them to share a marital chamber that evening. For a girl in her first love, such a pace was utterly bewildering. Notably, Lin Qiye, that rascal, patted Xiaobai's shoulder, earnestly stating, "Xiaobai, your mother and I will eagerly await the day." Lin Xiaobai retorted, "When that time comes, I'll have 10 or 8 children to drive you mad." Thus, Lin Qiye and Lin Xiaobai welcomed their second evolution. However, despite Lin Qiye successfully obtaining the dark erosion, there remained a considerable gap for Lin Xiaobai, who had already reached the Chuan realm. Consequently, Lin Xiaobai contemplated how to enhance the abilities of Lin Qiye, Pang Pang, and Xiao Yuan, his increasingly inseparable companions. After all, having angered the ancient god church, if the Whispers turned truly mad, they could indeed pose significant troubles. Certainly, with Yuan Gang currently stationed in the military camp, he is unlikely to act recklessly for the time being. Before exiting the hospital, the system provided the brothers with a notification. The treatment progress for Nikes has surpassed 50. She can now be brought into the real world for activities. Upon seeing this message, Xiaobai and Qi exchanged glances. "Since tomorrow is a day off, let us take our mother out for a delightful outing. Why don't you bring Fu Nina along as well?" Lin Xiaobai said cheerfully, "Of course. We have many people to meet." That evening, Fu's cheeks remained flushed, and she remained silent, shrinking behind Xiaobai. "Lin Xiaobai, is this to announce my presence? What if everyone does not accept me?" This foolish girl began to worry unnecessarily again. After bidding farewell to Lin Qiye, the two little ones returned to the statue of the wind god. However, this time, their white-haired heads did not lean against each other. For Fufu was far too shy, still holding Xiaobai's hand, unable to exhibit the same intimacy as the previous days. At the very least, she needed to take a night to compose herself. At this moment, Xiaobai fervently tapped on the screen with one hand, claiming the two-tiered offering rewards from the wind god statue. The first offering reward, Wine God Medley, reduces the consumer's mental exhaustion by 30. After consumption, it can enchant any 3 objects, reducing their mass by 50, and can be manipulated with 1,000 winds. The second offering reward gains a random 7 Saints action card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 7 Saints action card, Legend of Vanessa, summoning 4 dice, each of which will randomly enchant a host skill, possessing 50 potency. Lin Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. The Wind God Medley, when combined with that of Violet's talent, effectively allows him to reduce his mental power consumption by 100. Not only would the duration of summoned entities be prolonged, but he could also utilize his skills with greater freedom. However, this is merely the foundation. The enchanting function is paramount. It is well known that Lin Xiaobai's Wind God's Ode can absorb monsters across levels based on the volume and mass of objects. The result of reducing mass is that the suction capability of the Eye of the Wind would become more formidable. If Lin Xiaobai wished, he could enchant the dormitory building and use the 1,000 winds to drag the entire structure. No, 3 buildings. In summary, it bears a semblance to the essence of dark erosion. As for that Seven Saints action card, Lin Xiaobai glanced at the grass below, and indeed, a delicate card lay quietly. Upon examining the card's description panel, he was once again startled. He discovered that the Seven Saints action card was merely one of the Seven Saints cards. The Seven Saints cards are divided into 3 categories: character cards, action cards, and monster cards. Although the limited time shop can exchange for character cards, those cards can only replicate a character's talent skills and cannot summon them to the God-slaying world. In contrast, character cards can summon characters into the God-slaying world, although their duration is contingent upon the number of statues Lin Xiaobai has unlocked. Each unlocked statue allows a character to remain in this realm for 3 hours. Let us explore the avenues for exchanging character cards, offering rewards just as chests. And upon unlocking the function, one is guaranteed to obtain a new statue. Currently, the channels for redemption are rather limited. In essence, while it is possible to summon characters, such occurrences will be infrequent and will not significantly impact Lin Xiaobai's original progress. Rather, they serve as a delightful diversion. After thorough contemplation, Lin Xiaobai infused his mental energy into the Vanessa action card. For dice materialized before the 2 little ones, each adorned with the skills of Valette, Dvalin, Yalan, and Vinny. Through the power of thought, Lin Xiaobai could command them to automatically unleash their abilities against foes. Even though each die only represented a 50 damage increase for Xiaobai, collectively, they amounted to a remarkable 200 enhancement. Gazing at his rewards and recalling the ominous words spoken by the murmurer within the ancient god church, a faint, satisfied smile graced Lin Xiaobai's lips. Now, if you have the courage, come forth. Chapter 66. Furina felt akin to a kitten, as Lin Xiaobai boldly declared his intentions. Within the dimly lit hall of the cult of the ancient gods, the serpent woman knelt before the murmuring figure, greedily eyeing the object in his hand that shimmered with an eerie green light. Forbidden Item 072, the Cage of Hell. It collects the souls of the deceased for personal use. Enhanced by the flames of the underworld, these souls will possess 200 of their living strength. The souls of Lu Liang and 23 of his followers have already been stored within. Should you fail to subdue Lin Xiaobai, that high school student, with this, you may as well hang yourself in remorse. A dangerous smile curved the lips of the serpent woman. Rest assured, my lord murmuring, I am quite different from that reckless Lu Liang. Not to mention, my domain's ability for instantaneous movement will make it exceedingly difficult for Lin Xiaobai to counter. Furthermore, Lu Liang was on the verge of entering the sea realm in life. Now, with his soul enhanced by 200, he is effectively at the mid-tier of the sea realm. And though he is now a spirit, the hatred he harbored for Lin Xiaobai in life should still linger. Ha ha ha. I believe that high school student will soon feel the bitterness of Lu Liang's spirit. The expression of murmuring darkened, devoid of its usual elegance. The filth upon the statues in the hall had yet to be entirely eradicated. He had never anticipated that one day he would resort to using the cult's supreme token against a mere high school student. It would be prudent for you to exercise caution during your undertaking, avoiding a direct confrontation with Yuan Gang. When the opportunity arises, I shall personally deal with Yuan Gang. That night, Lin Xiaobai remained in the villa, watching anime with Furina. Both of their minds were preoccupied with thoughts of extraordinary procreation. And having just solidified their relationship, sleep eluded them. They sat on the sofa, wide-eyed and in a peculiar mood, captivated by, in any case, it's just adorably cute. As they beheld the scene of sea naturally slumbering beside the starry sky, awash in sugary hues, Lin Xiaobai could even sense the warmth radiating from Furina beside him. She trembled as she asked, Is this how your world is? Lin Xiaobai pondered for a moment. Indeed, they were perhaps the only ones so innocent, or perhaps excessively so, if they were in the entertainment industry. Coupled with extraordinary procreation, he might have to consider halting everything the very next morning to devote himself to raising children. However, to soothe Furina, he kindly replied, Not necessarily. It all depends on the individual. As they spoke, the starry sky trembled slightly, gently encircling sea's waist. Furina felt her legs weaken. Is this also the case? I don't know. Lin Xiaobai himself had never experienced such a thing, and moreover, he felt exceptionally envious. Furina, kneeling on the sofa, could not help but glance at Lin Xiaobai's waist, recalling the tactile sensations from that day when they faced the dragon. Just then, Lin Xiaobai suddenly raised his hand, gently resting it on Furina's fluffy little head, urging her to lean slightly against his shoulder. Furina was petrified, her entire being going limp. With just a gentle touch from Lin Xiaobai, she collapsed entirely into his embrace. The delightful fragrance of laundry detergent wafted through the air, causing Fu Fu's heart to race with excitement. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Xiaobai's waist, her gaze gradually regaining focus. This feeling, it is so comforting, so secure, Lin Xiaobai observed Fu Fu nestled in his embrace. Initially, he had mustered the courage to guide her to rest her head on his shoulder. But to his surprise, she had completely melted into him. He glanced at the television screen, which displayed a vibrant starry sky, blushing with crimson hues. Was this a result of the anime they had been watching? Nevertheless, Lin Xiaobai remained undeterred, his long fingers gently weaving through Fu Fu's hair, tenderly smoothing it out. Fu Fu felt as if her very pores were expanding. Clad in sheer white stockings, she curled up further, resembling a kitten as she burrowed deeper into Xiaobai's embrace. The two remained silent, Xiaobai softly stroking Fu Ningna's fluffy white locks. Fu Fu, covering her mouth with her hand, blushed furiously, leaning against Xiaobai's knee. When he gently lifted her leg, it rested completely upon the sofa. She pretended to watch the anime, yet the content was utterly lost on her. Internally, she was screaming, "Have I, too, entered the realm of marriage? Oh dear, how could I engage in such an embarrassing act? He is still caressing my hair, but it feels so good. I feel like a cat. So this is the sensation of being a cat. This feeling is pure bliss. No wonder the girls on TV look so happy when resting against the boys. Oh no, I cannot let Lin Xiaobai see me like this." In her mind, it felt as if two adorable little beings were conversing, prompting her to discreetly cover her face, leaving only her flushed forehead visible. She curled up even more, resembling a shy little kitten. Lin Xiaobai, however, was unfazed, finding Fu Fu exceedingly endearing. This was their first experience of such intimacy. Thus, that night, Lin Xiaobai spent hours tenderly playing with Fu Ningna's hair. The following day, as sunlight streamed into the villa, Fu Fu lay peacefully asleep on the sofa, a cozy blanket draped over her. Lin Xiaobai sat on the opposite sofa, captivated by her serene visage. Reluctant to look away, he quietly ventured to the kitchen to warm a small cake for her, leaving a note inviting her to join him for an outing at noon before reluctantly departing the villa. In the dormitory, upon awakening, Lin Xiaobai discovered that Lin Qiye had already left. After freshening up and stepping outside, he spotted Lin Qiye approaching with steamed buns and soy milk in hand. Lin Qiye gazed at Xiaobai with a hint of melancholy and inquired, "How was your night?" Lin Xiaobai scratched his head sheepishly. "He was fine, just fine. How is your progress on the extraordinary reproduction?" "What are you talking about, Lin Qiye?" he replied, clearing his throat. "I was merely concerned, worried that you might be progressing too quickly. Am I really that kind of person? I don't know." Lin Qiye handed breakfast to Xiaobai, urging, "Hurry and eat. Once you finish, prepare yourself. It is time for you to accompany Fu Ningna to meet your friends." Chapter 67. Yuan Gang. Lin Xiaobai, are you in love with the deity? Meanwhile, Bailey Pang Pang was grinning foolishly as he sorted through the gifts in his possession. This one is from Master Xiaobai, this one for Lin Qiye, and this one for Chao Yuan. However, upon reaching the gifts for Chao Yuan, Bailey Pang Pang pondered for a moment and selected 2 items, given Chao Yuan's prowess. He likely wouldn't require so many enchanted objects. It would be better to provide a few more for the future mistress. After saying this, he chuckled to himself and placed the chosen items into another bag. If Chao Yuan were to discover this, he would undoubtedly tease Bailey Pang Pang for wanting to prevent him from winning over Xiaobai. Yet, he had not finished when a water-type divine eye was smoothly presented before him. "Do you want it, my dear apprentice?" Bailey Pang Pang jolted, turning to see Lin Xiaobai, and he exhaled in relief. "Master, what is this?" Lin Qiye chimed in. "It's something that can make you powerful." Just as Bailey Pang Pang was eagerly gazing at it, Lin Xiaobai cheerfully tucked the divine eye into his pocket. Bong bong. Quickly change into another outfit. Today, we are meeting the mistress. Pang Bang was taken aback. Huh? Master Mistress? Master Xiaobai, have you fallen in love? In that instant, he felt a pang of jealousy. Wait, Lin Xiaobai, how did you suddenly find a partner? Although he often mentioned a mistress. Hearing this news resonated with a bittersweet feeling in his heart. Half an hour later, on the rooftop of the dormitory building, Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan stood transfixed before an extraordinarily adorable white-haired girl, completely immobilized. Pang Pang glanced from Fufu to Xiaobai and Master Xiaobai. Is this the mistress? Fufu blushed, but politely greeted them. Hello, Bailey Tumming and Xiao Yuan. Due to her stunning beauty, Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan could scarcely meet her gaze. Instead, seeking assistance from Xiaobai. Hello, this lady. Lin Xiaobai calmly introduced her. This is Furina. Pang Pang hurriedly responded. Why you hello, Miss Furina? Xiao Yuan also clasped his hands in a slight bow. Greetings, Miss Furina. At this point, Bailey Pang Pang gradually regained his composure and couldn't help but exclaim, wow. What is happening? How did Master Xiaobai suddenly get a girlfriend and bring her to the military camp? Moreover, this name Furina sounds so familiar, as if. As he spoke, an epiphany struck him like a thunderclap, and under Lin Xiaobai's suppressed laughter, he once again became petrified. Xiao Yuan, who had initially been looking down, suddenly widened his eyes in realization. Do you acknowledge that Miss Furina is unparalleled in her grace and possesses extraordinary beauty? Upon saying this, he stepped back as if encountering a ghost, pointing at Furina in a rare display of disarray. Fufu, fufu, fufu. Fufu. Indeed, the water deity Furina, Lin Xiaobai innocently remarked. Bang bang it becomia mere echo. His eyes widened in astonishment. Fufu, fufu. Funinxia. Little Bai, your girlfriend is Funina, the deity, the goddess of water. Pang Pang was so astounded that he momentarily forgot to address his master, even rubbing his eyes in disbelief, fearing he was hallucinating. Surely, this water goddess possessed an extraordinary beauty, radiating a charm that was entirely devoid of any aloofness, resembling a girl next door who had stepped straight out of comic. Moreover, her unique white hair and heterochromatic eyes were simply enchanting. They were an impeccable match with Lin Xiaobai. No, one could easily believe they were fraternal twins. Most astonishing of all was the revelation that his master espouse was none other than the goddess of water. This revelation left by Li Pang Pang utterly bewildered. His master, when he spoke, indeed revealed the presence of a true deity. Observing the reactions of Li Pang Pang and Xiao Yuan, Lin Xiaobai felt a twinge of delight within. He chuckled. We will inevitably meet again in the future. So I took this opportunity during my leave to introduce her to you. You must keep this secret well. Lin Qiye interjected. Do you think the surveillance in the military camp is merely for decoration? Pang Pang jolted back to reality. Oh no, what if the commander sees this? Lin Xiaobai smiled silently. He had never intended to conceal the truth. Indeed, at the underground base, Yuan Gang received a report about Lin Xiaobai being accompanied by an unidentified girl on the rooftop, prompting his immediate arrival. Upon seeing the breathtaking girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiaobai, he instantly deduced her identity, despite not catching much of their conversation. Funingna, he declared with a furrowed brow. Instructor Hong exclaimed in disbelief. She is Fu. Funingna, what does this mean? Lin Xiaobai has brought forth his deity. However, he quickly questioned, but why can we not detect her powers? Yuan Gang replied solemnly. When a deity truly wishes to conceal her powers, do you think we could possibly detect them? Instructor Hong, regaining his composure, pondered. But what does it mean for Xiaobai to introduce her to Bailey Tumming and Xiao Yuan? Yuan Gang shook his head. Perhaps it signifies an intention for Bailey Tumming and Xiao Yuan to officially join the service of the water goddess. I suspect Fu Ningna has entrusted Lin Xiaobai with the task of cultivating her followers in the mortal realm. Instructor Hong gazed at the remarkably beautiful girl on the monitor, even if somewhat blurred, and could not help but muse, a deity. Is she truly willing to descend to the mortal realm to personally meet her followers? This lends a certain credibility to Lin Xiaobai's tale. Yuan Gang nodded in agreement. Indeed, It is unprecedented for a deity to appear alongside their representative. However, at that moment, the surveillance footage captured Lin Xiaobai suddenly taking Fu Ningna's hand, raising it towards Li Pangpang and the others. Subsequently, Fu gently nestled against Lin Xiaobai's arm like a delicate bird. Yuan Gang. Hong Hao. The instructors present. In that instant, the underground base fell into an eerie silence. Beholding the awe-inspiring scene before him, he watched as Bai Li, plump and trembling, gingerly presented a spatial pouch to Fu Ningna. It was only then that Yuan Gang stiffly turned his head, his voice trembling as he stammered for the first time. Fu Ningna, are you in a romantic relationship with Lin Xiaobai? Gradually regaining his composure, his voice involuntarily rose a few octaves. Wait, Lin Xiaobai is in love with a deity? Chapter 68. Nix Lin Xiaobai, do you also dwell within the realm of the divine? Before Yuan Gang's mind could falter, he hastily seized his notebook and swiftly inscribed, the deity of water, Furina, possesses a visage reminiscent of a youthful human maiden. Perhaps due to personal preference, her appearance closely mirrors that of her envoy, Lin Xiaobai. We are unable to detect her fluctuations of power. It is highly probable that she has concealed her abilities. Based on her intimate gestures with Lin Xiaobai, it can be inferred that the two are in the throes of romance. Moreover, from the tales Lin Xiaobai has recounted regarding the water deity, Furina can be tentatively classified as a benevolent divine being, with her strength assessed at an SS level, comparable to that of Michael. With his notes complete, Yuan Gang exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. After all, the appearance of a deity within the Great Xia territory warranted a full military mobilization. However, should she be deemed a benevolent god, it would at least alleviate some of the necessary precautions. Of course, this also meant that Yuan Gang's responsibilities would significantly intensify. After all, this was his report, and he had classified her as a benevolent deity. Should any misfortune arise, the burden would undoubtedly fall upon him. Thus, in those few lines, his instinctive trust in Lin Xiaobai had unwittingly placed a considerable weight upon his shoulders. However, moments later, the surveillance footage revealed Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan departing with solemnity. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by the gasps of the monitoring personnel, a powerful disturbance surged forth. Commander, another deity has manifested. Yuan Gang, who had been diligently working on his report based on his notes, was startled by the announcement and immediately abandoned his task to rush to the monitor. Commander, the concentration of the deity's power fluctuation is at 4.7. This is an unprecedentedly formidable divine presence. Cold sweat trickled down Yuan Gang's forehead as he fixated upon the screen. There, a goddess clad in an elegant black gown gracefully emerged from a spatial rift. She first affectionately ruffled Xiaobai's hair, and then cast a tender gaze toward Lin Qiye. What the hell? She is also connected to Lin Xiaobai. Hong Hao remarked, it seems she is also related to Lin Qiye. Meanwhile, in the capital city, Xiaopingge had received word and, prior to issuing the full military mobilization order, decided to first call Yuan Gang. A deity has manifested in Songnan City. I'm aware. There are two, right within our military camp. Two. We have only detected one. The other possesses extraordinary strength beyond the capabilities of our detectors. Xiaopingji's heart raced as he inquired in a solemn tone. It cannot be related to the brothers Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qiye, can it? One is Lin Xiaobai's beloved, and the other is the one whose power you can detect, appearing to be quite fond of the two brothers. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, Xiaopingge fell into silence on the other end of the line. After a moment, he began to stutter. You mean, the deity who can bypass our detectors, the extraordinarily powerful one, is Lin Xiaobai's lover? Indeed, the deity of water, Furina. Upon hearing the change in Xiaopingji's tone, Yuan Gang found himself unexpectedly amused. Indeed, it seemed that every individual would respond in such a manner upon receiving this news. Xiaopingge was utterly astonished. Furina, according to your report, she has endowed Lin Xiaobai with an extraordinary array of powers, surpassing any deity known to us. Based on the information you transmitted last night, Lin Xiaobai is now even capable of controlling the wind. According to Lin Xiaobai's own account, that deity is Barbados, the god of wind. We must prepare an ample supply of apple cider to welcome Barbados. However, the previous abilities, including the demonic armor utilized by Lin Xiaobai, were indeed associated with the god of water. Thus, it is no wonder that our technology has been unable to detect Furina's divine energy fluctuations. This seems to be the case. But why is she Lin Xiaobai's beloved? Perhaps it is due to his charm. Xiaoping felt somewhat dazed. Nevertheless, the matter of Lin Xiaobai's romance with a deity requires me to report to the higher-ups. You should also closely observe the progress of their relationship. Yes, I will do so. Xiaoping fell into silence once more. He had navigated numerous challenges to arrive at this point, yet never had any situation impacted him so profoundly. However, maintaining his high position allowed him to quickly regain his composure, and he promptly asked Yuan Gang, "How do you intend to address the issue of having two deities manifest simultaneously?" "I am preparing to issue a full military mobilization order, deploying aircraft carriers and fighter jets to Changnan City. I was just about to submit my report. I have classified Furina as a benevolent deity. As for the other goddess, I cannot ascertain her origins, but given her deep connection with the two brothers, classifying her as a benevolent deity poses no issues. Therefore, mobilization is unnecessary. I will keep a watchful eye on them." "Do you truly place such trust in those two brothers?" Hearing Xiaoping Ji's words, Yuan Gang suddenly recalled that day on Jinan Mountain, when that young lad sat atop a dragon, his face alight with mischief, and a paternal smile instinctively surfaced. "Yes, I trust them. Should anything go awry this time, I, Yuan Gang, am willing to assume full responsibility." On the terrace, Nick stood gracefully beside the two brothers, gazing at Changnan City, which radiated faint energy waves. "Donatus, is this your divine realm?" Lin Qiye inquired, somewhat perplexed as to why Nix referred to Changnan City as his kingdom. He gently shook his head and said softly, "No, mother, this is our real world. If you wish, Xiaobai, and I can show you around today." Yet, Nix did not immediately respond to Lin Qiye, instead turning to look at Lin Xiaobai, who emitted similar energy fluctuations. "It wasn't evident in the hospital. Hypnos, so you two reside within the divine realm of Donatus." Furina carefully wrapped her arms around Xiaobai, whispering beside him, "Miss Nix, what does that mean?" Xiaobai tightened his grip on Furina's delicate hand and smiled at Nix, saying, "Yes, mother, Hypnos lives here quite happily. And you can trust me. Everything will be all right." Nix affectionately ruffled his white-haired head once more, reassuring him, "No matter what happens, mother will always be here." With that, she gazed tenderly at the two brothers, extending her graceful hand. "If there is anywhere you wish to go, take my hand, and I shall lead you there." Lin Qiye looked at Lin Xiaobai with an inquiring expression. "I want to return to see my aunt, but just from a distance. What do you think, Xiaobai?" Lin Xiaobai's fingers slipped into Furina's, their hands interlocking tightly. "Lin Qiye, I wish to bring Furina to meet mother and Yangjin." Lin Qiye's pupils flickered slightly, but after a moment, he nodded earnestly. "All right, Xiaobai, we shall return home together." Chapter 69. Furina meets the parents. Auntie online ships the couple in Changnan City, at the home of Auntie, who had not been visited in a long time. After finishing lunch, Yangjin obediently began washing the dishes. Listening to the sound of running water, Annie let out a gentle sigh. "Ah, I wonder how your two older brothers are faring in the military." Yangjin replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Annie. Brother Qiye is composed, and Brother Xiaobai is clever. They will surely be doing well there." Annie shook her head. "Xiaobai has only been there for less than a month, and has already sent money back twice. I truly want to advise him to save it for himself and improve his living conditions." Yangjin reassured her, "It's nothing to worry about. This proves that Brother Xiaobai must be receiving commendations in the military, hence the bonuses." As soon as Yangjin finished speaking, the little black dog, Xiaohonglai, joyfully barked at the door and dashed over, spinning excitedly in circles at the entrance. Curious, Yangjin turned to look. What has gotten Xiaohonglai so excited? At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door, and Xiaobai's cheerful voice rang out, "Mom." "Yangjin, we're back." Auntie froze, the dish she was holding slipping from her hands and falling into the sink, her eyes quickly glistening with tears. Flustered, She wiped her hands on her clothes, tucked her stray hair behind her ears, and anxiously urged Yang Jin. Yang Jin, quickly, go open the door. Yang Jin dashed to the door, excitement bubbling within him as he flung it open. Indeed, the familiar, endearing face filled with bright smiles belonged to none other than Xiaobai. Yang Jin embraced his two older brothers warmly, only to notice two young women standing behind them. One of them bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xiaobai. Astute as he was, Yang Jin had already been led to believe by Xiaobai that she was a devotee of the water god, and he gazed at Furina in astonishment. You're the water goddess. This was Furina's first time meeting the parents, and, blushing like a human girl, she stammered, "Why you hello, Yang Jin." In truth, having grown up watching Xiaobai, Annie and Yang Jin also felt a sense of familiarity with her. With a mix of anxiety and curiosity, Annie looked over, prompting Yang Jin, ever the clever one, to scratch the back of his head sheepishly and chuckle, "Wow, Brother Xiaobai's friend truly resembles the water goddess." The brothers led Furina and Nikes into the home. The first thing Xiaobai did was give Annie a big hug. Lin Qiye, being more reserved, followed behind, softly greeting Auntie. Aside from feeling touched, Auntie was momentarily overwhelmed upon seeing the two stunning young women behind her sons, especially the one who bore such a striking resemblance to her Xiaobai. Noticing Auntie's gaze, Xiaobai, confronting his family, felt a sudden wave of bashfulness wash over him. He awkwardly laughed, but found the courage to take Furina's hand, saying, "Mom, this is my girlfriend. We've known each other for many years. We just met last week, and today, on a day off from the military, I brought her to meet you." "Girlfriend?" Auntie stammered, still somewhat dazed. In her heart, she always envisioned Xiaobai as the mischievous little boy he once was, who used to get into trouble with Lin Qiye. Who would have imagined that in the blink of an eye, he would bring home a girlfriend? However, Annie remained kind-hearted, not probing further, and simply beckoned Furina over, gazing at her with affection. The young lady was indeed quite beautiful. "As she dates my son, I trust you will be understanding. Whenever you have time, do come home for a meal with Xiaobai. You don't seem to be from around here, so I shall prepare some local specialties from Songnan for you." Furina, ever so well-behaved, shyly nodded, saying, "Thank you, Annie." At that moment, Annie finally turned her gaze towards Nikes, looking inquiringly at Lin Qiye. A cold sweat immediately broke out on Lin Qiye. His emotions had been so complex that he had entirely forgotten how to introduce Nikes. Surely, he couldn't just say she was his girlfriend. In the end, Nikes took the initiative, stepping forward gently to say, "Hello, madam, I am their mother." "Auntie." Xiaobai chuckled awkwardly, pulling Annie aside and whispering, "Mom, this is our patient." The kind-hearted Annie immediately understood, addressing Nikes, "You have taken such good care of the two children. Thank you for looking after them." "Qiye Xiaobai." "Annie, really, I could cry." Thus, Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qiye returned home today, bringing a warm and lively atmosphere to their already cozy little abode. Auntie, her face brimming with happiness, rushed downstairs to buy groceries, preparing several Songnan specialties for her future daughter-in-law. The local delicacies of Songnan are quite similar to those of Sichuan. Fufu was nearly choked by the spicy dry pot and had to drink several cups of water, thanks to Xiaobai's assistance. Auntie, while urging Fufu to eat slowly, smiled indulgently at her son and his girlfriend. "Oh, Xiaobai and Miss Furina are truly a match made in heaven. If only they could marry soon, I would love to hold my grandchildren." As Fufu was cared for by Auntie and Xiaobai, she savored the Songnan cuisine, rendering the small cakes less appealing. Watching the young girl finish the last piece of beef, her eyes lingering on the now empty plate, Auntie smiled with her eyes nearly squinting shut. "This little girl is so adorable and innocent. I wonder how old she is." She gently remarked, "Miss Furina, are you still hungry? There's more in the pot. I can serve you some." "Fufu is fast flushed." "No, that's not necessary. I'm already full." Xiaobai chuckled. "It's all right, Mom. I'll serve her. She surely hasn't eaten enough." Fufu lowered her head, feeling dejected. "Not at all. I'm quite full already." Auntie beamed even more. "Oh, it's fine. Don't be shy. For a young lady, being able to eat is a blessing. Our Xiaobai is also fortunate to have such a wonderful girlfriend. Do come back often." Lin Qiye looked on with a hint of envy, softly saying, "Annie, we will." Annie affectionately gazed at Lin Qiye as well. "Qiye too, if you find someone you like, don't miss the opportunity. And remember to come back for dinner during the new year." Qiye hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, understood. Annie, in the embrace of angelic gifts. Wendy's smile grew softer as he cradled his chin, gently swaying the apple cider in his hand. The divine could truly appreciate the warmth of home. It is rather intriguing, isn't it? One cannot help but wonder what it would be like to visit together. Oh dear, my anticipation to embark on that journey is mounting. Dialect stood at the counter, his ears attentively perked. Upon hearing the Hydro Archon's musings, he gazed at Wendy with a mixture of bemusement and concern. "Where are you planning to go?" Wendy jolted, offering a sheepish grin. "Oh, just to a delightful place." Dialect shot him a dispassionate glance. "Your behavior has been rather peculiar lately. Perhaps you should consult a physician." Chapter 70. From this moment forth, the great Xia shall no longer be troubled by foreign deities. While a family was enjoying a warm meal together, faint sounds echoed from the corridor outside. Ordinarily, such noise would be imperceptible amidst the chatter of a household. Yet Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qiye were no ordinary individuals. In fact, Xiaobai had sensed it from the very start. "Old Zhao, do not act impulsively. They're enjoying a family reunion. Why would you go to see the water god?" "I can hardly contain myself. Captain, that is indeed the water god." Hong Ying cautiously interjected. "How about the two of us going to greet them? It would be such a pity if we missed this opportunity." Chen Mai's voice, tinged with despair, interjected. "What on earth is going on with you two?" Lin Xiaobai strained to listen, feeling somewhat bewildered. Goodness, has Zhao Kongsheng and Sister Hong Ying become so infatuated? Could it truly be because Fu Fu is just too adorable? However, since they had returned to reunite with family, Team 136 was indeed family as well. Thus, Xiaobai swung open the door and remarked to the crowd huddled in the corridor, "Come in quickly, stop jostling." Before long, Andy's home became quite crowded. Zhao Kongsheng and Hong Ying simultaneously turned their gaze to Furina. Zhao Kongsheng, after a moment of restraint, expressed, "Great water god, I am immensely grateful for your divine eye. It has been of tremendous assistance to me." Furina hurriedly waved her hand. "It was not me. It was all Xiaobai's merit." Hong Ying gazed at the Fufu in admiration. "So adorable. I had always thought deities were stern and aloof, but Lady Furina truly resembles a neighborly girl." Lin Qiye cleared his throat twice, signaling that there was also a night goddess present. However, the two merely glanced curiously for a moment before returning their attention to Furina. Lin Xiaobai wore a disapproving expression. "If you continue to look at her like that, Fu Fu won't be able to enjoy her meal." Furina continued to wave her hand cutely. It's all right. It's our first meeting after all. Feel free to look." It was evident that Furina held great regard for Xiaobai's family. Thus, under the persistent gaze of Hong Ying and Zhao Kongsheng, Fu Fu uneasily finished her meal. Before departing, Auntie pulled Furina aside and slipped a thick red envelope into her hands. "My dear, this is a small token of my affection for you. As you're new to Sangnan, feel free to buy whatever you desire. If Xiaobai treats you poorly, do not hesitate to inform Annie, and I shall teach him a lesson." "Oh, I. Furina appeared somewhat flustered, facing the kindness of an elder for the first time. She seemed at a loss, as she had never experienced such warmth back in Fontaine, being cherished and cared for like a child. She was even uncertain of the very concept of a mother. Xiaobai, grinning, remarked, "Just accept it. This is a heartfelt gesture from Mom." Blushing, Fufu promptly said, "Thank you, Mama." Her aunt was momentarily taken aback and glanced at Xiaobai. Upon seeing her son's beaming face, she affectionately ruffled Fufulina's hair, exclaiming, "Good child. Truly a good child. I hope both you and Xiaobai can find lasting happiness." "Rest assured, Mom, we will, and we will also ensure your happiness," Xiaobai replied, taking Fufu's hand as they bid farewell to her aunt. Zhao Kongsheng followed behind eagerly, while Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan conferred about where to take Fufu to enjoy the remaining time. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye engaged in casual conversation with Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan about matters related to the military camp. Under the guidance of her two sisters, they ventured to the shopping mall. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan treated Fufulina as if she were their younger sister, eagerly trying on beautiful clothes on her. After shooing away the boys, Hong Ying led Fufulina to the girls' lingerie section. It was then that Fufu was astonished to discover the various options available to her. By the time they exited the mall, not only the girls but the boys, too, were laden with numerous bags, having accompanied them near the military camp. Fufu was utterly bewildered today. She couldn't comprehend why those around Xiaobai treated her so kindly. Her aunt had bestowed upon her the warmth of a mother, and Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan had treated her like a beloved sister. Even after this foolish girl finally processed everything, she felt a surge of emotion, almost on the verge of tears. She realized that after 500 years of solitude, what she had longed for most was simply a family. And today, during this brief excursion to Cangnan, she had received it all, including a boyfriend who truly adored her. While her aunt wished for Fufu's happiness, the Fufu of the present already felt profoundly content, so much so that she wanted to protect her family here, just like Lin Xiaobai. After reluctantly bidding farewell to the members of Team 136, as soon as they departed, Lin Xiaobai leisurely said with his hands behind his back, "Is the commander coming out for a meeting?" Yuan Gang emerged with a resigned expression. "I knew you would notice my presence." Xiaobai grinned. "I'm currently an invincible lightning person. Of course I know you're here." Yuan Gang glanced at Fufulina and Nikes, first nodding in acknowledgement to them. Then turning to Lin Xiaobai, "You two need to clarify a few matters with me." Lin Xiaobai tilted his head in curiosity. "Oh, I thought the entire Night Watch organization was already aware that we are in a relationship." Yuan Gang. He increasingly felt that, even without any abilities, Lin Xiaobai had a knack for managing them with ease. "Well, we have a fair understanding of you, Miss Fufulina, but this one." He paused, looking at Nikes. Upon seeing Yuan Gang, Nikes, who had been in sugary daze, finally regained her composure. Just the utterance of those 3 words caused cold sweat to bead on Yuan Gang's forehead. Goodness! One of the 5 primordial gods of ancient Greece. No wonder the divine fluctuations were so intense that Xiaopinggu had called several times today to inquire about the situation. "May I ask what your purpose is for coming to the land of Huaxia?" Lin Qiye was about to respond in place of Nikes to avoid exposure. But upon seeing Xiaobai gently shake his head, he refrained. Thus, Nikes turned his gentle gaze towards Xiaobai and Qiye, addressing them as my 2 sons and my daughter-in-law. Yuan Gang felt a surge of emotions, struggling to find the right words. The impact he experienced today surpassed all he had encountered in his lifetime combined. This indirectly indicated that Lin Xiaobai was at least a representative of 3 gods, while Lin Qiye was starting with the backing of 2 gods. Submitting the report tonight would likely leave not just Xiaopinggu restless, but the entire upper echelon sleepless and convening urgently. Observing Yuan Gang's expression, Lin Xiaobai casually remarked, "Chief, it won't be long before Barbados arrives as well." Yuan Gang understood all too well that Lin Xiaobai was implying that others would soon be making their way into reality, and they should brace themselves mentally. For Lin Xiaobai, the frequent reports required for the arrival of the 7 gods were quite bothersome. Hence, he took this opportunity to plan ahead with Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang was left bewildered. Even Lin Qiye was taken aback. "Lin Xiaobai, do you have some ulterior motive for sharing this with me?" Lin Xiaobai scratched his head and replied, Chief, you're truly astute." Yuan Gang felt a distinct frustration at being outmaneuvered by a high school student. "Speak plainly. My friends might be visiting, so should we consider establishing an organization specifically for this? That way, I can simply liaise with the relevant organization." Yuan Gang glanced at Furina. Even a single water god could potentially alter the current dynamics of Daxia. It was indeed necessary to create a dedicated organization to respond. "Yes, we will certainly consider that. Furthermore, I need to train my disciples." Yuan Gang paused, reflecting on Lin Xiaobai's martial prowess, which made this request reasonable and beneficial for their military. "What do you desire? Speak freely." "Well, Zhao Kongsheng is also my disciple." "Are you suggesting he become a new recruit?" "Just occasional classes would suffice." "Lin Xiaobai, I hope you understand that military camps require regulations. Within permissible limits, I will do my utmost to accommodate you, as your potential is evident to all. However, regarding other matters, Chief, I propose a deal. Yuan Gang was taken aback. Go on. Once Lin Qiye and I graduate, a brand new special squad will emerge within Daxia. At that time, they will formally declare war against the Outer Gods. From then on, no Outer Gods will be able to wreak havoc in Daxia. Chapter 71. The formation of Lin Xiaobai's unique squad as the eve of the Spring Festival approached. The weather turned exceptionally frigid. That evening, Yuan Gang provided a comprehensive report on all newly discovered deities. The previously uncertain identity of Furina was finally confirmed, and she, alongside Nikes, was officially entered into the Divine Registry, designated as numbers 043 and 044, within the internal observation ledger of the Night Watchers. Furina and Lin Xiaobai emerged as the foremost entities in the ranking of observation levels. On that day in the training grounds, Li Yifei and Zhao Kongcheng stood upright before Lin Xiaobai, clad in their new recruit training uniforms. Following that fateful night, both had received special permission to enter the camp, allowing them to train for 2 days each week. Initially, the two had not yet established a formal rapport with Xiaobai. But once Lin Xiaobai showcased his mastery of various martial arts, the duo was left utterly in awe, transforming their training sessions into earnest endeavors. Master, I feel that my water-breathing technique has reached a significant level. When I return, I shall surely show that Chun my thing or two. Ha ha. Oh, do you believe you are ready? Then come, demonstrate your skills. 5 minutes later, Zhao Kongcheng, utterly exhausted, knelt on one knee before Lin Xiaobai. Master, I shall practice more. Next time, I will not disappoint you. Next, Lin Xiaobai turned his attention to Chao Yuan. Startled, Chao Yuan exclaimed, Master, the Black King has been thoroughly intimidated. I now have complete control over my body while using the Forbidden Abyss. Perhaps we could forego sparring in today's training? Lin Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. Since the commencement of the special training for his disciples, he had been engaging the Black King in bouts every 3 days. It wasn't too long before the unfortunate Black King realized that Lin Xiaobai's intent was to subdue him, preventing any contest for control over Chao Yuan's body. Once a formidable presence capable of entirely suppressing Chao Yuan's consciousness, the Black King's resolve began to wane after several encounters with Lin Xiaobai. As a result, Chao Yuan successfully emerged as a being capable of coexisting with the Black King. However, following each of Lin Xiaobai's vigorous beatings, even with the assistance of numerous water singers, he would find himself bedridden for an entire day. Now, merely witnessing his master raising a hand would send beads of sweat cascading down Chao Yuan's brow. As for Li Pang and Li Yifei, the two holders of the water goddess, who had benefited from Xiaobai's training, they gradually began to unlock their unique abilities. Li Pang discovered that upon donning ice skates, he could envelop them in a particle-like state, generating 4 water wheels beneath his feet, enabling him to launch water bomb attacks while airborne. It is worth mentioning that during those days, Lin Xiaobai exerted considerable effort to help Pang activate his water elemental abilities. Initially, when tasked with harnessing elemental energy through his physical form, Pang found it impossible. Subsequently, Lin Xiaobai, undeterred, brought forth various equipment, including skateboards, surfboards, and bicycles for him to experiment with. Ultimately, it was only after acquiring a pair of ice skates that Pang successfully established the connection. Gazing at the plump and quivering figure soaring into the sky on a pair of roller skates, Lin Qiye, Zhao Kongcheng, Chao Yuan, and Li Yifei simultaneously widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my! Neza, the water child, the rotund one has taken flight." Li Yifei, in slightly better condition than the plump fellow, activated his whip, enabling him to enchant it with water magic. That day, when Lin Xiaobai sought to borrow the whip from Instructor Han, he quite startled the instructor. Later, upon witnessing Xiaobai train Li Yifei in whip techniques, and seeing the wooden whip strike Li Yifei until he cried out, Instructor Han generously declared he would gift the wooden whip to Lin Xiaobai. He secretly vowed never to touch the wooden whip again, ensuring that Lin Xiaobai would never have the chance to strike him with it. As for the already formidable Lin Qiye, Given Xiaobai's abundance of divine eyes, he simply assisted in activating a wind element divine eye for him. Under Xiaobai's tutelage, Qiye's skills with the sword and knife significantly advanced. Moreover, after enchanting his weapons with wind magic, he could even disperse the attacks of Lin Xiaobai's summoned creatures, inflicting area damage. It could be said that an unexpected synergy had emerged between the two brothers, creating their unique combination technique. In summary, after a brief period of training under Lin Xiaobai, the companion's strength could be described as having surged dramatically. The embryonic form of their special team was beginning to take shape. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaobai was still engaged in training the plump one on the precision of his water bombs when a wave of cheers erupted from another training ground. Hooray! It's time for a holiday. Woe is me, the commander is so charming. I adore this commander. Speaking of holidays, today you can pack up and leave. Shortly thereafter, Hong Hao approached with a beaming smile. All right, Xiaobai, your training can conclude early today, according to the commander's instructions. From today until the second day of the new year, you all have 4 days off. Li Pongguan exchanged a furtive glance with Li Yifei. A holiday. The two had grown somewhat attached to their master. Pongguan had originally contemplated whether to return home during the next long holiday, but after training with Xiaobai for a while, he had no desire to part from his master. He quickly declared, I want to return at Songnan with master. Li Yifei immediately raised his hand. Me too. Lin Qiye shot him a glance. You and Uncle Zhao must return to Team 136, which means you're going back to Songnan. Chao Yuan quietly raised his hand. I'll follow master too. Hong Hao glanced irritably at the group, realizing that since Lin Xiaobai began teaching them, aside from the unified physical training, the recruits had all congregated to observe Lin Xiaobai as he trained his disciples, rendering Instructor Han one of the most leisurely instructors in the training camp. However, on the bright side, Lin Xiaobai had indeed significantly boosted the recruits' enthusiasm. He frequently explained the use of weapons, and each time he assigned tasks, the recruits displayed remarkable eagerness, as if they could genuinely become the foremost devotees of Furina. Pondering this, Hong Hao shrugged. You all can sort this out among yourselves. Just be mindful of safety and report any issues to us immediately. After Hong Hao departed, the companions began to rejoice, gathering their belongings and making their way to the bus in front of the training camp. However, at that moment, Lin Xiaobai clutched her stomach, looking woefully at Lin Qiye, and said, Lin Qiye, my stomach suddenly aches terribly. You should board the bus with the others. I will return to Songnan on my own later. Lin Qiye immediately furrowed his brow. Is something wrong? Lin Xiaobai gazed at Lin Qiye, extending her hand, as an ethereal green breeze encircled the buses. The tires, originally compressed under the weight of the new recruits, gradually regained their form, seemingly alleviated of considerable burden. Lin Qiye, I've already lightened the weight of the buses by half. From here on, it will depend on you. Lin Qiye quickly understood, leaning closer to Lin Xiaobai and whispering, The ancient god sect? Lin Xiaobai chuckled softly. Not just that. There's also an old friend. Chapter 72. Have we finished? Once finished, I shall. On the other side, near the military camp, beside missile launch site number 39, a hooded figure was slowly herding sheep up the mountain. Not far behind her, a figure holding binoculars followed closely. It was in Qingyu. So it is. Chen Mai had anticipated that the ancient god sect would launch an attack, prompting Yuan Gang to disperse the new recruits. It seems I have made the right choice in following Chen Mai. But how can I possibly eliminate this woman? Hiss. I'm so eager to study her thoroughly. After the incident with the serpent demon, the mysterious creatures in Songnan City seemed to have vanished, driving me to the brink of madness. Ha ha! As Qingyu pondered deeply, he noticed another figure racing up the mountain at an astonishing speed, soon overtaking the hooded silhouette. Upon catching a glimpse of the fleeting afterimage left behind, Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, before a surge of excitement washed over his face. Lin Xiaobai. It is indeed Lin Xiaobai. Ha ha! I knew you would appear. Kill her. Then I shall take away the corpse. Not far away, Lin Xiaobai was leisurely squatting beneath a large tree beside the missile launch station. Faintly hearing Qingyu's excited voice, Lin Xiaobai scratched his head. Goodness. Could it be that this fellow has gone even crazier from his inability to study the serpent demon? He is actually considering studying the serpent woman. With that thought, Lin Xiaobai took out his prophetic judgment device to glance at it. After absorbing the soul powers of the serpent demons last time, it now contained numerous useless blank souls. Perhaps a transaction within Qingyu could be arranged. Fufu worriedly chimed his mind. Xiaobai, is something about to happen? Lin Xiaobai replied, don't worry. Remember how I've been practicing my spinning routine every day? It's time to showcase it. Fufu asked, you want to throw up this time, will you? Lin Xiaobai responded, I'll do my best. At that moment, the serpent woman had arrived at the entrance of the missile base, her sorrowful visage lowering the guards' defenses. However, as the two unfortunate soldiers notified the inside to stand down, a wicked smile crept across the serpent woman's lips. Thank you very much. But, do you find me beautiful? The serpent woman lifted her head, and a ghostly green light erupted from her eyes. In the terrified gazes of the two soldiers, their bodies began to petrify gradually. With a scornful look, the serpent woman approached them. Remember well the last woman you see in your lives? Useless men. With that, she drew a sharp dagger, and despair flooded the soldiers' eyes. Just then, a discordant melody suddenly erupted from the side. As the sound echoed, the petrified portions of the two soldiers miraculously began to revert, immediately restoring them to normalcy. The serpent woman was taken aback. How is this possible? Who is it? Show yourself at once. The mocking voice of Lin Xiaobai echoed as he emerged from behind a massive rock positioned behind the soldiers. Oh dear, Sister Serpent, shouldn't you be searching for me? Our bus is over there. Have you lost your way? The serpent woman's pupils trembled wildly. Lin Xiaobai. The two soldiers stared at him in astonishment. After all, Xiaobai had become quite the sensation at the training camp, known for his dragon-riding prowess and mastery of weaponry. Every soldier in the vicinity had heard of him, not to mention the rumors circulating about him being in a romantic liaison with a deity. Lin Xiaobai regarded the two soldiers calmly. You should retreat to your comrades inside and inform the commander that I am waiting for him here. The soldiers hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied with Lin Xiaobai's suggestion and hurried back to the base. The serpent woman glared at Lin Xiaobai darkly. How did you know I was here? I specifically brought an artifact to block detection. Lin Xiaobai nearly scoffed. Even if I couldn't detect it, I still remember the storyline. How is your ancient god sect playing with me like this? With a mischievous smile, he replied, guess. The serpent woman clenched her fists and finally produced a cage emanating a greenish glow. Do you know what is sealed within? The soul of Lu Yang, and the souls of those who perished because of you. Ha ha! Do you have any idea how much they loathe you? The moment I release them, you shall be torn to shreds. As she spoke, the serpent woman unleashed her mental energy, allowing countless serpent eyes to fill the space between her and Lin Xiaobai. Her smile grew increasingly disdainful. However, I do not require the assistance of these souls. Just look at your feet and then around you. Ha ha! If you can even touch me, consider it a victory. With those words, the serpent woman's form gradually melded into the serpent eyes. Lin Xiaobai, regret your offense against our ancient god sect. Not only you, but also your family and Lin Qiye shall not escape unscathed. Lin Xiaobai cast a disgruntled glance at the multitude of serpent eyes and flicked his ear. Hey, you talk too much. Are you done now? Once you are, I shall commence my turn. What? The serpent woman was puzzled, wondering why he seemed utterly unafraid. Just as she finished speaking, she saw a circular energy ring manifest in Lin Xiaobai's hand. Countless water-based energies surged into the ring. When the energy reached its zenith, the serpent woman heard a resounding hum. A colossal water column erupted, shooting forth towards Lin Xiaobai. The serpent woman had intended to mock Lin Xiaobai for his lack of direction, but before her laughter could escape, the powerful water column collided with her face, sending her flying. Indeed, Lin Xiaobai had begun to spin, and Qingyu, observing from a distance with binoculars, widened his eyes in astonishment as he witnessed the immense water column completely engulfing the space. Is it possible to play like this? The serpent woman was on the verge of collapse. Lin, splash, splash, sound of water. Xiao, splash, 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 sound of water multiplied before she could utter a word. Lin Xiaobai discerned the deficiency in the water column and immediately pinpointed the serpent woman's location. Splash, splash, splash. Splash, the sound of countless splashes. Lin Xiaobai propelled the serpent woman against the stone wall, enduring the excruciating pain that tore at her entire being. The serpent woman gradually maneuvered her hand, and in a moment of life and death, managed to unlock the infernal cage. Lin Xiaobai, El Yanges sous le rapidement coalescé, forming a host of vessels akin to zombies, which lunged crazily toward Lin Xiaobai. However, in the next instant, splash, splash, sound of water. Lin Xiaobai spun once more like an otter, sending those recently freed entities tumbling in every direction. From a distance, and Xingyu stood frozen in astonishment. What kind of bizarre skill is this? Thus, Lin Xiaobai whirled madly on the spot, saturating the entire space. When he finally came to a halt, the serpent woman and El Liang's ghostly forms were already gasping for breath. Lin Xiaobai, you. Although Lin Xiaobai was unleashing torrents of water, the overwhelming and relentless force of the water element had already torn her clothing and body to shreds. Do you enjoy the role I have assigned to you? Lin Xiaobai raised his hand, and the magnificent bow of the end began to materialize in his grasp. The serpent woman widened her eyes, desperately exclaiming, Lin Xiaobai, even if you kill me, Lin Qiye and the others will not escape the ancient God Church's pursuit. Please, spare me, and I can reveal our plans. Lin Xiaobai shook his head, smiling as he replied, No, when you venture this far, seeking to take the life of someone dear to me, your fate was already sealed. Furthermore, you must understand, my companions are no longer what they once were. Upon uttering these words, a tempest began to converge. The serpent woman finally glimpsed the terrifying eye of the storm. Yet after just a fleeting glance, she was engulfed, instantly exploding into a mist of blood in the air. Chapter 73. Lin Xiaobai, why are even my disciples showing off? Next door, and Xingyu, witnessing the tragic state of the serpent woman, was rendered numb. It wasn't out of sympathy or fear. Rather, he was inwardly roaring, Lin Xiaobai, could you at least leave some for me? Upon seeing Lin Xiaobai produce the judgment mechanism and commence the collection of the shattered souls swept away by the vortex, and Xingyu furrowed his brows and approached. At that moment, Xiaobai was examining the mechanism, contentedly smiling at the second scale, now filled to the brim. This time, he could replenish quite a bit of energy for Focalors. Noticing in Xingyu's approach, he greeted, Ah, you've arrived, and Xingyu, you know me? I've seen you around here for quite some time, and during our last encounter at the second high school, you were upstairs as well. You can sense my presence. Not just that, I overheard you mentioning taking the serpent woman's corpse away. Oh dear, I apologize for not reserving some energy and leaving her behind. I'm Xingyu. He suddenly realized that the seemingly harmless individual before him was, in fact, a bit of a pervert. Sangnan City harbors numerous undisclosed secrets, doesn't it? Indeed, and you've seen quite a bit already. Do you know of any methods to unearth these secrets more swiftly? Rest assured, in exchange, I shall divulge all that I uncover. As Xingyu spoke, a fervent light ignited in his eyes once more. Lin Xiaobai shook his judgment mechanism. Are the empty souls of any use? These souls have had their power absorbed, transforming into mere neutrinos. If we were to transfer them to new biological entities, it might bestow upon you greater possibilities. And Xingyu's pupils dilated with excitement. Indeed, he is just as peculiar as I am. But how will you transfer these empty souls to me? Lin Xiaobai retrieved a small bottle from his spatial bag, a vessel labeled as Item 193, the Soul Containment Bottle. It can hold souls for a week, seemingly trivial, yet invaluable in critical moments. Produced by the Bailey family. And with only 73 such bottles in existence, they are truly exclusive. And Xingyu, ever the astute individual, inquired, What is it that you require of me? Merely to assist in unearthing secrets? Lin Xiaobai, with a charming smile, replied, First, tell me, do you acknowledge that the water deity, Furina, shines her divine light upon the earth, making her the most enchanting of all? And Xingyu frowned slightly. Have you altered your lines? Because she is now my girlfriend. Lin Xiaobai showed no hesitation. After all, The truth would emerge sooner or later, so he chose to abandon the riddles. Unking. At this moment, Lin Xiaobai's image in his mind officially transformed from a minor pervert to a major one. He regarded Lin Xiaobai with a newfound admiration and earnestly replied, "I concede." Lin Xiaobai smiled playfully, directing the useless blank souls implicated in the adjudication of Yushur directly into the small bottle, which he solemnly handed over to Qingyu. "Here, Qingyu, this is a token of our bond. I entrust you with the forbidden object and the souls. And you must assure me that if Furina suffers any harm in this world, regardless of whether the perpetrator succeeds, you shall pursue that individual to the ends of the earth." Furina was taken aback. Though it felt somewhat juvenile, she found Lin Xiaobai undeniably cool in that moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingyu, in her usual fervor, accepted the bottle. "I promise you, even if the opponent is a deity, I shall find a way to obliterate them." Meanwhile, inside the bus, having just departed the military camp, the suppression of powers was lifted, and all the recruits felt as if they had just emerged from a warm spring bath, their pores opening wide and strength coursing through their veins. Many had transcended their boundaries. Particularly, the two who had undergone Lin Xiaobai's rigorous training during this time, Qiye and Xiao Yuan, had both ascended to the upper tier of the pool realm. Even the chubby Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongsheng, who were unable to use the Forbidden Ruins, sensed a significant surge in their elemental power. "Wow, training alongside the master really pays off. I feel like I could fly right now." Xiao Yuan chuckled foolishly. "With Master Xiaobai, our awareness has greatly improved. Just with his rigorous training, our resilience has enhanced substantially." Lin Qiye, standing nearby, dryly retorted, "Xiaobai only beats you and Li Yifei." Zhao Kongsheng calmly raised his hand, genuinely treating Lin Xiaobai as his master, thus believing that being beaten was entirely justified. However, Lin Qiye wondered aloud, but where exactly did Master Xiaobai go? How could he return to Songnan City alone? A twinge of concern crossed his mind. This was the first time in a long while that he and Xiaobai had parted ways, and it felt quite unsettling. "I don't know, but it seems this journey won't be peaceful. We must remain prepared," Li Yifei eagerly interjected. "Hey, now that the five of us are together, there's nothing to fear. Besides, Master has taught us combination techniques." Xiao Yuan added, clasping his hands together, "I can't wait to put what Master has taught us into practice." Not far ahead, Shun Qingzhu sat, eavesdropping on the conversation with a twinge of envy. Just as Xiao Yuan finished speaking, a new recruit exclaimed in shock, "What the hell? Something is flying over there." Soon, a more desperate voice cried out that is a missile. Lin Qiye's heart raced. He turned to look. Indeed, under the clear sky, 6 missiles were hurtling towards them with alarming speed. He sprang to his feet. "Xiao Yuan, Chubby, Li Yifei, Zhao Kongsheng, prepare for battle." With that, Lin Qiye heroically leaped from the bus window, the elemental power of wind surging beneath his feet, lifting him gracefully behind the vehicle. Focusing his mind, he enveloped the entire bus with his mental energy, unleashing the dark erosion to completely encase the 4 buses. Originally, controlling the quality of the bus required Lin Qiye to expend a considerable amount of mental energy. However, with the assistance of Lin Xiaobai's 1,000 winds and the replenishment of wind elemental power, it can be said that Lin Qiye has managed to conserve at least half of his mental energy. Inside the bus, Xiao Yuan was the first to rise, nodding at the plump figure, grasping his broadsword as a dark aura emanated from him, striding directly towards the front door of the vehicle. Yet, as he passed by Shun Qingzhu, that individual boldly obstructed Xiao Yuan's path. "Have you lost your mind? Transforming in the bus, before the missile even arrives. You might endanger everyone on board." Hearing Shun Qingzhu's words, Xiao Yuan, whose expression was gradually contorting into a fierce visage, responded in a calm tone, "Shun Qingzhu, I am now fully capable of controlling myself." Chapter 74. How does your suppression of the Forbidden Ruins concern our elemental power? After instructing the driver to open the door, the 4 were just about to alight when Lin Qiye, that rascal, had already maneuvered the bus to evade the oncoming missile. Poor Xiao Yuan, having just transformed, tumbled out of the vehicle alongside the others. As anticipated by Lin Qiye, he skillfully navigated the bus away from the missile, but several figures, shrouded in a tide of darkness, surged forth, rapidly creating a sealed space that trapped the bus filled with new recruits inside. It was the Scorpion Squad. Indeed, as the dark space closed in, the recruits within the bus were immediately engulfed by panic, feeling their newly liberated powers being suppressed once more by this abyssal darkness. Shen Qingzhu, frowning, stepped out of the vehicle, declaring, "I shall assist you." His two younger brothers trembled as they followed, despite their powers being nearly depleted. They were determined to lend a hand. The most alarming aspect was the sheer strength of this forbidden force, which even made Chao Yuan's Black King form falter. He spoke in a low voice, "Everyone, be cautious. The forbidden objects these individuals wield are more potent than those in our training camp. My Black King form can only be maintained for 5 more minutes at most." Looking at the group before him, Scorpion 1 sneered, "I've heard many of you have broken through to the Pool Realm. Now, let us see if you can survive in the hands of our River Realm experts." True to their mercenary nature, the Scorpion Squad wasted no time on empty words. No sooner had Scorpion 1 finished speaking than the others charged at Lin Xiaobai and his disciples. However, Scorpion 3, armed with a military knife, advanced with haste. Chao Yuan, positioned behind, wielded the Star Blade. With a deep breath, he unleashed a torrent of water that swept through Scorpion 3's body. A sharp crack resounded as the helmeted head fell to the ground. Zhao Kongsheng then raised his head, coldly gazing at them. "Your suppression of the Forbidden Ruins has nothing to do with my elemental power." Scorpion 1's pupils constricted. Beside him, Scorpion 8 raised a sniper rifle and fired at Zhao Kongsheng. Yet, halfway through its trajectory, a water sphere surged forth, obliterating the bullet and sending Scorpion 2 flying, leaving a gruesome mess in its wake. Bai Li Pang, with an air of arrogance, crossed his arms and proclaimed, "Your suppression of the Forbidden Ruins has nothing to do with me." Bai Li Pang. Cold sweat trickled down Scorpion 1's brow. Just a moment ago, he had been sneering. Now he stared in shock and confusion at the two. Elemental power, what is that? The traitor within the training camp had indeed reported back to the ancient god sect. Both the Dreamer and the Scorpion Squad were aware that Zhao Kongsheng and his companions had recently unlocked new skills. However, the Scorpion Squad, relying on the forbidden objects provided by the Dreamer, believed they could suppress their realm, making it an easy task to eliminate them. Little did they know, Zhao Kongsheng and his companions were not relying on mental power. At that moment, Scorpion 4 and Scorpion 5 could not halt their charge, advancing towards the group. Behind Chao Yuan, Li Yifei peeked out with a wicked smile. Then, with a swift motion, a whip imbued with water elements lashed out, striking both Scorpion 4 and Scorpion 5. With a single encounter, their skin was already torn at the waist, causing both to slide down the rail. Clutching their stomachs in agony, Li Yifei exclaimed, "What does your suppression of the Forbidden Ruins have to do with me?" Li Qiaochu. Shen Qingzhu remained silent. Shen Qingzhu's younger brother hesitated, while the terrified new recruits in the vehicle watched in horror. The two younger brothers behind Shen Qingzhu gulped nervously and whispered, "Boss, do you think it's too late for us to return after the new year and seek to become your disciples? What kind of power is this? How could they remain unaffected by the forbidden objects? I can barely stand." Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brows, recalling the words of Fatty, and articulated them clearly. That is the divine power of Lady Funingna. Only by becoming a believer can one be worthy of possessing it. No sooner had he spoken than the composed Black King, Chao Yuan, swiftly eliminated the unguarded Scorpion 6 and Scorpion 7 in the blink of an eye. The remaining Scorpion 8 and Scorpion 9, terrified as if they had seen a ghost, immediately halted the vehicle, fleeing in panic. Damn it, if the disciples are this formidable, what can we accomplish? We don't even know where our master is. Meanwhile, Scorpion 1's expression darkened as he approached his two fallen comrades. With a swift motion, he plunged his dagger into their throats. Scorpion 8 and Scorpion 9 collapsed, kneeling on the ground, lifeless. At that moment, Lin Qiye had caught up from behind, and everyone grew increasingly wary upon witnessing Scorpion 1's ruthless methods. With a cruel smile, Scorpion 1 advanced, methodically removing his protective gear to reveal his muscular physique. "So, this is what it means to eliminate in an instant? Lin Xiaobai has taught you well. You truly caught me off guard. I initially thought these 8 worthless foes could entertain me for a while, but I didn't expect to be compelled to act so soon. He sneered, retrieving the silver badge from his chest and kissing it lightly. Instantly, the silver emblem vibrated violently, and the blood from the corpses of the Scorpion squad flowed like a river, continuously pouring into Scorpion 1's body. Originally small and sturdy, Scorpion 1 began to swell with the absorbed power, eventually towering over even the Black King. You may take down my teammates one by one, but what if now we combine the strength of all 9 of us? Where is Lin Xiaobai? Let him come forth. Ha ha ha. Chao Yuan looked at Scorpion 1, and even though his time was limited to less than a minute, he calmly stated, "You wish to challenge our master? You are not yet worthy." Brothers and disciples, do you remember the combination techniques our master taught us? We do. Chao Yuan clasped his hands together, crouching slightly. Middle divine power. Zhao Kongcheng peeked out from the left. Left, Azure Dragon. Li Yifei peeked out from the right. Right, White Tiger. Fatty rose from behind Chao Yuan, brandishing a water energy bomb and hurling it fiercely at Scorpion 1. In the name of our master, we shall eradicate you. Shen Xingzhu's younger brother gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What on earth? A magical girl?" Shen Xingzhu shook his head, furrowing his brow as he replied earnestly, "No, it is Lin Xiaobai's mental assault. Look, Scorpion 1 is already dazed. In such battles, the slightest lapse in focus can plunge one into perilous circumstances." Indeed, as the plump figure unleashed a water sphere, Li Yifei's whip and Zhao Kongqing's straight blade almost simultaneously followed suit. Seizing the moment while Scorpion 1 was momentarily bewildered, they launched a coordinated assault. In an instant, the breath of water surged forth, and the whip lashed out furiously, forcing Scorpion 1 to wildly fend off the attacks. Even with his robust physique, he soon bore numerous wounds. Particularly, Chao Yuan struck with a blade amidst the openings in their onslaught, nearly landing a fatal blow to Scorpion 1's neck. Startled, Scorpion 1 recalled the intelligence that Chao Yuan, transformed into the Black Queen, wielded a ferocious and sweeping sword technique. This cunning yet lethal strike. Observing the expression on Scorpion 1's face, Chao Yuan, whose Black Queen form was gradually retreating, continued nonchalantly, "This is all taught by Master Xiaobai. Seize the opportunity while they are weak. Have you learned?" Chapter 75, All Taught by the Master. Xie finally grasped a profound truth. An absurd individual truly fights without reason. His apprentice, too, mirrored his brutality. The question of who the villain truly is became evident to him at that moment. Li Yifei, that rascal, not only lashed out with a whip, but even delivered a kick to his groin, causing blood vessels to burst in Xie's eyes. The sight sent shivers down the spines of Shen Xingzhu and the new recruits. What on earth has Lin Xiaobai been teaching? Nevertheless, the combined strength of Team Scorpion was indeed formidable. As Chao Yuan shed his Black King form and his offensive weakened, Xie gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and engaged in a fierce melee with the 3 adversaries. For a brief moment, it was an even match. With the power he had absorbed, he was originally capable of holding his own against the trio. Unfortunately, the recurring agony from Li Yifei's kick consistently distracted him. As Lin Qiye approached with a contemplative sigh, Xie exclaimed, "Lin Qiye, do you dare to let me fight Lin Xiaobai's apprentice? If you have the courage, don't come any closer." Lin Qiye. He was well aware that with Zhao Kongcheng present and accompanied by the 2 inexperienced fighters, they had already pushed Xie to the brink of his capabilities. Should he join the fray, Xie would surely collapse beyond that threshold. Yet who was Lin Qiye? He was the brother of Lin Xiaobai. Having been influenced by Lin Xiaobai's mischievous spirit for a decade, he was no longer the straightforward individual he once was. Raising his hand, he gathered wind elements into his palm. "You wish to fight Lin Xiaobai's apprentice? Very well. I shall engage you in a one-on-one duel shortly. But what can I do? In wielding elemental power, I'm also a disciple of Lin Xiaobai." With that, he left behind a green shadow and swiftly dashed to Xie's side. With a mere swipe of his empty hand, all the water element enhancement from the other 3 were instantly dispersed by Lin Qiye's wind elements, creating a broader attack range and greater power. In the blink of an eye, Qiye was sent crashing away. Witnessing this, Zhao Kongsheng felt a surge of urgency. The star blade swept through the torrents of water, propelled by Lin Qiye's wind elements, and charged towards Qiye. Once again, he executed a striking move. Water Melody. Qiye's senseless body was lifted into the air, momentarily suspended before it plummeted heavily to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Wow! The new recruits were left in awe at this stunning spectacle, all exclaiming in astonishment. I see Lin Xiaobai training them daily, and the results are truly astounding. No wonder the higher-ups remained silent. If I were in their shoes, I'd be laughing with joy. I have a feeling these few will achieve great things after leaving our training camp. I wonder if they could form a team. If so, that would be extraordinary. In the name of the Master, I shall defeat you. Ha ha! I've been brainwashed. Xiaobai is indeed both strong and adorable. Indeed. Little White is truly delightful. Hee. Brothers, attack him. Damn it. It's one thing to covet the commander, but to constantly eye Little White as well. Exactly. Strike him. In an instant, the bus that had narrowly escaped echoed with the anguished cries of a certain brother. Outside the vehicle, Zhao Kongsheng, Li Yifei, and Bailey Pang huffed as they approached Lin Qiye. Damn, that was exhilarating. I haven't experienced such a thrilling battle in ages. Zhao Kongsheng bellowed while wiping the blood from his blade. Bailey Pang brimmed with pride. This was the first time he felt truly useful. Chao Yuan remained calm. Half of this is the result of Master S training, and the other half is due to everyone's own efforts. Li Yifei remarked, although Master Little White's strikes are painful, he genuinely teaches authentic martial arts. I'm curious when he acquired such formidable skills. And that set of Demon King techniques he practiced with Chao Yuan was incredibly impressive. Lin Qiye shook his head lightly. Don't just talk about yourselves. In truth, I find it increasingly difficult to understand Little White as well. Meanwhile, outside the missile base, and Qingyu had already bid farewell with a small milk bottle in hand. Lin Xiaobai sat upon a large stone, gazing at the miniature adjudication apparatus while waiting for Yuan Gang's arrival. There are still 3 scales left, once the energy of the adjudication apparatus is fully charged. I wonder what will happen when it returns to Focalors. Don't be too anxious. I believe Focalors has sufficient confidence in himself to transfer power to you. Wendy listened quietly, starting to grasp what was unfolding. At that moment, Lin Xiaobai asked, does Fu think these battles are too brutal? Fu Nina wrinkled her small nose, but these are all enemies. When I saw those terrifying creatures want to harm you, I also desperately wished to tear them to shreds. Wendy spoke, gently yet with unwavering conviction. To show mercy to the wicked is to be cruel to the innocent. What you did was not wrong. Leaving future troubles will only yield worse outcomes. If it were me, if ending a villain could restore everything, I would do it without hesitation. Little White understood Wendy's meaning, and he deftly changed the subject. It's nothing. Just leave these matters to me. You come here and enjoy your drink. Wendy couldn't help but smile. Sometimes he truly felt that Little White might be a long-lost friend. Before long, Yuan Gang received news and promptly led several instructors to the site. Observing the blood mist and the massive crater created by the wind outside the base, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. I have already received reports from the soldiers. Lin Xiaobai, your support was timely. What is the current status of the enemy? Lin Xiaobai pointed to the pool of blood mist. It's been taken care of. Now we can celebrate the new year properly. Yuan Gong, did you leave no corpses? Not even scraps remain. Do you know who the opponent was? He is the agent of the ancient god church, Medusa. As soon as Xiaobai's words fell, Instructor Hong's walkie-talkie crackled to life. What? The bus has also come under enemy attack? Your communications have been severed, rendering you unable to transmit messages? Very well, I understand. What is the current situation? Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan, Zhao Kongsheng, Li Yifei, and Bailey Tumming have already neutralized all those adversaries. All right, I will report to the commander immediately. Just as Instructor Hong was about to say something to Yuan Gang raised a hand. I've already heard. He turned to Xiaobai again. Xiaobai, well done. The training results are commendable. Upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, Lin Xiaobai smiled and replied, Therefore, Commander, before graduation, you might truly want to consider allowing us to form a small team. Chapter 76. Wendy, are you the wind god, or am I the wind god? Upon returning to Tsangnan City, the brothers were exhilarated to see Xiaobai and eagerly surrounded him, recounting their recent experiences. Lin Xiaobai patted by Li Fatty's shoulder and exclaimed, "How wonderful! You have finally transformed into magical girls." The group responded with confusion. "Wait, is it true that you took on disciples merely to cultivate us into magical girls?" Nevertheless, the early arrangements made by the ancient god sect allowed Lin Xiaobai to finally return home for the new year alongside Furina and Lin Qiye. Once the accommodations for Fatty and the others were settled, on the grassy expanse of their room, the two white-haired heads once again nestled closely together. Host, Lin Xiaobai. Realm, Chuan. Divine Ruins. Song of the High Heavens. Offering level 8. Offering experience, 85, 000, 100, 000. God-slaying experience, 12, 000, 15, 000. Available rewards, deduct 6, click to claim. System store temporarily open. Deduct 1, click to access. Furina remarked, "Huh? Only a few people witnessed this. Yet I surprisingly leveled up twice." Lin Xiaobai chuckled. "The faith collected by the followers of the water god counts as mine too." Chao Yuan and the others made a striking impression in front of the bus, clearly visible to everyone in the training camp. Thus it was only natural to level up coolly. Furina scrunched her little nose and retorted, "Humph, it should be my faith. What is yours is mine. Mine. With her hands on her hips, she felt the need to tease Lin Xiaobai after worrying so much during his battle with the Serpent Woman. Such is the nature of a girlfriend. Regardless of your strength, she cannot help but worry. After a brief display of her tsundere attitude, Furina suddenly said softly, "If only I could assist you as well. Alas, my power is still too weak. If I were to join the training camp with you, wouldn't that frighten those fellows to death? However, in Tsangnan City, we can move freely." Furina exclaimed with delight, "Great. In the city, there shouldn't be anyone causing trouble. I want to enjoy shopping with Sister Hong, Ying, and the others." Lin Xiaobai looked at Furina helplessly. "Is it really appropriate for you to call others sister?" Soon after, Lin Xiaobai fervently pressed buttons. Offering reward 1. Experience of the Great Hero, quantity, 999 volumes, an energy conversion item. It can store energy within and transfer it to another person through touch. Limited to 1 day. Offering reward 2. Wind System Skill Upgrade Card. Upon using this card, any wind-based skill can be enhanced, granting it 500 power along with a special amplification. Furina inquired, "Experience of the Great Hero? Oh, does that mean I can transfer my power to you?" The silly Fu became excited, right? "As long as I give you my strength, you will become even more formidable. One to you?" Lin Xiaobai felt a warm touch of emotion in his heart. This foolish girl, never considering herself even a little. Upon discovering the reward, the first instinct that surged within Lin Xiaobai was an overwhelming desire to channel all his strength towards himself. However, the moment he laid eyes on the initial reward, his thoughts immediately turned to the prophetic judgment mechanism. To validate his hypothesis, he retrieved the miniature mechanism, observing the energy that had reached the second gauge within it. Aligning it with the Great Hero Experience tome, he began to channel its energy outward. Suddenly, the violet tome emitted a radiant azure glow, gracefully levitating into the air. "Fufu, place your hand upon it and give it a try." "On me?" Fei Ningna, initially believing that Lin Xiaobai intended to empower himself, was taken aback to find herself as the experimental subject. Cautiously, the young girl placed her delicate hand atop the tome, and a powerful yet familiar force surged towards her. In that instant, a divine brilliance seemed to flicker in Fei Ningna's eyes, and upon returning to her senses, she felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through her being. She stared at Lin Xiaobai in astonishment. What just happened? I feel immensely stronger all of a sudden," Wendy remarked in the live stream. "This must be related to the power of Focalors, right?" Lin Xiaobai nodded in affirmation. While it may not be the intrinsic power of Focalors, the law compensatory energy should provide a substantial boost for both her and Fufu. I initially aimed to gauge how much Fufu's abilities could be enhanced, but it seems the results have surpassed our expectations. Fufu gazed at her small hands, exclaiming in disbelief, "I feel like my power has multiplied by a factor of 10. The two young ones then ventured to test Fufu's newfound strength on the grass, and Lin Xiaobai was equally astonished. According to the power classifications in the god-slaying world, after acquiring elemental energy, Fufu's strength was now at the level of a lantern realm. Following the absorption of the energy from the prophetic judgment mechanism's 2 gauges, she had ascended close to the sea realm. Moreover, the energy required for each gauge of the prophetic judgment mechanism demanded even more soul energy. This indicated that once the mechanism was fully charged, it could elevate Fufu's strength to the Klein realm, with the potential aid of other artifacts in the future. Fufu could very well ascend to divinity. Lin Xiaobai's joy in nurturing her was palpable, albeit this time it was simply about cultivating his girlfriend. Fufu was equally thrilled. However, after a brief moment, the kind-hearted fool began to worry. But what about Focalors with this power? Fool, with 999 tomes of experience. They can certainly be interchanged at will. Besides, who knows if there might be even more formidable artifacts in the future. You have a point. Looks like you've caught Wendy's enthusiasm as well. Winnie chimed in with a playful tone. Congratulations, Miss Feiningna, on your enhancement. You're a fool too. Lin Xiaobai chuckled, filled with dreams of Feiningna's ascension, and promptly applied the second reward to Wendy's Wind God's poem. It seems I may have gotten a bit carried away. I had intended to save this reward for a later decision. It's all your fault. Feiningna, with a cheerful smile, was fully aware that Lin Xiaobai had become somewhat daft due to his overwhelming joy for her. I believe combining it with Vinny's abilities would yield the best results, she exclaimed, for he was indeed the god of wind. All right then, let us give it a try. Before unleashing his skill, Lin Xiaobai took a glance at the enhanced Ballad of the Wind God. Ballad of the Wind God fires arrows forged from 1,000 winds, creating an eye of the storm that engulfs enemies, dealing anemo damage. The suction of the eye is proportional to the host's realm. Currently, it can draw in foes beneath the realm of Klein, siphoning 75 of their mental energy and transferring it to the host. Simultaneously, the scale of the wind eye can be expanded according to the mental energy infused by the host, allowing for the absorption of more adversaries. However, the larger the wind eye, the greater the mental energy expenditure required. Indeed, the realm of potential absorption had ascended from the limitless realm to the Klein realm, enhancing the effect of mental energy absorption. Coupled with the newly added effect, it could significantly enlarge the wind eye, could not? Thus, Lin Xiaobai concentrated a vast amount of his mental energy into the 1,000 winds. The arrows of the wind soared into the sky. Instantly, the previously clear sky became shrouded in ominous clouds. Under the narrowing gaze of Feiningna and Vendi, an enormous wind eye materialized in the air, resembling the eye of a demon. The grass danced wildly. Feiningna's hair whipped about, and she found herself gradually being drawn into the vortex. Grasping Lin Xiaobai's arm, she cried, "Stop, stop. I'm going to be blown away." Hurriedly, Lin Xiaobai withdrew his mental energy, causing the colossal wind eye to vanish in an instant. However, the exertion left him unsteady, and he stumbled into Feiningna's soft embrace. Vinny nearly choked on his apple cider. Was that immense wind eye capable of enveloping the entire city? Truly real. Who is the god of wind here, you or me? P.S. There will be 2 more chapters today. I had a fever yesterday, which delayed the update. I will do my best to make it up to everyone over the weekend. Chapter 77. Chazkar and Klee. Lin Xiaobai was unaware of how much Wendy was feeling numb, but with the devastating winds of Han Xiaoyun, one could certainly feel the effects. With the eye of the storm escalating, it meant that even if someone from the Klein realm sought trouble, Lin Xiaobai could let them experience a whirlwind of chaos before making a swift exit. Returning once more before the statue, 2 rewards awaited the 2 little ones. A limited-time system marketplace and the Justice Treasure Chest of the Judgment Apparatus, having previously exchanged for the character card of Violet. This time Lin Xiaobai focused on acquiring the character card of Chaskar. Chaskar character card exchange successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring all of Chaskar's skills. Congratulations, host, for obtaining all of Chaskar's constellations and exclusive weapon. Acquired Chaskar's passive, Spirit Spear. The host can automatically arrange elemental sequences and enhance the reaction damage produced by elemental tracking bullets by 300. Acquired passive, Firearm Mastery. Upon seeing this passive, Lin Xiaobai promptly picked up the red and black hand cannon that had manifested on the ground. Indeed, as soon as he lifted the hand cannon, a loading mechanism identical to that in the game appeared before him. However, due to the reward's passive ability, he could choose which elements to load: melting, overloading, evaporating. As he filled the elemental bullets, his smile gradually turned maniacal, prompting a look of disdain from Furina. Ugh, that smile is quite unsettling. Hee hee, foo-foo. What do you think it feels like for someone to be frozen while having their backside scorched? Furina shuddered. I wonder who Lin Xiaobai's opponent will be this time. It seems a bit tragic. Just as Furina contemplated this, Lin Xiaobai unexpectedly soared into the air atop his massive spear. Furina? Wendy. Lin Xiaobai, how are you flying again? Ah, why shouldn't I fly when you all can? With that, he tugged on the reins, and the fiery spear began to unleash a barrage of tracking bullets, creating a vibrant display of elemental reactions across the grass. Once again, Furina and Winnie were left utterly astonished. Finally, Furina had no choice but to say in a daze, Lin Xiaobai, perhaps you should show your opponent a bit of mercy. After concluding the skill demonstration with Chaskar, Lin Xiaobai opened the Justice Treasure Chest. 7 Saints character card can randomly summon a character. Currently, the host has unlocked 2 statues, allowing the character to remain for 6 hours. As Lin Xiaobai retrieved the card from the chest, he noticed the blank card surface beginning to shimmer. Moments later, a familiar and adorable lowly image settled upon it. The next second, a fiery red figure tumbled out from the rift in space. Klee, watching the little lowly with a brown backpack, clutching her head and crying out in pain, melted the hearts of the 2 little ones instantly. Who is she? Furina exclaimed in astonishment. Klee, Upon hearing Lin Xiaobai utter her name, Kelly turned her head in a delightful daze, her large, expressive eyes gazing at the 2 siblings before her, who bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. Sister, who are you? Kelly inquired, rising to her feet. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Lin Xiaobai. Wendy, placing a hand on his forehead, perhaps concerned that the 2 might not recognize Kelly, despondently added, this little girl is named Kelly, and she's quite the handful in Mondstadt. He then turned to Xiaobai. Have you seen her little backpack? You need to be cautious. There are bombs inside. Furina covered her mouth in shock. What? There are bombs in the backpack? Unable to hear Wendy's words, Kelly curiously turned to Furina. Auntie, how did you know that? With a burst of laughter, Lin Xiaobai bent over, thoroughly amused, and affectionately ruffled Kelly's hair. Good Kelly. How did you know she was an aunt? Kelly pondered. Well, that's Kelly's intuition. Furina interjected. Kelly, I am your sister, not an aunt. My name is Furina, so just call me Sister Furina. Sister Furina, Kelly remarked. She calls Lin Xiaobai aunt. Lin Xiaobai, blushing slightly, replied, Hey, Furina, don't mislead the child. With a proud grin, Furina approached and playfully tousled Kelly's hair. Humph, our Kelly is the best. From now on, you shall call her aunt. All right, Kelly obediently agreed. However, Kelly's arrival in the realm of the gods during the new year posed a conundrum for Lin Xiaobai. After all, the affair of her romance with a deity could hardly be concealed, and bringing along an adorably innocent little girl could create a nationwide sensation. There would be no clearing of their names. Yet, he could not bear to leave Kelly behind while he and Furina indulged themselves. Now, he comprehended that summoning characters from the 7 Saints character cards was more about integrating them into his daily life rather than engaging in battle. Gazing at the charming little girl, akin to a doll, Lin Xiaobai felt himself overwhelmed by her cuteness. Thus, in a moment of fervor, he resolutely declared to Kelly, Sister Kelly, Furina and I will take you out for delicious treats. Meanwhile, outside Songnan City, figures moved swiftly. Boss, this time we only need to deal with Bailey Tumming and Chao Yuan, right? Yes, According to the intel, that Lin Xiaobai fellow is rather troublesome. We must eliminate those two before he arrives. 2 new recruits from the Pond Realm. Are you up for it? Hee hee. Only Chao Yuan poses a challenge. I can easily eliminate Bailey coming upon sight. Very well, go handle those two. I will find a way to stall Lin Xiaobai. This time, I intend to make him understand the pain of losing friends. Chapter 78. My dear, times have changed. As Lin Xiaobai and Furina, each holding one of Kelly's chubby little hands, arrived at the hotel room, the 4 young men were left utterly speechless. Bai Li, the plump one, swallowed hard, gazing at the angelic Kelly, murmuring, Master Xiaobai, you truly are a person of great depth. Chao Yuan joined his hands in prayer, exclaiming, Amit Ba. So, Master S. child has grown so much. Li Yifei stood there in astonishment. Master, you are truly my idol. Lin Qiye's pupils widened in disbelief. While I haven't even found a girlfriend, Xiaobai already has a daughter. Furina, pouring tea from the kettle, cleared her throat and said, This is my friend's daughter. Her name is Kelly, and she is here to play for a day. Everyone, please take good care of her. This marked the first time a deity had voluntarily spoken, prompting the 4 young men to snap to attention. Lin Qiye awkwardly chuckled. You startled me. I thought she was your daughter. Lin Xiaobai narrowed his eyes. If we fail to protect our little Kelly, her mother might come after us, and the consequences could be dire. Upon hearing Lin Xiaobai's words, Kelly blinked her big eyes and, in a sweet voice, declared, Kelly has bouncy bombs. I'm not afraid of big bad guys. If the big bad guys bully my brothers and sisters, Kelly will teach them a lesson with my bouncy bombs. What a fiercely loyal little girl. Lin Xiaobai felt a rush of sweat. Let's hope she doesn't blow up the city of Songnan. The 4 young men were momentarily captivated by Kelly's adorable speech. Bai Li, in a burst of enthusiasm, turned and retrieved a Cartier children's watch from his suitcase, presenting it to Kelly. Hello, little friend. This is a gift from your big brother. Please accept it. Thank you for your protection. Kelly looked to Lin Xiaobai for approval, remembering that her leader often advised her against accepting gifts from strangers. Lin Xiaobai affectionately ruffled Kelly's hair, saying, Go ahead and accept it. It's a kind gesture from Brother Pang Pang. However, Lin Xiaobai couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed by Bai Li's thoughtfulness. Did he really manage to prepare a children's watch? After introducing his friends, Xiaobai continued with Furina and Kelly, returning to his aunt's home alongside Lin Qiye. Upon opening the door, they were met with the sight of his aunt and Yang Jin, who were equally frozen in surprise. His aunt cautiously inquired, Who is this lovely little girl? This time, Kelly, clutching her backpack, introduced herself nervously. I am Kelly, a friend of Sister Lin Xiaobai and Aunt Furina. Lin Xiaobai interjected, Her mother is our friend and asked us to take care of her for a day. However, this little one keeps mistaking my gender, haha. His aunt and Yang Jin simultaneously sighed in relief, though a hint of disappointment lingered. His aunt pulled Kelly closer, saying, What a charming little girl. Grandma will make you something delicious shortly. Kelly sweetly replied, Thank you, Grandma. Upon witnessing this scene, Furina felt a slight flush on her cheeks, momentarily shy as she mused. This image appears rather delightful, yet she quickly shook her head, exclaiming, No. If there is to be a child, it must be little Bai. However, this marked Furina's first experience of the new year in the grand summer. The atmosphere of familial togetherness always left her in a daze. Could it be that she, too, could enjoy such a warm family life? She found herself somewhat lost in joy, especially as she savored the warmth of little Bai's palm. In stark contrast to the icy environment of the Mo Mang Palace, this place offered her an abundance of healing. In the evening, the family joyfully shared their reunion dinner, with Aunt indulging little Kelly to the utmost. Yet, her inquiries about Kelly left little Bai in a cold sweat. What does the little girl enjoy doing in her spare time? I love fishing at Starfall Lake, Kelly exclaimed. Well, what she meant was that she often accompanied her mother's friends to the lakeside for barbecuing fish. Yang Jin gazed at little Bai with a knowing look, instantly grasping the situation. His brother had indeed brought friends from another world. As Kelly began to speak freely, the poor little Bai seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretense of taking a stroll, quickly taking Furina's hand and leading little Kelly to explore the city. Lin Qiye had initially intended to accompany them, but Little Bai merely said, "Lin Qiye, tonight will be a particularly special evening." The astute Qiye immediately understood. Nodding to Little Bai, "Yes, I shall remain at home, and should any situation arise, I will rendezvous with you." The trio had barely wandered downstairs for a while, when they soon spotted a sign indicating the presence of the Wuja Void standing at the street corner near the hotel. Furina widened her eyes. "This seems to be the sign from that day, doesn't it?" Little Bai's ears perked up, tightly grasping Furina's hand. "Listen for my countdown. 3, 2, 1, bang." As Little Bai's words fell, a faint explosion resonated from within the Wuja Void, so subtle that one might miss it if not paying close attention. On the other side of the street corner, the unfortunate fatty, still clad in a bathrobe, found himself tumbling down alongside Chao Yuan and Li Yifei amidst the violent explosion. Only by reluctantly summoning the water wheel could he halt his descent in mid-air. However, while Fatty managed to float, Chao Yuan and Li Yifei were not so fortunate, crashing to the ground with a thud. "Damn it! Fatty, where's your Yao Wang?" Li Yifei bellowed in frustration. Fatty scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry, I got a bit carried away with this elemental force and forgot to activate my prohibition." Li Yifei furrowed his brow. But who shot that arrow just now? It caused such a tremendous explosion. Before he could finish, whoosh, another arrow landed beside him and Chao Yuan, instantly flipping the two unfortunate souls once more. On the rooftop across from the hotel, a cold-hearted female archer looked down with a mocking smirk. "Gentlemen, the times have changed. How can your close-quarters combat with cold weapons protect you from my arrows imbued with mental energy? Moreover, our most formidable melee warrior is present. Today, Lin Xiaobai's so-called dual divine agents shall witness the lamentation over his friend's lifeless body." However, just as her words fell, a resounding sound of something piercing the air echoed from afar. A colossal cannon, slowly breaking through the confines of the unguarded void, entered with an awe-inspiring presence, carrying a family of 3. From atop, a delightful voice rang out. "Wow, Brother Xiaobai, the cannon is flying. I want to ride it to catch fish." Lin Xiaobai, grasping the reins, chuckled. "Times have changed. Naturally, our means of transport must be upgraded as well." The female archer, her pupils constricting, fixed her gaze upon Lin Xiaobai's mode of transportation, her mouth agape, yet no words escaped her lips. Her mind was blank, overwhelmed by Lin Xiaobai's earlier proclamation. Times have changed. Chapter 79, Kli, you are all wicked villains. Below, the thunderous explosion of arrows drowned out Lin Xiaobai's joyful voice. Amidst the smoke, 2 figures, one tall and the other short, approached the 3 disciples with an imposing presence. Observing the massive red-haired man and the void behind him, the plump one curiously inquired, "Night Watchman, are you here to protect us?" The brown-haired little one sneered malevolently. "Protect you? No, we are here to take your lives." Chao Yuan calmly regarded the two. "It seems you are from the abstinence." "Ha ha! Chao Yuan, you are indeed more astute than this rotund fellow. Yet alas, you comprehend too late. You have provoked those you should not have, so prepare to lose your lives. We are merely here to repay a favor." Chao Yuan cast a quick glance at the two. The tall, red-haired man, muscular and imposing, indeed exuded strength. However, even so, both Chao Yuan and the plump one were seasoned by the incessant torment from Lin Xiaobai, rendering them completely unfazed by such trivial confrontations. The plump one even speculated whether Lin Xiaobai, akin to a human radar, had already sensed their predicament. Chao Yuan instinctively clasped his hands together and calmly assessed the 2 adversaries. "But tell me, are you certain you can best us?" The brown-haired lad dismissed Chao Yuan entirely. What could a frenzied fool do against them? Not to mention, after Old Guan transformed, he could easily overpower the Black King. With this thought, he jested with the red-haired man beside him. "All right, Old Guan, stop wasting words with them. Let us eliminate them, and we can complete our task." The red-haired man, not one to dawdle, immediately reacted to the brown-haired man's words. His eyes sparkled with intensity as his form began to swell, rapidly expanding tenfold, transforming him into a veritable giant. The plump one trembled. What the? I've heard about this forbidden ruin. Chao Yuan responded coolly. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 214, Muscle Recombination. Capable of controlling one's muscular tissue to unleash terrifying power instantaneously. The plump one exclaimed, "This is a formidable, close combat Forbidden Ruin. Can you withstand it, Chao Yuan?" Chao Yuan replied, "Why not let him engage with you? Didn't Lin Xiaobai mention that one must challenge their limits to break through?" The plump one retorted. "With Master absent, we needn't heed him." However, while the two were in heated debate, the brown-haired man looked up, puzzled. Since transforming, Old Guan had merely stood there, motionless. "Still not moving? What are you doing?" The red-haired man opened his mouth, for upon his transformation, he had first noticed the astonishing sight before him. There was Lin Xiaobai, seated on a colossal flying firearm, accompanied by two adorably sized companions, all gazing at him with innocent curiosity. "Is that Lin Xiaobai?" His voice trembled from above. The three turned their gazes skyward. "Whoa, Master, Lin Xiaobai." Realizing his cover was blown, Lin Xiaobai scratched the back of his head, grinning. "You all carry on with your fight. I'll just observe. This presents a splendid opportunity to train the apprentice. However, given the festive occasion, I shall grant you merely 5 minutes. Afterward, we shall indulge in a late-night feast. Once the 5 minutes elapse, our little Qiye shall demonstrate her prowess." Qiye retrieved a bouncing bomb from her backpack, declaring, "Qiye will take down the villain." Lin Xiaobai affectionately ruffled Qiye's hair, remarking, "Such a sense of justice. Truly worthy of being our spark knight." Yet, to the brown-haired man, this display of affection from Lin Xiaobai was nothing short of the gravest insult. His smile morphed into a sinister grin. "How dare you allow a mere child to confront us?" With that, he vanished from sight, wielding 3 long swords, charging toward Qiye, seemingly intent on dispatching the annoying little girl first to instill fear in Lin Xiaobai. Witnessing this scene, Furina, who had been hugging Lin Xiaobai's waist from behind, gasped, "Qiye, be careful." This kind-hearted fool instinctively wished to protect Qiye, yet bound to her position, she found herself utterly powerless. Meanwhile, a female archer, lurking near the trio, coldly drew her bowstring, aiming at Furina's back. "Let us see if your little girl and girlfriend can perish together this time. Will you still be able to smile?" Unfortunately, as the brown-haired man materialized in the air, he noticed Lin Xiaobai's formerly playful demeanor had turned icy in an instant, leaving him momentarily bewildered. "You want to spare even a little girl, will you? Huh, you brought this upon yourself." Lin Xiaobai looked at him with pity, stating, "Then you have no choice but to die." As he spoke, the panel on the firearm displayed the elemental ammunition being loaded. Water element loaded. Fire element loaded. Ice element loaded. Lightning element loaded. The sound of energy converging erupted. When the first water elemental missile shot toward the brown-haired man, his pupils constricted, and he attempted to evade, only to find several strands ensnaring him tightly, having appeared unbeknownst to him. Boom! The first water elemental missile struck, and the brown-haired man felt as though his body were immersed in frigid water, discomforting him greatly. Boom! The second fire elemental missile followed, transforming the previous icy sensation into a scalding eruption within his body. The very man who had sought to end Qiye's life now howled in agony, like a slaughtered pig. The sensation of evaporation within him felt akin to plummeting into hell itself. Lin Xiaobai even tenderly covered Qiye's eyes. This time, Lin Xiaobai had not infused the elemental projectile with excessive power, ensuring that the brown-haired man would sustain injuries but not meet his demise immediately. He even summoned a host of water songsters below to mentally assist in healing the fallen brown-haired man. At that moment, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air echoed from behind Lin Xiaobai and his companions. Just as the unfortunate female archer released her arrow, the Yao Guang attached to Fufu activated automatically, successfully deflecting her feeble projectile. The female archer's pupils trembled as she witnessed Lin Xiaobai turning his head with a smile. "To have endured until now, you truly have my admiration. However, I must impart a valuable lesson to your companions. Perhaps you should engage with our little seafood instead." What little seafood? The female archer retreated in confusion, unable to comprehend the intentions of this seemingly harmless, yet fundamentally demonic figure. Yet, after only a few steps back, her calves inadvertently brushed against the damp form of Miss Xiaobai Leda. She turned her head with the rigidity of a machine, only to discover that the trio of seafood bullies had stealthily positioned themselves behind her, gazing at her with innocent eyes. Moments later, the rooftop was filled with the terrified screams of the unfortunate archer. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Chao Yuan and the chubby one exchanged a knowing glance. Bai Li, the plump one, couldn't help but voice a soul-searching remark. Have these two truly mastered the art of courting death? If you intend to fight, why not direct your ire towards Master by instead of targeting those he holds dear? Chapter 80. Chao Yuan's profound confession. Fatty spoke the truth. During the festive season, Lin Xiaobai merely intended to observe the progress of his disciples' training. To his surprise, the brown-haired man brazenly launched an attack on Qiye right from the outset. One must understand that Qiye is a cherished figure for many players, not someone to be trifled with. Thus, in a moment of carelessness, Lin Xiaobai resorted to a bit of excessive force. Of course, he had always been ruthless against foes who sought their lives. Yet when faced with adversaries of such caliber, he remained confident. However, in the event of unforeseen disasters like those caused by Han Xiaoyan, he would ensure that his adorable companion stayed safely within the confines of the dust song pot. After neutralizing the recent threat, Lin Xiaobai instructed Furina to escort little Qiye back. Just before departing, Qiye stuffed a bouncing bomb into Lin Xiaobai's hands, cheerfully proclaiming, "Brother Xiaobai, do your best to defeat the big bad guy." Lin Xiaobai, bemused, gazed at the bomb adorned with Qiye's adorable doodles, reflecting, "I dare not use this in Songnan City. If its power proves too great and harms innocent bystanders, it would be quite unfortunate." Leisurely resolving matters concerning the two little ones, Lin Xiaobai redirected his cannon towards the brown-haired man, who had collapsed to the ground in abject terror. I'm sorry, Brother Xiaobai. I failed to recognize your might. Please show mercy and spare us." The red-haired man watched in silent embarrassment, unsure of the torment the brown-haired man had just endured. Yet, witnessing his current state filled him with a sense of humiliation. He glared fiercely at Lin Xiaobai, declaring, "If you have the guts, face me in close combat." Chao Yuan couldn't help but tilt his head, an image of Lin Xiaobai clad in Demon King armor surfacing in his mind. He replied calmly, "My friend, your true adversaries are us. Perhaps it would be wise to eliminate us first before discussing a duel with my master." The red-haired man scoffed, "Very well. I shall see how you, a wretch unable to control yourself, dare oppose me. I suppose you might end up slaying your own teammates. Ha ha." Fatty clenched his fists, seething, "What a despicable fiend. Isn't he just pouring salt on Chao Yuan's wounds?" Although he often mocked Chao Yuan in their rivalry for Lin Xiaobai's affection, he could not tolerate others bullying him. With a fierce glare, he drew a single-edged sword from his spatial pouch. "Chao Yuan, I present you this blade. It can amplify your strength tenfold. Even against such a muscle-bound foe, you can hold your own." However, Chao Yuan gazed at the weapon with a hint of disdain, delicately pinching the hilt between his fingers. As the dark energy of the Black King surged forth, he firmly grasped the sword. Upon witnessing Chao Yuan's imposing transformation into the Black King, the red-haired man faltered but still managed to feign bravado, taunting, "Watch out, you fat fool. Your teammate might just cut you down." Bai Li Pang stood with arms akimbo, exclaiming loudly, "It is prudent for you to be cautious. The current Chao Yuan is no longer the same as before." At that moment, Chao Yuan had completed his transformation, now a muscular figure resembling the Black King. With crimson eyes fixed intently on the red-haired man, he spoke in a calm, yet resolute tone, "My esteemed opponent, our duel may now commence." The red-haired man, momentarily taken aback, stammered, "How can you remain so composed?" "Because of my master," Chao Yuan replied. "My beloved master Xiaobai has granted me a chance at rebirth. Therefore, my very being belongs to Master Xiaobai, and I shall follow him for a lifetime. Anyone who dares to target him shall face my blade first." Chao Yuan's cold declaration of loyalty to Lin Xiaobai infused his single blade with spiritual energy, causing it to swell to an imposing size, nearly doubling his own stature. Exuding an overwhelming sense of impact, Xiaobai, seated atop a weapon, could not help but admire. My disciple certainly possesses an impressive flair. The red-haired man, struck with terror, realized that the cursed object bestowed by Li Pang, combined with Chao Yuan's now-controlled self-awareness, had led him to the brink of death. He attempted to evade Chao Yuan's strike, but the Black King's incarnation of Chao Yuan, honed through countless trials by Lin Xiaobai, had transcended his previous martial prowess. In the instant the red-haired man attempted to sidestep, the immense blade swiftly adjusted its trajectory, cleaving towards him. A piercing scream echoed as the red-haired man's shoulder was mangled, his entire arm severed and falling to the ground. How is this possible? He gasped, pointing a single arm at Chao Yuan, his pupils dilated in terror. Baili bang bang, upsharving graveli, ramarka. I finally comprehend the true purpose of Master Xiaobai's rigorous training. It is for moments like this to prevent you from stepping over us and to ensure our survival. Chao Yuan, maintaining his Black King form, regarded the red-haired man with a calm, yet icy gaze. If you are willing to divulge the mastermind behind this, perhaps my master might spare you. After all, in my eyes, you are unworthy of his attention. The red-haired man, suddenly revitalized, sneered. How remarkable, Lin Xiaobai. You have all been brainwashed by him, haven't you? But if I tell you that while you all stand here, his family is unable to protect themselves, will you still remain so calm? Alas, as the red-haired man finished his taunt, another figure approached the battlefield with an air of indifference. Clutching a bloodied starblade, he slowly made his way before them. The person you speak of is no longer among the living, Lin Qiye stated, locking eyes with the red-haired man. The red-haired man's mouth gaped in disbelief, while the brown-haired man beside him cried out in despair. How? How can this be? He was from Chuanjing. Lin Qiye, sensing the elemental wind within him, smiled faintly. Times change, and with them, the abilities of individuals evolve as well, do they not? With that, Lin Qiye summoned the elemental power of wind and the dancers of the starry night, charging towards the two individuals like a specter. Just before the two unfortunate lackeys met their demise, they finally comprehended, upon witnessing Lin Qiye's astonishing swiftness, why their leader had been vanquished by the boy before them. Lin Xiaobai descended from the sky, exclaiming, Lin Qiye is truly dependable, effortlessly dealing with their leader. Lin Qiye cast a glance at the plump figure. It appeared that the individuals from the abstinence sect intended to pose a threat to him. Moreover, we had likely become their targets, as this group sought to demonstrate their prowess. Li Pang quickly asserted, with Master Xiaobai here, I fear nothing. Yet, Xiaobai gazed at the three towering young men, reminiscing about Chao Yuan's heartfelt confession moments ago, and couldn't help but chuckle. That won't do. Once the holiday is over and we return to the training camp, I shall double your training. You all must learn to fear nothing. As soon as Xiaobai's words left his lips, Chao Yuan, who had just moments ago exhibited valor and sincerity, felt an immediate chill run down his spine. Being punished by Xiaobai was far more terrifying than battling the red-haired man. He timidly inquired, Master, could we perhaps go a bit easier this time? Chapter 81. What on earth? Merlin is also a follower of the water god. After Team 136 arrived to lift the ban on the unguarded airspace, Xiaobai handed over the already battered red-haired and brown-haired men to them. After all, for these minor characters, the best fate was to return to the fasting hall. Their minds nearly shattered, observing the brown-haired man tearfully expressing gratitude to Lin Xiaobai for sparing his life. Chun Mai and the others felt a twinge of discomfort. What on earth had this fellow experienced? Bidding farewell to the group, Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qiye made their way to the Hospital of Gods. Are you suggesting that if I elevate my realm, perhaps I could unlock the second ward? Lin Xiaobai mused. Let us give it a try. However, before that, I need to bring Fufu and Kelly along. Thus, Lin Qiye watched as Xiaobai strode towards another narrow path. Not long after, he returned, leading the two little ones, both beaming with joy. Little Kelly, time is of the essence. We must hurry. Lin Qiye's heart jolted. Kelly, time is running out? He coughed slightly, clarifying what I mean is, she's preparing to go back. Her mother is a bit worried. Lin Qiye cast a peculiar glance at Lin Xiaobai, feeling as though his younger brother was concealing much from him. Upon reaching the entrance of the second ward, Lin Qiye suddenly felt a surge of nervousness. Just a single nix had granted him two formidable abilities, while Lin Xiaobai had even acquired the extraordinary gift of procreation. He was intensely curious about which deity resided within. Slowly, Lin Qiye twisted the doorknob. With a click, the doorknob indeed turned. Instinctively glancing at Lin Xiaobai, he found him looking back encouragingly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qiye swung the door open. "Wow, it's a magician," Kelly's childlike voice chimed in. A figure draped in a deep blue hood and a wizard's cloak appeared before the brothers. Merlin. Lin Qiye immediately recognized him. Merlin elegantly turned, only to spot the timid Fufu behind Lin Xiaobai, and his eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He fervently approached, peering past Lin Xiaobai to gaze at Fufu, then, with a blend of enthusiasm and chivalry, bowed deeply. "It is an honor to meet you, Lady Furina, the goddess of water." Fufu was taken aback, looking towards Lin Xiaobai for help. Lin Xiaobai himself was puzzled. How did Merlin know Fufu? Moreover, given his respectful demeanor and fervent gaze, could it be that he too was a follower of the water god? Lin Xiaobai's first thought was, if Merlin were indeed a believer of Fufu, how much would that add to his faith value? Just as Lin Xiaobai was still in a state of disbelief, Merlin turned to little Kelly, his pupils suddenly constricting as he trembled slightly while crouching down. Gazing at the porcelain-like little girl before him, he opened his mouth, struggling to articulate, "Why you, hello, Miss Kelly. Please, allow me to extend my greetings to your mother, the greatest sorceress in the universe." Upon hearing Merlin's words, Lin Qiye was profoundly impacted. The greatest sorceress? He could not help but glance at Lin Xiaobai. This fellow certainly harbors a secret. At this moment, Lin Xiaobai came to a realization. Merlin had most likely deduced the existence of the Teyvat world, perhaps even peering into its history single-handedly. Otherwise, his peculiar attitude towards Kli and Fufu would remain inexplicable. However, Lady Furina, the Hydro Archon, this seemed amiss. If Merlin had indeed deduced such things, he ought to know that Fufu was merely an ordinary person masquerading as an Archon. A shiver coursed through Lin Xiaobai, his scalp prickling with apprehension. Could it be? That was Fufu's true future? After her arrival in the world of slaying gods, the fate of Teyvat began to shift. His heart raced as he could not resist grasping Fufu's delicate hand. Upon witnessing their intertwined fingers, Merlin respectfully addressed Lin Xiaobai. "Welcome back, O God King." Lin Xiaobai replied. "Would you like to welcome back the Dragon King as well?" Unable to contain himself, Lin Qiye finally inquired, "Mr. Merlin, have you perhaps deduced something?" Lin Qiye was well aware that this grand sorcerer possessed not only exceptional summoning abilities and prophetic talents, but also stood at the pinnacle of the British mythological framework. To his surprise, Merlin furrowed his brow and shook his head. "No, merely a few images, yet they are sufficient to astound, humble, and inspire my admiration." Having said this, he, much like Lin Xiaobai, dramatically spread his arms and proclaimed in a noble tone, "I concede, Lady Furina, the Hydro Archon, is unparalleled in her fairness and uniquely beautiful." Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qiye exchanged glances. Indeed, this fellow is quite eccentric. Subsequently, Merlin conjured a mountain of small cakes, filling the entire tea table, followed by summoning a plush and comfortable throne of the Hydro Archon, inviting the astonished Furina to take a seat. Only then did he engage in conversation with the young ones. As they discussed the world they inhabited, the previously composed Merlin became agitated once more. "Do you not find it curious that our world may very well be an illusion? Otherwise, how could one explain the presence of deities such as ourselves in this realm? Perhaps everything we know is the creation of a higher dimensional being, and we are but fish in a tank, believing the tank to be our entire world." Lin Xiaobai interjected, "I share your perspective, Mr. Merlin." Merlin excitedly turned to Lin Xiaobai, ready to respond, when Lin Qiye quietly posed the question, "Mr. Merlin, then where do you believe the true world lies?" Upon hearing Lin Qiye's words, Merlin's pupils widened, and he began to murmur to himself, "Indeed, where does the true world reside?" As he spoke, A glimmer of wisdom illuminated his eyes, revealing a look of impending revelation. At that moment, Lin Xiaobai's voice resonated as if the God King had descended. From Merlin's perspective, is it possible that all worlds are, in fact, the true world? They exist like bubbles, parallel, yet occasionally intersecting. Merlin's gaze began to clear swiftly once more, and he looked at Lin Xiaobai in astonishment. Each one is a genuine world. Our world is a real world. The world of Lady Furina is a true world. The realm of the God King is also a legitimate world, and her world is indeed a real world. God King, you are right. This is, without a doubt, the essence of truth. God King, I shall forever believe in your existence. Wendy, who had been engrossed in the discourse, found himself momentarily bewildered by Merlin's proclamation. How is it that those from Lin Xiaobai's world are so eager to seize the dialogue? Yet, did he just refer to Lin Xiaobai's world? Could it be that Lin Xiaobai and Merlin do not inhabit the same realm? When he sensed himself becoming increasingly disoriented, Lin Qiye, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Her? Which one do you mean?" Chapter 82. The long-awaited meeting with the Barbados online friend. JNI and accepted Lin Qiye's words. Lin Qiye looked at JNI with suspicion. I guessed it. Merlin slowly revealed a fact that left Lin Qiye in shock. That girl had, in the realm of divination, triumphed over me. As he spoke, Merlin's eyes regained their wisdom, taking on a look that suggested he was still somewhat perturbed by her mention. Evidently, the divination at that time had also profoundly impacted Merlin. That said, both JNI and Lin Xiaobai could be considered higher-dimensional beings in the god-slaying world. Lin Qiye was unaware of this. He furrowed his brow and muttered, "That girl also outperformed Nikes in creation." This was something Lin Qiye had discovered during one of his visits to see Nikes. He had always wanted to investigate who that girl was and how she came to be in the psychiatric hospital with him and Lin Xiaobai. Little did he expect that her footprints also lingered with Merlin. Moreover, she had even left a message for Nikes. I find her brother quite intriguing. He is a fascinating individual. At this moment, Lin Xiaobai continued, "It's all right. Winning is winning. She is a person from the real world, simply crossing paths with us occasionally. So don't take it to heart. Besides, there may very well be even more higher-dimensional beings watching our story from above." To his surprise, Merlin's eyes did not clear at Lin Xiaobai's words. Instead, they grew even more astute. He began to mutter dreamily, "Jellyfish, jellyfish, so many jellyfish." Suddenly, with a loud bang, a cloud of pink smoke erupted from Merlin's position, covering the four little ones in a haze. As the smoke dissipated, Merlin appeared transformed into a character resembling Patrick Star, grinning broadly and saying, "Great. Lin Qiye, Lin Xiaobai, let us go catch some jellyfish." Kelly's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, it's a big star." Lin Xiaobai, dusted with pink powder, helplessly corrected, "No, it's Patrick Star. Our wizard Merlin has been influenced by someone from another world." "Patrick Star?" Kelly repeated, placing her finger on her lips, mimicking the phrase. "Patrick Star, Patrick Star." Merlin was evidently thrilled with his new name and immediately began to run around the psychiatric hospital in a frenzy. Lin Qiye sighed. "He has lost it again. We should chase after him. We can't let him affect Nikes." Thus, Lin Xiaobai, along with Lin Qiye, hurriedly pursued him. At this point, Merlin had already navigated his way to Nike's room with ease. Boss, he grinned foolishly at Nikes. "Grandson, you've come," Nike said affectionately, looking at the Patrick Star version of Merlin. Lin Qiye thought, "This scene is increasingly shocking." Just as he was about to say something, Sister She expressionlessly produced a syringe filled with a tranquilizer and swiftly jabbed it into Merlin's rear. "Oh!" Merlin exclaimed, instantly reverting to his original form, his body stiffening before he promptly fainted. Lin Qiye and Lin Xiaobai exchanged glances as Sister Snake regarded the two brothers. This is not his first visit. It seemed that when Lin Qiye ascended to the pool realm in the training camp, Merlin had already escaped from prison. And this transformation into a prominent figure was not his initial endeavor either. After an awkward explanation with Nikes, the brothers carried Merlin back to his room, marking the conclusion of this episode. Upon returning to reality, Lin Xiaobai took the opportunity to send little Qiye back to Tibet. Despite having only spent a few hours here, The little girl was already quite reluctant to leave. There are still many places Qiye wishes to explore, and she wants to assist brother Lin Xiaobai in defeating the big bad guys. Lin Xiaobai affectionately patted Qiye's head. There will be another opportunity, my little darling. Sister Furina and I will be waiting for your return. It's Aunt Fufu. Qiye corrected him. Furina's cheeks flushed instantly. Lin Xiaobai chuckled heartily and playfully pinched Qiye's chubby cheeks. All right, Aunt Fufu it is. Next time, if possible, I will invite you and your mother to join us. That sounds great. Qiye hasn't seen her mother in a long time and really wants to play with her. The poor child, however, could only wonder if it was feasible to invite Alice and little Qiye together. Yet, with the unlocking of the divine statue, everything seemed possible. Naturally, it would be even better if Alice could assist in defeating a malevolent deity upon her arrival. In the end, Qiye left Lin Xiaobai a bouncing bomb as a parting gift before reluctantly returning to Tivit through the spatial rift. The two children then arrived before the Anemo god statue, gazing at the panel with eyes wide open in astonishment. Having dealt with the individuals at the fasting institution and encountered Merlin had remarkably elevated the Anemo statue to its maximum level. Host, Lin Xiaobai. Realm, River. Divine Ruin, High Sky Song. Offering level, level 10. Offering experience, max. God Slaying experience, max. Rewards available for collection, press 6 to claim. System shop temporarily open, press 1 to access. Wendy's voice began to take on an unusual tone. Am I finally able to come over? Lin Xiaobai's excitement grew when he was coming. Before entering the world of God Slaying, the deities of Tivit held significant importance in his heart. Wendy, who had accompanied Lin Xiaobai since the launch of the game, remained a gentle presence despite the absence of a suitable environment thereafter, as Lin Xiaobai continued to bring this gentle deity along in every Abyss challenge. If Furina had been his companion in this world for a decade, their meeting felt akin to young lovers reuniting. The impending meeting with Wendy, however, felt like a reunion with an old friend for Lin Xiaobai. He yearned to discover the true height of Vinny, whether his little braids could genuinely shimmer with light, if he carried the essence of the wind within him, whether on rainy days he would delight in splashing through puddles, if he possessed the ability to sing, and whether he would jest at his own expense when intoxicated. Would Tartaglia take the opportunity to confront him? However, before unraveling these mysteries, Lin Xiaobai, under Vinny's watchful gaze, darted back to the villa with remarkable speed, panting as he unloaded a substantial crate of apple cider onto the grass, a special brew given to him by Yuan Gang as a bribe for the Hydro Archon. Yuan Gang had assured him that whenever he needed it, once the new year arrived and he returned to the training camp, he could procure an entire truckload, so long as Vinny truly was a benevolent deity. As Vinny gazed at the crate of otherworldly apple cider, his eyes widened in astonishment. At last, it was his turn to regard Dialek with an air of disdain. From this moment forth, Barbados would no longer need to seek out wine at every turn. P.S. There will be another chapter tonight. Chapter 83 Greetings, Master Hu and Mr. Zhongli. Soon, under Lin Xiaobai's guidance, Vinny departed from Angel's Gift, arriving at a clearing outside Mondstadt. A verdant space manifested, and before the poor Hydro Archon could comprehend the situation, he was swiftly drawn inside. When he lifted his gaze again, he was met with the cheerful expressions of two little ones standing with their hands behind their backs, resembling twins. Vinny's cheeks flushed, and he stood up, scratching the back of his head. Just as he was about to utter another word, Turin grunted from the grass nearby, prompting Vinny to sheepishly inch closer to Lin Xiaobai. Having gained experience from meeting Furina, this time Xiaobai was quite proactive, opening his arms as if welcoming an old friend. Vinny hesitated, somewhat unaccustomed to Xiaobai's enthusiastic demeanor, but stepped forward nonetheless, offering a warm embrace. I apologize, I must smell strongly of alcohol, he remarked. Xiaobai sniffed and chuckled. It's a scent of apples. Xiaobai, you smell delightful as well. Isn't that what others often say around you? Turin grumbled from the grass. Barbados, say something normal. Don't embarrass me. Laughter erupted among the three. After exchanging pleasantries and greeting Fufu, the trio crowded around the system panel. Oh, So this is what the panel looks like. It doesn't appear to be a product of Teyvat. There was even an option to select numbers. Only I can activate these numbers, Lin Xiaobai noted. Fufu pouted. I tried several times, but it truly doesn't work. This is Xiaobai's exclusive system. Vinny chuckled gently. Aha, it's all right. Miss Furina is quite remarkable as well. It's not a problem for us to let Xiaobai take the lead. As they conversed, Xiaobai began fervently pressing the number 6, while he eagerly anticipated the rewards. He was more keen on swiftly linking with the next deity. However, when the full-level reward notification appeared before Lin Xiaobai, he couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Full-level Reward 1. Select Character Invitation Card. Allows the selection of a character associated with the next unlocked deity to participate in a live stream, with the option to additionally incorporate their skill rewards into the statue, enhancing the deity's skill range by 600 and power by 200. Goodness. This meant that if Lin Xiaobai unlocked Zhongli, he could freely choose a Liyue character to join the live stream alongside Zhongli. Moreover, the rewards from the Hydro Archon statue would also include bonuses related to the chosen character's skills. As for the enhancement of the deity's skills, the range of the star fell would multiply 6-fold. Lin Xiaobai could already envision the scene of meteoric destruction. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xiaobai turned his attention to the next reward, Full-Level Reward 2, Heart of the Elements, possessing 7 regions of the Heart of Elements. Each illuminated region grants a substantial increase in power corresponding to the owner's element. Upon activating all elemental regions, the owner will experience a final elevation. Lin Xiaobai gazed at the elemental heart materialized upon the grass, noticing that 2 areas of the obsidian-like necklace were illuminated, one in blue and the other in green, clearly representing Fufu's water element and Wendy's wind element. Excitedly describing the rewards he had obtained to Fufu and Wendy, Fufu exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow. You won't end up becoming a deity too, will you?" Wendy chuckled. "Those 2 are quite a perfect match, aren't they? But Xiaobai, which deity do you wish to unlock next? And whom do you wish to invite?" As she spoke, Lin Xiaobai discerned an unmistakable glimmer of anticipation in Wendy's eyes. He was never one for riddles, grinning innocently as he replied, "Zhongli and Hu Tao." When he burst into laughter, "Oh, my old friend and his boss." Lin Xiaobai continued the conversation, and Wendy chuckled once more. Truth be told, an encounter with Morix here would indeed be quite delightful. Fufu shared her anticipation. After all, they were ancient deities from a mysterious realm. Speaking of which, she was quite eager to learn governance methods from Barbados and Morix. Before long, Lin Xiaobai activated the Hydro Archon statue. A heavy golden light radiated outward as the Hydro element began to fill Lin Xiaobai's body, while the statue slowly established a connection with a certain guy from another world and his boss. At the same time, in Liyue Harbor, at the Yuheng Pavilion, Zhongli was leisurely sipping tea, perusing the latest inventory list from the antique shop. Just as he was about to take a sip, someone playfully tapped his right shoulder. Turning around, he encountered Hu Tao, dressed in knee-length white stockings and a red silk cloak, with a pair of stylish sunglasses perched atop her head, exuding a fashionable air. The transformation of Hu Tao from her usual attire to this new ensemble was indeed striking. Hee, it's winter, so of course, I need to treat myself to some new clothes. What do you think? Should I get a matching set for you, too, Zhongli? Hu Tao, that may not be appropriate. Oh, come on. It's not like I'm asking you to wear a black silk dress. It's just a change into something red and vibrant. Hu Tao, rationally speaking, that still seems rather unsuitable. By the way, I had a dream last night where you transformed into a little red lowly. How peculiar. Why would I dream such a strange dream? Is something significant about to happen? Zhongli began to sweat profusely. He could remain calm in the face of all people and matters, yet he always seemed to lose his composure around this mischievous girl. Hu Tao, the festive attire of the Yuheng Pavilion may not be the best idea. It's fine. My festive spirit can dispel any malevolence. It's time to change everyone's perception of the Yuheng Pavilion. And you, when will you help me expand the business of the Yuheng Pavilion to other places? Zhongli set down his teacup, given my current circumstances that may not be suitable. Before he could finish his sentence, an image suddenly surfaced in his mind. In the scene, he beheld his old friend Barbados, along with 2 remarkably similar stars from Fontaine, fervently waving and greeting him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Hu Tao, who stood beside Zhongli, had already begun to exclaim excitedly, "Hey, why is Vinny's image appearing in my mind? And those two beside him? Ah, it's Furina. And the one next to her? Furina's brother. Hello, can you hear me?" Upon hearing Hu Tao's familiar and animated voice, Lin Xiaobai's enthusiastic wave gradually came to a halt. A wave of emotion unexpectedly surged within him. "Greetings, Hu Tao, and you as well, Mr. Zhongli." Chapter 84. On the art of managing the Hydro Archon. After clarifying the situation with the two newly joined friends, Zhongli pondered earnestly before cautiously stating, "According to Mr. Lin Xiaobai, unlocking the statue is, in essence, entirely beneficial to us. Moreover, my old friend is over there, which undoubtedly adds considerable weight to your argument. Therefore, I am willing to assist you, Mr. Lin Xiaobai." Zhongli's voice was indeed steady and melodious, imbued with a sense of security reminiscent of the Hydro Archon. However, he was so engrossed in the story that he entirely forgot about Hu Tao, who was observing him with a curious gaze. The Hydro statue? In that moment, Zhongli's pupils constricted as he found himself at a loss for words in response to Hu Tao. Noticing Zhongli's expression, Hu Tao squinted her large eyes. Hydro statue? Hydro Archon? Zhongli as a guest? In truth, Hu Tao had already surmised part of the situation but lacked confirmation. Thus, upon hearing it, she was not shocked, but rather felt a sense of validation. Zhongli cleared his throat. "Well, this matter is rather lengthy to explain, but please forgive me, Director Hu." Lin Xiaobai chimed in mischievously from the side. "I cannot assist you in settling the bill for the Yanqing Hall." Zhongli, ouch, that truly stings. However, Lin Xiaobai chuckled slyly. "I could help Director Hu expand the Yanqing Hall's business here. Half price for the second steal. Once the new year passes, we can arrange it immediately." Fu cast a disgruntled glance at Lin Xiaobai. "Are you a devil? Look at how Winnie is fixated on that box of apple wine." Lin Xiaobai was acutely aware that the Archon was devoid of desires. Unlike a certain wine enthusiast who could be easily manipulated, it would not be appropriate to ask the plump Bai Li to bring his antiques to the Archon. Although, knowing the identity of the Hydro Archon, he might do so regardless. However, with Hu Tao present, managing her would also mean managing Zhongli. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Xiaobai's words, Hu Tao's eyes sparkled. "Really? Wow. Opening a branch in another world is truly my dream. Zhongli, I shall overlook your bill. You must assist Xiaobai with all your might." Zhongli, why does he feel as though he is being jointly managed by these two little rascals? Yet, Director Hu has indeed treated him well, and he had concealed matters from her, so he nodded. "Yes, I shall do my utmost to assist where needed." Thus, Lin Xiaobai continued to weave enticing prospects for Hu Tao. "I plan to acquire the storefront next to our office, transform it into the Yanqing Hall. Then we can adorn the entrance with a delightful portrait of Director Hu." When he finally diverted his gaze from the apple wine, hanging a photo of Director Hu at the Yanqing Hall might not be appropriate, right? Oh, come on. Why not? Ha ha ha. I absolutely adore it. It was clear that Hu Tao's thoughts were quite in sync with Lin Xiaobai's. As a result, Fu felt a tinge of jealousy. She affectionately wrapped her arms around Lin Xiaobai's hand and suggested, "Well, should I hang mine up too?" Hu Tao exclaimed, "Wow," with a star from Fontaine promoting it. "That would certainly be even better." Lin Xiaobai, undeterred by Hu Tao and Zhongli's curiosity, naturally intertwined his fingers with Fu's and proudly declared, "Miss Furina has many followers here." Observing Lin Xiaobai holding hands with Furina and seeing Fu's bashful demeanor, Hu Tao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow. You too." Zhongli was momentarily taken aback, then sighed softly. "It seems Miss Furina has found her place there." Fufu lowered ed epsilon, falling silent. She watched as Hu Tao and Lin Xiaobai enthusiastically brainstormed ideas on managing the Afterlife Hall. A subtle warmth flickered in the Emperor's eyes as he remarked, "Mr. Lin Xiaobai is indeed a straightforward individual. It appears that Headmaster who shares a profound understanding with you from another world. I look forward to the day we formally meet." After concluding the conversation with Zhongli and Hu Tao, Lin Xiaobai brought 3 crates of apple wine divini, and the 3 heads gathered once more before the statue of the Hydro Archon. Host, Lin Xiaobai. Realm C. Divine Ruins, Strolling and Birdwatching. Offering level, level 0. Offering experience, 0-1000. Godslaying experience, 0-1000. System mall temporarily open, press 1 to activate. Wow, Xiaobai, your realm has elevated. Upon seeing the panel, Fu Fu exclaimed in delight. Hearing her words, he began to feel the resurgent surge of spiritual energy within him. He had been so exhilarated to meet Zhongli and Hu Tao that he had momentarily overlooked his own advancement. This only illustrates that the allure of the characters from Genshin Impact holds greater sway over him at this stage than anything else. However, seeing Fu Fu's joyful expression and sensing her genuine happiness for him stirred Lin Xiaobai's heart with emotion. He grinned foolishly and affectionately ruffled Fu Fu's fluffy hair. This means I can protect you even better from now on. I have grown stronger too. I won't need your protection, she retorted playfully. However, those special items that Fatty gave you are indeed quite impressive. You should practice with them whenever you can. And judging by Merlin's demeanor, it seems he also wishes to assist you. Perhaps in the future, we can engage in a meaningful conversation with him. Him? Fu Fu found it somewhat unbelievable. Although the people of Fontaine adored her, she understood that they revered only Focalors, the powerful and true god of water. Yet in this world, Furina realized that whether it was Lin Xiaobai, his friends, or even the deities of their realm, including Lin Xiaobai's family, they all held her in very high regard. This made her feel as though she could truly stand alongside the gods as a mere mortal. Her voice softened as she said, "Well, will you teach me how to use it?" "Of course." Lin Xiaobai chuckled foolishly, clasping the slightly chilled hand of Fu Fu in his own to warm it. When he sighed inwardly, contemplating, so this is the sensation of being up close and personal with lovebirds. After examining the interface, Lin Xiaobai fervently tapped the button to access the limited-time system shop. With the recent unlocking of the Hydro Archon statue, a plethora of Hydro character cards now adorn the character card section. The thought of the increasing number of individuals he needed to protect, his several disciples, his aunt, and the members of Team 136, weighed heavily on his mind. Moreover, having provoked the Whisperer, it was evident that this entity would target those around him. Thus, acquiring a character card with fully automated enemy-seeking abilities would be indispensable. Before long, Funingna's exuberant voice rang out once more. Lin Xiaobai, are you really going to choose Chizuru this time? P.S. There will be another chapter later, hopefully before 12:30. Chapter 85, what? Maya wants us to sleep together. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaobai exchanged for the Qiji character card, and subtitles began to scroll across the panel incessantly. Congratulations, host, for acquiring all of Qiji's life stars. Congratulations, host, for obtaining all of Qiji's skills. Special passive 1. Summons 3 paper dolls resembling Qiji, intelligently protecting the host and their allies. When the Qiji paper dolls and the summoned creatures of Furina are present simultaneously, a sisterly bond bonus is granted, enhancing Funina's summoned creature's attack power by 200, increasing the Qiji paper doll's attack speed by 200, and jointly expanding the search range by 500. Special passive 2, Tailored Attire, allowing the customization of divine garments for deities. Upon switching deities, one's own power can be amplified by 300. After reading the subtitles, Lin Xiaobai couldn't help but exclaim yes. Double passives. Moreover, they could interact with the deities. Particularly the second passive, Lin Xiaobai glanced at Fu Fu. What kind of attire should I create for her? Feeling Lin Xiaobai's gaze, Fu Fu's face flushed. Why, you better not make me any strange outfits. Wendy, divine attire? This reminds me of something from a long, long time ago. Lin Xiaobai chuckled. Don't worry, I will craft something splendid for you both. Furthermore, with the enhancement of the search range for summoned creatures and the elemental heart Lin Xiaobai had just acquired, the search range for the paper dolls and little seafood companions could likely encompass the entire Sanan. Thus, regardless of where her companions were, at the very least, her summoned creatures would be able to provide them with care. Meanwhile, outside Sangnan City, where snow began to fall, a group of mysterious figures trudged through the snow. And after a short while, the leader stopped before a pine tree laden with white snow. Someone behind inquired, Han Xiaoyan, have we reached Lin Xiaobai's sensing range? Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, the calm and collected follower of the murmuring deity, Han Xiaoyan gazed at the Sangnan City shrouded in the swirling snow and replied nonchalantly, yes. According to the estimations of Lord Murmurer, it should be about right. The others behind him looked at the distant Sangnan City, unable to suppress their astonishment. Damn, no wonder so many followers were dispatched to deal with that kid. His sensing range is astonishingly vast. It covers the entire city. Such a humanoid radar indeed makes it difficult to ambush him. He chuckled coldly. Once I capture his woman, he will surely understand the price to pay. Han Xiaoyan turned back to glare at the follower who had spoken. You all heard the fate of the Snake Woman and the Scorpion Squad. Do not attempt to provoke him. Seize every opportunity to threaten him and compel him to comply. Among the crowd, someone retorted defiantly. Han Xiaoyan, what are you truly afraid of? Lord Murmurer has granted you a forbidden object that can temporarily enhance your strength, allowing you to briefly touch the infinite realm from the sea realm. With this foundation, why should you fear a high school student from the river realm? Han Xiaoyan shook his head. Even if we can handle the approaching sea realm snake woman and scorpion, we cannot afford to be careless, even against someone of the river realm. Ha ha! How surprising it is that you rank so highly among the faithful. The distinction between the boundless realm and the ocean realm is as vast as the sky and the earth. Moreover, considering your restricted sanctuary in conjunction with the ascension of the boundless realm, it remains uncertain whether they can safeguard the city of Sangnan. I truly do not understand your hesitance. Han Xiaoyan remained composed, refraining from responding to the impatient individuals around him, and merely stated calmly, let us establish our camp here for now. Tomorrow we shall seize the opportunity. Had Lin Xiaobai been privy to the debate occurring outside the city, he would undoubtedly have sighed in resignation. Indeed, it is the calm and opportunistic adversary that poses the greatest threat. After claiming all their rewards, the two young ones bid farewell to Wendy and, hand in hand, returned home. Upon entering, they were met with the peculiar gaze of Lin Qiye. Lin Xiaobai exchanged knowing glances with Lin Qiye, inquiring silently, what is it? Lin Qiye gestured towards their aunt's room, and shortly thereafter, she emerged with a soft goose feather pillow in her arms. Upon seeing the two return, their aunt exclaimed joyfully, ah, you are back. I got a pillow for the young lady. Xiaobai, you two can arrange your evening as you see fit. Initially, their aunt intended to suggest that Xiaobai could sleep on the sofa or the floor, allowing the young couple to decide for themselves. However, upon catching sight of the pillow, Fufu's face instantly turned crimson, mistakenly believing that her aunt was encouraging them to share a bed. She instinctively glanced at Xiaobai, her small hands trembling as she accepted the pillow, stammering, thank you, aunt. Their aunt chuckled softly, amused by Fufu's innocent misunderstanding. Perhaps she was unaware that in their culture, such a term signified a more intimate relationship. Nevertheless, hearing this address filled their aunt with joy, evoking a sense of pride that her son was maturing and on the brink of starting a family. As for Xiaobai, he often found himself at a loss during such moments, his mind momentarily blank as he pondered, wait, does this mean we're to sleep separately? At that moment, their aunt's smile widened as she turned to retrieve two adorable sets of bear-themed pajamas, one in light blue and the other in dark blue. These are for you both. I wasn't sure if you brought pajamas back. After your bath, you should wear these. Fu Ningna's cheeks flushed even more as she accepted the pajamas, murmuring, got it. After enjoying a refreshing hot shower, Lin Qiye, still wearing a grin reminiscent of a spectator at a drama, approached Xiaobai's door. Good night, you two. I wish you a delightful evening. Glaring at Lin Qiye's teasing smile, Xiaobai clenched his fists, thinking, how infuriating. It's as if Lin Qiye knows my vulnerabilities. He turned stiffly to Fu Ningna, who stood beside him in her charming light blue bear pajamas, her feet clad in thick socks, exuding a uniquely adorable, homey vibe. She pulled the hood of her pajamas over her flushed face and timidly whispered, you going first. Today, Their aunt had even replaced Xiaobai's comforter with a goose-down quilt. Though the gray hue appeared somewhat somber, it now seemed ready to embrace the warmth of the two young ones. "Am I supposed to sleep in here?" Fufu lowered her little head and nodded slightly. "Yes, yes." Xiaobai pulled up the hood of her pajamas and quietly slipped into the warmth of the blanket. Indeed, on a chilly winter night, nothing feels more comforting than snuggling under the covers. Meanwhile, Furina stood still like a little zombie, lost in her thoughts. After a moment, she seemed to muster her courage and walked to the door, swiftly turning off the light. Instantly, Xiaobai's room was engulfed in profound darkness. Moments later, the thick blanket rustled, and a warm body, carrying the scent of bath lotion, timidly nestled into his embrace, trembling slightly. The two children remained silent for quite some time. Eventually, Furina turned around, curling up like a little kitten in Lin Xiaobai's arms, murmuring in a voice as faint as a mosquito's. You close your eyes, no? You mustn't look at me." "Oh," Lin Xiaobai replied, gently resting his arm beneath Fufu's head. The two fell into silence once more. After a while, Lin Xiaobai's voice trembled as he spoke. "Fufu, I, like you." Chapter 86. The 136th team watching the show. Even the once warm heart of the young girl was now melting in the heat of the room, stirred by the sincere words of the boy. With a gentle admonition, Fufu nestled into Xiaobai's embrace, trembling more intensely as she cautiously wrapped her arms around his waist. I too." Listening to Fufu's voice, tinged with tears, Xiaobai felt as if he were in a dream. He could not help but gently encircle her waist, causing her to tremble once more. The two little ones fell into silence. Despite their earlier playful banter outside, in this private space, they transformed into innocent, affectionate companions. Even Xiaobai found this to be an extraordinary tale. After all, did such love truly exist in his world? No, it seemed entirely impossible. The only plausible scenario was that in the presence of his powerful self, the other party might have hesitated, inadvertently awakening his extraordinary potential for creation. Thus, it had to be Fu Ningna, who had unwittingly turned into a pure love story. Yet, Xiaobai genuinely cherished this connection. When their souls began to intertwine, it became a natural and precious first experience, one to be treasured for a lifetime. The following morning, the two little ones awoke, weary. As they stepped out of the room, Xiaobai was taken aback. There sat Zhao Kongcheng on his couch, basking in the early winter sunlight, flashing him an ambiguous smile. Seriously, Xiaobai's fist clenched in an instant. Fu, still clad in her pajamas and walking with a slight inward stance, immediately covered her face and scurried back to the room. The situation was further complicated by the presence of not just Zhao Kongcheng, but also Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, who were similarly regarding him with playful expressions. Shen Mai's words, "What in the world is that look for my young lad, who seems to have grown up?" The only ones behaving normally were Wu Xiangnan and Lin Qiye, but Wu Xiangnan's next comment swiftly shattered Xiaobai's thoughts. "Xiaobai, it seems like before long, things will get even more lively around here." Hong Ying patted Wu Xiangnan. "What nonsense are you spouting? Miss Fu Ningna is quite shy. Refrain from saying such things." Xiaobai wore a black line of confusion on his face. "What brings you all here?" Zhao Kongcheng chuckled. "Isn't it because we were worried you and your teacher wouldn't celebrate the new year with us? So, we came early to claim you." Shen Mai added, "There is also a rather important matter that requires discussion with you and Lin Qiye." Recalling his promise to Hu Tao from the previous day, Xiaobai nodded. "Let Fu and I freshen up, and we'll head to the office shortly." The elders simultaneously displayed knowing smiles. Xiaobai exclaimed, "You all need to leave now." Zhao Kongcheng pulled Chen Mai's arm. All right, we'll head back. We've lingered here long enough." An hour later, at the peace office, the three little ones stared bewildered at Qingyu, who was voraciously examining mysterious documents in the office. Lin Qiye remarked, "That is, a fellow student from your school, the genius boy in Qingyu." He expressed his desire to establish a collaborative relationship with our organization, guided by Xiaobai. I observed his competence and tentatively agreed, deciding to make a final determination once you two arrived. Wu Xiangnan interjected with a hint of sarcasm, remarking that this individual had an unusual fixation on acquiring mysterious corpses for research purposes. Xiaobai, Can we truly trust him? He questioned. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaobai affirmed. Of course, we can trust him. He has assured the protection of Furina. Eng Qinju finally turned to the two brothers, stating, I shall honor my commitments. Qiye then turned to Lin Qiye, asking, and what about you, Qiye? If Xiaobai has no objections, then I have none either. If he can genuinely protect Furina, it is advantageous for us. Indeed, given the recent unrest in Songnan City, we could certainly use assistance. Since both of you have consented, let us proceed with this arrangement. Lin Xiaobai raised his hands in a gesture of inquiry. You called us here, but it can't just be about this matter, can it? Si Xiaonan replied softly. Redding and I have already bought ingredients for a meal. Zhao Kongqing added, Qiye, I wish to spar with you two again. Lin Xiaobai inquired, oh, is such a delightful opportunity truly available? This remark caused Qiye to break into a cold sweat. This lad showed no fear of him whatsoever. Recently, Qiye had been sneaking into the training camp to observe Lin Xiaobai's training sessions, studying his techniques. His motives were twofold: to gauge the extent of Lin Xiaobai's improvement and, of course, to seek retribution for a previous humiliating defeat. 15 minutes later, everyone gathered in the underground training arena. Si Xiaonan, lacking enthusiasm, raised her small arms, encouraging go for it, Qiye. Redding, brimming with energy, wrapped her arm around Fufu, exclaiming, come on, Xiaobai, teach our captain a lesson. He's been quite tough on us in training lately. Qiye, with a serious expression, warned, Xiaobai, do not underestimate me this time. I will not hold back. 30 seconds later, the sharp sound of wooden swords striking flesh and Qiye's muffled groans echoed throughout the arena. Team 136 watched in trepidation as Lin Xiaobai, adorned with a single demon mask, faced off against him. Is he really that much stronger? They pondered. Qiye had truly lost any means of retaliation this time. The lesson was clear. Never engage in combat with someone who possesses extraordinary abilities. The beleaguered captain felt a burning pain coursing through his body. Damn it. I clearly stated I wouldn't hold back against Lin Xiaobai. But I never mentioned that he shouldn't do the same. This lad, on a festive occasion, was inflicting such pain. Does he not respect the old and cherish the young? At that moment, Lin Xiaobai delivered his next sword strike, albeit with a slight delay. Qiye quickly raised his hand, exclaiming, all right, stop. Xiaobai, your progress is remarkable. We need not continue testing. Wu Xiaonan chimed in. So, Qiye, will you need to update Xiaobai's evaluation report? Qiye, visibly frustrated, shook his head. No need. The higher-ups are undoubtedly more aware of Xiaobai's progress than we are. I trust Yuan Gang has already updated the report. Lung Xian observed the two brothers calmly. Let us try some firearms training. Soon, in the firearms training range, after a series of shots rang out, Lin Qiye's target remained unscathed this time. On Lin Xiaobai's target, there was but a single bullet hole, glistening as it rested upon the perfect 10 ring. After Xiaobai had fired the first bullet, every subsequent shot struck within the confines of that 10 ring, even distorting the backboard in the process. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd stood in stunned silence. Remarkable. Even the shots they believed Xiaobai would fail to execute turned out to be flawlessly executed. The onlookers then turned their attention back to the composed Lung Xian, awaiting his assessment. After inscribing 10 perfect 10s in the record book, Lung Xian casually remarked, indeed, a genius. Chapter 87. The ambush is ineffectual against me. In the evening, Zhao Kongqing prepared a large pot of seafood soup, claiming it was for his master's nourishment. However, he did not specify where the nourishment was needed. He merely beamed at Fu, reminiscent of a proud father, continuously remarking on how increasingly beautiful their master's wife had become. At the dining table, Hong Ying expressed her desire to learn from him, but Lin Xiaobai chuckled, saying, Sister Hong Ying, when you have time, let us practice with a gun every morning. This delighted Hong Ying, who playfully pulled Lin Xiaobai close and affectionately ruffled his hair. Yet, in the next moment, her expression turned peculiar. Wait a minute, Lin Xiaobai. Can you really wake up that early? Ahem, perhaps not. She laughed heartily. This elicited a burst of laughter, even from Si Xiaonan. Hong Ying flushed with embarrassment, giving Lin Xiaobai's ear a playful twist. You mischievous rascal. The entire family shared a warm laugh. After dinner, Lin Xiaobai asked Fu Ningna to sit and chat with Hong Ying and the others while he joined Lin Qiye in the kitchen to wash the dishes. Xiaobai, have you sensed anything? Lin Qiye inquired. Yes, there are a few suspicious individuals loitering on the streets during the New Year's dining hours. They must possess forbidden items, concealing their powers. It seems they are aware of your probing abilities and have come prepared, Lin Xiaobai replied, vigorously scrubbing a porcelain bowl until it squeaked. Those fools, after living here for so many years, how could we not notice a peculiar group entering? Nevertheless, despite his bravado, Lin Xiaobai felt a twinge of danger within. This was unlike the original narrative. The Whispers must have sent more people due to the tragic fates of the Snake Woman and the Mad Scorpion. Furthermore, their advance reconnaissance was more thorough than before. He had sensed the presence of those individuals during dinner, yet he had not detected Han Xiaoyan among them. It appeared they planned to scout ahead while simultaneously launching an attack. Xiaobai, what are your plans? At that moment, and Qingyu entered the kitchen, joining the dishwashing brigade. There are suspicious characters, he stated directly. So, you received the news as well, huh? Lin Xiaobai replied. Yes, they are too foolish. There's nothing we can do. The brothers exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. So, you're going to take action, right? And Qingyu suddenly became fervent. Lin Xiaobai shrugged, of course. I'll wait for the big moment. Once we finish washing the dishes, let us head to the hotel to find Fatty and the others. Then we can explore outside the city together. Lin Qiye interjected. What about Team 136? Lin Xiaobai reassured him. Oh, they will find us. At this, Lin Qiye and Qingyu exchanged glances, surprised. Just then, a furtive figure was seen lurking beneath the hotel where Fatty and Chao Yuan were staying. The 63rd disciple of the Whisper possessed the ability to manipulate plants and infuse them with deadly toxins. Any enemy lacking sufficient strength would be swiftly poisoned on the spot. Indeed, the Whisper had provided them with items to suppress their powers, and he felt quite confident facing the chubby figure above. However, he doubted he could handle the formidable Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qiye. Bai Li Tuming, the individual capable of hurling water balloons, would find it effortless to capture any plants that venture too close. It is important to note that this time, the Whispers have issued a decree. Should Lin Xiaobai himself, along with those in his vicinity, be successfully apprehended, untold wealth and splendor await within the ancient divine sect. The figure glanced once more at the upper floors of the hotel, chuckling malevolently. Dear rotund one, in due time, you shall become my delectable feast. This opulent hotel, with its plethora of flora, shall serve as my dominion. As he spoke, several voices echoed nearby. Boss, should we not seek refuge with Xiaobai? In this bitter cold, we truly have nowhere else to turn. I shall ponder it further. Boss, please, do not be so proud. There must be an opportunity. Shall I merely snap my fingers before Lin Xiaobai to demonstrate my prowess? That could work, or perhaps I should directly apprentice myself to him. Then I would undoubtedly savor a life of luxury. Silence. Can you not exhibit some dignity? The mere mention of Lin Xiaobai's name instantly alerted the 63rd disciple. Just as he turned to see who was speaking, he was horrified to discover a disdainful paper neon doll floating ominously behind him. The 63rd disciple furrowed his brow and slipped his hand into his pocket, prepared to unleash his sealed powers at any moment. However, the paper doll merely floated for a moment. In a flash, the brilliance of elemental rock energy erupted. The unfortunate disciple let out a blood-curdling scream, as if sliced by a sharp pair of scissors, and was gruesomely dismembered upon the snow. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu and his two subordinates had been aimlessly moving forward when the nearby scream caught their attention. Exchanging glances, they hurried towards the source of the commotion. Upon arriving, they found the paper doll had vanished, leaving behind a corpse severed in two and a pool of dark crimson blood. At that moment, the windows of the hotel above swung open, revealing the heads of Pang Pang and Chao Yuan. Wow, Chao Yuan, you heard correctly. Something has indeed transpired below. Where's my family's artifact wielder? How could this happen? Oh, Shen Qingzhu, what brings you here? Shen Qingzhu inquired. What is going on? Please wait a moment. We shall descend shortly. Before long, Pang Pang and Chao Yuan joined Shen Qingzhu. The five of them stood before the grisly sight of the corpse, exchanging bewildered looks. Bailey Tumming. Could it be that your family's artifact wielder has arrived? Pang Pang shook his head. No, their methods are not so ruthless. Could be Lin Xiaobai. Shen Qingzhu pondered. Surely, the summoning artifacts of our master would not act in such a manner, Pang Pang replied. Shen Qingzhu frowned. It seems there are indeed others in Songnan City, and their allegiance remains uncertain. He glanced at his subordinates, and then at Bailey Pang Pang. Should we seek Lin Xiaobai? However, Pang Pang clumsily mimicked Lin Xiaobai's manner of speaking. Master instructed us that if we encounter you, we are to act in unison, especially to ensure I keep an eye on you and prevent you from carelessly snapping your fingers. Shen Qingzhu. With a snap of my fingers. What has transpired? I must admit, the more Lin Xiaobai insists on refraining from snapping, the more this young lad yearns to do so. Shen Qingzhu has even begun to lose control of his immense power, eager to snap his fingers at once, just as the group deliberates on the unfolding events. At the temporary camp outside Songnan City, a devotee gazes at the miniature monitor, exclaiming in shock, Han Xiaoyan, the life signs of Subject 663 have suddenly vanished. Furrowing his brow, Han Xiaoyan approaches, only to witness another devotee, Subject 57, experience an instantaneous loss of vital signs as well. Observing this scene, Han Xiaoyan gravely remarks, "It must be Lin Xiaobai. He has commenced his actions. What about us? We shall act immediately. We must ensure their capture tonight." Chapter 88. Those who harm Xiaobai. Han Xiaoyan, accompanied by a squad of 12 devotees, hastily advanced towards Songnan City. This time, a total of 27 followers from the Whispering Faith had arrived, predominantly comprising experts of the River Realm and above, underscoring the determination of Whispering to eliminate Lin Xiaobai. However, he was acutely aware that the extraordinary high schooler might still present unforeseen surprises, hence, prior to their departure, he had issued an unwavering command to Han Xiaoyan. Even if they could not subdue Lin Xiaobai, they must ensure that Songnan City experiences the might of the ancient divine church. It was imperative for those two brothers to comprehend the dire consequences of offending the ancient divine church. After all, the storm Lin Xiaobai had left during his last encounter with the church was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation the church had endured since its establishment. At this juncture, the squad of devotees pressed forward with great haste, while the red light on the camera of the follower at the rear flickered ominously. Within the ancient divine base, Whispering sat coldly in his chamber, monitoring the surveillance screens, listening to the trembling voices of his followers resonating through the snowy mist. 3. Life signs of Subject 37 have vanished. Life signs of Subject 41 have disappeared. Simultaneous loss of life signs for Subjects 47, 52, and 56. Life signs of Subject 66 have ceased. Han Xiaoyan, once calm, gradually adopted a grave expression. In the room, Whispering turned to his assistant, his voice darkened with concern. Has the investigation into Lin Xiaobai stalled? The assistant, gazing at the situation on the monitor, involuntarily trembled. We have only managed to investigate a few of his disciples, who have shown remarkable progress lately. Since there have been no new training sessions at the camp, it is exceedingly difficult to ascertain Lin Xiaobai's current level. Han Xiaoyan had dispatched a total of 15 devotees, and in less than 10 minutes, half of them had already perished. All of these individuals were of the River Realm and above. The assistant's face turned ashen. After all, their previous report had explicitly stated that Lin Xiaobai had only reached the River Realm at most. Yet, the swift eradication of their ranks clearly indicated that the prodigious high schooler had long surpassed this realm. Fortunately, Whispering did not pursue the matter further. He observed Han Xiaoyan, who had quickened his pace through the snow, and remarked, "A brief elevation to the boundless realm amid a cataclysmic tempest. I am relieved I prepared in advance. Even if that inept individual has reached the sea realm, what can he do against the extreme dangers of the boundless realm's forbidden zones? Lin Xiaobai, you should start mourning for the citizens of Songnan City behind you. They are suffering this calamity because of you." As Whispering spoke, Han Xiaoyan's rapid strides suddenly slowed, and he came to a gradual halt. Before him stood 5 youthful yet formidable figures. They stood resolute in the frigid winds and snow, undaunted by the formidable squad of devotees, embodying the true hope of this nation, which stirred Han Xiaoyun's heart. Lin Xiaobai, Lin Qiye, Bai Li Tuming, Gao Juan, and Shun Qingzhu, who clenched her fists to suppress the impulse to snap her fingers. The youths stood in a line, quietly confronting the group of devotees in the snow. The 7 survivors from Changnan City approached from behind, looking utterly lost and disoriented. In that moment, Lin Xiaobai and his companions felt as though they had been encircled. Han Xiaoyun's expression returned to calmness, as if life and death had ceased to hold any significance for him. He stepped forward, his desolate voice cutting through the snowstorm. Lin Xiaobai, you have surprised me. Lin Xiaobai smiled at him. Wow. Doesn't the ancient God Church celebrate the new year by returning home for dinner? You've gone to such lengths to set up this elaborate scheme. He counted aloud. 19 individuals. It's hardly honorable to win by overwhelming numbers. Han Xiaoyun completely disregarded Xiaobai's verbal jabs, retrieving a piece of jade from his pocket and crushing it with a sharp crack. In an instant, an overwhelming black mist spread across the devotees, their pupils turning a fiery red and frenzied. Lin Qiye frowned, his voice tinged with tension. It seems to be a forbidden artifact that enhances their strength. Their spiritual power has clearly surged. Moments later, an immense aura enveloped the youths, and the black mist even obstructed the snowstorm, creating a snowless zone in the expanse of 100 miles. Ha! 19 from the sea realm against 1 from the infinite realm. Little bastards. Can you still find humor in this situation? Han Xiaoyun proclaimed. Let us see how you 5 worthless ones will contend against our 19. It is truly a miracle to have broken through into the sea realm in this lifetime. Ha ha ha. Han Xiaoyun emanated a similar black mist, coldly gazing at Lin Xiaobai. If you and Lin Qiye agree to join the ancient God Church, Master Yuan will spare you, as long as you sign the soul contract. You, your companions, and the entirety of Changnan City will be spared. I hope you will reflect carefully on this, and consider just how much chance you 5 have against our 19. As soon as Han Xiaoyun finished speaking, a radiant golden light burst forth in the sky. Chimai, Wu Xiangnan, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Zhao Kongcheng appeared majestically amidst the golden glow. Chun Mai's authoritative voice rang out. Who says they are merely 5? Team 136. Stand ready. Anyone who harms Lin Xiaobai shall be dealt with mercilessly. Zhao Kongcheng immediately hefted his broadsword. Who dares to touch my master? I will fight them to the death. Hong Ying, in a gallant stance, raised her spear. Dare to touch my little brother Xiaobai and see what happens. Lin Xiaobai's heart surged with emotion. He knew that Team 136 would come to protect him and Lin Qiye. Yet even with that knowledge, witnessing the scene before him sent chills down his spine. These fools, they are facing opponents from a sea realm. Don't they fear danger while trying to show off? Sure enough, upon hearing Team 136's declaration, the opponents erupted into laughter. 5 individuals, what difference could they possibly make? Well. To pit 10 from the river realm against 19 from the sea realm would surely lead to a disastrous end, wouldn't it? Ha, bunch of fools. No sooner had the words left his lips than 4 figures emerged slowly from the swirling snow. And here we are. Upon seeing the newcomers, the plump one's excited eyes widened in delight. Ah, it is our household's guardian spirit. Everyone has arrived. Han Xiaoyun maintained his calm demeanor to challenge the sea realm. You would require at least 10 times your current numbers. 1 Chen Mai, 1 Lin Xiaobai, and 1 Lin Qiye cannot alter the tide of battle. Therefore, I shall grant your brethren 1 final opportunity of 10 seconds. Do not let these individuals accompany you to your demise. 10. Yet, as Han Xiaoyun uttered the first numeral, Lin Xiaobai, with a beaming smile, slowly stepped forth from the crowd, murmuring peculiar incantations. I acknowledge. The water deity, Furina, her divine radiance illuminating the earth. Today, her followers shall manifest unparalleled miracles upon the soil of Changnan. As Lin Xiaobai spoke, a magnificent light descended like divine illumination, breaking through the clouds and enveloping him, as if constructing an opulent stage. Almost at that very moment, the grand effect of the water deity's ultimate ability manifested. As a torrent of elemental water surged through all of Lin Xiaobai's teammates. Chapter 89. Is this the boundless realm? Universal revelry. When the host performs a charming display in front of teammates, it can elevate both the host and teammates into a universal revelry state, granting a 300 enhancement to all teammate strength, agility, endurance, and mental power, lasting for 15 minutes. Sensing the shift in their inner spiritual power, Chunmai and the others were taken aback, gazing in astonishment at Lin Xiaobai. Though Xiaobai was indeed formidable, this divine radiance illuminating all around marked the first occasion on which Team 136 and Lin Xiaobai's friends truly perceived the adorable, divine essence of a girl. With a gentle smile, Lin Xiaobai continued to advance step by step. With his first wave of the hand, countless dice appeared behind him, and the enhanced water arrows rained down upon the followers like a Gatling gun. With the second wave, Tulin soared out from a verdant spatial rift, roaring as he emerged, unleashing a dragon's breath. With the third wave, 3 seafood bullies and 3 paper-cut dolls dashed toward the closest follower. The one whose power had temporarily surged to the ocean realm attempted to resist with the strength of the forbidden abyss, but upon their first encounter, they were already torn to shreds by the numerous augmented summons. With the fourth wave, the water abyss apostle emerged alongside Yendora from a rift surrounded by flowing water, and the skills of 2 opposing followers were instantly sealed. Following this, a roaring torrent surged forth, accompanied by a flurry of snowflakes, culminating in a striking blow. Zhao Kongcheng, with reflexes honed through years of training, was the first to charge forward. The headless body of the skill-sealed adversary stiffly knelt in the snow, never to breathe again. Sitting in his position, Yu had worn a satisfied grin just a moment ago, but now that smile morphed into a haze of despair, leaving him speechless. Damn it! While others wielded a sword to obliterate the heavens, Yu summoned an entire legion. Moreover, as if the master's skills weren't outrageous enough, these summons could seal skills as well. What on earth is this? He was internally unraveling. Though this battle had indeed forced Lin Xiaobai to reveal all his trump cards, for EU, the cost of losing so many followers was undeniably grievous. He observed as Team 136 and the wielders of forbidden objects joined the fray, his expression darkening considerably. Lin Xiaobai, as expected, always defied expectations. However, while you may contend on equal footing in the ocean realm, how will you respond to the perilous boundless realm with its high-risk forbidden abyss? No sooner had EU's words faded than Han Xiaoyun stepped forward with a cold demeanor. The fire and water apostles lunged toward him simultaneously, only to be effortlessly cast aside, unable to rise again to continue the fight. Chunmai approached Lin Xiaobai and said, Xiaobai, I will hold Han Xiaoyun at bay for a while. His strength has now ascended to the boundless realm. It is beyond what we can contend with. This battle may bear dire consequences, and should anything unforeseen occur, take these children to the training camp to find Yuan Gang. With a piercing gaze, Chunmai fixed his eyes on Han Xiaoyun, torn between the forces he had suppressed and the looming threat from the formidable being of the infinite realm. He understood all too well that despite the formidable support from Lin Xiaobai, their prospects appeared grim. Not far behind Chunmai, Lin Qiye and Wen Qima stood on either side. As Han Xiaoyun drew ever closer to Lin Xiaobai and Chunmai, Lin Qiye simply remarked, "It is time to commence." Wen Qima nodded resolutely in agreement, though a flicker of anguish lingered in his eyes. Captain, if we fail, we may very well meet our end down below, he thought, lifting his hand as an overwhelming surge of mental energy surged towards Han Xiaoyun. Forbidden Abyss Sequence 180. Heart Demon Binding Technique. Yet in that very moment, it seemed as if a protective shield enveloped Han Xiaoyun, rendering Wen Qima's mental assault utterly ineffective. Instead, Han Xiaoyun cast a chilling glance in their direction, his icy stare enveloping Wen Qima like a tangible force, causing veins to bulge on his forehead, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Had Han Xiaoyun still been at the Sea Realm, Wen Qima's spiritual binding would have proven effective against this tormented soul. However, having transcended to the infinite realm, Han Xiaoyun's strength was incomparably superior. The backlash alone nearly tore apart Wen Qima's very essence. At that moment, a soothing wave of water elemental power rippled across the battlefield, bringing sudden relief to the weary allies embroiled in combat. Wen Qima swiftly extricated himself from the backlash, gasping for breath. Han Xiaoyun retracted his gaze, turning once more to Lin Xiaobai. Behind him, the immense presence of the water-song weaver enveloped the crowd, seemingly capable of softening even the fiercest snowstorm. Han Xiaoyun's cold voice resonated once more. It appears you have provided an answer through your actions. Thus, you, and all those dear to you, shall meet only in the underworld. As he spoke, a chilling long spear materialized in the hands of this refined middle-aged man, and with a sudden, forceful stride, he transformed into a streak of silver light, hurtling towards Lin Xiaobai. Xiaobai, be careful, Shimai exclaimed in horror. The sudden eruption of Han Xiaoyun's aura instilled a primal fear even in the heart of the battle-hardened captain. He sought to push Xiaobai away, to shield him from this impending assault. Yet, in the briefest moment, violet-black lightning surged forth violently. The Demon King's armor and wings of wind materializing around Lin Xiaobai in an instant. He darted forth like a bolt of lightning, and his resolute voice echoed through the biting wind. Captain, I have always held but one conviction, to fight for those I cherish. Today, Lin Xiaobai is no longer that high school student in need of your protection. Today he has grown. As he spoke, Lin Xiaobai's dual lightning blades collided fiercely with Han Xiaoyun's silver spear. The impact of their tremendous forces created a shockwave that propelled all combatants in the vicinity several meters away. In the Dusong pot, witnessing the imminent clash, Funingna's small fist clenched tightly, turning pale with intensity. She intended to accompany Lin Xiaobai today, but was resolutely turned down by him. He even gently patted Funingna's head, saying, "Be good and wait for my return. Tonight, I shall take you to enjoy some delightful little cakes." Yet now, the coal man wielding a long gun proved to be an equal match for Lin Xiaobai, who was clad in the armor of a demon king. It is worth noting that this was the first time during this period. In the Wangsheng funeral parlor, the teacup in Zhongli's hand had grown cold. He and Hu Tao sat at the round table in the hall, completely captivated by the unfolding battle involving Lin Xiaobai. "Ah, will Xiaobai be all right?" Zhongli Kuching, can you assist him? Zhongli returned to his senses, pondered for a moment, and finally replied, "Perhaps." With that, he rose and slowly made his way outside. "Where are you going?" "To the outskirts of the city, Hu Tangzhu. I do not